Chapter 1. In the world of One Piece, there lies an island named Honshu Island, abbreviated as Huandao, situated within the calm belt of the New World, close to the East Sea. Atop the island, on a solitary protruding rock, Luo Han awakens amidst a gentle breeze. Rubbing his eyes, he gazes blankly at the azure sky. In the blink of an eye, it has been a decade since he arrived in the world of One Piece. Yet Luo Han still finds it difficult to forget his past life. In his previous existence, despite the immense pressure of reality, where he graduated from university after 17 years and earned a mere 6,000 in 3 years, it was still a peaceful world. Living in the social environment of Greater China, he could indulge in books and anime during his leisure, appreciating the vastness of the world without the fear of being disrupted by pirates. Little did he know that one day he would awaken as a small infant with tiny arms and legs. Alas! Xiao Han, hurry back. The fish scale fruits have ripened this year, and we are waiting for you. Thump! Thump! Below the cliff, Grandma Imo gently tapped the ground with her cane, her bright eyes narrowing as she walked towards Luo Han, speaking as she approached. How could he forget? Today marks the island's quadrennial fish scale fruit festival. It must be around 2 in the afternoon now. The fish scale fruit is a delicacy reserved for islanders aged 10 to 18 beyond 18. Its effects are negligible. This is due to the fact that the fruit is born from a colossal sacred tree that possesses the energy of transformative qualities, bearing fruit only once every 4 years. Returning to his thoughts. All right, Grandma, Luo Han replied as he sprang to his feet. I've told you countless times, do not sleep on the cliff, it's perilously deep below, Grandma Imo said, looking at him with tender concern. Don't worry, Grandma Imo, you've said it many times already. Let's go, allow me to assist you. As they made their way to the inner edge of Honshu Island, Luo Han marveled at the sheer grandeur of the sacred tree, which still astonished him even after a decade of gazing upon it. One must marvel at the wonders of nature, for it can create the most extraordinary geological formations. Honshu Island is entirely circular, composed of rock, standing approximately 200 meters high, with its inner and outer sides vertical to the sea surface, resembling a colossal stone pillar encircling the ocean. At its center lies a bottomless freshwater lake. The lake's depths connect to the ocean through water tunnels, allowing seawater to flow in. The sacred tree takes root in the center of the lake, its pinnacle level with the island itself, rendering it invisible from the outside. The tree's remarkable nature lies in its ability to desalinate seawater, providing the island with fresh water. The roots of the sacred tree intertwine with the island, forming a web of pathways. In addition to the spiral stone staircases, the islanders can traverse the routes formed by the tree roots. The homes of the islanders are carved into the rock of the circular island, arranged according to the layers of roots, totaling 9 levels. Lost in thought, Luo Han and Grandma Imo arrived at the root plaza on the 9th level. The roots of the sacred tree grew increasingly dense as they approached its core, ultimately forming a square of 2 square kilometers. The plaza was bustling with islanders, all gathered together, with the fish scale fruits already harvested and laid out on long tables. Xiao Han, you were napping on the cliff again, weren't you? Of course, ever since Xiao Han could walk, he has run to the cliff every day. Is sleeping on the cliff really more comfortable than sleeping in a woman's bed? Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? You silly old fool. As the islanders teased one another, Luo Han rolled his eyes, maintaining a nonchalant expression as if he understood nothing. All right, Luo Han, come over here and line up, called Uncle Kate, the leader of the hunting team, with a rugged voice. Standing at 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles and dark skin, Uncle Kate, resembling a gorilla, exuded an imposing presence. The hunting team was responsible for venturing beyond the island to hunt near sea kings, and only men over the age of 18 could join after passing selection. Uncle Kate was the strongest among them, likely possessing the combat prowess of a Navy vice admiral, especially in the New World. Luo Han hurriedly ran to the back of the line, consisting of over 40 individuals aged between 10 and 18. The island's population is roughly over 20,000, with about 40 individuals able to partake in the fish scale fruit every 4 years. Brother Han, do you think after eating the fish scale fruit, I could defeat my father? A plump boy in front of Luo Han excitedly asked. The boy, named Senkō, was the same age as Luo Han, both being 10 years old, and he enjoyed trailing behind Luo Han. He was also a food enthusiast, never rejecting any culinary delights. Of course, Luo Han understood the boy's question. What are you thinking? A few more times, and you should be close enough. I don't want to wait. Why not? At night, my dad always hits my mom, making loud slapping sounds. I tell my dad not to hit her so often, but he says it's for exercising. I don't believe it. You are quite remarkable. So, you believe that if you can defeat your father, he would stop hitting your mother? How naive. Life is about movement, I digress. All right, starting from the front, come one by one to collect your fish scale fruit. After consuming it, you will become the new men of the island, and women too. Ha! Ha ha ha! Uncle Kate boomed. The plump boy quickly turned his head, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Uncle Kate. Luo Han remained silent, equally eager himself. Thus, they began to collect the fish scale fruits. As the individuals ahead took their turn, the plump boy also received his, and at last it was Luo Han's turn. Since he accidentally overheard the island's elders discussing terms like the Navy, pirates, and the world government when he was 5, Luo Han realized he had entered the world of One Piece, a realm where strength governs life. Thus, he needed power, and the fish scale fruit was a foundation for his ascent, for not everyone possesses the innate talent of Big Mom. Uncle Kate, this fish scale fruit seems different from everyone else's. The fish scale fruit, as its name suggests, has a surface resembling layers of fish scales, with an overall green hue. However, Luo Han's fruit had a smooth exterior adorned with kaleidoscopic patterns, displaying a myriad of colors, making it look utterly unique. Xiao Han, your fish scale fruit is indeed a bit special, but I assure you it was definitely harvested from the sacred tree. I picked it myself, Uncle Kate affirmed. But it doesn't look like it, Luo Han murmured softly. Little Luo Han, the fruits of the sacred tree must not be wasted. We should be grateful. Perhaps the effect of your fish scale fruit is extraordinary. Uncle Kate suddenly spoke solemnly, looking directly at Luo Han. Fine. With that, Luo Han took the peculiar fish scale fruit to the side, preparing to cut it before consuming it. At that moment, everyone began slicing their fruits to eat, as the effects of the fish scale fruit would take time to manifest, enhancing individuals based on their innate talents, with the most significant improvements occurring over 3 years of training. Sigh. Luo Han glanced at the fish scale fruits of others, then at his own, frowning. However, this fish scale fruit bore a striking resemblance to a devil fruit. In his previous life, he recalled that devil fruit abilities would randomly reincarnate into a piece of fruit upon the death of the user. Could it be that this extraordinary fish scale fruit came about in such a manner? If so, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. Luo Han, why haven't you eaten yet? It's quite delicious. Oh, is this your fish scale fruit? Senkō inquired with curiosity. Yes, although it looks a bit odd. The taste might be a bit hard to believe. After saying that, Luo Han picked it up. If it truly was a devil fruit, then it should taste quite terrible. How strange. Why did he feel a mix of anticipation and fear? Luo Han pondered. Looking at the shape, it didn't resemble an animal-type banana nor a natural-type pineapple, so it must be a superhuman type. Luo Han took a bite, and the taste was indescribable, evident from his pallid complexion. Yet he felt exhilarated, for this meant that this peculiar fish scale fruit was indeed a devil fruit. In the next moment, however, his excitement waned. Little Luo Han, we cannot waste it, quickly finish the rest. Uncle Kate's booming voice made Luo Han's face turn a shade greener. What choice did he have? Tears streamed down his face as he forced himself to finish the devil fruit, truly weeping profusely. How is it, little Luo Han? Is it effective? Given your expression, it must be quite good. Ha! Ha ha ha! Uncle Kate quivered as he looked at Luo Han. Uncle Kate, what are you seeing with those eyes? Is it my pale complexion? Is it my tear-streaked face? This devil fruit is undeniably dreadful. Luo Han lamented internally. It's tolerable. What do you think, Uncle Kate? Uncle Kate chuckled. As long as it's effective, that's all that matters. Subsequently, Uncle Kate summoned the adult men and women of the island to gather together. Uncle Kate, everyone listen up. I trust you know what comes next. The crowd responded in unison. We know. Uncle Kate, it is time for our quadrennial fish scale fruit festival, also known as the Harvest Festival. So, grab your spears and join me in the water to catch some fish. All right, Captain, let's begin. We can hardly wait. The group joyfully replied as they began to descend to the lake, leaving only a few elderly individuals remaining in the square. Among them were Luo Han and his companions, who had just finished eating the fish scale fruit. All right, everyone, please take a seat and fully absorb the transformative effects of the fish scale fruit on your bodies. This will aid in your future training. The elder Rain addressed the crowd. Little Fatty and Xiao Han, you two should hurry and sit down as well. You are both 10 years old. You will have another opportunity to partake in 4 years. For now, immerse yourselves in this experience, as it will greatly enhance your progress next time. Rain lowered his head and spoke to Luo Han and Cole. Okay, coming right away. Luo Han and Little Fatty responded in succession. Upon hearing that this would assist in their future training, even the boisterous Little Fatty, Cole, hurried to sit down, especially since he needed to prevent his parents from quarreling. At this moment, Luo Han remained standing, having consumed a devil fruit. Instead, he approached the edge of the square and peered through the gaps between the roots of the sacred tree. The scene he had witnessed once before replayed vividly before his eyes. All around the surface of the circular island lake floated a myriad of sea fish, both large and small, including some small sea kings stretching up to 100 meters in length. Each time the fish scale fruit ripened, the sacred tree would emit a unique fragrance into the water, a scent that lingered until the sun set in the evening. Before that time, this aroma attracted various marine creatures to the circular island lake through the underwater caverns. Yet, due to the sacred tree's inherent seawater desalination properties, the water closer to the surface became increasingly fresh. As marine creatures accustomed to the saline ocean approached the lake's surface, they struggled to adapt to the fresh water and the oxygen depletion caused by the dense marine life, causing the fish near the surface to gradually faint. Thus, the island residents' bountiful harvest naturally ensued. This created a harmonious symbiotic relationship between the sacred tree and the island inhabitants. The fish scale fruit produced by the tree endowed the islanders with strength, while the islanders assisted the tree in maintaining cleanliness by attracting the marine fish. Xiao Han, you can practice here. Grandma will go home to prepare water and wait for your return, Grandma Mo said with a smile to Luo Han. Yes, Grandma, you should go rest now. Once we receive the fish in the evening, I will come back. Luo Han replied to Grandma Mo, who had been watching him closely. Grandma Mo, all right. Take care, Xiao Han. I will head home now, she said, turning to leave with her cane, taking slow steps back home. I will. Hee hee. Luo Han chuckled, watching Grandma Mo's figure fade into the distance. The bond between Luo Han and Grandma Mo was indeed special. Shortly after Luo Han was born, his parents succumbed to illness. The specifics of the ailment remain unknown. In this era, survival was a battle of endurance. Those who could not endure were left to await their fate. After his parents' demise, Luo Han was raised under the care of Grandma Mo. Though not by blood, she had always treated him with kindness. Luo Han was deeply grateful, especially since he had traversed into this world, understanding the hardships Grandma Mo had endured from a young age. Reflecting on these thoughts, he glanced at Little Fatty, who was now completely absorbed in his own experience. Luo Han also settled down, delving deep into the sensations brought forth by consuming that devil fruit. With his eyes closed, he quietly contemplated for several minutes before opening them, inexplicably grasping the essence of the fruit's power, which seemed to pertain to the realm of the mind. The specific manifestations of this ability were entirely contingent upon one's imaginative capacity. Initially, there were no discernible powers, leaving only future development to be observed. Luo Han mused that this was likely the reason for the demise of the previous owner of this devil fruit. After all, mastery over the mind necessitates a vivid imagination. Under the auspices of Earth's inhabitants' creativity, the mind had been explored in remarkable ways. For instance, in the world of Naruto, the strongest Jinjutsu, Kotoamatsukami, could permanently alter a person's thoughts and will, transforming an avowed enemy into a beloved father figure. with the victim genuinely believing in this new reality. Similarly, in the realm of Bleach, the ability Kyokasujetsu could manipulate all six senses, even controlling the sixth sense. The mere thought of such power is terrifying. Not to mention the divine consciousness akin to the observation Hakai. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Luo Han felt an inexplicable force welling up within him. Bang! It seemed as though an eternity had passed. Yet also felt like a fleeting moment. Closing his eyes once more, he sensed a transformation in the world around him. Amidst the darkness, new lights emerged, accompanied by a multitude of breaths. Those lights must represent the island's inhabitants and the fish of the sea. This one is substantial. I could use some assistance. This Sea King, indeed, would nourish that group of little ones, he chuckled to himself. Various sounds echoed in succession. No doubt about it, he had awakened the observation haki. This range could likely envelop the entire Ring Tree Island. Indeed, this fruit of the mind required a conceptual imagination to unlock its potential. It could not be mere fantasy, but rather ideas grounded in a certain understanding. For instance, individuals who enjoy reading about cultivation in novels possess a basic comprehension of spiritual awareness. It is the extension of mental energy into the external world, allowing one to sense the environment. Akin to the sensation of one's own hand touching, creating a mental image, much like radar. Once this concept was grasped, the devil fruit's ability activated, resulting in the controllable power of observation haki. After further attuning himself to the capabilities of the observation haki, Luo Han continued to explore the changes brought about by the fruit of the mind. Time flowed by as he investigated the powers of the devil fruit. Before long, evening descended, and the sun quietly sank below the horizon. The islanders returning from the lake with their catch gradually appeared, their haul of fish piling high in the first-level plaza. Apart from the fish designated for tonight's dinner, the remainder would be pickled by the hunting team and stored in a special stone cave on the island, which remarkably preserved the fish's quality for 3 to 4 years. Luo Han selected a fish resembling Earth's tuna, weighing approximately 100 pounds. He then returned home with the fish to the 9th level, where he lived with Grandma. Being close to the apex of the island, Luo Han had favored visiting the top as a child. Upon discovering the only outcrop of green cliffs on the island, he grew fond of gazing into the distance, perhaps a nostalgia for a past life, gradually making it a daily ritual. Arriving at the entrance of their home, Grandma had already started a fire. "Xiao Han, you're back. Come inside quickly," she exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. "Grandma, please wait a moment. I'll prepare this delectable fish, and then we can start cooking," Luo Han replied hastily, setting the fish down and beginning to clean it. Before long, he had skillfully sliced the fish into fillets. Just then, the water in the pot Grandma had heated began to boil. Luo Han placed the fish into the stone pot, adding some sea salt and a unique island spice. Preparing for their meal. "All right, it's ready to eat, Grandma," he announced, handing her a stone bowl. "Good, Xiao Han, make sure to eat plenty. After consuming the fish scale fruit, your appetite has increased. You need to eat more," Grandma said, affectionately ruffling his hair as she accepted the bowl from him. The white stone pot exuded steam, the aroma of fish filling the entire cave, creating a warm and tranquil scene. "Grandma, try this piece of meat. It's absolutely delicious," Luo Han urged, offering her a slice of fish. Grandma smiling, replied, "Let me give you a bigger piece." Time passed as they savored their meal together. After finishing, Luo Han tidied up and said to Grandma, "Grandma, I've cleaned up. I'm going to find Xiao Pang to play. Be careful and remember to come back early to sleep," she reminded him as she bent down to prepare the remaining fish for pickling. Luo Han nodded in acknowledgement and set off. Before long, he and Xiao Pang arrived at the island's peak, where a variety of grasses and plants flourished alongside spices that resembled a verdant cap atop the island. The nighttime view from the summit was breathtaking, with the moonlight shimmering on the grass and a starry sky above. In that moment, Luo Han felt as if he could embrace the entire universe. Such beauty could likely only be savored in the world of pirates. "Xiao Pang, have you ever thought about the future?" Luo Han asked dreamily, lying beside his friend. "The future? I want to eat lots and lots of meat." Xiao Pang replied cheerfully, a blade of grass in his mouth. Luo Han continued, Xiao Pang, do you want to go out to sea, like the pirates the elders speak of? Xiao Pang inquired. Yes, something like that. Luo Han confirmed. But my dad says there are many great monsters beyond the island that eat people, so we can't go out to sea. I've heard that the meat of those great monsters is delicious. I wonder if that is true, Luo Han said with a smile. Really? So when are we going out to sea? Xiao Pang asked eagerly, his saliva mixed with grass. Luo Han could only respond by acknowledging the universal truth of deliciousness. I will sail out to sea, Xiao Pang, that if you wish to join me then, we shall venture together, Luo Han declared resolutely, gazing at the starry sky. Now, let us commence our daily training, he said, pulling Xiao Pang up to begin their sparring, which was essentially fighting. From a young age, the islanders practiced a form of military boxing, which in Luo Han's eyes resembled a series of boxing movements akin to the military training he had undertaken in his past life. Luo Han and Xiao Pang had been practicing since they were 5, and though they had yet to achieve any remarkable prowess, they still engaged in their nightly training sessions as they trained. Luo Han noticed something unusual. Xiao Pang, the little chubby boy, seemed to have accelerated in speed and strength. Typically, during their practice, Luo Han would outmaneuver Xiao Pang. However, today, Xiao Pang not only matched his speed, but also surpassed him slightly. His strength, which had always been superior, now appeared even greater. Xiao Pang, how did you suddenly become stronger today? Luo Han paused to inquire. I don't know. It must be the enhancement from the fish scale fruit. Didn't Brother Rain say that training would enhance the effects of the transformation? Xiao Pang replied excitedly. That doesn't make sense. I ate it too, yet I don't feel any different, Luo Han mused, realizing that he had consumed the devil fruit rather than the fish scale fruit, hence his body had not undergone any enhancement. This truly was a complicated situation. Forget it, Xiao Pang. You continue your training. I will practice on my own. Luo Han waved his hand, moving aside to sit down and reflect on his future path. Thus, the journey to becoming stronger would have to be postponed. However, he was fortunate to have another opportunity to consume the fish scale fruit. For the next 4 years, he would focus on developing the fruit of the mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Pang enthusiastically practiced the military boxing, already exuding a certain vigor. It seemed that the military boxing would only reveal its true power after consuming the fish scale fruit. Luo Han also needed to contemplate the developmental direction of the fruit of the mind. Reflecting on his current state, he recognized that without the enhancement from the fish scale fruit, he could only be considered an ordinary person. Nonetheless, his mental acuity should have improved, especially after consuming the fruit of the mind and awakening the observation haki. Now, however, he lacked strength. How could he enhance his physical power? There was no need to ponder the physical aspect. Until he obtained the next fish scale fruit, practicing military boxing would not yield significant strength gains. Instead, he would have to consider which abilities of the fruit of the mind could manifest as strength. Eureka! Even amidst many superpowers, the ability known as telekinesis, which allows one to repel anything with a mere wave of the hand, was enviable and striking. With a piercing glare, an unstoppable force can strike down adversaries. A superpower that countless individuals have yearned for during their childhood. It has been decided. I shall develop psychokinesis. The next step is to refine the conceptual framework of psychokinesis, and through communication with the power of the mind fruit, manifest this ability. With a clear objective in mind, Luo Han set aside his previous frustration over not having obtained the fish scale fruit for enhancement and devoted himself to the development of his powers. After practicing for approximately 3 hours, Luo Han called upon Cole to return home, where they agreed to reconvene for training at Qingya the following evening before he went inside. Indeed, the chubby Cole lived right next door to Luo Han, which is why they often spent time together. Upon returning home and opening the door, he found the fish oil lamp still aglow. Grandma Mo sat on a stone bench, tending to her salted fish. Flipping it methodically, Luo Han approached with a smile, asking Grandma, "Are you done? Do you need my assistance?" "Xiao Han, you're back. No need to help. Grandma's already finished. You should hurry and rest. I need to rest as well." Grandma Mo smiled at Luo Han, indicating her own fatigue, yet her body remained still. Luo Han didn't press the issue and walked to his sleeping nook, but he understood that this was Grandma Mo's way of showing her affection. Thus, he never refused her care, though he always sought to assist her in return. Lying on the stone bed, Luo Han quietly pondered the current timeline. Surely, One Piece has not yet come into existence, right? Alas, this small island is far too remote. Based on the lore of the One Piece world, Ring Tree Island should belong to the Summer Islands. It hadn't snowed once in the past decade. Yet there are benefits to such seclusion. Pirates rarely set foot here. In fact, in the past 10 years, Luo Han had never encountered an outsider, let alone a pirate. This provided him with a stable living environment. After all, the world of One Piece is not as idyllic as it seems. Various pirates roam and slaughter. Even within nations, the common folk are often treated as mere fodder by the aristocracy. Hence, Luo Han cherished his current life. However, he could not afford to be complacent. It was certain that Ring Tree Island was situated within the Grand Line. After all, islands with such distinct climates only exist along that route. He must quickly master his powers. This world is so vibrant. He must see it for himself. Power may be relinquished, but beautiful women shall not be refused. Luo Han's lips curled into a slight smirk. In his previous life, he remained single and unwilling to settle. Yet in this life, possessing power would allow him to obtain everything. Though he had no desire to become a villain, he also did not wish to be a saint. He merely wanted to be himself. That night, after acquiring the Mind Fruit, Luo Han felt the stirrings of ambition deep within his heart. Indeed, I, Luo Han, a traveler from Earth and a wielder of the Mind Fruit, harbor the greatest ambition of swiftly ending my single status. What a grand ambition it is! With this desire, Luo Han fell asleep, only to awaken the next morning to find his pants slightly damp. What on earth is this? Luo Han felt a twinge of discomfort. Must reality be so harsh? Just as he expressed his ambitions the previous night, he had now experienced a nocturnal emission. Were the children in the One Piece world truly so precocious? Was this a competition with the neighboring Naruto? Sighing, he changed into a fresh pair of trousers and made his way outside, spotting Grandma Mo with her back turned, preparing fish soup for breakfast. He approached and sat on the adjacent stone bench. Grandma, you always rise so early to prepare breakfast. It's nothing, Xiao Han. Grandma can still manage. Just wait a moment, she replied with a smile that Grandma's kindness was unwavering. She was always cheerful. Every time he intended to wake early to make breakfast, he would find Grandma Mo up even earlier, ensuring he had a warm meal. Consequently, he ceased to rise early, allowing Grandma Mo to continue her routine. Before long, breakfast was ready, and after they finished eating together, Luo Han called upon Cole to meet at the nine-tiered square. Upon arrival, he found many had already gathered at it's Brother Ryan. Luo Han stepped forward, skillfully dodging Ryan's pat on the shoulder. Let us see if my observation haki is up to snuff, slapped the chubby Cole, however, was not so fortunate. Hey, Xiao Han, Cole, did you both feel any changes in your bodies today? Brother Ryan looked at Luo Han with mild surprise, not thinking much of it. It's you, Brother Ryan. Yes, definitely. I feel much stronger. Last night, even Hanji couldn't match me, Cole said with pride. Luo Han felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did he really need to flaunt it so? Children were indeed children. We were not the same. Xiao Han, how about you? Brother Ryan inquired further. I'm doing all right, just not as noticeable an improvement as Cole. Luo Han replied, and oh worries. With time and practice, you'll improve. That I'm off to organize the training now. You two should get ready. Brother Ryan reassured him before departing to arrange the group for military fist practice. Brother Ryan was the 18-year-old nephew of Uncle Kate. Towering at nearly 3 meters in height and possessing a robust physique, one cannot help but marvel at the peculiar traits of the One Piece world, where various races abound, and heights are often extraordinary, both excessively tall and excessively short. Perhaps it relates to the diverse physical techniques and foods present, as the strongest among them. Brother Ryan was responsible for organizing their daily morning exercises, military fist. Being the eldest, he also took on the role of supervisor. A day's worth of goodness lies in the morning, as the sun rose. The youths of Ring Tree Island, aged 10 to 18, commenced their daily practice. 2 hours later, the morning exercises concluded, and the group dispersed. What to do next was left to individual discretion. Cole, brimming with excitement, sought Brother Ryan for insights on military fist, likely feeling invigorated by the earlier training. Luo Han maintained a facade of normalcy, though he felt a twinge of jealousy inside, yet he was genuinely happy for Cole. Shaking off the thoughts, he reassured himself. Things will get better. Luo Han returned home to assist with lunch, which was quite simple, a dish of fish cake and fish soup. The fish cake was made from the resin that flows from the sacred tree, dried and ground into a powder resembling flour or rice flour. Then mixed with water and steamed, it had a rich fish aroma, hence its name. Grandma Mo, now aged, typically ground resin at home. So since he turned 8, Luo Han had taken over lunch preparations, leaving breakfast still in Grandma Mo's capable hands. After an hour, lunch was ready, and he called Grandma Mo to join him. Soon after finishing lunch, he rested briefly before informing Grandma Mo and heading to the top of the island at that time. The hunting team was already preparing. Today was the day the hunting team would venture into the sea to harvest sea salt, which served as the sole source of salt for the island's residents. Hanji, over here. I'm this way. Cole and Brother Ryan waved to Luo Han from a distance. Coming, Luo Han replied as he walked over to join them. All the youths aged 10 to 18 were present. Previously, when they were under 10, Luo Han, Cole, and the others merely observed. Now, they were required to lend a hand. Brother Ryan and several older members were busy organizing the salt harvesting tools. Upon his arrival, Luo Han joined the efforts. Xiao Han first connect the vines and ropes, then place the rope in the basket, and finally stack it on top of the other bundled vines, Brother Ryan instructed. Understood, Brother Ryan, Luo Han replied, together with Cole and the others. They continued to organize the salt harvesting tools. After half an hour, everything was neatly arranged. The hunting team arrived, each robust member wielding a fish spear crafted from fish bones, for meters long, perfectly suited to their average height of over 3 meters. They also carried a shovel-like tool made from the bones of sea creatures. I could see this moment. Cole suddenly pulled Luo Han aside with a mysterious demeanor, glancing around as if afraid someone might eavesdrop, which struck Luo Han as rather endearing. By the way, Hanji, my dad said he has something to discuss with us tonight at Shinya. He wants us to wait for him there. Uncle Wit, right? All right, I understand. Luo Han acknowledged. All right, prepare the tools. Let us head down. Uncle Kate's voice boomed, as resonant as ever. All set. The hunting team responded in unison. Uncle Kate declared, then let us descend. Subsequently, Uncle Kate and the hunters secured the rope to a specially designated stone pillar. Gripping one end of the vine while wielding a harpoon, they descended along the sheer rock face. Before long, the hunting team arrived at the base of the island, where the shallow beach, merely 1 meter deep, offered no solid footing. The seabed extended outward from the shallow beach in a breathtaking arc. Remarkably, the depth of the sea, just 10 kilometers from the 1 meter shallow beach, was only 10 meters, implying that the water beyond this distance reached an impressive 11 meters. Beyond the 10-kilometer mark, however, the seabed plunged into a sheer cliff, descending to depths of tens of thousands of meters, surrounded by various colossal marine creatures. Fortunately, sea salt was distributed within this 10-kilometer radius of the seabed. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge. The sea salt here was the result of the divine tree's desalination process, which expelled the salt into the ocean, where it accumulated to form blocks scattered across the seabed. Now, the hunters merely needed to submerge themselves to harvest it, albeit not without inherent risks. Dark green seagrass clung to the salt blocks and sandy rocks beneath the sea, rendering the water surrounding the island a murky green. This sight was slightly unsettling, yet the hunters appeared accustomed to it, and after firmly grasping their tools, they cautiously entered the water in pairs. They swam toward the 6-meter deep waters, where the salt was more abundant and easier to extract, yet correspondingly more perilous. Brother Ryan and the island's youths watched nervously at the dark green surface below, as if some dreadful beast were lurking beneath the waves. Luo Han also anxiously gazed downward. Although most of the hunters extracting sea salt were relatives of these children, over the years the island's inhabitants had cared for him as family, and he too regarded them as kin. The hunters paired up, with one responsible for extracting the sea salt while the other stood guard. Once the vine was filled with salt blocks, they would pull it back up with the assistance of Luo Han and the others stationed on the island. Then they would switch roles. One would harvest while the other kept watch. Time passed slowly in this tense atmosphere, with the hunters having completed nearly one rotation of the task. Only Uncle Kate remained afloat at the forefront. His gaze fixated intently on the waters below, as if his sight could penetrate the seabed itself. Suddenly, narrowing his eyes, he exclaimed, "Ah, here they come! Quite a few!" Uncle Kate's demeanor grew more composed. "Hey, you rascals, the little fish are approaching. Do not let these little pests near our harvesting partners." Uncle Kate's boisterous voice echoed. At that moment, the hunters also adopted serious expressions, bracing themselves for action on the island. Luo Han and the others were unaware of the specific danger. Yet upon witnessing the hunters' heightened vigilance, they too focused intently on the distant sea surface. Above, they were not only responsible for retrieving the filled salt blocks, but also served as a critical warning system for any impending danger. "Look out! The salty sharks are coming! Everyone, be alert!" Suddenly, someone shouted nearby. The salty shark is a species that relishes consuming salt, hence the islanders' moniker. Each time the hunting team extracted sea salt, they faced potential attacks from these sharks. With varying intensity, observing the situation, Luo Han thought to himself, "This time, it doesn't seem too severe. The hunting team should manage it." In the distance, a wave shaped like an arrow surged swiftly toward the hunters. "Quick, pull the rope. Alert the hunting team." Brother Ryan understood that the hunters had likely detected the salty sharks long before, yet he still issued a loud command to remind everyone to pull the rope. Luo Han quickly followed suit, tugging on the rope connected to the hunters. This action would warn them of the impending threat. Following the line of the rope, he noticed a large group of salty sharks swiftly approaching the hunting team. The salty sharks were comparable in size to great white sharks, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. While they appeared unremarkable, they were far more ferocious and ruthless than their earthly counterparts. Their bodies bore a dark green hue, making them even more difficult to detect in the murky waters. Only Luo Han and the others on the island could discern the movements of the sharks as they swam. After Luo Han and Cole's warnings, the hunters still submerged began to surface. They quickly aligned themselves in pairs, forming an arrowhead formation directed at the approaching salty sharks. Clearly, the hunters had already anticipated the arrival of the shark school. Facing the salty sharks, they tightened their grips on their harpoons and began to retreat cautiously. Uncle Kate floated at the rear, commanding the operation. "Everyone, pair up and cover each other," Uncle Kate urged, his gaze fixed intently on the still waters. "They're here, 30 to my right. Launch a direct attack. To the left, there are also 30, including one that measures 6 meters. Be vigilant and prepare to strike." Uncle Kate issued his commands with unwavering seriousness. The hunters on the right readied their arms, drawing back while tightening their grip on their 4-meter-long harpoons. The veins in their arms bulged with intensity, akin to springs compressed to their limits. At the very moment the salty sharks drew near, they lunged forward with their harpoons. Instantly, an array of invisible forces surged toward the group of salty sharks. Boom! The collision produced a series of explosive sounds as compressed air detonated between the salty sharks and the hunters. The sharks collided with an invisible barrier, scattering in disarray. Observing the retreating salty sharks, only faint traces of blood remained on their bodies, indicating that the hunters' previous assault had not inflicted any fatal damage. Thud! The left flank experienced a similar outcome, with the 6-meter-long salty shark cleaved in two by Uncle Kate's harpoon. Vivid red blood promptly spread through the water. The salty sharks hastily retreated toward the depths. Seemingly intimidated, cheers erupted from the island. Cole, the chubby boy, and the others raised their hands in triumphant exultation, as if they had personally driven away the salty sharks. Yet, Luo Han and Brother Ryan refrained from celebrating. For the salty sharks were not dispersing. Instead, they were rushing toward a singular direction with great haste. Clearly, something was compelling these salty sharks to remain, perhaps their king. On the hunter's side, they remained watchful of the school of salty sharks lingering a kilometer away. Suddenly, Uncle Kate's eyes narrowed. What a massive creature, at least 10 meters long. Furthermore, my observation hockey failed to detect this beast. Such remarkable stealth. He felt a surge of anxiety. This could become troublesome. We must retreat now. Uncle Kate instructed the team. The hunters responded in hushed tones, gradually swimming backward. Uncle Kate remained at the rear, safeguarding the hunters as they retreated while employing his observation haki to monitor the movements of the salty sharks. Just as the hunting team began to withdraw, a colossal wave surged toward them. Larger than any before it seemed that the prior attack had merely been a probe. The salty shark king had discerned the fleeing prey. It commanded the school of salty sharks to split into two groups, circumventing Uncle Kate and racing toward the rear. Their intent was to cut off the escape route and encircle the hunting team. Indeed, the salty shark king is orchestrating this. Uncle Kate mused anxiously. There's no time to waste. Gather around me, quickly. At this moment, the salty sharks were merely 10 meters away. Uncle Kate's gaze turned steely. He pivoted his body, raised his right hand, and gripped his harpoon tightly, thrusting it forward in rapid succession. Invisible forces shot forth, striking the cluster of salty sharks to the right. Blood and flesh erupted, and the waters became awash with crimson. The shark school halted, turning frantically toward Uncle Kate. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Beasts will always be beasts. Let us deal with this side first. Uncle Kate thought. However, trouble brewed on the left as, while Uncle Kate attacked the right flank, the left side simultaneously redirected its assault toward the hunters. The sheer number of attacking salty sharks overwhelmed the hunters in an instant, resulting in one of them losing a leg to a vicious bite. Others bore various injuries. This delay allowed the sharks on the right to pounce as well, plunging the situation into chaos. The hunters quickly huddled closer to the harpoon-wielding hunters, unleashed their weapons with remarkable speed, clashing violently against the menacing jaws of the saltwater shark. The ensuing white shockwave soared high into the air, visible even to Luo Han, standing 200 meters away on the island. Brother Ryan, too, anxiously observed Uncle Kate battling below, concern etched in his eyes. Cole and a few younger members of the team turned pale at the sight of a comrade's leg being severed. Remaining silent, merely biting their lips and fixating on the fierce confrontation below. With a swift thrust of his harpoon, another strike was launched towards a saltwater shark, resulting in a torrent of blood. Uncle Kate's assault saved a teammate on the brink of losing his head. Glancing around, he realized there were simply too many. More saltwater sharks were swimming in from the distance, likely summoned by the Shark King. Gazing at the Shark King lingering far away, he understood that they could not continue in this manner. Otherwise, the team would be overwhelmed. The only option was to eliminate the Shark King in that fleeting moment. Otherwise, with its intelligence, they would never have another chance. Uncle Kate closed his eyes, resolutely making up his mind. A tremor rippled through the air. Luo Han was taken aback. Below, the swarm of saltwater sharks abruptly ceased their assault, as if confronted by something terrifying. No matter how the Shark King called out, they remained motionless on the bloodied surface of the sea. Waves of tremors emanated from Uncle Kate, sending ripples across the water. Gripping his harpoon tightly, Uncle Kate assumed a stance akin to a punch, his right hand drawn back, firmly clutching the harpoon. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, accompanied by flickers of electricity in the surrounding air. This phenomenon, born from the void, could only arise from an exceptionally dense and powerful presence, creating tangible friction with the air that manifested as electric arcs. Witnessing this extraordinary version of Uncle Kate, Luo Han was left in awe of his formidable presence. It was clear that Uncle Kate did not possess the Conqueror's haki. If he did, how much stronger would he be? No wonder the Conqueror's haki could render the weak-willed unconscious. The scene shifted. With his power fully charged, Uncle Kate's gaze remained calm as he focused on the distant Shark King. Soon, the beast sensed something amiss. Its instinct for survival urged it to flee. Yet its intelligence held it back, leading to a moment of hesitation. But Uncle Kate would not waver. He unleashed his charged strike in an instant. Boom! A sonic boom echoed as a white river surged straight towards the Shark King, manifesting in its eyes with sheer terror. The white river pierced through the Shark King, plunging deep into the ocean, leaving a channel stretching over 10 kilometers across the vast sea surface. Splash, splash, with the death of the Shark King. The swarm of saltwater sharks scattered in panic, the surface of the sea gradually calming. Only the hunters stood, mouths agape, staring at the river before them, unable to close their jaws even after several moments had passed. still reeling from the shock of such overwhelming power. Enough of this foolishness. Return quickly, and get that unfortunate fellow, to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, it would be more than just a severed leg. Uncle Kate steadied himself, glaring at the group of dazed individuals, and bellowed, "Why are you still lingering? Are you waiting for the saltwater sharks to return? I can only muster this one strike. I'll one T be able to withstand another." Uncle Kate silently lamented. The hunters, filled with admiration for their leader, Uncle Kate, swiftly swam back towards the island, then climbed up the rope to the land above. I could see that moment. Luo Han and Cole also came to terms with Uncle Kate's spectacular display of power. They clung to the stone pillars, watching the hunters, especially Uncle Kate. Before long, Uncle Kate and the hunting team emerged. "Dad!" cried little Pharaoh, 12 years old, as he rushed to embrace the remaining leg of Uncle Ite. His face crumpled with tears, clearly having cried for quite some time. "It's all right. From now on, I can play with you more often," Uncle Ite said, ruffling his son's hair with a smile that held both regret and a hint of relief. Yet little Pharaoh continued to weep in Uncle Ite's embrace. "Quickly, help Ite with his wounds," Uncle Kate commanded. Nearby, the hunting team hastily gathered medicine and bandages to tend to Ite's injury. Watching this scene unfold, Luo Han felt a pang of bitterness. His yearning for strength intensified, akin to the unpredictability of tomorrow and the unforeseen. Only by wielding overwhelming power could one face any eventuality with composure. Uncle Kate cast a meaningful glance at Luo Han, who was deep in thought. Yao Yao instructed everyone to tend to their injuries, while the rest were to return the salt to the island's inhabitants. On the way back, Luo Han and Cole remained silent, needing time to process the events of the day. They soon reached Luo Han's doorstep, where he bid farewell to Cole before stepping inside. Grandma Mo was absent. She must be at the sacred tree square gathering resin. Returning to the inner cave, he lay on the stone bed, replaying the earlier scenes in his mind, the image of that white river strike vividly etched in his memory, as if it were unfolding before his eyes once more. Was that the move? A charged strike that obliterated everything in its path, coupled with the memories from his past life. Luo Han was certain that this was the legendary technique known only to the giants of the Giant Kingdom. Conqueror's Might, followed closely by the one wielded by Big Mom, Dominion. How could Uncle Kate have mastered Conqueror's Might? Where could he have learned it? Uncle Kate must have ventured out to sea to know. He must have set sail. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to learn such a technique. Sigh. What use is it to ponder so much? Even if Uncle Kate were willing to teach me, I wouldn't be able to practice it now. Today's events made that clear. Even he could only unleash a single strike of power. Today, Uncle Kate's final tremor caught Luo Han's attention with his observation hockey. Enough. The road ahead must be traversed step by step. My foundation is already quite solid that I possess a devil fruit suited for me, as well as a fish scale fruit to enhance my body. The groundwork for becoming a strong individual is already laid. It all depends on my future efforts, for the sake of beautiful women. No, it's for resolving the regrets of my past life. Rejuvenated with determination, Luo Han rose from the bed and began preparing dinner for the evening. After a flurry of activity, he steamed the fish cakes and cleaned the fish meat. When Grandma Mo returns, they can begin their meal. "Xiao Han, come, help Grandma fetch some fish cake powder," Grandma Mo's gentle voice called from outside the cave. He saw Grandma Mo carrying a large bag on her back and a smaller one in her hands. Luo Han rushed over to assist her with the smaller bag of fish cake powder. Supporting Grandma Mo, they returned to the stone table, placing the fish powder nearby. Before sitting down, he gently patted Grandma Mo's back, helping her catch her breath. Luo Han poured a bowl of water and handed it to Grandma Mo. "Grandma, rest for a moment. I'm cooking fish tonight. It will be ready soon," he said, adding salt and seasonings to the soup. Grandma's watching you cook," Grandma Mo replied. Watching Luo Han's busy figure, her thoughts drifted far away. Since the day he was born, Luo Han had been raised under her care. Grandma Mo understood that Luo Han was a little adult. Although he appeared quite sensible, he could still be very childlike at times. He was a child, yet so full of contradictions. Luo Han had always been quiet, never causing a fuss. Thus, the only one he grew close to was Cole, but that didn't mean his relationships with other peers were poor. They just interacted on a more casual level. never inquiring about his parents. Yet he was still able to show genuine concern for others. This was what made Grandma Mo feel particularly protective of Luo Han. As she pondered these thoughts, her gaze softened even more towards him. "Let us eat, Grandma." Luo Han lifted the fish pot onto the stone table, scooping some fish cakes into a bowl and handing it to Grandma Mo. "Ah, well then, listen." Grandma snapped back to reality, accepting the bowl. The gentle glow of the oil lamp illuminated the room as night fell. The aroma of fish filled the air, and the meal was delightful for both Luo Han and Grandma Mo. After dinner, Luo Han bid Grandma Mo farewell and made his way to Cole's house, where Uncle Wit and Cole had already finished their meal. Cole's mother, Lillian, was tidying up. "Little Luo Han, you're here again to find Cole to go to the island," Lillian said warmly, looking at Luo Han. She was a gentle woman, bringing a sense of calm. "Let us go, up to the island." Luo Han had yet to utter a word when Uncle Wei T's calm voice resonated. Simultaneously, they commenced their exit. Luo Han, with a resigned smile towards Aunt Lillian, followed Uncle Wei T alongside Cole. As they walked, Luo Han's gaze fell upon Uncle Wei T's right arm. An empty void from the very first moment Luo Han laid eyes on him. That hand had been absent. He could only wonder how it had been lost. The tall figure, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a towering mountain in motion. Luo Han sensed an aura of formidable power emanating from Uncle Wei Te, akin to that of Uncle Kai Te. Did they share some unique connection? It appeared that the night would unfold differently. Pondering deeply, Luo Han remained silent until they arrived at Qingya, where the three formed a triangle and sat down. Typically boisterous, Cole observed the grass in silence, while Luo Han turned his attention to Uncle Wei Te. "Luo Han, have you noticed any changes in your body?" Uncle Wei Te suddenly inquired with a serious gaze. Luo Han was taken aback. Could he be referring to the transformation effects of the fish scale fruit? Unsure, he replied, "No, I haven't noticed any changes. Perhaps my physical aptitude is just too lacking." That cannot be. Though the superhuman-type devil fruit is indeed unique, it should not yield no changes at all. Uncle Wei Te's probing gaze swept over Luo Han's form. Little Cole, tilting his head curiously, looked at his father, perplexed by the mention of some devil fruit. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Han felt a surge of astonishment. Uncle Wei Te was aware that he had consumed a devil fruit. It dawned on him that Uncle Wei Te and Uncle Kai Te must have ventured out to sea together and encountered devil fruits before it. In a wonder, he perceived a similar aura from Uncle Wei Te as he did from Uncle Kai Te. Returning to the moment, Luo Han realized that this meant Uncle Kai Te must have known about his consumption of the devil fruit all along. "Luo Han, I have something to say. But why then had he referred to it as a mutated fish scale fruit?" Luo Han was puzzled. Uncle Wei Te, with renewed seriousness, insisted, "Luo Han, you must be forthright with me. Do you feel any differences in your body?" Luo Han replied, "No, my body is not changed." Uncle Wei Te's expression dimmed instantly as he gazed silently at the sea. "However, my spirit may have undergone a transformation." Luo Han's voice rekindled a spark in Uncle Wei Te's eyes. "What kind of change?" A hint of his previously restrained aura seeped out, causing both Luo Han and Cole to feel an immense weight pressing down upon them, only for Uncle Wei Te to retract it and softly encourage. "Take your time." Luo Han continued, "I feel as if I can perceive numerous sounds, each transforming into a person, their auras manifesting as glimmers of light." This resembles the observation haki, does it not? Could it be that this superhuman-type devil fruit aids in awakening the powers of observation haki? That seems improbable. I've never heard of such a capability. Uncle Wei Te mused internally, while verbally asking, "Is there more?" Luo Han contemplated the potential for further abilities to develop in the future and resolved to share this with Uncle Wei Te, especially since he intended to learn about haki from both him and Uncle Kai Te. Feeling a surge of delight, Luo Han said, "Indeed, I sense that there is some power accumulating within my mind, though I cannot quite identify it." Uncle Wei Te erupted into laughter. To Luo Han's surprise, the usually stoic Uncle Wei Te was laughing. Was it because he had confirmed the authenticity of the devil fruit he consumed? Little Cole continued to inquire, "Why is the conversation between Dad and Brother Hans so strange? What with this devil and light?" Is this the reason Dad brought us to Chinya? Disregarding the matter, Cole resumed his playful tussle with the weeds. After Uncle Wei Tae's laughter subsided, he fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly lost in sorrowful thoughts, his brow furrowed. Luo Han, how well do you know your parents? Luo Han replied, I only know that they passed away shortly after my birth. Do you wish to hear their story? Uncle Wei Tae prompted that I do, was Luo Han's simple response, observing the melancholic expression upon Uncle Wei Tae's face. Luo Han inferred that his parents must have shared a significant bond with him and Uncle Kai Tae. Your parents' Uncle Wei Tae began reminiscing about events from 20 years prior. Luo Han and Cole listened intently. That was 20 years ago, when we were 18. It all began when we discovered a shipwrecked pirate vessel in our youth. Alongside your father, Vincent Carter, and Kevin Kai Tae, Uncle Kai Tae, we deciphered the various news articles using the pirate ship's newspaper and a news-reading bug. At that moment, it felt as if we had opened the door to a new world. From the newspapers, we learned of the vastness of the world, about the four seas, and that our Ring Tree Island lay upon the Grand Line. We also came to know the legend of the Pirate King. Only by traversing the Grand Line could one be crowned the Pirate King, that of course. We also became aware of the harsh realities beyond, battles between pirates and the Navy under the world government, as well as conflicts with the island's natives. With this knowledge, we were filled with a yearning for the outside world, alongside a fear of the unknown fate of Ring Tree Island that we trained relentlessly. Even pilfering the fish scale fruit upon our departure, as time passed, we grew increasingly powerful that by the time we turned 18, we could no longer suppress our ambitions. One moonless night, we refashioned the ship we once salvaged into a small vessel and set sail. Our luck was not particularly favorable. Shortly after departing, we were separated by the unpredictable weather of the latter half of the Grand Line during a storm. Thereafter, our fates diverged that I was washed ashore onto an island occupied by the Navy, where I subsequently joined their ranks. Thanks to having consumed 2 fish scale fruits, my physique was quite robust. I soon received an invitation from the Naval Academy at headquarters, where I spent 6 years. Thereafter, I set sail once more as a Navy major. For the next 2 years, I battled various pirates, eventually rising to the rank of Rear Admiral. It was during a pirate extermination mission that I encountered your father, Vincent Carter. That moment, I learned that he had been swept away by the storm and had joined the very pirate crew he was now part of. Recognizing his prowess, the pirate captain accepted your father as a combatant on board. In a manner akin to my own journey, your father swiftly rose through the ranks, becoming the head of the ship's combat division, effectively the third in command aboard. Due to my prior training at the naval headquarters, I was unaware that your father had become a pirate, and a notorious one at that, with a bounty of 300 million berries. When we met again upon the open sea, we were filled with joy. Despite our differing identities, we still remembered our initial intentions upon leaving Ring Tree Island. We merely sought to see the world, and in doing so, gain the strength to protect our homeland. The battle with your father's pirate crew concluded with mutual injuries, yet fortunately, neither of us was severely harmed. Afterward, I kept in touch with your father, seeking ways to locate Uncle Kai Tae, convinced he could not have come to harm, until an event transpired that united the three of us once more. The world government issued a command to the naval headquarters, instructing them to dispatch a rear admiral to a village in the giant kingdom to retrieve a devil fruit. Simultaneously, the captain of your father's pirate crew learned of this fruit's existence. At that time, your father and I were both weary of years of slaughter. Upon discovering the significance of this devil fruit to the world government, we decided to seize the opportunity to claim it. Both your father and I understood that it was time to vacate this cruel sea and return home, as the increasing number of pirates had begun to undermine the Navy's authority. We feared that one day Ring Tree Island might be discovered by pirates, leading to a calamity we were unwilling to confront. Subsequently, I willingly accepted this command. For over the years, I have been embroiled in the slaughter of pirates. The world government was also inclined to trust me, and thus I set forth towards the village of giants. Meanwhile, the pirate crew, led by your father, also commenced their journey to the same destination. We nearly arrived at the reception point of the giant village in tandem, located on the eastern coastline of the island, flanked by sheer rocky cliffs, a narrow path, merely 5 meters wide, was the only access to the village. Yet, at that moment, the reception point was deserted. The spies under the world government, having been brainwashed, would not deliberately miss their designated time. Something must have gone awry. As we awaited the spies of the world government. Naturally, there was no sign of the devil fruit either. For the time being, my crew and your father's crew maintained a semblance of peace. A fleeting glance exchanged between your father and me conveyed a mutual understanding. Wait for the opportunity. However, this tranquility was short-lived, as the thunderous sound of colossal footsteps echoed nearby, heralding the approach of two giants, in the distance. A spy from the world government, clutching a wooden crate, executed a combination of moonwalk and shave as he sped towards the sea like a released arrow. Just as he was about to reach the ocean, a resounding bako erupted, accompanied by a solid slash that surged forth like a torrential river, crashing between the warship and the pirate vessel. The crate containing the devil fruit was lifted by the wind, while the spy from the world government was reduced to ashes in the wake of that strike. That a figure, swift as lightning, suddenly appeared beside the giant, seizing the crate. The village of giants is not a place for you to wreak havoc, boomed a towering man, standing 5 meters tall, as he directed his laughter towards the warship and pirate ship, even sharing a secretive smile with me and your father. With our mastery over observation hockey, both your father and I promptly recognized each other. What followed was a chaotic melee, as, under our deliberate guidance, a three-way conflict erupted between the pirates, the Navy, and the giants. During the fray, your father and I communicated our plan to your Uncle Kate, the giant who had struck down the spy of the world government. He consented, expressing his desire to return home. However, he did not wish to harm the giants, so we resolved to slip away quietly. In the ensuing battle, we feigned combat together, allowing the giants to distract the pirates while I covertly ordered the Navy to retreat. Thus, we fought our way away from the reception point, arriving at the opposite side of the island. Subsequently, we felled a large tree to fashion a rudimentary raft and departed from the village of giants. Our journey home commenced. Yet, we underestimated the intelligence capabilities of the world government, unaware of how they had discerned that the three of us had set sail together. Soon, the relentless pursuit by the world government began. During this chase, your father and mother crossed paths on a picturesque island point. 5 months later, your mother discovered she was with child. We began to contemplate that we could no longer delay. Previously, we had feared implicating our homeland, the Ring Tree Island, which is why we had refrained from returning directly, instead wandering aimlessly. However, now we were compelled to make a choice. Thus, we set our course for Ring Tree Island, while the Navy and the world government's CP0 spies were also mobilized. The crate contained a devil fruit of formidable power that the world government would never allow to fall into the wrong hands. That fateful day, rain poured down, and the location was where the three of us had initially encountered a storm when we set sail. At that time, the world government deployed a type of toxic gas bomb, and your father, in a bid to shield us, was afflicted by the gas, while your mother fell victim in her attempt to save him. Just when despair loomed over us, a storm of equal magnitude to that of a decade ago suddenly materialized. The three of us, along with your mother, were swept into the sky, but fortunately, this time we held hands tightly. Refusing to let go, luck favored us. The storm propelled us back to Ring Tree Island, albeit we landed on the ocean floor. Exhausted, we then encountered the Salt Shark. Under normal circumstances, any one of us could have easily dealt with it. But we were utterly spent. Nevertheless, we gritted our teeth and swam towards Ring Tree Island. My right hand was a mere token compared to your father's life. After a fierce struggle, we finally returned to Ring Tree Island. The islanders did not blame us for the incident with the fish scale fruit from years past. Instead, they welcomed us and your mother with open arms. Subsequently, your mother gave birth to you after 4 months of perseverance, only to pass away shortly thereafter, and your father followed suit the next morning. In time, your Uncle Kate became the captain of the hunting team dedicated to training the members. Upon my return, I encountered Cole's mother, your Aunt Lillian. Soon after, we were together, and before long, Cole was born. The crate containing the devil fruit has remained in my possession all these years. Uncle Wit. That is the tale of your father and mother. Wait, is this not your own story? Luo-han remarked with disdain at Uncle Wit. Sighing, Luo-han gazed at the starry sky, his expression complex. This is the love that binds us through blood, is it not? Though I cannot repay you with filial piety, I shall carry this love to explore the world. Uncle Wit, you must be curious about the devil fruit in the crate. Yes? Cole looked at his father, his face brimming with curiosity. Luo-han feigned interest as well. Uncle Wit, the devil fruit is a treasure of the sea, each possessing a unique ability. Upon consumption, an individual gains this ability. However, one can only consume one devil fruit. Consuming more than one will lead to a fatal explosion of the body. Then what ability does the devil fruit in that crate possess, father? Cole eagerly sought the answer. Uncle Wit, in fact, there are two devil fruits in the crate. One belongs to the Zoan type, and the other to the Paramecia type, though we do not know the specific abilities, but they must be powerful. IC. Luo-han replied. Uncle Wit, why didn't you consume these two devil fruits back then? Perhaps if you had, you would have returned safely to that moment. Uncle Wit looked seriously at Luo-han and Cole. Luo-han and Cole, remember this well. Although eating a devil fruit grants special powers, it simultaneously curses one with the sea's wrath. Those who consume a devil fruit become powerless in the water, turning into landlubbers. This is why we dared not consume the devil fruit. If we had been pursued, we would have had no chance to escape by jumping into the sea. Just like that storm. Had we eaten the devil fruit, we would have faced a fate of sinking to the ocean floor. And neither of you would have existed. Therefore, you must be cautious not to fall into the sea. Luo-han, understood. Uncle Wit, Cole puzzled asked, what's wrong? I need to be careful. I haven't eaten any fruit. Uncle Wit cast a glance at Cole, and then retrieved two items from his ample robe. A fish scale fruit and a devil fruit. At that moment, Luo-han and Cole were captivated by the sight of the devil fruit, which was banana-shaped with large, gaping mouth-like patterns interwoven across its surface. That must be the other devil fruit from the crate. Uncle Wit, Luo-han, you now realize that the fruit you consumed earlier was indeed a devil fruit, not a fish scale fruit. You may be wondering why we are only presenting the devil fruit to you now. We had initially contemplated how to handle the devil fruits, intending to bestow them upon those deemed worthy. We wish for the individuals who consume these two devil fruits to protect our homeland. The Paramecia type is given to you, Luo-han, for your intelligence from a young age makes you well suited to develop its potential. As for the Zoan type, it is designated for Cole, as his physical prowess displayed after consuming the fish scale fruit is the strongest we have witnessed in over 20 years. Therefore, consuming the Zoan type devil fruit will enhance Cole's strength further. Cole appeared bewildered, realizing the fruit was intended for him. It seems Brother Han has also consumed a devil fruit. So, I shall too. The chubby Cole's thoughts were racing. Go ahead, Cole. You enjoy eating, do you not? Uncle Wit urged, holding the devil fruit towards Cole. Give it to me. Give it to me. The chubby boy exclaimed, gulping down the devil fruit in one go, chewing it. Luo-han watched as Cole's face shifted from green to pale, then to black. How amusing. What is this? It tastes awful. Father, you deceived me. Cole wailed, tears streaming down his cheeks. However, it is understandable. Luo-han was also moved to tears in the beginning to this moment. Uncle White handed over the fish scale fruit, which he had previously overlooked, to Luo-han. This is your fish scale fruit. Last time, Uncle Kate was merely joking with you. He specifically exchanged it from me, Uncle White said with a hint of helplessness. Luo-han accepted the fish scale fruit with delight. Possessing this fruit would allow his foundational abilities to match those of an average monster, and of course, he could not compare to the chubby one. That fellow's appetite had been growing increasingly larger, and his physique had also expanded significantly over the past few years, especially after consuming the fish scale fruit. It felt as though his size had increased dramatically within just 2 days. At this moment, a wild aura emanated from the little chubby Cole. Cole's form gradually morphed into a massive fish with a wide mouth, resembling a whale, complete with 2 large fins. Observing this fish, which measured over 100 meters in length, Luo-han couldn't help but liken it to the koan from the game advertisements of his previous life. Not to mention, this creature appeared to be floating. It seemed capable of flight as well. Legend spoke of the koan growing stronger merely by eating. To be honest, if that were true, it would indeed be quite suitable for Cole. Why then did he feel a twinge of jealousy? How bitter! Luo Han fell into deep contemplation. Quickly transform back, Cole. Uncle White urged Cole to revert. Otherwise, if such a large fish appears on the island and is seen by the islanders, it could lead to misunderstandings. Cole replied, "How do I turn back, Dad?" "I don't know how." A rough voice emerged. The very tone altered. Cole appeared somewhat flustered. Uncle White was also a bit anxious. What sort of devil fruit ability was this? Yet it should still be quite powerful, right? Uncle White quickly instructed, "Think of your original form and gradually control your transformation back." Cole followed the advice, slowly recalling his pudgy physique. I'm back to being chubby. Then the gigantic fish began to shrink back into Cole. "All right, that's enough for tonight. Starting tomorrow, you will undergo special training with me for 3 hours every afternoon," Uncle White declared before taking his leave. Luo Han and Cole exchanged glances, and instead of commencing their usual training, they lay on the green cliff, gazing at the stars. "Hangul, I think I'm feeling hungry," Cole remarked. "I thought you would say something about becoming stronger or more formidable. Instead, you're just hungry." "Never mind. There is too much to process from tonight. We need to head back and sort things out. Let us return, Cole." Afterward, Luo Han and Cole returned home in silence, arriving without incident. After a flurry of activity, that night, as Luo Han lay in bed, he reflected on the events of the day. First, Uncle Kate's outburst, followed by the news from Uncle White regarding his parents' situation. Luo Han perceived that the world of One Piece was far from the beautiful fantasy he had once envisioned while watching the anime. Or perhaps the beauty only belonged to the strong. This was indeed a realm for the powerful. The weak could only live in humility, alas. Now he had consumed the fish scale fruit. Should he focus on developing the devil fruit ability or prioritize refining his body? Or perhaps he should pursue both simultaneously. Let us leave it at that for now. He would observe Uncle White's special training tomorrow afternoon before making decisions. Time to sleep. He had a dreamless night. Sleeping soundly, which was a small benefit of the mind fruit ability. After having breakfast prepared by Grandma Mo, he followed the routine of gathering at the 9th Square for military boxing practice. Upon arriving at Uncle White's home, only Cole and Aunt Lillian were present. "You're here, little Luo Han. Time for morning practice, Cole." Aunt Lillian first addressed Luo Han, then turned to call Cole, observing Cole, who was still gnawing on a large piece of fish. Luo Han thought, with such an appetite, how could his body be anything but robust? "Let us go, Hangul," Cole said, his mouth full, speaking indistinctly. Standing up, he had indeed grown quite tall. After eating the devil fruit last night, he had noticeably increased in height overnight. The most admirable aspect was Aunt Lillian's consistently gentle demeanor, entirely devoid of surprise. It seemed that someone capable of subduing Uncle White upon his return was truly extraordinary. As they walked towards the 9th Square, Luo Han noted that Cole, now just 10 years old, had already reached 1.8 meters, while he himself stood at a mere 1.2 meters, unsure whether this was normal or not. Luo Han felt a pang of discomfort. Shaking off his thoughts, Luo Han and Cole arrived at the square. They could see this moment. All the suitable children from the island had gathered in the square. Brother Rain continued to organize everyone's positions, leading the morning exercises. With the sun rising, a new day of practice commenced, accompanied by the youthful yet resolute sounds of fists striking. This time, Luo Han truly felt Cole's transformation. During the boxing practice, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, permeating every inch. It was simply delightful. He felt as though every cell in his body was being revitalized. He felt no fatigue. Instead, he grew increasingly vigorous. As time passed in practice, Luo Han immersed himself in the boxing, momentarily forgetting everything else. He meticulously sensed his body. Perhaps due to the mind fruit ability, he could keenly perceive himself, that he could distinctly feel how his cells were gradually becoming tighter and more vigorous within such a short span. This visible enhancement was utterly captivating. For a moment, Luo Han found himself entranced. "All right, this morning's practice concludes here. Overtraining can be detrimental to the body." Brother Rain's voice pulled Luo Han back from his reverie. Stopping his movements, he realized that 3 hours had already elapsed without him noticing that he truly wished to continue practicing, as that invigorating feeling was simply too enchanting. At this moment, Brother Rain approached Luo Han. and the surrounding peers gazed at him with astonishment. Only Cole appeared puzzled, unsure why everyone was looking at Luo Han. Luo Han himself was equally bewildered. Luo Han, remember to practice boxing in moderation. You can only practice for 3 hours every morning, no more to if your body cannot keep up with the energy demands. Just look at your current state, Brother Rain advised. What is wrong with my body? Luo Han quickly raised his hand to inspect, his mouth agape. This was his hand. The bones and veins were clearly visible. Touching his face, it was the same. His entire body had slimmed down significantly, even though he felt as if every cell was thoroughly refreshed. How had it come to this? Looking at the others, it seemed he was the only one in this condition. Cole had appeared perfectly normal just yesterday. Brother Rain, what is happening? Luo Han asked hurriedly, while Cole anxiously looked at Brother Rain. Did you secretly practice boxing last night? After consuming the fish scale fruit, you cannot overexert yourself. The fruit's transformation process consumes energy, and each person has a daily energy limit. Once that limit is exceeded, the fish scale fruit will directly deplete from your body. At that point, your body cannot withstand the depletion, resulting in weight loss. Brother Rain explained loudly and clearly, also using the opportunity to remind the other children. But I didn't practice extra, did I? Luo Han queried. By the way, Brother Rain, when you practice boxing, do you ever feel that refreshing sensation coursing through your entire body? Luo Han asked with a curious tone. No, I just feel stronger or more toned after practice, Brother Rain replied. What you're describing sounds like an illusion brought on by the initial consumption of the fish scale fruit and the sudden enhancement it provides. No, what I experienced was genuine, Luo Han insisted, confident that his sensation was real. However, he chose not to argue further. After assuring Brother Rain that he wouldn't overtrain, he and Cole headed home together. On the way back, Cole glanced at Luo Han, hesitating several times before summoning the courage to speak. Hanga, how about this? I'll share half of my meat with you in the future. That way, you want to slim down like me? But I don't want to be like you, Luo Han replied, eyeing Cole, who had rounded out even more, shaking his head inwardly. That's fine, Cole. I'm good. I want to need to, Luo Han reassured him. I see Cole sighed in relief. Then I'll still be able to eat my fill, Cole thought to himself. The two figures, one large and one small, supported each other as they gradually faded from view. Upon returning home, Luo Han felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared Grandma Mo would notice his current appearance. If she saw him, it would surely sadden her. Luo Han did not wish to witness Grandma Mo's sorrow. Entering the house, fortunately, Grandma Mo had likely gone to grind fish cake flour that morning. Luo Han hurried to prepare lunch, making sure to cook a bit extra fish. By noon, Grandma Mo returned. Having dined in advance, Luo Han soon returned to his usual self. It must be said that the inhabitants of the world of One Piece possess remarkable physiques, whether one wishes to gain or lose weight. It appears quite simple. Merely a matter of eating or abstaining from food. After finishing lunch, under the watchful eye of Granny Mo, Luo Han and Cole set off with Uncle Vit toward the square on the first level of their home. Following the winding stone steps for half an hour, they finally arrived at the lower level. Interestingly, it was Luo Han's first visit to the lower level, and he found himself quite curious. The square of the divine tree at the first level lay adjacent to the lake's surface, with enormous tree roots adorned with ladders woven from vines, presumably to facilitate access to and from the water. Gazing deeper into the lake, one could see a radiant array of colors shimmering beneath the surface. The crystal-clear waters made the rainbow hues all the more enchanting, resembling a lake filled with diamonds of every color. This dreamlike scene was entirely different from what he had witnessed during the Fish Scale Fruit Festival. Previously, from a distance above, Luo Han had never paid attention to the lake, unaware that Ring Tree Island harbored such a magical place. What could be the source of those radiant colors? Luo Han had just used his observation haki to sense the movements below, curious about the creatures that might dwell within. Before long, upon reaching the square, Uncle Vit instructed Luo Han and Cole to wait there for a moment. After saying this, he joined the other uncles from the island in descending into the water. At that moment, Luo Han noticed something peculiar. Many of the people he rarely encountered were gathered here. Moreover, most of them bore visible injuries. Among them was Uncle Ite, who had lost a leg during the last salt harvesting expedition. It seemed this was a place where the island's injured residents came to work. Thinking to himself, Luo Han observed Cole, who had already sprawled out on the square, from Luo Han's vantage point. He could barely see above Cole's chest. How round he truly was. Time passed slowly. When Uncle Vit and the others returned, each of them emerged from the water with one or two peculiar fish, roughly a meter in length, resembling eels. The reason they were deemed special was the iridescent scales shimmering across their bodies. These were the very creatures Luo Han had sensed with his observation haki, those that radiated colors from within the lake. With a decisive motion, Uncle Vit placed the rainbow fish on a long table in the square, accompanied by various utensils, presumably for processing the fish. Luo Han, Cole, come over, he called. The two approached, unsure of what was expected of them. From today onward, you shall consume this fish until the transformation of the fish scale fruit is complete. These fish are scarce, and priority is typically given to those of you who have just ingested the fish scale fruit. Uncle Vid explained as he began to prepare the iridescent fish. He continued, the rainbow fish subsist on the moss that clings to the roots of the divine tree. The tree harbors wondrous energy, and consequently, the moss is imbued with high levels of energy as well. The rainbow fish, feasting upon this moss, concentrates this energy within themselves, causing their flesh to emanate a radiant glow. The rainbow fish and the fish scale fruit have always been the treasures of Ringtree Island. The island's inhabitants relied on these two treasures to strengthen their bodies and survive the harsh conditions of the island. That it wasn't until our ancestors derived the martial arts you practiced this morning from these treasures that the transformative abilities of the fish scale fruit were enhanced by the energy of the rainbow fish, greatly unlocking the potential of the human body. This enabled the residents of the island to establish their roots here, leading to a gradual increase in population. Thus, without the energy supplied by the rainbow fish, the transformative power of the fish scale fruit remains limited. I trust you now comprehend the rarity of the rainbow fish. We understand, Luo Han and Cole replied in unison, with Cole already having risen to his feet. Whenever food was involved, Cole would never miss out. Uncle, I see plenty of them in the lake. Why can't we catch more for everyone? Cole inquired, puzzled. Uncle Vid explained, the moss is actually the bark that the divine tree naturally sheds. It remains submerged in water, preventing it from falling off. Due to the divine tree's inherent magical energy, the moss forms and clings to the tree, siphoning nutrients and adversely affecting the tree's growth. The rainbow fish are responsible for clearing away this harmful moss. However, once the moss is depleted, the rainbow fish will turn to the tree's bark. Hence, those of us who have suffered injuries are tasked with diving into the water daily to guide the rainbow fish to the roots of the divine tree, where they must clear the moss, preventing them from devouring the tree's bark. Given the miraculous energy of the divine tree's transformative cells, the growth of the rainbow fish is relatively slow, but they are plentiful enough to meet your needs each day. This is also why you too, being users of devil fruits, are able to supplement your diets with the rainbow fish. Oh, that is how it is, Luo Han marveled. The divine tree was indeed extraordinary, living up to its title. From the transformative abilities of the fish scale fruit to the energy-providing capacity of the rainbow fish, and ultimately to the desalination of seawater, it perfectly formed an ecological cycle. It felt as though the rainbow fish and the island's inhabitants were like custodians appointed by the divine tree. Truly, a single tree sustains an entire society. Contemplating all this, Luo Han's yearning for the outside world deepened. The legendary Fishman Island beneath the sea, the floating sky islands, and the wondrous islands beset by lightning storms. He couldn't wait to grow up. All right, let's eat. Uncle Vit declared, having prepared the rainbow fish. He handed it directly to Luo Han and Cole. Do we eat it raw? Luo Han asked, coming back to his senses. Cole was already drooling. Ever since consuming the devil fruit, he felt an insatiable desire for meat, especially raw meat. Eating it raw allows for optimal energy absorption. Quickly, eat up. This is how everyone does it. Uncle Vit continued to prepare the rainbow fish meat, placing it into baskets before submerging them in the water, where the flesh of the rainbow fish revealed no trace of blood. No wonder Uncle Vit insisted we eat it raw. Soon, Luo Han and Cole began a feast. For Luo Han, it was truly a feast. Just half a rainbow fish was enough for him to feel at his limit. anymore, and he felt as though his body might burst with energy. Meanwhile, Cole devoured 2 whole fish and still felt unsated. What a monstrous physique! It seemed that Cole was the strongest being in the world of One Piece. Yet he had never been mentioned in the previous anime. Could it be that without me, Cole never set sail, thus fading into obscurity? No, such a formidable shield must accompany me. Having him aboard would provide a sense of security. Furthermore, Cole could fly, eliminating worries of storms capsizing the ship and sending people overboard. For a moment, Luo-han was lost in his fantasies. Right after eating, hurry over to this side of the square. Uncle Vit called to Luo-han and Cole. Proceeding to the other side of the square, the two quickly followed. There upon the roots on the opposite side of the square, they observed numerous white markings, yet none had broken skin. This was yet another marvel of the divine tree. The roots beneath the water were relatively fragile, but those above the surface were incredibly sturdy. Even ordinary hockey attacks could not breach the tree's bark. Luo-han and Cole approached either side of the square, watching Uncle Vit standing in the middle. For this special training, you are to attack me. Uncle Vit gestured. Give it your all. Come forth. Exchanging glances, Luo-han and Cole crouched slightly before leaping forward with surprising speed. Especially Cole, one could hardly fathom how his large, hefty frame could achieve such explosive velocity. However, to Uncle Vit, this was merely a modest display. As Luo-han and Cole drew nearer to Uncle Vit, fist poised to strike, he effortlessly sidestepped and grasped their arms as they swung. With a gentle flick, they were sent sprawling to the ground with a thud. Luo-han remained on the ground for a moment. The tree root was indeed quite hard, rubbing his shoulder where he had landed. He felt a twinge of pain. Cole, however, was impervious to such impacts. He flipped over and sprang back to his feet. This time, Cole was different. His muscles rippled with energy, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, he exuded a plume of white steam. With a sudden burst, he charged towards Uncle Vit, the sound of his movement resonating like an explosion in Luo-han's ears. The Cole's fist struck Uncle Vit's abdomen, sending forth a wave of invisible white energy rippling between them. Luo-han, how much longer will you remain there? Uncle Vit exclaimed, bracing against Cole's punch, his voice rising in irritation as he noticed Luo-han still on the ground. Do not squander the devil fruit that your parents risked their lives to procure for you. Luo-han's expression momentarily faltered. Rising to his feet, he adopted a serious demeanor. While one might not strive for the expectations of others, Luo-han realized that if he wished to venture into the seas in the future, he must grow stronger. Here comes Uncle White, he thought. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Luo-han clenched his fists and dashed toward Uncle White. That's the spirit, Uncle White exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Bang! Thud! Crash! Time slipped away in the rigorous training under Uncle White's guidance. The training persisted until nightfall, which could be described as enduring the relentless onslaught of Uncle White's iron fists. By the end, Luo-han was left in agony, his body marred with numerous bruises. The rainbow fish merely provided energy for prolonged training, but could not heal wounds. Only Cole appeared unaffected, absorbing the blows with an air of nonchalance. His injuries hardly visible. Uncle White's surprise was evident. Perhaps even he had not anticipated the formidable nature of that animal-type Kuin fruit, not to mention Cole's undeniable talent. After bidding farewell to Uncle White and the others, Luo-han and Cole made their way home. Upon arriving, Luo-han carefully stored the half of the rainbow fish that Uncle White had given him. Welcome back, Shao-han. Come and enjoy the fish cake. Grandma Mo called out upon seeing Luo-han's return. Sure, Grandma, Luo-han replied. You must be exhausted. Look at all those injuries. Grandma Mo approached, taking Luo-han's hand with tender concern. It's nothing. I consumed the fish scale fruit, and I'll be fine by tomorrow morning, Luo-han assured her softly. After dinner, as was customary, he headed to Chinya. Lying on the grass, Luo-han reflected on the significant impact of the afternoon's training. This morning, he had believed his body could effectively absorb the transformative powers of the fish scale fruit. However, it seemed that the excessive modification earlier was likely due to the influence of the mind fruit's abilities. The specifics of how the mind fruit affected him remained unclear. All he knew for certain was that his physical aptitude was severely lacking. Uncle White had advised him to focus on developing his devil fruit powers henceforth. Indeed, I have never been one to favor hand-to-hand combat. I am merely a mundane individual wishing to resolve conflicts from 10 kilometers away, ideally without physical contact. Luo Han chuckled at his self-deprecating thoughts. Wow, Brother Han, you're already here. Cole approached with heavy steps. Yes, Cole, come here. We won't be training tonight. Luo Han replied, still lying on the grass that, oh. Cole lay down beside Luo Han, gazing at the starry sky, pondering that tonight. Brother Han seems somewhat different. Cole, from now on, I must prioritize the development of my devil fruit abilities. Luo Han said with a hint of resignation. You witnessed today's training. I can no longer keep pace with you. Cole looked at Luo Han with confusion, unable to comprehend the connection to their training. Perhaps in Cole's eyes, Luo Han was still the capable sparring partner he had always been. Yet now, it was Cole who was effortlessly dominating the exchanges. Lost in his thoughts, Luo Han paid little attention to Cole, who was content to lie there, enjoying the stars in Cole's mind. As long as he was with Brother Han, it mattered little whether they trained or not. Luo Han counted the stars, recalling Uncle White's words at the conclusion of their training session. His physical talent was not merely subpar, it was inferior to that of ordinary children, making it feasible for him to bully the unmodified Cole, who was still somewhat clumsy. Typically, children on the island could consume an entire rainbow fish after eating the fish scale fruit, but Luo Han could barely manage half. In truth, today's training had seen Cole sparring with Uncle White, while Luo Han merely floundered, often being swiftly thrown back after only a moment of effort. Thus, he resolved to pursue the development of psychokinesis instead. Otherwise, he would truly have no hope of keeping up with Cole. There was even a chance that Cole would set sail, achieving fame and leaving behind a dazzling tale in the world of pirates, while he, this time traveler who fancied himself the protagonist, would fade into obscurity, never having left the island. The mere thought was terrifying. Returning to the development of psychokinesis, he needed to utilize the mind fruit's abilities to manifest this power. The first step was to understand the essence of the mind fruit's abilities. Regarding this, Luo Han had begun to form some conjectures. Ultimately, the mind is a form of idealistic power. It cannot directly enact changes in reality. Just because one wishes for another's demise does not mean they will perish. No, thoughts alone cannot kill. Action is required to bring about such an end. However, the mind fruit can transform the fantasy of killing through thought into a tangible ability. Luo Han termed this ability mind manifestation. This, he believed, was the most formidable aspect of the mind fruit. Yet, such conceptual abilities likely required numerous restrictions to be manifested. In Luo Han's view, the most challenging condition to fulfill was that the user of the mind fruit must genuinely believe, on a mental level, that such conceptual abilities exist. This might be a condition difficult for the inhabitants of the pirate world to achieve. After all, unlike a time traveler like himself, who transitioned from a three-dimensional reality to a two-dimensional anime world, Luo Han had come to accept the existence of various mental powers as real. Next, he needed to find a way to use the mind fruit's abilities to manifest psychokinesis, ideally devising a specific method for training, which would make the manifestation of psychokinesis somewhat easier. The moonlight illuminated the night, and the stars twinkled brilliantly. Both Luo Han and Cole lay on Xingya, each lost in their thoughts. Let us head back. Cole, Luo Han stood up from the grass, stretching his back. That I've found my path. Once I successfully develop my abilities, I will surely astonish you, he declared with a laugh. Okay, Brother Han, Cole said, wiping his mouth. Well then, let us head back to sleep. The following morning, Luo Han rose at dawn. Meditating, although he was uncertain of its effect on his fruit abilities, he believed it would be beneficial. Thus, he resolved to meditate for an hour every morning starting today. An hour passed swiftly, yielding little in terms of results. At the tea that moment, Grandma Mo had prepared breakfast, and after eating, Luo Han went to Cole's house to invite him to join for morning exercises at the square. At the square, Luo Han meticulously sensed the transformation of his body through the combination of the fish scale fruit and military boxing. He realized that the reason he had become so emaciated after practicing military boxing yesterday was due to the guidance of his mental abilities. Luo Han discovered yet another characteristic of the mind fruit. While it could not directly influence external reality, it could affect the physical form of the user. The most direct manifestation of this was the clear perception of changes within the user's body, even allowing for a degree of guidance. Luohan's excessive transformation yesterday was a result of the mind fruit's influence, accelerating the modification process of the fish scale fruit. In reality, the transformation from the fish scale fruit was gradual. Under normal circumstances, accompanied by the replenishment from the rainbow fish, it would take several years. Yet, under the guidance of the mind fruit, Luohan had completed what would typically take a year in just a single morning. Thus, as his body could not keep up with the energy, he was left to compensate physically. This time, Luohan refrained from allowing his mental abilities to instinctively guide the transformation of the fish scale fruit as he had yesterday. Instead, he consciously moderated the process, pausing when the energy expenditure was nearly depleted. Even so, he quickly completed the day as transformation quota. After stopping, he noticed that others were still training, with 2 hours remaining until the session's conclusion. Brother Rain, Luohan approached him, but I feel I've reached my limit. Any further training would lead to a repeat of yesterday. How could that be? Didn't you add extra practice yesterday, which caused this? Brother Rain paused. I'm just as helpless, Luohan replied, looking distressed. Yesterday afternoon, Uncle White mentioned that my physical talent is too lacking. Thus, I cannot train for long. Yes, that's so. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Brother Rain looked astonished. You may return for now. All right, then I'll take my leave. Luohan informed Cole before departing, and the others in the square watched him leave with puzzled expressions upon returning home. As it was still early, Grandma Mo had not yet returned. Luohan spotted a few logs meant for the fire, and picked up 2, pondering. Closing his eyes, he attempted to sense with Kinbunchika Haki. It appears that only Roger's observation Haki can perceive the sounds of inanimate objects, essentially their essence. Luohan pondered that the concept of telekinesis is a force exerted by one's will upon reality. To manifest such a force, the most crucial element is the will itself. In Luohan's perspective, if observation Haki could reach the level of listening to the voices of all things, then the materialization of will would become significantly easier. Clearly, even after consuming the mind fruit, awakening observation Haki, Luo's innate talent is rather lacking. Previously, Luohan believed his talent to be quite commendable, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. As a transmigrator, his golden finger merely consisted of reading a few novels and watching several anime. The system lacks even the merit of remarkable talent. Returning to the main topic, directly manifesting will is too vague and fraught with difficulty. Luohan had previously attempted to vigorously imagine the concept of telekinesis and then utilize the abilities of the mind fruit to construct telekinesis. However, he met with failure, always feeling that something was missing, or perhaps a pathway was obscured. Luohan believed that the manifestation of the mind might first require some characteristic of the ability to serve as a guide, thus increasing the likelihood of success in manifestation. Analyzing telekinesis, in Luohan's understanding, it can be divided into 2 types. The first involves a force formed by will acting upon an object, while the second, more aligned with Eastern philosophy, involves directly infusing will into an object, allowing it to become an extension of oneself, thus enabling exceptional control over it. Both forms of telekinesis share a prerequisite. The manifestation of will is paramount. Yet also the most challenging aspect. The first type of telekinesis includes an additional step, where the will generates a force. Luohan theorized that there must be a catalyst for this transformation. Finding such a catalyst would allow him to reverse engineer the manifestation of will. Yet, this catalyst is elusive. Conversely, the infusion of will into an object presented Luohan with a glimmer of inspiration. If the infused object becomes a part of the body, then knowledge of its shape should be inherent. Therefore, if Luohan could perceive the shape of the object through his mind, he could translate that perception into the concept of will within the abilities of the mind fruit for manifestation, thus bringing the will into existence. Having contemplated these thoughts, Luohan resolved to pursue both paths concurrently, regardless of which one bore fruit first. He prepared 2 wooden sticks of varying lengths, intending to combine the powers of his mind with observation Haki to feel the shape of the sticks, thereby honing his perceptual abilities regarding shapes. Yet he remained at a loss, uncertain of how to locate the catalyst for the formation of the will's force. Alas, Let us proceed step by step. The sun had risen high, signaling the time for lunch. Luohan busied himself skillfully preparing the meal. At noon, Shaohan, Grandma's back, came the cheerful voice of Grandma Mo as she entered to find Luohan had already prepared lunch. The meal is ready. Such a good boy. Grandma Mo beamed kindly. Let's eat. Grandma Mo. Luohan assisted her in taking a seat. After the meal, Luohan and Cole made their way to the first floor plaza. By then, only a few uncles remained in the plaza, having gone into the water. After sitting in the plaza for about half an hour, Uncle White emerged, followed by others. Yesterday, they all carried 1 or 2 rainbow fish. Come on, little Luohan and little Cole. We are eagerly awaiting your performance, chuckled a group of disabled uncles nearby, their laughter forming a unique sight. Sigh. While others engaged in sparring, only Luohan endured the blows. A sense of bitterness enveloped Luohan's heart. The familiar scene unfolded where Luohan struggled to keep up, having only a few moves before he faltered. Yesterday, he could occasionally coordinate with Cole's attacks to distract Uncle White. Now, Luohan could not even intervene. Any attempt to force his way in would result in being thrown out by the elder. Cole's talent made Luohan, who fancied himself the protagonist of a transmigration tale, envious. Luohan, you should focus on developing your fruit abilities on the sidelines. Uncle White recognized that Luohan had yet to meet the standards for special training in terms of fruit development. No one on the island can assist you. It's all up to you. All right, I understand, Uncle White, Luohan replied weakly. Next, Luohan took out 2 wooden sticks of differing sizes, closed his eyes, and combined observation hockey with the abilities of the mind fruit to sense the shape of the sticks. The author, having read novels for many years, gradually developed a concept of a fictional world in his mind and aspired to realize it. However, he had always lacked time until this pandemic prompted him to cast aside all apprehensions and bring this fictional world series to life. Thus, the first installment is a fanfiction of One Piece, fulfilling a long-held dream. This first installment can be considered a prologue in the author's fictional universe, containing elements that will connect with later works. Although the author is a novice, he is nonetheless an ambitious one. Haha. This first novel serves as a means to hone his writing skills, and he welcomes constructive writing suggestions from all. The novice author solemnly promises, this novel will reach its conclusion. How many words it will entail is beyond the novice's estimation, but he will complete the outline he has set. The second novel will unveil the true reason behind Luohan's transmigration, which will also serve as the core premise of the second novel. The author hopes that all discerning readers will show restraint and refrain from guessing the plot, for if they do, it may well be the author's last novel. After all, if you already know, the author will find little motivation to write the second installment. However, as long as the audience remains oblivious, regardless of the first installment's performance, the author will proceed with the second installment. Lastly, the author sincerely thanks all readers for their support and recommendations. He will diligently learn, improve his writing, and craft this novel well. Thank you. In the afternoon on Tree Island, the divine lake shimmered with rainbow hues, casting a mystical glow upon the divine tree, resembling a realm of immortals. In the first floor plaza, Cole and Uncle White continued their father-son sparring as their practice progressed. Cole's improvements were evident to the naked eye. Furthermore, Cole seemed endowed with an innate combat intuition, easily grasping fighting techniques. Combined with his astonishing physical prowess, he appeared to be on the rise as a future emperor. Returning to Luohan's side, the situation was difficult to articulate. What was little Luohan engaged in? Was it a unique form of training? Uncertain, Uncle White remarked that only intelligent individuals could effectively develop Luohan's devil fruit. Perhaps this is the method clever minds devise. Ha! A group of uncles looked on as Luohan sat in the plaza, eyes closed in meditation, engaging in lively discussions. Despite his closed eyes, Luohan, with his observation hockey activated, was aware of their chatter. Sigh. This is challenging. It seems to yield little effect. Observation hockey cannot perceive the essence of the wooden sticks, let alone their specific shapes. If only he possessed Roger's ability to listen to the voices of all things. After all, Roger once inscribed words identical to those on the historical stone tablet in Sky Island. This indicated that through his ability to hear the voices of all things, The stone tablet not only conveyed the meaning of history to Roger, but also its strokes and forms. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of assistance from Kazuki Oden. Thus, if Luo Han's observation haki could emulate Roger's, manifesting would be far simpler, preventing the current state of confusion, where he could only meditate in silence. This state persisted for 10 days. Luo Han remained unable to sense the dimensions of the two wooden sticks. He could not even perceive the sticks, and the prospect of discerning their shapes seemed endlessly distant. Luo Han felt a surge of urgency. Continuing in this manner was untenable. In comparison to Cole's progress, he could only feel envy. Meanwhile, in the first-floor plaza, two beasts, one large and one small, engaged in fierce combat every afternoon. The sounds of bang, bang, echoed continuously in the plaza. Cole must now stand at nearly 1.90 meters. The next 4 years should witness a rapid growth spurt, at which point he might catch up to Uncle White in height. "Keep going, Cole. Be faster and stronger." Uncle White's lion-like roar resonated, but soon after, with a resounding bang, Cole crashed onto the plaza floor. "Get up again." The sounds of heavy breathing spread across the plaza like the reverberations of a loudspeaker. This time, Cole did not rush again at Uncle White, instead preparing himself like a beast. Observing Cole's muscles rapidly contracting, akin to a compressed spring, it seemed he was accumulating power. Had he already grasped the techniques of his unique strength? Uncle White's smile widened. "My son's talent indeed surpasses mine. Ha ha! Come on, let me witness the sheer force." With a resounding thud, in the blink of an eye, Kuer appeared before Uncle White in Luo Han's gaze. At that moment, the speed of his muscles writhing reached its zenith, and the explosive power surged from Kuer's fist, crashing into Uncle White's abdomen. The sound echoed like a strike against steel, an invisible shockwave cascading from Uncle White, slamming into the distant divine tree, producing a sound akin to a sonic boom. The crowd in the square collectively gaped in astonishment. This attack! Could someone so young wield such power? It is utterly preposterous. Uncle White, who felt the impact most acutely, stood rooted in place, gazing at Kuer with an expression of unbounded anticipation. He hoped Luo Han would soon discover the path to his own strength. He glanced at Luo Han, whose face was a blend of shock and delight. Indeed, Uncle White held high hopes for Luo Han, eager to see how far he could develop the powers of the devil fruit. Turning back to Kuer, still caught up in the struggle, Uncle White declared, "That'll be all for today. Kuer, take a moment to truly feel the power you just unleashed." "Ha! Yes, Dad," Kuer panted, clearly having expended considerable energy with that last strike. "Kuer, you have done remarkably well. Indeed, to master such slashing techniques at such a tender age, you are bound to become a formidable warrior like Uncle White, perhaps even stronger." "Huh." The uncles in the square chuckled joyfully as they looked upon Kuer, who was seated on the ground. Luo Han also felt a surge of joy. He was thrilled for Kuer and elated that he had discovered a method to perceive the essence of thought manifestation. Upon witnessing Kuer execute a striking motion reminiscent of a slash, Luo Han realized that the essence of thought manifestation bore a striking resemblance to the invisible force emanating from Kuer's fist. Typically, when one strikes the air, aside from a motion of the hand creating airflow, there is no significant explosive force released. Yet when Kuer unleashed that external power, there must have been some essence mediating it. In contrast to the abstract concept of thought manifestation, Kuer's tangible striking power was far more accessible for Luo Han to perceive, as it was an undeniable reality before him. Moving forward, Luo Han had two avenues to sense this essence. First, he could observe Kuer's state while he executed this power. The advantage being he could commence immediately, though the drawback was that since it was not his own experience, success was not guaranteed. However, it was certainly a step up from his previous days of meditating in silence. The second option involved mastering this striking technique himself. Once Luo Han grasped it, the essence would naturally become perceptible to him. Yet, considering his physical talents, Luo Han could only console himself with the thought that he aspired to be a man capable of resolving battles from 10 kilometers away. "Hanga, how are you doing? Have you made any progress?" Kuer approached him with inquiry. Over the past few days, he had been aware that Luo Han was developing the capabilities of the mind fruit, seemingly attempting to visualize two wooden sticks. Kura was puzzled as to why one would need to visualize sticks to develop fruit abilities. In his view, consuming the fruit was all that was necessary. He. Luo Han responded with a somewhat ingratiating gaze. Huh, Han Go. What is up? Kura was slightly taken aback by Luo Han's demeanor. Luo Han replied, In the future, we shall practice together. You will demonstrate while I observe, as I wish to learn your technique of projecting power externally. Practicing together is impossible. It's a lifelong impossibility unless I surpass you. All right. Han Ge, I shall demonstrate for you right now. With that, Kura stood up, preparing to gather strength. Not now. Not yet. Luo Han called out to stop Kura, urging him to take a moment to rest. Let us leave it at that for today. We will begin anew tomorrow. After you practice with Uncle White and rest, simply demonstrate that power technique once more for me to perceive. Given Kura's current physique, such a powerful technique was still quite taxing. Once a day was sufficient for perception. In the future, as Kura grew stronger, he could afford to practice more frequently. All right then, I'm a bit hungry. Han Ge, shall we return for a meal? Sure, let us head back. After bidding farewell to Uncle White and the other uncles, Luo Han, carrying the rainbow fish for the evening, returned alongside Kura in the days that followed. Luo Han diligently practiced both methods to cultivate two distinct aspects of mental manifestation. Time, as always, slipped by unnoticed. 3 years passed, and Ring Tree Island remained largely unchanged. The islanders continued to live their lives in tranquility. The only constant was the passage of time, as both Luo Han and Kura had now reached the age of 13. Additionally, Brother Lane had joined the hunting team a year prior, and Uncle White had taken on a few more injured uncles and brothers. Since establishing the training method for manifesting thought power, Luo Han had indeed felt a progression in his mental capabilities. It was a unique sensation, akin to the mind fruit guiding him to manifest thought power. Once again, it was time for Uncle White's special training, and currently, it was Kura's turn to train, leaving Luo Han feeling somewhat despondent on the first level of the square. Luo Han, like everyone else, was wholly captivated by the intense battle between Uncle White and his son. The sound of rushing air from rapid movements and the explosive sounds of swift strikes intertwined, signaling that the battle had reached a superhuman level. Today marked the final special training session for Kura and Uncle White. Over the past 3 years, Uncle White had imparted all 6 styles learned from the Navy to Kura. Kura's innate talent was indeed extraordinary, mastering them all within a year. Hence, there was little left to teach. The rest depended on Kura's future training. Further practice would yield minimal results, and the transformation ability of the fish scale fruit had concluded over the past 3 years. In the future, Kura merely needed to gradually hone his physique to grow stronger. Now, Kura stood a towering 3 meters tall, though his physique remained rather portly, resembling a mountain of flesh. The remarkable aspect of his stature was that, despite his bulk, Kura could adeptly control his muscles. This resulted in rapid bursts of speed, coupled with immense striking power, making only Uncle White and Uncle Kate capable of withstanding his might. Throughout these years, Uncle Kate had frequently visited to guide Kura's training. As Luo Han observed the battle between Uncle White and Kura, he reflected on his own progress over the past 3 years. Alas, while others advanced, Luo Han had achieved little beyond depleting the transformation abilities of the fish scale fruit over the last 2 years. Uncle White and Uncle Kate shared a sense of bewilderment regarding Luo Han's lack of progress. Regardless of the devil fruit, there should have been some form of change. Yet for Luo Han, aside from the initial awakening of observation haki, there had been no further developments. They had noticed Luo Han engaging in some peculiar training methods. Yet 3 years had passed with no tangible results, if not for his initial awakening of observation haki. Confirming that Luo Han was capable of utilizing the fruit's abilities, they would doubt his suitability for this particular devil fruit. Now, however, they were beginning to waver in their belief that Luo Han could effectively develop this superhuman devil fruit. There was another matter causing Uncle White and the others great concern. Luo Han's height had plateaued at 1.80 meters. Meanwhile, others had surged to over 2.50 meters following the transformation from the fish scale fruit. Luo Han had taken a year to grow from 1.30 meters to 1.80 meters. And thereafter, he had stagnated. Sigh. Uncle White and the others could only hope that Luo Han would swiftly develop his fruit abilities. Yet Luo Han himself was somewhat content with his height, having come from Earth. He preferred not to be excessively tall, finding normalcy sufficient. However, he felt somewhat disheartened by the transformation abilities of the fish scale fruit, which had not yielded remarkable results, while it did enhance Luo Han's physical talents. The increase in physical strength was minimal. The sole source of consolation lay in the essence of thought manifestation. Luo Han was nearing the ability to sense it. Thankfully, with Koto's assistance, he could keenly feel the moment when that power surged forth from his fist, transforming his physical strength into an invisible force. Luo Han silently expressed his gratitude towards Koto. With a resounding crash, the battle concluded. Luo Han returned his focus, observing as Koto and Uncle White came to a halt. He approached them, saying, "Koto, you performed excellently. Moving forward, you must diligently train on your own and not squander your talent and that devil fruit." Uncle White gazed proudly at Cole, deeply satisfied with his son. If he continues to make such progress, he should be able to reach the rank of admiral in the future. From now on, focus on honing your devil fruit abilities. Cole gradually calmed his breath and replied, "Understood, Dad. Han-go will help me." Upon hearing this, Uncle White cast a complex glance at Luo Han. Luo Han felt a bit awkward. "Luo Han, no one can assist you with your devil fruit abilities. You must rely solely on your own development." Uncle White was somewhat troubled, as he had little knowledge on how to cultivate such powers at AS for combat techniques. "We'll have to wait a year until you consume another fish scale fruit and see if your physical strength can keep pace. I am contemplating whether to teach you the 6 styles. Yes, I will diligently develop my devil fruit powers. I feel I'm close to a breakthrough." Luo Han replied confidently. "Really? Han-go? That's wonderful." "Ha ha!" Cole exclaimed joyfully, knowing that Han-go had been diligently developing his abilities over the past 3 years. "I assure you, when the time comes, I will astonish you all." Luo Han laughed. Afterward, Uncle White busied himself, and the other uncles in the square began to disperse, leaving only Luo Han and Cole. "Come on, Cole." "All right." Luo Han closed his eyes and stood beside Cole. Cole assumed a fighting stance, tightening his fists and then delivering a powerful punch. An invisible wave of energy surged forth in a cylindrical shape, distorting the air along its path and creating a visible shockwave that surged ahead. The moment Cole struck the air, it seemed as if the air had solidified, unleashing a burst of energy. "Still like this? I can't perceive what is causing the air to solidify." "How was that, Han-go?" Cole inquired after retracting his fist. "Almost there, but I can feel it should be soon," Luo Han replied, shaking his head. "Just a bit more energy." After resting for a moment, Cole delivered another punch for Luo Han to sense, then took another break before striking again. Cole, with his Zoan-type devil fruit's extraordinary recovery ability, was now capable of executing this attack multiple times, allowing Luo Han's training time for perception to extend until sunset. After sensing Cole's strikes once more, the sun began to dip below the horizon, signaling the end of their training, and they started their journey home. This time, there was no need to carry the rainbow fish, as it had become ineffective for modifications. Luo Han had not consumed it for the past 2 years. Cole had only recently ceased doing so. Upon returning home, Grandma Mo had already prepared dinner. During this period, with the lengthening training hours, Grandma Mo took to cooking every evening, ready for Luo Han's return. "Did you make progress today, little Luo Han?" Grandma Mo asked as always. "Yes, every day Luo Han replied with a smile. He then happily enjoyed dinner with Grandma Mo. That night, the bright night sky reflected on the vast sea surface, and standing on the cliff, it felt as if he possessed the entire universe. Each time he beheld such beauty, Luo Han's longing for the outside world intensified, yearning to explore this wondrous realm. "Soon, in 5 years, I will turn 18 and be able to set sail." Luo Han murmured to himself, "Why then? I should have manifested my psychokinesis. No, that's too late. I must materialize it before the next fish scale festival. This way, I will have enough time to enhance my psychokinesis." "Han-go, why are you here first?" At that moment, Cole approached with steady steps. Cole's plump physique resembled that of Kingpin from Marvel Comics in his past life. With robust thighs, unlike the typical short legs found in the pirate world, "I wanted to come up and think about some things and ponder how to develop your devil fruit abilities." Luo Han casually waved at Cole. Helping Cole develop his devil fruit powers seemed simple tonight. Just eat more meat. Cole, do you remember what you most wanted to do after consuming the devil fruit? Luo Han asked. Generally speaking, upon eating a devil fruit, it ignites the most primal desires. Eat meat. Cole answered quickly. Oh. No hesitation at all. Indeed, this devil fruit suits Cole perfectly. Exactly. To develop your devil fruit powers, eating meat is essential. Luo Han affirmed. Of course. The larger and higher quality the meat, the better for you. Really? That is fantastic. I won't have to do what Hanga does and close my eyes to look at wooden planks. Cole said cheerfully. Luo Han felt a pang of sadness. I don't want to close my eyes and look at wooden planks either. Strangely, despite using observation hockey combined with his mental abilities to sense the wooden planks for 3 years, he hadn't made a single bit of progress. Well, not entirely true. At least his observation hockey had significantly improved, but he still couldn't perceive the shape of the wooden planks. Hanga. Are you going to teach me observation hockey again tonight? Cole inquired. Ever since 2 years ago, when Cole's combat skills reached a certain level, Luo Han had been training him in the awakening of observation hockey every evening. Much like Rayleigh training Luffy that we must practice, without observation hockey, it will be a disadvantage when we set sail, Luo Han said, leading Cole down the cliff to the island's peak. Cole, tonight we will do something special. My speed has been too slow, while your physical attributes are remarkably strong, that my movements lack surprise, and with the paper drawing of the 6 styles, you can easily evade my attacks. That is why your observation hockey has been difficult to awaken. Cole looked at Luo Han with wide eyes, waiting for more let us be direct. I won't explain these things to Cole anymore, let's keep him as an innocent youth. All right, tonight, transform into a complete Kun using your devil fruit. Then I will attack you with stones from a distance, and you just need to dodge. Luo Han instructed Cole. Then Cole began to transform. Speaking of which, Luo Han envied that transformation ability, especially Cole's Kun fruit. It had been a long time since he had seen Cole transform using his devil fruit powers. It seemed he had transformed only once at the start. He wondered if this time he would grow larger. He felt a twinge of anticipation. Bam, bam, bam. It seemed Cole was having some trouble. Cole, what are you doing? Are you transforming? Do you need to shout a slogan to transform? Watching Cole struggle without success, Luo Han felt a wave of frustration. How about we shout a slogan? Luo Han suggested tentatively that a slogan. Hanga. Let me think. Let us go with this. Repeat after me. Kun fruit, transform. Luo Han declared. Soon, he watched as Cole shouted, his muscles trembling. Luo Han felt a sense of trepidation and quickly called for a halt. All right, Cole, stop. Let us try a different approach. Seeing Cole stop, Luo Han secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. What was happening? Animal-type devil fruit users couldn't transform? He had never heard of such a thing. A series of question marks filled Luo Han's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Cole, how did you transform a first time? Do you remember? Cole, now visibly flustered, scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. I don't know. I knew it. This guy has never communicated about the powers of the devil fruit. He might not even know what devil fruit he consumed. Uncle White had evidently not thought this through, preventing Cole from using his abilities during training. Cole, do you remember which devil fruit you ate? Cole tilted his head, looking at Luo Han, clearly seeking clarification. Sighing and rubbing his forehead, Luo Han thought, what devil fruit could it be? You were just shouting the slogan so enthusiastically. You ate the Kun fruit, which allows you to transform into a Kun, a very large flying fish. Luo Han explained patiently to Cole. Cole exclaimed, so they're flying fish. Luo Han replied, your focus is off. It's not that they're flying fish. It's that you are the flying fish because of your devil fruit ability, which means you are a Kun. Luo Han almost got led astray by Cole. He hadn't noticed this before. What was up with Cole today? Acting so adorably clueless. Cole, think carefully about the taste of the devil fruit when you first ate it. That flavor should be unforgettable. Luo Han continued to prompt that, I remember now. Hanga. At this moment, Cole finally recalled that taste which he still found difficult to accept. He began to reminisce about the sensations of that fateful night, gradually communicating with the powers of the devil fruit within him. Subsequently, Cole started to transform into the form of a Kun, growing larger and larger, that a fierce gust of wind swept through, forcing his eyes shut. It took a while before he could finally open them. Before him loomed a koan, 300 meters in length and with a wingspan of 200 meters, floating in the void. Its massive jaws dominated its head. Lined with a multitude of teeth akin to those of a shark, the creature's ebony skin was adorned with deep blue stripes, lending it an air of mystery. Hongo, can we now train to develop our observation haki? With Cole's voice echoing, saliva sprayed from his mouth, drenching Luo Han. Faced with this colossal entity, Luo Han trembled before Cole's gaping MWIT was terrifying. The vast open mouth, with its countless teeth, seemed to stretch infinitely. Perhaps you should revert to your original form. Your current size renders training ineffective. Luo Han removed his clothes, realizing he would need to bathe after being drenched in saliva. Moreover, in this form, it's rather inconvenient. Let us devise another training method tomorrow. Luo Han glanced at his body, reeking of the foul odor. I could see that moment. Thud! Thud! Two sounds echoed as Uncle Vitter and Uncle Kate arrived at the island's summit, their expressions reflecting shock upon witnessing Cole. They had initially been resting at home, but felt a powerful aura emanating from the island's peak, leading them to believe that the Sea Kings had surfaced and that Luo Han and Cole might be in danger. They hurried over, only to find a massive fish floating in the air, a manifestation of Cole's devil fruit powers. Exchanging glances, Uncle Vitter and Uncle Kate smiled proudly. Their initial decision had proven correct. Cole would undoubtedly safeguard Honshu Island in this cruel world. All right, Cole, revert to your normal form. You might frighten the island's inhabitants. After I explain everything to everyone tomorrow, you can train with your devil fruit abilities. Uncle Vitter called out to Cole. The reason they had initially refrained from allowing Cole to train with his devil fruit powers was due to tales from their time at the Navy headquarters, which suggested that those who consumed a devil fruit would be affected by its powers as they developed at that time. Cole was still young, and Uncle Vitter wished to protect him from any uncertain influences, cautioning him against using his devil fruit abilities. Cole noticed his father and Uncle Kate's arrival, and upon hearing Uncle Vitter's words, he gradually transformed back. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten how to control his reversion. It seemed this night had reached its conclusion. He would need to persist in honing his telekinetic abilities. Cole's transformations were increasingly formidable. After morphing into such an immense creature, reverting to human form made him appear so diminutive. It was no wonder that in the future, the four emperors would regard Kaido as the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky. Speaking of which, Luo Han was reminded of 3 years ago when he learned from Uncle Kate during the inquiry at Xingya that the future Pirate King, Roger, had yet to set sail. At present, he did not exist in the vast ocean. Returning to the topic at hand, such a grand dragon-like form transforming back into a human body can find such immense power within a small frame, inevitably resulting in formidable defenses, complemented by the terrifying regenerative abilities following awakening. Indeed, the title of the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky was well-deserved, contemplating the possibility of Cole evolving into such a monstrous powerhouse in the future. Luo Han's desire to master telekinesis intensified. This world belonged to the strong. Only the strong could live freely. Luo Han merely wished to live with a touch more freedom. The following day, as the sun rose, a mundane day began on Honshu Island. After finishing breakfast, Luo Han and Cole ascended to the peak of the island. Meanwhile, on the other side of the summit, Uncle Kate's hunting team had already commenced their training. With Uncle Vitter's special training concluding, Luo Han had arranged a practice with Cole that morning. Let us begin, Cole. Continue attacking into the distance. Luo Han activated his observation haki, while Cole prepared to strike. This time, the sensation felt distinctly different. A lethal aura, reminiscent of a beast, emerged within Luo Han's perception, and soon after, a mysterious energy enveloped Cole. As Cole swung his fist, this enigmatic energy coalesced around it. At the moment of impact, this mysterious force erupted forth, causing the air around his fist to come alive, transforming into a tangible force. Ikati felt as though the punch encountered some form of resistance. Yet all of Cole's strength found an outlet, surging forth in an instant. The punch, akin to a slicing blow, created a shockwave, distinct from the understanding required by a swordsman to grasp the breadth of all things. Cole's punches seemed to demand an understanding of the mysterious energy within his body. Once Luohan comprehended this enigmatic force, he too could unleash such a strike. The experience unfolded smoothly. Luohan sensed the mysterious energy that solidified the air. In truth, he had sensed this energy before, yet had never paid a heed. 3 years prior, when Luohan had just consumed the devil fruit, Uncle Kate had utilized the secret technique of the giant kingdom. Dominion, while harvesting salt from the seabed, that time. The area around Uncle Kate was alive with electric sparks, a manifestation of the immense aura interacting with the air. This aura was a reflection of one's will. Whether it was Uncle Kate or Cole, when their attacks were infused with intention, the power they unleashed could extend outward, creating a shockwave. This ability to influence reality through what was remarkably akin to the power of thought. After contemplating these revelations, Luohan was ready to begin materializing his thoughts. Immersed in the manifestation of his mind, Luohan exuded an ethereal presence, as if he were a being unbound by the constraints of reality. Observing Luohan's unusual state, Cole sensed that this time, Luohan was likely to succeed, prompting him to sit nearby and protect Luohan from any disturbances. At this moment, Luohan's consciousness traveled along the pathways of his mind. It felt as though years passed in mere moments, until Luohan's awareness finally arrived in a world devoid of color and taste, a space seemingly without distance, perpetually in motion. As Luohan arrived, the surrounding space appeared to find its master, ceasing its flow. With a mere thought, Luohan could manipulate the space around him at will. A profound realization resonated within him. This was the realm of thought manifestation, where henceforth, any movement of Luohan's thoughts would lead to the creation of telekinetic effects in the real world. He never expected telekinesis to originate in such a manner. Luohan. Luohan. The urgent calls of Cole echoed in his ears. Luohan. You finally awakened. If you hadn't, I would have interrupted you. With that, Luohan opened his eyes to find Cole in tears. What happened? He glanced at his emaciated frame. Had he truly been unconscious for an extended period? Cole, how long was I unresponsive? Upon awakening, Luohan felt as if only a short time had passed, yet his body told a different story. Cole, with tears glistening in his eyes, slowly recounted, Hangu, I saw you enter a tranquil state, and I thought you were about to materialize your telekinesis, so I sat nearby to protect you. Then you began to grow thinner, and I was so frightened. I didn't know what to do. As you grew skinnier, I kept calling your name, and just as I was about to interrupt, you suddenly awakened. Cole had yet to recover from his weeping state, and Luohan felt a surge of emotion, reminiscing about their childhood companionship. That, I'm fine now. Stop crying. Let me show you what my telekinesis looks like. Luohan stood up, addressing Cole, with a mere thought. Cole was lifted by an invisible force, floating in mid-air. How marvelous! Hangu! Cole twisted and turned in the air, yet remained suspended, as if enveloped by an unseen force that did not hinder his movements. Luohan smiled and closed his eyes. In an instant, the world unfolded in a wondrous state within his mind. The observation haki allowed him to perceive the forms, colors, temperatures, and auras of his surroundings, a synthesis of the human senses and the observation haki. In that fleeting moment of thought manifestation, Luohan, having practiced his observation haki in conjunction with the perception of the wooden strip for 3 years, achieved a breakthrough as the two became one, forming his unique observation haki, which he termed divine consciousness. Coupled with telekinesis, Luohan could now freely unleash telekinetic effects within the realm of his divine consciousness, mastering the harmonious convergence of heart and intention. Of intention and strength. Cole, would you like to experience the sensation of rapid flight? Luohan gazed at Cole with confidence. Absolutely. Cole nodded vigorously. Enveloped in a psychic aura, the wind pressure was deftly repelled. Whoosh! In an instant, Luohan and Kier departed from Qingya, soaring into the sky. They traversed a distance of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, and Luohan felt an exhilarating potential for even greater speed. As he floated in the air, he gazed down upon the ring tree island, experiencing a unique perspective he had never encountered before. Wow, this is incredible. Hangu, Kier exclaimed, also admiring the view of Ring Tree Island below. Hangu, I wish to transform and fly on my own. Although the psychic force was light, Kier longed for the freedom of self-propulsion. Luo Han replied, all right, go ahead and transform. I will dissipate the psychic aura once you're done. Soon after, Kier began his transformation, and in a moment, a massive 300-meter koan emerged before Luo Han's eyes. Come, let us glide through the skies, Luo Han commanded as he withdrew the psychic force from Kier. The fierce winds howled at an altitude of 1,000 meters, prompting the hunters on the island to look up in awe. They beheld Kier, transformed into a koan, soaring through the clouds, with a tiny figure trailing beside him. Luo Han. Wow, this is Kier's Zoan-type devil fruit. Truly a formidable fruit, exclaimed the spectators. Little Luo Han had finally discovered his path to becoming a powerhouse. Haha! The hunters buzzed with excitement as they watched the two flying above. Meanwhile, Ryan gazed enviously at the sky, wishing he too could possess a devil fruit. And no need to envy. Everyone has their own path. Devil fruits can only unleash their true potential in the hands of those suited for them. Just look at Luo Han. Despite his peculiar training methods, some might think that the Paramecia devil fruit should not have been granted to him. After all, his physical aptitude pales in comparison to Kier's notable prowess. Yet now, Luo Han is soaring through the air at high speeds. Uncle Kate observed Luo Han's swift flight, affirming the correctness of his developmental approach to the devil fruit. If it were you all, you might not even grasp the fruit's ability. Ryan, you too have your own journey. Do not lose heart, Uncle Kate encouraged, patting Ryan's shoulder, gazing skyward with a sense of reflection. Carter, your child has set sail. After a brief frolic in the skies, Luo Han and Kier returned to the island, cautious not to stray too far lest they lose their way. Upon landing, Luo Han paused, momentarily recalling the excitement of flight, only to realize his physical state. He was famished. Kier, I'm heading to find your father for a rainbow fish. I am utterly starved. Without waiting for Kier's response, Luo Han swiftly flew toward the first tier of the island. Upon reaching the first tier, he found Uncle Wit there. Uncle Wit, I'm famished. I need a rainbow fish to replenish my energy, Luo Han exclaimed urgently. Come here, I have a few right here. Let me prepare them. Uncle Wit responded, rising from the table. Moments later, after processing the fish, Luo Han eagerly devoured a rainbow fish, his body rapidly restoring to its normal state. As though he were an inflatable doll, it seemed he had truly expended an extraordinary amount of energy this time. Ordinarily, he couldn't finish even one. Congratulations, young Luo Han. You have not disappointed the expectations placed upon you, Uncle Wit remarked, having clearly noted the earlier spectacle in the sky. Luo Han smiled foolishly. Indeed, I have not let down everyone's hopes. All right, you may go back now, Uncle Wit said with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries with Uncle Wit and the others amidst their cheers, Luo Han slowly ascended towards his home on the 9th tier, eager to share his triumph with the one person he cherished most. Upon swiftly returning home, Luo Han spotted Grandma Emma bustling about preparing lunch. He came to an abrupt halt, overwhelmed by a wave of happiness. Lacking parental companionship in his youth, and having matured early, Luo Han often felt a profound solitude. It was Grandma Emma's tenderness that had helped him navigate the early fears of this harsh, lonely world, providing a sense of familial warmth in that moment. Luo Han found his composure, calmly approaching Grandma Emma. Grandma, I'm back. Grandma turned in surprise and smiled. Little Han, why are you back so soon? Grandma, I successfully manifested my psychic power, Luo Han said with a smile, taking the stone pot from Grandma Emma's hands. Really? That's wonderful, Little Han. Grandma Emma, though not overly verbose, spoke with genuine sincerity, truly delighted for Luo Han's achievement. Life resumed its ordinary rhythm thereafter. There were no grand joys or sorrows, only the essence of the mundane. Having consumed the rainbow fish, Luo Han was no longer hungry, but chose to accompany Grandma Emma until the meal was finished. Afterwards, he ventured alone to the summit of the island. In that moment, he He took the time to reflect on his recent gains. It could be said that this breakthrough had granted him the qualification to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Luo Han discovered that when employing psychic power, it consumed almost no physical stamina, provided he did not exceed his current limits. The limits were dictated by the extent of his mental connection to the realm of the mind, influencing the range of his psychic abilities. Thus, Luo Han could wield his psychic power as an offensive measure until his body succumbed to fatigue. For reasons unknown, it seemed that aside from the initial exertion of mental energy to manifest his psychic abilities, which drained considerable stamina or even vitality, subsequent uses of psychic power felt disconnected from the mental fruit's influence. Hence, employing psychic power did not deplete his physical energy. It was as if Luo Han only needed to remain conscious and capable of thought to activate his psychic abilities. Immersed in the sensation of being enveloped in psychic energy, Luo Han decided to conduct an experiment to ascertain whether his psychic aura could shield him from the ocean's essence. That, if successful, he would be able to navigate underwater freely, thus avoiding the fate that often befell devil fruit users who fell into the sea. Luo Han flew to the first tier beneath Ring Tree Island and approached Uncle Wit, sharing his thoughts. "Are you certain?" Uncle Wit inquired with a puzzled expression. "That I am certain. I wish to give it a T or Y.IT is crucial for my future journey," Luo Han affirmed with unwavering determination in his gaze. "As you said, a devil fruit user must never fall into the sea." Uncle Wit, observing Luo Han's steadfast resolve, gradually felt reassured. "Very well. Dive into the water without worry. If anything goes awry, I will be the first to rescue you." With that, Luo Han enveloped himself in psychic energy and shot towards the lake's surface. Splash! He plunged into the water like a dart. Upon entering, Luo Han sensed nothing. The sensation was identical to that of flying through the skies enveloped in psychic energy. He felt only the gentle touch of the psychic force integrating into his body, while external stimuli were entirely shielded. Like a fish, Luo Han deftly navigated through the water, even manipulating the psychic energy to shape and control his movements. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. Here I come. Uncle Wit, watching Luo Han swim gracefully like a fish, began to ease his worries. After playing in the water for a while, Luo Han emerged, and after bidding Uncle Wit farewell, sought out Kier. If Kier could also envelop himself in psychic energy to negate the ocean's influence, they could explore the sea together. In that case, Luo Han and Kier would truly become tri-environmental beings, capable of thriving in land, sea, and sky. When he located Kier, he found him still indulging in meat at home. "Kier, are you done eating? Let us go swim in the sea. As a Kuin, you must know how to swim." Luo Han enticed Kier. Kier looked at Luo Han in confusion. "But Dad said that devil fruit users can't enter the water." "No need to worry. I've already tested it. Enveloping myself in psychic energy allows me to negate the ocean's influence. I can swim in the sea." Luo Han continued to coax. "Really?" Kier, though a bit skeptical, was still willing to trust Luo Han. Soon, Luo Han and Kier flew to the seabed, where the water was a meter deep. Gazing down at the water, Luo Han decided it best to dip his hand in first, wary of plunging into the ocean directly. As his hand entered the water, Luo Han's eyes lit up. Just the same. It felt identical to the sensation in the lake. Splash! Luo Han leaped into the water, his entire body submerged. Just like in the lake, it seemed there was no need to fear the ocean anymore. "Han Go, are you all right?" As Cole observed Luo Han suddenly plunge into the water and remain motionless, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. "It's all right, Cole. I've enveloped your body with telekinetic energy. You can go ahead and try it out." Luo Han emerged from the water, declaring, "All right then, Han Ge, I'll give it a shot, but if anything goes wrong, you must pull me up," Cole replied, still somewhat apprehensive. "Rest assured, dive in." With that, Luo Han pulled Cole into the sea, observing him closely for any signs of discomfort. "Steady," Luo Han thought to himself. "Han Ge, this is incredible. It feels as though I'm wearing a layer of clothing." "The seawater cannot penetrate," Cole exclaimed, his joy akin to that of a 300-pound man, though he likely surpassed that weight considerably. As Luo Han watched Cole, delightfully frolicking in the water, he reflected on his journey to this world. Initially, he had been persistently belittled by Cole. leading him to doubt whether he would ever escape this island. Now, however, he could finally gaze resolutely at the world beyond, with just one last flaw to rectify before he could engage with the world's elite on equal footing. After Cole played in the water for a while, Luo Han and Cole soared back to Qingya. The next step was to ascertain the extent of the gains from that morning's endeavors. "Cole, let us engage in a long-awaited battle," Luo Han said, his expression eager as he looked at Cole. "That I wish to test the limits of my telekinesis." Cole was equally eager, having refrained from sparring with Luo Han since consuming the fish scale fruit. "Han Ge, can your body keep up?" Though he yearned to fight Luo Han, Cole hesitated, fearing he might cause harm. "I am different now." "Come forth, Cole. Give it your all. I promise that once I develop telekinesis." "It would astonish you," Luo Han declared, his serious demeanor prompting Cole to adopt a more focused attitude. With a powerful leap backward, Cole began to gather energy, his gaze fixed on Luo Han. "Han Ge, here I come," Cole announced earnestly. Then, with fists clenched and legs slightly bent, he launched himself forward. The explosive force delivered instantaneous acceleration, allowing Cole to close the distance to Luo Han in an instant. His right fist poised to strike. Luo Han remained still, seemingly frozen in place, while Cole's rapid approach played out in slow motion within Luo Han's perception. He could see the moment Cole was about to swing. Luo Han thrust his right hand forward. An invisible wave of telekinetic energy immediately impacted Cole, as though he were struck by a tremendous repulsive force, rendering him momentarily motionless before swiftly propelling him backward. With a resounding thud, Cole crashed to the ground, skidding a short distance. This utterly undefendable mode of attack left him reeling as Cole swiftly regained his footing. Disbelief filled his eyes as he regarded Luo Han. Earlier that morning, he had encountered what seemed to be a gentle ability, yet now it exhibited such formidable power. Although Cole was unharmed, it was a testament to his own physical resilience. Had it been anyone else, the outcome would have been far less forgiving. Now, Cole's physical strength had surpassed that of Uncle Kate and the others. All he lacked was the ferocity to match. "How astonishing! You must be surprised." Luo Han laughed. "Cole, next unleash your strongest attack. I wish to put it to the test." "All right, Han Ge, I shall commence," Cole replied, his gaze sharpening as his physique began to swell, fish-like fins sprouting from the outer sides of his arms. His mouth widened, revealing sharp teeth akin to those of a shark, while his skin transformed to resemble that of a koan, adorned with deep blue patterns that shimmered. This was Cole's beastman form, a manifestation that combined strength and speed, and it was his first time exhibiting such a transformation. Clearly, Cole was now serious. A formidable aura enveloped Luo Han's perception. This punch would be immensely powerful. Yet Luo Han remained unfazed, exuding confidence that he understood that telekinesis was not solely a means of long-range attack. Channeling his full telekinetic prowess, he harnessed an overwhelming mental force that a vast reservoir of telekinetic energy infused his body. Akin to air compressed to its limits, laden with an intimidating pressure that imbued every movement with strength. This was a unique ability only Luo Han could wield, as his telekinesis stemmed from the communication of his mental will. Thus, he could entwine telekinesis within his body, binding it firmly without inflicting harm upon himself. "Come forth, Cole!" Luo Han exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he focused on Cole's towering 5-meter form. As he observed Luo Han, a faint blue glow emanated from him, causing Cole to feel an overwhelming pressure. Koan fist, divine path. With a bellowing roar, Cole's muscles surged with energy, and he charged at Luo Han with a fist raised. In response, Luo Han retaliated with his own telekinetically enhanced strike. "Telekinetic armament," he silently commanded. The collision of their opposing fists produced a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves across the island. The sound reverberated as if it had originated from the peak of the island. What transpired? The islanders wondered, their voices tinged with alarm that it is not the Sea Kings. It is merely Luo Han and Cole engaged in battle. All is well. Uncle Kate and Uncle Wit reassured the other inhabitants. Simultaneously, both men pondered how impressive Luo Han had become, able to engage Cole in physical combat so soon after developing his telekinesis. Previously, Luo Han had solely utilized telekinesis for flight, believing it to be limited to ranged attacks. To discover that he could integrate telekinesis into his body to create a form of armored defense was a stroke of genius. The resounding clashes of their fierce battle echoed around Honshu Island. Marking the contest between two prodigies, the island's residents beamed with joy, unable to contain their elation. After all, a stronger new generation heralded a brighter future for Honshu Island. As the sun set, the battle between Luohan and Cole continued unabated. With a resounding impact, the two combatants landed on the ground after another exchange of blows. Panting slightly from an afternoon of intense combat, Cole's breathing only quickened marginally. Such was the extraordinary physical aptitude he possessed, combined with the formidable abilities granted by the Zoan-type devil fruit. Together, they forged a creature of remarkable speed, strength, and defense. Without the Kuin fruit, Cole's innate gifts would have limited him as he approached the ranks of the reserve admirals. Though he was undeniably strong, the potential for greatness loomed with the Kuin fruit, placing him on a path toward perhaps achieving the status of an emperor of the sea. Luohan pondered deeply, unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Cole's mind. Previously, Luohan had been deemed unworthy of sparring, as Cole feared that a single miscalculated punch could obliterate him. Yet, in the span of a mere morning, Luohan had transformed into a worthy adversary, engaging in a full afternoon of physical combat with apparent ease. Only slightly winded, of course, he was winded, although the use of telekinesis did not significantly deplete energy. The physical exertion of their clashes still required stamina. If Luohan could hear Cole's thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond. Cole, this battle is exhilarating. Once their combat concluded, Luohan remained exhilarated. The visceral encounters of close-quarters combat invariably ignited a primal desire for violence among men. Incredible, Hanga! You have grown so strong. Cole continued to marvel. I, too, did not anticipate that telekinesis would consume so little stamina while simultaneously enhancing strength, speed, and defense. With laughter, Luohan shared in Cole's joy. He also took note of the changes that had transpired post-battle. Indeed, his physical form had strengthened. Since 2 years prior, apart from natural growth, there had been no additional enhancements. This time, however, he felt a tangible increase through combat. This unexpected development began with the awakening of his mental perception, evolving from the perception derived from observation haki. Now, Luohan could perceive various unique auras and record them. Among these, he detected a distinctive aura emanating from Cole. It was this very aura that illuminated the path toward his own physical enhancement, a manifestation of the strength of his being, for in truth, human cellular genetics are remarkably similar. Every individual's cells harbor immense potential. Yet there exists an enigmatic mechanism akin to a genetic lock that governs the intensity of one's innate talents. Currently, the essence of physical strength recorded from Cole resembles the unlocking of this genetic lock when compared to that of Luohan. The consciousness that has captured this essence can adeptly guide Luohan's own physique towards an evolution mirroring this energy, utilizing the capabilities of the mind fruit. Previously, during the consumption of the fish scale fruit, the mind fruit had already demonstrated its ability to direct the evolution of the body. Now, Luohan appears to possess the key to unlock the next layer of this genetic lock. By harnessing the powers of the mind fruit, he can enable his body to evolve and attain physical gifts akin to Cole's. Of course, until now, all of this had been a mere hypothesis for Luohan. However, following his battle with Cole, he has irrevocably confirmed that the mental guidance of bodily evolution is indeed feasible. Henceforth, with the final shortcomings of his physique addressed, Luohan shall be able to witness the magnificent waves of this vast ocean. Today is splendid. Cole, let us return for a meal, Luohan exclaimed, gazing at the sea, before calling Cole to prepare for their return, feeling the pangs of hunger after expending so much energy. All right, Hango. Just the mention of food makes me hungrier. Haha. Cole scratched his head in response. Subsequently, the two descended the stone steps together. That evening, at the edge of the First Layers Plaza, upon an enormous tree root, Uncle Kate and Uncle Vet each held a jug of wine. The soft moonlight filtered through the layers of the divine tree's roots, illuminating the two men. Gulp! Gulp! Ha ha! It has been 13 years. Ah, how I long for the days we first set sail, Vet remarked, wiping the wine from his lips as he laughed heartily at Kate. Without uttering a word, Vet shot a glance at Kate, then lifted the jug to his lips, his eyes glimmering with reminiscence. "Ha!" Observing Vet lost in nostalgia, Kate chose not to interrupt, allowing his own memories to surface. It is worth noting that after the three of them had encountered a storm and were separated at sea, Kate had lived in the giant village ever since arriving there. Though there were moments of mistrust, he ultimately forged friendships with the giants. Alas, he had yet to encounter the two captains of the giant pirate crew. Hee. The reminiscences of life in the giant village elicited a chuckle from Kate. "Kate, I believe Cole and Luo-han are ready to join the hunting team," Uncle Vet stated, his expression slightly grave as he regarded Uncle Kate. A hint of concern in his eyes. "I sense that a great tide is about to rise in this ocean. Cole and Luo-han must strengthen themselves swiftly to safeguard the tranquility of Ring Tree Island. Are you certain? Should we commence now, without waiting for the Fish Scale Festival? After all, there is only 1 year until it arrives." Kate responded, somewhat perplexed by Uncle Vet's intentions. "Surely we can hold out until their powers ascend. Right? Over these past few years, the newsbirds have traversed Ring Tree Island several times, approximately 8, if I recall correctly. It is noteworthy that previously, no newsbird ever reached here. This indicates that the outside world has grown even more vibrant than before. Who knows when they might arrive at Ring Tree Island? We are all aware of the formidable forces that survive in the latter half of the Grand Line. Moreover, we are still wanted criminals of the world government. Should Ring Tree Island be discovered, it would endanger the island's inhabitants," Vet remarked gravely while observing Kate. Upon hearing this, Kate's expression turned serious as well. "It is indeed a matter of their homeland safety. Caution is paramount. Very well. I shall commence their training tomorrow and take them hunting for sea kings in the afternoon," Kate declared. The two then raised their cups and drank together as time flowed. The moon remained. The following morning, Uncle Kate summoned Luo-han and Cole to the hunting team's training grounds, located opposite the verdant cliffs of the island. That moment, all the hunting team members had arrived, each brimming with vitality. Only Cole and Luo-han appeared bleary-eyed, clearly still not fully awake. "Hey, Cole, Luo-han, why did my uncle call you two here? Are you joining the hunting team already?" Brother Ryan inquired. Noticing Uncle Kate leading Luo-han and Cole to the training area, curiosity evident in his tone. "Enough of that. Ryan, their abilities have long been sufficient. This is merely an advancement," Uncle Kate replied, exasperated at Luo-han and Cole's sleepy demeanor. "You need to wake them up pronto. Training is about to begin." After a moment of morning chill atop the island, Luo-han finally shook off his drowsiness. "Is this the top of the island? Why did Uncle Kate bring us here? It's so early. The sun hasn't even risen." Luo-han shivered slightly at the morning breeze, quickly enveloping himself in psychic energy for warmth. Psychic energy even has a warming function. "Indeed, the reason I brought you both here is that you and Cole are joining the hunting team today. Thus, from this day forth, you will train alongside the hunting team," Ryan stated, looking at Luo-han with an expression of disbelief. "Cole, why are you still with your eyes shut? You're no longer in bed. We are at the peak of the island." Ryan turned to pester Cole again. "Joining the hunting team? It seems the impact of yesterday's battle with Cole has led to this. After all, I am the man who transitioned from a naval soldier's strength to that of a major in a single morning." Luo-han thought to himself. Filled with elation, that moment, Cole also regained his senses. "Where am I? Hangul, why are you in my house?" Cole still looked bewildered. "Wait, I think I was thrown out by my dad. Stop overthinking. We are at the peak of the island. Uncle Kate brought us here," Luo-han replied. "You and Luo-han have officially joined the hunting team and are preparing for training. Hurry up and find Uncle Kate," Ryan urged Cole and Luo-han before heading off to train. "Let's go, Cole. Let us see what Uncle Kate has to say," Luo-han suggested as they approached Uncle Kate, who stood at the cliff's edge. As they walked, the hunting team members practiced their military boxing individually. Their movements were slow and deliberate, reminiscent of Tai Chi, though their muscles seemed to tremble with effort. Luo-han couldn't help but wonder if military boxing was some secret technique. Upon reaching Uncle Kate, he turned to face them. "Luo-han, Cole, initially we planned to have you join the hunting team after a year. However, both Vet and I believe that your bodies are already capable of performing the enhanced version of this unnamed boxing technique. Thus, we have decided to let you join now, Luo Han mused. This must be the very technique the hunting team members are practicing. There's an enhanced version? I want to learn it. Uncle Kate. Cole, who has always been interested in martial arts, eagerly inquired. Haha. Very well. Allow me to share the origin of this boxing technique with you. The so-called enhanced version is a deeper practice of the unnamed boxing technique, which can only be practiced by those whose bodies have been transformed to a certain extent through the fish scale fruit. Its fundamental power lies in vibration, the vibration of the body. The reason the transformation through the fish scale fruit can accelerate is due to the practice of this unnamed boxing technique. As he spoke, Uncle Kate gestured toward the hunting team members practicing in the distance. Once the transformation is complete and the body strengthened, one can practice the enhanced version that the current hunting team members are engaged in. Although it is an enhanced version, the movements themselves do not change. Rather, it adds an internal sensation that is difficult to perceive without sufficient bodily strength. Upon hearing this, Luo Han raised his hand, a wry smile gracing his lips. Uncle Kate, I doubt my body meets the standards yet. My ability to engage Cole in close combat yesterday was solely due to my fruit abilities. Ah, yes, you are aware that it involves the psychic power you spoke of integrated into your body as techniques. Right? Ugh. Knowing that, you still woke me up so early, Luo Han replied, slightly exasperated. Haha. Although little Luo Han, your body may not have reached the standard, your strength has indeed progressed. Henceforth, you will train alongside little Cole, allowing both of you to improve together. Uncle Kate chuckled, resuming his explanation. This sensation refers to the experience of practicing the unnamed boxing technique, the entire body vibrating, and then controlling the intensity and dispersal of that vibration. Like this, Luo Han and Cole simultaneously turned their gazes towards Uncle Kate, who extended his arm. To their astonishment, Uncle Kate's arm appeared as if obscured by a mosaic, appearing somewhat blurred. After staring at it for a while, they felt a slight dizziness. Focusing intently, they sensed the vibrations throughout their bodies converging into their arms, gathering strength within that moment. All that was required was to unleash it. Subsequently, Uncle Kate delivered a powerful punch towards the sea, sending forth a cylindrical shockwave soaring into the sky. It dissipated only after traveling several hundred meters. Though it did not match the might of Uncle Kate's former technique, Dominion, it was nonetheless far more formidable than an ordinary punch. Most significantly, this strike was executed without any conscious extension of will. It was purely a manifestation of physical strength, akin to the Gale Foot technique from the Six Styles. Luo Han recalled that in the world of One Piece, only the Fishman Karate, the Eight-Pulse Fist, and the World Government's Six Styles were able to deliver punch winds and slashing strikes without the understandable extension. Perhaps there were others, but only these three techniques remained etched in Luo Han's memory, underscoring their potency. Each of these techniques, once mastered, could elevate one to a superhuman existence. It was astonishing to discover such secret techniques existed on this remote island in the Grand Line. Indeed, the latter half of the Grand Line was extraordinary. It was not without reason that it was referred to as the New World. How impressive! That very power was what I had always sensed. I thought I was the only one aware of it. Ha! Cole was overjoyed. Previously, he had gathered strength into his fist through rapid muscular contractions, combining it with an extension of will to unleash an extraordinary punch wind shockwave, similar to the power Uncle Kate had just employed. However, Cole's technique was rather crude, lacking Uncle Kate's finesse in controlling localized body vibrations without compromising agility. I want to learn. Uncle Kate, please teach me, Cole continued to implore. Just a moment. I shall teach you how to perceive and guide the vibrations through your punches. As for little Luo Han, you shall wait until Cole has learned, then accompany him in enhancing his sensitivity to these vibrations. Uncle Kate instructed Cole before addressing Luo Han. All right, Uncle Kate, Luo Han replied weakly. He watched as Cole and Uncle Kate began their lessons. A twinge of jealousy stirred within Luo Han. It seemed he was merely there to accompany Cole in studying. Alas, why was his own body lagging behind? Luo Han mused, yet he felt a sense of happiness. He chuckled to himself. for participating in Cole's practice battles would also allow him to grow stronger rapidly. The previous day's combat had already demonstrated that the mind could guide the physical body towards evolution and strength. It was possible even without the guidance of breath, albeit at a slower pace. Luo Han's previous thoughts on enhancing his physical form had been dulled by his mediocre physical aptitude, and once the desire to grow stronger waned, the mind fruit's influence over the body diminished further. This realization dawned upon Luo Han when he recalled the first time he had utilized mental guidance. After longing for the scale's fruit for so long, he finally consumed it, and his desire for physical enhancement peaked during the practice of the nameless punch technique. Intense mental activity propelled the mind, directing the body towards rapid transformation and strength, even at the cost of vitality, to complete the evolution. This, perhaps, was the most formidable power of the mind fruit. Intense mental activity could directly guide the evolution of the body and was limitless, as long as one retained the desire to grow stronger. The morning's practice was spent immersed in Luo Han's various speculations regarding the capabilities of the mind fruit. Approaching noon, the training concluded. Uncle Kate instructed Luo Han and Cole that he would take them hunting for sea kings in the afternoon. Following this, they returned, shortly after noon. After resting for about an hour, the hunting team members gradually arrived at the island's peak, where Luo Han and Cole also gathered. Uncle Kate stood at the forefront, waiting for everyone to assemble. Today, we only need 10 people to accompany me into the sea to hunt sea kings. Cole, transform into your complete form and soar above. Luo Han, stay close to Cole. Should anyone sustain injuries, it will be your responsibility to pull everyone back and manage the situation with Cole, Uncle Kate instructed after selecting 10 individuals. Initially, you two should observe how we hunt sea kings, huh? Captain Ryan chimed in at that moment. Luo Han glanced at the so-called Arkansas. Brother Ryan, are you certain that is an ark and not a mere small boat? Luo Han pointed at the vessel, which could barely accommodate 2 people side by side. Here I was thinking the hunting team had a grand ship. Turns out this is all there is. One might think we're merely going fishing, with a vessel less than a meter long. Ha! Let us go. I'll explain more on the way, Uncle Kate laughed, each of them taking 2 arcs and sliding down the rope towards the island's edge. Surprised, are you? Haha, I was just like you at first. Soon you'll understand what is going on, Ryan chuckled, amused by Luo Han's bewildered expression, recalling his own similar reaction. Subsequently, Ryan grabbed an arc and kept pace with Uncle Kate. Brother Ryan is also one of the 10, Luo Han noted. Feeling the teasing gazes of the hunting team members, Luo Han found it somewhat overwhelming. He quickly beckoned Cole to transform and descend. It must be said, Cole found these antics rather dull. It seemed that apart from eating and fighting, there was little else to spark intrigue. Just moments ago, Luo Han had been the only one astonished. Soon after, Cole transformed into his complete form and flew high above, while Luo Han floated beside Uncle Kate's small vessel. Uncle Kate, you haven't explained why we're using such a tiny boat to hunt sea kings. Aren't you worried that it could capsize with a single wave? Luo Han inquired, genuinely perplexed. He could not fathom how such a small boat could bring back a sea king. No wonder he had never seen the hunting team return with one over the years. Perhaps it was due to the lack of a larger vessel. Stop overthinking. Little Luo, H-A-N-D, you know the origin of Ringtree Island? Uncle Kate, noticing Luo Han's wandering thoughts, began to recount the history of Ringtree Island. Is the name of the island derived from its origin? Luo Han asked. Uncle Kate chuckled, of course not. Just look at how vast Ringtree Island is now. It's quite large. What does that have to do with anything? Luo Han responded. Indeed, when I was a child, Ringtree Island was not nearly as large as it is today. While it has grown over the past 2 decades, those of the older generation on the island likely perceive the change even more acutely. Uncle Kate said with a hint of nostalgia, that moment. The small boat gently glided away from the seabed of Ringtree Island. Little Luo Han, use your observation haki to sense your surroundings. You'll find there are actually no sea kings nearby. Uncle Kate suggested, encouraging Luo Han to employ his observation haki, seemingly confident that no sea kings lurked nearby. Indeed, there are none, Luo Han exclaimed. Realizing that for several kilometers around, there were no sea kings to be found, save for a salt shark dwelling 1,000 meters beneath the surface. How peculiar, Luo Han pondered, observing Luo Han's curious demeanor. Uncle Kate chuckled before continuing his explanation. The divine tree possesses the ability to desalinate seawater, which causes the salt from the desalted seawater to accumulate into salt blocks on the seabed. More importantly, it flows into the surrounding waters, resulting in a high concentration of salt in those areas. Therefore, the surrounding sea regions are quite devoid of sea kings. Salt sharks typically reside in the deep sea. They only venture to the surface when they crave salt or encounter salt blocks. As he spoke, Uncle Kate's expression grew serious. Salt sharks rarely ascend to shallow waters. Conversely, they swim to the seabed every few days to consume salt. Thus, we have often found ourselves injured in battles with salt sharks. Despite their modest size, their adaptability to both deep and shallow waters endows them with terrifying defensive skin and considerable strength. Furthermore, this agility makes every encounter a fierce battle. Uncle Kate gazed at the pale green sea surface, his expression tinged with sadness. Even with his protection, injuries among the hunting team were still a common occurrence. Simply focus on dealing with the salt sharks. As long as we don't venture out to sea, they cannot harm us. Moreover, in this deep sea area, we cannot maneuver as we would on the seabed. Luo Han expressed his confusion, voicing his doubts to Uncle Kate. Look behind you at Ring Tree Island. Do you see any islands or similar features nearby? The seabed extends outward for 10 kilometers before dropping steeply. Uncle Kate replied. Uncle Kate turned back to gaze at the Ring Tree Island, his face displaying a hint of astonishment. Luo Han and the other hunters also turned their heads to look at the island. Indeed, it resembled a stone pillar rising from the sea. How marvelous! I had never noticed this before. Rain exclaimed with excitement, clearly intrigued by Uncle Kate's revelation for the first time. The other hunters were also pondering the appearance of Ring Tree Island for the first time. It felt less like an island and more like a singular entity, Luo Han murmured as he gazed towards the island. Upon hearing this, Uncle Kate glanced at Luo Han, clearly impressed by his insight. Long ago, this area was devoid of any islands until a colossal tree emerged from beneath the waves. This tree, basking in sunlight for the first time, began to grow wildly within a few years. Its roots spread across 100 kilometers in every direction, forming a massive island towering a kilometer high. At this point, Uncle Kate surveyed the group. This was the precursor to Ring Tree Island. And that great tree is now referred to as the sacred tree. Luo Han inquired, but how did the rocky pillars surrounding the sacred tree come to be? And why is Ring Tree Island not as large now? Uncle Kate, sensing the curiosity, chuckled heartily. He then adopted a serious expression. The sacred tree, in its frenzied expansion, began to bear a unique fruit known as the fish scale fruit when it reached 100 kilometers in height. Prior to this, the sacred tree had been growing beneath the ocean, never bearing fruit. Unbeknownst to anyone, when the fish scale fruit ripened, it released an alluring scent from its roots that drove marine creatures to madness. Uncle Kate recounted this with a hint of trepidation, vividly imagining the ensuing chaos. Due to its proximity to the calm zone, the aroma of the fish scale fruit attracted countless colossal sea creatures, ranging from 3,000 to tens of thousands of meters in length. What followed was a frenzied struggle among the sea monsters. Even the sacred tree's towering form crumbled under this cataclysmic force. The sacred tree was utterly destroyed, leaving only the trunk we see today. Luo Han was taken aback. The sacred tree was completely destroyed. Then how did Ring Tree Island come into being? And what about the colossal sea creatures that were drawn to the fish scale fruit as soon as it emerged from the ocean? He found himself feeling a pang of sympathy for the sacred tree. I merely wanted to poke my head above the water, to bask in the sun. I it wrong for a tree to crave light and warmth. If the sea creatures wish to consume my fruits, let them. Why must they devastate me? Luo Han mused, considering the tree's plight, eager to continue listening to Uncle Kate's tale. Uncle Kate continued. Afterward, the sacred tree seemed to gain wisdom. It began to grow steadily and developed a new ability to purify seawater. With this newfound power, the sacred tree started to release minerals it had absorbed from the ocean floor, creating a protective layer of rocks around itself. Uncle Kate marveled at the ocean's wonders, astonished by such a miraculous being as the sacred tree. Over time, the The sacred tree ascended toward the surface once more, bathing in sunlight after 100 years. Strangely, while it grew slowly underwater, upon reaching the surface, it erupted in rapid growth as if imbued with some mystical force. Luo Han could envision the scene. As the sacred tree emerged, it expanded at a breathtaking pace. Yet he wondered if it would meet the same fate as before, being destroyed by the sea creatures. However, this time, the sacred tree refrained from reckless expansion. Instead, it directed its energy towards absorbing minerals from the ocean floor. Subsequently, the rocky layers of Ring Tree Island were constructed, each layer anchored by the sacred tree's roots, culminating in the present 9-tiered structure of the island. The freshwater produced by the sacred tree was retained within Ring Tree Island, while the salt and other minerals were expelled, forming the current seabed. To discover that Ring Tree Island was formed in such a manner was astonishing. The rocks encircling the sacred tree were built for its protection. The group gasped in awe, their expressions reflecting a sense of wonder. Uncle Kate chuckled, recalling his own astonishment when he first heard the island's origin story from the elders. Moreover, the sacred tree possessed even more extraordinary traits. As it continued to grow, Ring Tree Island expanded alongside it. The wreckage of ships caught in storms brought humans to the island, who became its current inhabitants. Gradually, the sacred tree reached the time for bearing fruit once more. This time, they collectively wondered, would it survive the onslaught of sea creatures? After all, the existence of Ring Tree Island attested to the sacred tree's triumph over previous crises, though the details remained a mystery. Do you think there will be an attack from the sea creatures this time? Uncle Kate asked, observing the focused expressions of the group. Yes or no? They speculated. Definitely. Cole's booming voice startled them, as he had unconsciously approached the water's edge. Captivated by Uncle Kate's narrative. Ha! Uncle Kate laughed heartily and continued, No, nothing at all. Not a single sea creature was present. The unique scent of the ripe fish scale fruit was shielded by the rocky layers encircling the sacred tree. Furthermore, the roots of the sacred tree were embedded deep within the rock, entirely submerged. Consequently, the aroma did not escape into the ocean, and naturally, the sea creatures did not arrive. However, if that were all, it wouldn't completely eliminate the allure of the scent to the sea creatures. After all, the aroma of the fish scale fruit does disperse into the air, albeit in lesser quantities compared to the ocean. It could still attract some sea creatures that occasionally surface. The reason no sea creatures came was that the sacred tree, by purifying the seawater, expelled the salt. As the sacred tree grew larger, it expelled more salt, ultimately elevating the salinity of the surrounding waters. Many marine organisms could not adapt to this change and departed the area, causing the sea creatures to leave as well. Thus, by the time the aroma of the fish scale fruit traveled a considerable distance, it became nearly imperceptible, failing to attract any sea creatures. Who would have thought it was like this? Could it be that the sacred tree possesses wisdom, deliberately transforming the surrounding waters into a high-salinity sea before bearing the fish scale fruit, driving the sea creatures away? Luo Han speculated, feeling anxious. Would the sacred tree also fatten them up before consuming them? Probably not. After all, the sacred tree does not possess a mouth. Perhaps it was best to listen to Uncle Kate's account without letting his imagination run wild. Thus, from that point onward, the surrounding waters became devoid of sea creatures, allowing people to settle on Ring Tree Island. The group expressed their astonishment, marveling at the sacred tree's wisdom and the unexpected origins of the island's inhabitants. Their ancestors had arrived at Ring Tree Island as castaways during storms. They had never considered this before. They had assumed they had always lived on Ring Tree Island. Even more astonishing was the realization that Ring Tree Island was created as a survival mechanism by a great tree. Luo Han felt a stirring within. If even a tree possesses such a profound will to survive and grow stronger, how could he not strive to endure and thrive in this harsh ocean? But wait, won't that mean there will be no fish left? If all the fish flee, won't we only be left with the fish cake powder from the sacred tree? That would be disheartening. Cole voiced his concern, clearly serious about his food. Uncle Kate chuckled heartily in response. That is precisely why I say the sacred tree is wise. That it has excavated several underground passages, each several hundred meters wide. Deep beneath the ocean floor, The exits of these passages are situated far from Ring Tree Island. When the passages breach the seabed and enter the seawater during the ripening of the fish scale fruit, fish from the deep ocean naturally follow the scent through these channels to Ring Tree Island. Meanwhile, the colossal sea creatures can only wreak havoc on the distant seabed, unable to affect the sacred tree. As the fish approach Ring Tree Island, the decreasing salinity of the seawater gradually diminishes their strength. However, the scent of the fish scale fruit incites their frenzy. Thus, by the time these fish reach Ring Tree Island, they can only float helplessly on the surface. This is why the festival of the fish scale fruit is also known as the Harvest Festival. The group collectively concluded, it is said that when the divine tree first emerged from the ocean's depths, its initial growth was rather sluggish, and it encountered several assaults from sea kings. However, these were deftly handled by the early inhabitants of the Ring Tree Island, our ancestors. Thus, out of gratitude and a desire to retain the presence of these forebears, the divine tree spent several years forging a passage to lure fish to the island. With a bountiful supply of food, the ancestors finally settled on Ring Tree Island. Was a rainbow fish also drawn here in such a manner? Ryan inquired, and curiosity piqued among the others regarding the arrival of the rainbow fish at Ring Tree Island, which is, after all, a freshwater fish. Initially, the rainbow fish was not known by that name. Its original designation has been lost to time, that it is understood. However, that the rainbow fish is a rare species capable of thriving in both marine and freshwater environments, and it too was attracted by the divine tree, impervious to the influence of freshwater. Consequently, the island's inhabitants invested considerable effort into capturing the rainbow fish, which was numerous and swift in the water. Years passed in pursuit, yet the fish continued to evade capture, ultimately making its home at the bottom of the divine tree's lake. The people of the island eventually accepted it as a regular source of meat. Later, it was discovered that the rainbow fish feasted upon the old skin of the divine tree's roots, inadvertently promoting the tree's growth. Upon realizing this, the inhabitants ceased their attempts to capture the fish, recognizing the benefits it provided to their lives on the island. However, as time passed, the rainbow fish became lethargic. If left undisturbed, it would remain in one spot until all food was consumed, eventually resorting to nibbling on the tree roots themselves. Thus, the islanders were compelled to send individuals daily to pursue it. They then observed that with an overabundance of the divine tree's root skin, the rainbow fish had transformed into a luminescent creature, with its flesh and bones radiating a rainbow glow. Moreover, it had completely adapted to freshwater, now unable to survive more than 10 breaths in salt water. Subsequently, the transformative effects of the fish scale fruit and the energy replenished by the rainbow fish were recognized, allowing both Ring Tree Island and its inhabitants to thrive. Continuing until the present day. After a considerable time, the group gradually returned to their senses, their gazes toward the divine tree imbued with a newfound appreciation, as if they had just met a new friend or ally. Henceforth, the divine tree would not merely be the miraculous provider of fish scale fruit and fish cake powder, but would also stand as a companion in their battles. Observing the change in expressions among the crowd, Uncle Kate's eyes twinkled with a satisfied smile. Living on this wondrous island, should they not cherish and protect it? He then glanced at Luohan and Cole, remarking that the future protection of Ring Tree Island would rest upon their shoulders. What about the salt shark, then, Captain? A member of the hunting team queried from another vessel. Confusion spread among the group. How had the salt shark come to be? Previously unnoticed, it appeared that only the salt shark inhabited the waters surrounding Ring Tree Island. Could it be that the salt shark had consumed the divine tree's roots, gaining the ability to thrive in highly saline waters? The salt shark, it seems, was attracted by the salt expelled by the divine tree, which continuously diluted the seawater, releasing vast quantities of salt. Consequently, the salt shark had made Ring Tree Island its nesting ground, remaining beneath the island's depths except when hunting sea kings in packs. This was also why they faced attacks while gathering salt. After all, they were competing with the salt shark for sustenance. The vessel glided 30 kilometers away from Ring Tree Island. Luohan's heightened perception began to detect some large sea kings lurking in the deep sea. 10 kilometers distant. All right, we are approaching the boundary between the highly saline waters and the sea. Begin patrolling around the island along this boundary, maintaining a distance of no more than 1,000 meters. Notify me if any sea kings are spotted, Uncle Kate instructed, having also observed the situation. The vessel soon reached the area where the hunting team typically patrolled. Uncle Kate, if there are no sea kings in the surrounding waters, how are we to hunt them? Aren't we supposed to be hunting sea kings? Why are we patrolling now? Luohan exclaimed, perplexed. But there are no sea kings. How will we have meat later? Cole interjected. His concern primarily focused on the availability of food, disregarding other factors. Little Luohan and little Cole, do not underestimate the seriousness of patrolling. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. This is not akin to battling the salt sharks, where survival is more probable. Here, a split second could spell doom. Approach it with the utmost seriousness, cautioned an older companion, one of the same age as Rhine. Indeed, Jack is correct. Although the waters surrounding Ring Tree Island have transformed into a high salinity zone, sea kings have persistently lingered near the boundary for the past decade, likely remnants of the group that devastated the Divine Tree. After all, larger sea kings possess a certain level of intelligence. Then why do these sea kings not approach Ring Tree Island? Luohan asked anxiously, unable to suppress his concern about the looming threat of formidable sea kings capable of devouring half the island. Myself and Uncle Vito surmise that with the stabilization of the Divine Tree, the fish scale fruit now bears fruit every 4 years. Intelligent sea kings likely followed the pathways created by the Divine Tree, drawn by the absence of enticing scents. Thus, upon reaching the boundary, they seemed disinclined to venture into the high salinity waters of Ring Tree Island, appearing to harbor an aversion to the saline content. Uncle Kate relayed their hypothesis, which seemed plausible enough to explain the phenomenon. I see. That is a relief. Otherwise, Ring Tree Island would not withstand the devastation of these large, even colossal sea kings. Luohan sighed in relief, prompting the others to relax as well. However, the instinct for survival might still drive some sea kings to cross the boundary towards Ring Tree Island, necessitating our proactive measures to intercept them and avert danger to the island's inhabitants. Just as Luohan had begun to relax, Uncle Kate raised the alarm once more. Not worry. It remains uncertain if the salt expelled by the Divine Tree is specifically intended as a deterrent against sea kings. It appears to have a certain suppressive effect, especially on the larger sea kings. Once they enter the high salinity zone, they experience a debilitating weakness, akin to the effects of sea prism stone on devil fruit users. Though not as severe, they can still swim slowly. Therefore, our task is to drive them away. And if that fails, we shall adapt, Uncle Kate continued, producing a small amount of high-purity white salt to demonstrate, scattering the crystalline substance into the sea. This salt is favored by the salt sharks. Once it is released, they will come to consume the weakened sea kings, faced with the threat of death. The sea kings will have no choice but to retreat or be devoured by the salt sharks. However, the scent of blood may attract other sea kings, potentially inciting frenzy. Only the salt sharks possess the ability to calm these large sea kings, as they are adept hunters of them in the depths, much like a swarm of ants on land. When their numbers swell, even a lion may find itself the hunted. Luohan was astonished to learn that the salt sharks hunted large sea kings in the deep sea, a revelation that underscored the sheer number of salt sharks lurking beneath Ring Tree Island. All right, while we can manage, we must remain vigilant. Sea kings entering the high salinity zone often surface before plunging back into the depths, consuming anything in sight. Once swallowed, the chances of survival plummet. Even if not consumed, falling into the water presents the risk of being preyed upon by the salt sharks, Uncle Kate reminded them. Subsequently, Luohan and Cole followed Uncle Kate as they patrolled the area. Fortunately, no untoward incidents occurred, and by evening, they returned to Ring Tree Island. This expedition to hunt sea kings concluded perfectly, had it not been for Uncle Kate's stories about the origins of Ring Tree Island. The afternoon would have been exceedingly dull for a debut hunting team. Alas, I had hoped to witness Uncle Kate's colossal secret technique, the Elbaf Spear Dominion. Once again, Luohan lamented quietly. That night, Ring Tree Island lay tranquil and serene, with laughter echoing throughout the island. The delicate aroma of fish cakes tantalized Luohan's senses, Upon returning from the hunting team, he found Grandma Mo had already prepared dinner in recent years, due to his training. Grandma Mo had taken on the responsibility of cooking. Luo Han only occasionally returned early to assist in the kitchen and had not spent much time with her. Watching the elderly woman bustling before him stirred feelings of guilt within Luo Han. Have I been too consumed by the pursuit of power? Since arriving in this world of One Piece, he had once yearned to be a pirate like Luffy, embracing genuine friendship, embarking on fantastical adventures, and savoring the sweet taste of freedom. Yet, it seemed that such aspirations were merely dreams to begin with. It is worth noting that Luffy has yet to be born. In fact, it is quite possible that even Luffy's father has not been born yet. Considering Luo Han's temperament, he is truly just an ordinary person. The fear he experienced upon his arrival in this world stemmed from his lack of self-confidence and unfamiliarity with his surroundings. It was only after the safety and stability of Ring Tree Island were assured, along with the nurturing care of Granny Mo, that Luo Han began to find his footing, as the saying goes. A full stomach breeds desire. Living a secure life, Luo Han began to yearn for the wonders of the world of pirates. Yet he was also apprehensive about his insufficient strength, fearing that he might perish before accomplishing anything. Essentially, Luo Han embodies the mindset of an ordinary individual. What does an ordinary person aspire to? Stability. Indeed, it is stability. When contemplating a journey beyond the island to explore the world, Luo Han could only think of enhancing his power, believing it best to attain the strength of an admiral before venturing out. Consequently, he became so engrossed in the pursuit of strength that he overlooked the companionship of Granny Mo. Luo Han should have realized from the outset that one need not become a pirate to experience the world. This way, the Navy would not target him. As long as he could run swiftly, he would be fine. Having come to this understanding, Luo Han felt it unnecessary to place undue pressure on himself. After all, the protagonists in novels hardly ever meet their demise. With this newfound perspective, both Luo Han's mind and body felt considerably lighter. At the dinner table, Luo Han and Granny Mo quietly enjoyed their evening meal. "Xiao Han, have you joined the hunting team today?" Granny Mo inquired with a hint of concern in her gaze, having heard the news from Aunt Lillian earlier that afternoon. Luo Han looked apologetically at Granny Mo and replied, "I only learned about it this morning when I went to the training ground for the hunting team. I'm sorry, Grandma, for not telling you. Oh dear, I had a feeling you would join the hunting team. Ringtree Island needs your growth to safeguard it better. Just be cautious and don't act recklessly, all right?" Granny Mo sighed, a mix of resignation and concern washing over her, hoping for Luo Han's safety. A confident smile spread across Luo Han's face as he assured her, "Grandma, rest assured, I will be careful, and besides, I can fly now. Nothing will happen to me, ha." Granny Mo chuckled in response, saying, "Well then, if our Xiao Han can fly, I can rest easy and prepare delicious meals for my wonderful grandson." Luo Han nodded vigorously, and thus, their heartwarming dinner came to a close. The following morning, Luo Han soared to the first level to explain his intentions to Uncle White. "Are you certain?" Uncle White looked at Luo Han in astonishment, utterly taken aback by what he had just heard. There was still a year before the fish scale fruit could be consumed. Yet Luo Han claimed he could rapidly enhance his physical gifts using the abilities of the mind fruit, combined with the energy of the rainbow fish. It was akin to the effects of the fish scale fruit. Most importantly, Luo Han's devil fruit abilities could enable one's physical talents to evolve and strengthen. It was well known that an individual's physical potential was inherently limited. Not everyone could become stronger through training. Even if one could improve, there were limits, and those with exceptional talent, like Kerr, could easily reach the limits that some members of the hunting team had achieved. This was merely the foundational stage of Kerr's strength. Yet he had not yet entered his explosive phase. "Luo Han, are you certain you're enhancing your physical potential rather than merely increasing your physical strength?" Uncle White asked urgently. It should be the enhancement of physical potential. Luo Han affirmed confidently. He was somewhat surprised. While he anticipated that such abilities would astonish people, he had not expected Uncle Kate to react so dramatically. After some contemplation, he concluded that it must be an enhancement of physical potential, especially since the power he currently possessed at his age had already reached its limits. The only thing that could rapidly elevate his strength was the augmentation of his physical potential. It was akin to a small pool expanding into a larger one, naturally allowing for more water to be contained. Upon hearing Luo Han's response, Uncle White remained astonished. After all, Luo Han was asserting that his physical potential could grow stronger. Not just his physical strength. The latter could only provide temporary gains and could not elevate one's limits, while the enhancement of potential was a lifelong boon that could raise one's physical capabilities indefinitely. This was why Uncle White was so taken aback that, if this were true, Luo Han might potentially surpass Kerr. Uncle White gazed at Luo Han with a grave expression, curious about how this was achieved. Of course, it was primarily due to its extraordinary nature. He had not anticipated that, aside from the fish-scale fruit produced by the divine tree, Luo Han's mind fruit abilities could also transform one's physical talent. With so much to ponder, Uncle White felt compelled to verify once again. He cautiously asked, Luo Han, are you certain you can enhance your physical potential? I am certain, Luo Han replied, that I confirmed it during my battle with Kura the other day. The improvement was visibly apparent, which solidified my belief. This is also one of the capabilities of the mind fruit. It allows individuals to enhance their physical potential under mental guidance. Prior to this, due to my inadequate development of the mind fruit, I had not realized its full capabilities until I developed telekinesis and my observation haki mutated to sense and record energy signatures. It was only then that the ability to enhance physical potential through mental guidance became evident. That by recording Kura's energy signature, my mental guidance had a concrete reference, thus accelerating the speed at which my physical potential could be enhanced. I sensed this during my intense battle with Kura, which led me to confirm that the mind fruit's abilities could indeed strengthen my physical potential. Luo Han did not conceal the reasons behind his ability to enhance physical potential. He laid everything out, as Uncle White was a trustworthy individual. After all, he was Kura's father and a close friend of Luo Han's father. Even after confirming that Luo Han was speaking the truth, Uncle White still found it hard to believe. He inquired, does this enhancement of physical potential have limitations, or does it reach a point where it cannot surpass Kura? Luo Han shook his head. There are no limits, Uncle Whitey. As long as I continue to aspire to enhance my physical potential, there will be no boundaries. However, without a strong energy signature to benchmark against, the process may slow considerably. Otherwise, I would have felt it sooner in the past few years. As he reached the end of his explanation, Luo Han felt a bit sheepish. He had not noticed such an extraordinary ability until now. What a blunder. So, can you apply this ability to others? Uncle White looked at Luo Han with eager anticipation, hoping for a favorable answer. Unfortunately, Uncle White was destined for disappointment. Luo Han replied, I cannot. It seems this mental guidance can only be directed through me. Sighing, Uncle White pondered, I should not have got my hopes up. Such a powerful ability should not be extendable to others. If it were, everyone would be able to reach Kura's level. It is important to note that I perceive Kura's future strength as a potential candidate for an admiral. Only with the strength of an admiral would I deem it a success. Just imagine, with 100 admirals at our disposal, the scenery of Ringtree Island would surely be breathtaking. As Uncle White indulged in his pleasant daydreams. A rather mischievous smile crept across his face. Seeing Uncle White's somewhat lewd smile, Luo Han inexplicably shivered. He found it quite unsettling. Usually a serious individual, Uncle White transformed into someone rather lascivious when lost in his own thoughts. Clearing his throat, Luo Han addressed him, Uncle White. Clearly, Uncle White had also noticed his subtle change, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Luo Han, my current mind fruit abilities cannot yet extend beyond my own body, so I'm unable to enhance the physical potential of others. However, if my mind fruit powers can extend in the future, I should be able to assist others as well. The specific conditions will need to be determined then. Nevertheless, I have a strong intuition that I can help others enhance their physical potential. Luo Han remarked playfully to the awkward Uncle White. Just as he was about to say something, Uncle White was momentarily speechless. Could my dream become a reality? If this ability were to fall into the hands of the world government or other pirate factions, it would be catastrophic. With a serious expression, he turned to Luo Han and warned, Luo Han, you must not let anyone else discover this ability. Except for me and Uncle Kate, you still do not grasp how extraordinarily powerful this ability is. Should the outside world learn of it, it would spell disaster for both you and Ring Tree Island. Do you understand? At that moment, Luo Han became acutely aware. This world thrived on the supremacy of the strong. The capacity to enhance physical potential resembled the mass production of powerful individuals. Which faction would not be tempted by such a prospect? I understand, Uncle White, that I will not speak of it. Luo Han replied with utmost seriousness. This ability to enhance physical potential was akin to the bloodlines in the world of Naruto. Just imagine, when Uchiha Madara required his brother's eyes to awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, you achieved it through the enhancement of your physical talents. When a Mangeki Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan, necessitating the cellular power of Senju Hashirama, you again accomplished this by augmenting your physical abilities. Is it not terrifying? Let me share another instance that in the realm of cultivation. The paramount consideration is one's innate talent for cultivation, while many possess inferior spiritual roots. Yet you have managed to elevate your own inferior spiritual root to that of the strongest. Put it simply, you can transform a waste into a genius. Congratulations! All factions and individuals would only choose between killing you or controlling you. Either you enable me and my people to excel, or you perish. It is a matter of fate. Do you not think that your arrival, performing the work of the heavens, would make everyone feel at ease? Ignorance is bliss, I observe. Thankfully, I am still on Ringtree Island and have only disclosed this to Uncle White. Otherwise, if the world government were to learn of it, I would be doomed. It is possible that I might spend my life fleeing from the assassination attempts of the world government's intelligence agencies. Perhaps I might even be killed outright. How fortunate! Luo Han silently rejoiced. Observing Luo Han's relieved demeanor, Uncle White smiled. Then, realizing something, he spoke seriously to Luo Han. Luo Han, do not worry excessively. Fortunately, you have developed a unique telekinetic ability through the mind fruit. From now on, you shall engage in combat using your telekinesis. Externally, I will claim you consume the telekinetic fruit. Do not easily reveal the power of your physical talents in close combat. Utilize your developed telekinesis to envelop your entire body as your combat method. This way, others will hardly suspect your fruit ability. I suspect that the devil fruit the world government initially sought was your mind fruit, not Cole's Kuin fruit. That animal-type devil fruit was likely procured by a spy from the world government without their knowledge. However, in the future, if you and Cole venture out to sea, be cautious and avoid exposing your fruit abilities. I will be careful. Uncle White, Luo Han replied, somewhat relieved that he prioritized the development of telekinesis as a cover. Quite well, but how did Uncle White know I wished to set sail? Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, I gaze longingly at the sea every day from Qingya. Anyone could guess I yearn to go to sea. Perhaps Uncle White and my father, in the past, also stood on Qingya, gazing at the sea and dreaming of the world beyond. For now, I must wait to grow up. I must endure. No recklessness. All right, I understand. Uncle White, may I come to collect rainbow fish in the future? Luo Han inquired, as the rainbow fish would greatly expedite his enhancement of physical talents. How about this? From now on, I shall specifically procure one for you each evening. You can consume it at night while training. That I will claim that I ate it. I doubt anyone will suspect anything. Uncle White mused. Then with a serious tone, he added, although the people of Ringtree Island are quite amiable, it is best not to disclose your ability to enhance physical talents through mental guidance. Fortunately, we initially had no knowledge of what this fruit was. I understand that I will return to the hunting team for training now. Luo Han responded, then soared to the island's peak to train with Cole. In the subsequent days, Luo Han trained in combat with Cole in the mornings and patrolled the island with Uncle Kate and the others in the afternoons. While there was supposed to be a rotation, due to the unique circumstances surrounding Luo Han and Cole, they took on the role of the emergency response team, thus continuously accompanying the patrols. At night, Luo Han returned home, foregoing visits to Qingya, instead choosing to converse with Grandma Mo. Grandma Mo's health had deteriorated significantly. She was nearing a century old, and Luo Han wished to spend more time with her. After all, aging often brings profound loneliness. As one witnesses familiar friends departing from this world, that IT felt as if the memories of his existence were gradually fading. Ultimately, everything around him would become unrecognizable, and the sense of solitude would envelop him like darkness. In such moments, the companionship of family is most needed, and Luo Han wished to accompany Grandma Mo on the final journey of her life. In the dead of night, after Grandma Mo had fallen asleep, Luo Han began consuming rainbow fish to guide the enhancement of his physical talents. Typically, he would exhaust the energy of the rainbow fish within a few hours. At that point, he would halt his consumption to avoid becoming emaciated. This routine continued for 6 months. One morning, the hunting team members gathered early at the training grounds. The heavy clouds in the sky seemed poised to descend at any moment, shrouding Ring Tree Island in gloom without a glimmer of sunlight. The atmosphere mirrored the somber mood of the people. From today onward, Luo Han, you will patrol alone towards the Qingya direction of Ring Tree Island. Cole, you will accompany me as we patrol from here. The rest of you, train diligently. Uncle Kate declared with a deep voice, his expression grave and his gaze upon the others filled with an unusual seriousness. Understood, Uncle Kate. From today onward, I will fulfill my patrol duties. Luo Han responded solemnly, standing before the others, appearing relatively small among the hunting team members at approximately 2 meters tall, after 6 months of enhancing his physical talents. Luo Han had finally grown to 2 meters in height, and he thereafter began to control his growth. He could not afford to be too conspicuous. Fortunately, the ability granted by the Mind Fruit allowed him considerable control over his physical form, akin to the life restoration technique within the 6 styles of AT that moment. Everyone looked at Luo Han with concern that he was still quite young, yet no one underestimated him. Seeing Cole nearing 5 meters tall was enough to demonstrate the remarkable extent of Cole's strength gained over the past 6 months. Luo Han had consistently held his own against Cole, so how weak could he truly be? Now, Luo Han had become a reliable companion. Over the last half year, Luo Han had saved several hunting team members from accidents using telekinesis, earning the trust and concern of the entire team. However, recent changes had emerged around Ring Tree Island, which had never been seen before, causing some unease among the members. All right, let us set off. Be cautious. Luo Han, Uncle Kate said, his concern evident as he gazed at Luo Han. Yes, I will, Luo Han replied. Subsequently, Cole and Uncle Kate embarked on their patrol. With a whoosh, Luo Han flew from the island's peak, soaring towards the surrounding waters of Ring Tree Island. Where the high salinity sea met the regular ocean, that a glance at the deep sea ahead caused a flicker of concern in Luo Han's eyes. He began patrolling along the boundary zone, maintaining an altitude above 1 kilometer, ensuring he could respond promptly to any unforeseen circumstances. After all, beneath the calm surface of the boundary waters, Luo Han sensed no fewer than 4 gigantic sea kings lurking, each measuring between 3,000 to 8,000 meters in length. He continued to fly around the island at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. More large sea kings have arrived, and their numbers have increased significantly since yesterday. Sigh. This is troubling, Luo Han thought bitterly. 6 months prior, he had resolved to pursue a leisurely journey of enhancing his physical talents and gradually exploring the abilities of the Mind Fruit. He had hoped to spend more time with Grandma Mo. Little did he know that the water surrounding Ring Tree Island would abruptly change. As the maturation time for the fish scale fruit drew nearer, the boundary waters began to see the emergence of large sea kings. Initially, no one thought much of it, as large sea kings had occasionally visited the boundary zone before. However, most had either headed directly towards Ring Tree Island or circled around the boundary before departing. This time was different. The sea kings that arrived seemed to have a tacit understanding, remaining in the deep sea. Indeed, it was as if all the sea kings that came here had made an unspoken agreement. In the ensuing 6 months, the number of sea kings in the boundary zone continued to swell, their sizes growing from an initial 3,000 meters to now measuring up to 8,000 meters. The hunting team members soon became aware of this anomaly, as these massive sea kings frequently surfaced, their house-sized eyes fixated on Ring Tree Island. The gaze, just one look, sent shivers down Luo Han's spine. It was filled with both intelligence and a tinge of greed and madness. Luo Han and the hunting team members could now ascertain that these sea kings were waiting for the ripening of the fish scale fruit on the divine tree of Ring Tree Island. These sea kings had transformed into a formidable pack of hunters, poised to hunt the divine tree. Sigh. In his previous life, having watched One Piece, one might have assumed that any formidable individual could easily vanquish the sea kings, particularly the larger varieties. However, it is only when faced with these colossal beasts, each comparable to the peaks of the Himalayas, their eyes larger than houses, fixed upon you with an unyielding gaze, that one truly comprehends their own insignificance and ignorance. Luo Han felt a weighty gloom settle over him. His attacks, to be frank, seemed futile against the 3,000-meter-long sea kings, let alone those stretching 8,000 meters. Currently, it appeared that only Uncle Kate and Uncle Vid on this island could contend with such titans. Yet, alas, the fish scale fruit would not mature for another 6 months. By then, Luo Han had no doubt that the sea kings would not be limited to merely 8,000 meters in length. Thousands of meters were certainly within the realm of possibility. Sigh. If only he could communicate with these sea kings. He mused in his heart, for then he could explain the situation and simply present all the fish scale fruit to the sea kings, allowing them to seize it themselves. Unfortunately, that was not feasible. Even if he tossed the fruit into the sea now, these sea kings would still not relent in their assault on the Ring Tree Island. Much like the first time the divine tree was attacked. Even after the fish scale fruit had vanished, the frenzied sea kings nearly uprooted and obliterated the divine tree. Sigh. Luo Han, having sighed countless times already, felt utterly helpless. The crisis facing Ring Tree Island seemed insurmountable. If only he could develop the ability akin to that of the god of the other world from the Naruto universe. It would not require total control. Merely subduing the strongest of the sea kings would suffice to resolve this predicament. Furthermore, possessing such enormous sea kings as mounts would make world travel considerably safer. Haha! As he envisioned a brighter future, a smile involuntarily crept across Luo Han's face. But then, his expression darkened. First, they must weather this crisis. If all else fails, he and Cole might have to flee with a portion of the people into the skies. Presently, the sea was encircled by the sea kings, and even the usually bold salt sharks had retreated beneath Ring Tree Island, too intimidated to venture out. However, Grandma Mo and the older generation might be reluctant to leave, especially under the condition of abandoning some of their kin. Grandma Mo would be even less inclined to depart. Sigh. Contemplating these matters, Luo Han sighed deeply once more, gazing toward Ring Tree Island. Poor divine tree. It must once again confront its former nightmares. May it survive this ordeal as well. At any rate, Luo Han saw no hope of defending Ring Tree Island against the onslaught of these sea kings. If only his strength were greater. The fervent desire for power surged within Luo Han once more. This time, he would not allow himself to slacken. Only through strength could he protect those dear to him. Just as in this instance, if Luo Han's telekinetic ability were even slightly stronger, he could lift the island's inhabitants, 10,000 in number, into the sky. Yet now he could manage only 2,000, which was woefully insufficient. Boom! Boom! The dense clouds unleashed enormous raindrops, each the size of basketballs, crashing down upon the ocean's surface. Luo Han enveloped himself in telekinesis, preventing his clothes from becoming drenched. He gazed into the depths, his consciousness probing the underwater realm for the sea kings. This torrential rain would undoubtedly affect the salinity of the surrounding waters around Ring Tree Island. He hoped that the sea kings would refrain from exploiting this moment of lowered salt concentration to launch an assault on the island. Alas, this was precisely why everyone was so anxious today. Fortunately, the fish scale fruit would not mature for another 6 months. The sea kings had yet to succumb to madness. They still possessed intelligence and should refrain from attacking. In the border area surrounding Ring Tree Island, boom, boom, the sound of colossal raindrops continued to echo, and it had been raining for the better part of an hour. Beneath the dim sky, Luo Han remained vigilant in his patrol. Meanwhile, 100 meters above the sea, Uncle Kate sat cross-legged atop Cole, who had transformed into a giant koan. Using his observation hockey, he carefully sensed the surface of the ocean below. Thankfully, there were no disturbances. After perceiving with his senses, Uncle Kate felt a wave of relief wash over him. "All right, Cole. Ascend higher," Uncle Kate instructed. Cole opened his mouth slightly, emitting a booming response. "Understood, Uncle Kate." He then soared back up to a height of 1,000 meters. Why again? Because Uncle Kate's observation hockey had a limited range, allowing him to perceive only significant movements, unlike Luo Han, whose perception extended over vast distances. Thus, each time Uncle Kate sought to discern the precise activities of the Sea Kings deep beneath the waves, he required Cole to fly to 100 meters above the surface before continuing to use his observation hockey. Once he grasped the situation clearly, they would then return to a height of 1,000 meters. Still no signs of activity. It seems this rain will not provoke an early attack from the Sea Kings on Ringtree Island, Uncle Kate pondered quietly. Meanwhile, Luo Han, braving the torrential rain, continued to soar in the skies 1,000 meters high. Blurp, blurp, suddenly strange sounds echoed around him. Luo Han paused, intently focusing his senses. Something substantial seemed to be rising from the ocean floor, and it was not a creature. Pop, pop. It turned out to be enormous bubbles, each several dozen meters in diameter, bursting as they surfaced. Not good. Luo Han's heart raced. Could it be that the Sea Kings were finally moving? What to do? Should he notify everyone now, or should he observe the situation further? Luo Han's expression turned urgent. At that moment, the Sea Kings beneath the depths began to surface. Giant heads, resembling mountains, broke the ocean's surface, sending towering waves radiating outward. "Look! What is that?" shouted a hunter from the island, pointing toward Luo Han's location. That's. Everyone gazed toward the distant sea, their expressions frozen in shock. In the far-off waters, the heads of the Sea Kings rose like mountain peaks, forming a veritable range that encircled Ringtree Island. "Those are large Sea Kings," one of the hunters stammered. Crash, crash. The waves generated by the emerging Sea Kings surged high, reaching over 10 meters, akin to a tsunami, crashing toward Ringtree Island, the sound of waves colliding against the rocky shores echoing ominously. The island's residents paused their tasks, clasping their hands in prayer, hoping for the safety of the hunters. Meanwhile, in the border area, the Sea Kings were now only a few hundred meters from Luo Han. A Sea King that resembled an enormous bull stared intently at Luo Han and the Ringtree Island behind him. Alone in the presence of these colossal creatures, cold sweat drenched Luo Han's body. The surfacing Sea Kings all gazed in the direction of Ringtree Island, as if confirming something. Luo Han stood frozen, unable to move, merely observing the Sea Kings below. They paid him no mind, perhaps perceiving him as an inconsequential ant fluttering in the sky. After a moment, it seemed the Sea Kings had reached a conclusion, and one by one, they sank back beneath the waves. Phew! A heavy breath escaped Luo Han's lips. "It's over." After some time, he finally regained his composure and sighed in relief. "I truly am not the protagonist. I lack that so-called strong mentality. Just now, I felt utterly immobilized, as though my very being was subjected to a suffocating pressure from the Sea Kings." Luo Han reflected with a tinge of self-doubt. Had those Sea Kings chosen to attack him, he wondered if he would have even been able to move. If not, his pirate career would have ended right then and there. A mixture of relief and lingering fear coursed through Luo Han. Thankfully, the Sea Kings had not attacked him, nor had they assailed Ringtree Island. Otherwise, Luo Han's expression darkened suddenly. Even if they did not attack now, the aroma of the fish scale fruit would surely incite these Sea Kings to strike Ringtree Island in 6 months, and the onslaught would only be more terrifying than it was now. Contemplating this, Luo Han felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Logically, the divine tree had already transmitted this scent far from its roots into the ocean. Why then did these Sea Kings remain here? Luo Han could only surmise that these large Sea Kings possessed considerable intelligence and a remarkable memory, much like the colossal elephant of Zhuowu Island, which recalled promises made centuries prior. These Sea Kings likely remembered that a fruit with the power to enhance their innate abilities once resided here, providing a plausible explanation for their continued presence. Such a realization only deepened Luo Han's despair. Gazing skyward at the heavy, dark clouds, the sound of raindrops crashing against the ocean mirrored the turmoil in his heart, that if things became dire, he would indeed have no choice but to lead a portion of the people away. He imagined that Uncle Kate and Uncle Vit were contemplating similar matters. Sigh. His head ached. Such matters should be left to the adults. After all, he was merely a 13-year-old child, albeit one nearing 2 meters in height. Luo Han feigned a light-hearted demeanor and continued his patrol. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uncle Kate and Cole both breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, the sudden emergence of massive bubbles from the sea startled the two individuals, followed by the abrupt appearance of dozens of colossal sea kings' heads. Uncle Kate, whose observation hockey was not particularly far-reaching, was caught off guard. Thankfully, this occurred at an altitude of 1,000 meters, had he descended to inspect the movements of the sea kings. A collision would have been inevitable. It seems that during the next inspection, greater caution is warranted, Uncle Kate mused to himself. Subsequently, Uncle Kate and Cole continued their patrol, braving the deluge of enormous raindrops. While Uncle Kate, perched upon Cole's back, felt a shadow of gloom envelop him. He contemplated the situation that had just crossed Rohan's mind, wondering if there truly was no way out. Uncle Kate was reluctant to concede defeat, unwilling to abandon Ring Tree Island or any of its inhabitants. However, he felt utterly powerless. Gazing out at the boundless ocean, he experienced a profound resentment towards his own feeble strength for the first time. If only he had persevered in his training over the past few years, perhaps he could have achieved the strength of an admiral and averted the impending crisis threatening Ring Tree Island. Ultimately, the stability of their environment had lulled him into a false sense of security, leading him to believe that he would never encounter an insurmountable crisis in his lifetime. Yes, these thoughts weighed heavily on Uncle Kate's heart. His burden grew even more pronounced in the following hours. Rohan, Uncle Kate, and Cole continued their aerial patrol around Ring Tree Island. After enjoying a midday meal atop the island, they resumed their watch. Thus, the day came to a close, and with the onset of night, the rain ceased. It was expected that nothing would occur this evening, as the Sea Kings were generally inactive at night. Only a few awakened members of the hunting team were left behind to maintain vigilance. Upon returning to the island summit, everyone expressed their concern for Rohan and Cole. Are you tired? Make sure to eat plenty of meat and rest well. Be extra cautious during the next patrol. The repeated expressions of concern allowed Rohan and Cole to finally escape the crowd. Given the recent upheaval, it was now Rohan, Cole, and Uncle Kate who undertook the patrol, as the other members of the hunting team were deemed unsuitable for such tasks. Should any unforeseen event arise, escape would be impossible. Soon after, Rohan and Cole hurried home, knowing their family must be waiting anxiously. Upon arrival, Grandma Mo had prepared a meal, as usual, eagerly anticipating Rohan's return. "You're back, Shaohan. Come sit down and eat," Grandma Mo exclaimed, rising with a concerned expression upon seeing Rohan at the door. "There wasn't any trouble today, was there? Shaohan, I heard a tremendous noise." "You must be careful." Her anxious gaze met Rohan's deep eyes. "I will ensure Grandma Mo lives on," Rohan vowed within himself, then donned a smile, saying, "Today went smoothly. There were no issues. You can relax." "Grandma, I'll be careful." Witnessing Rohan's smile, Grandma Mo's anxiety eased somewhat. "Then hurry and eat. I made plenty of meat for you. Indulge yourself." I've been craving your cooking all day, Grandma," Rohan replied, grinning. After dinner, Rohan made his way to Qingya. At this moment, several members of the hunting team were on night watch, brothers a few years older than Han. "Han, what brings you up here?" one of the older brothers asked, astonished. The others turned in surprise as well, with one remarking, "Indeed? Rohan, you have patrol duty tomorrow. You should be resting." Faced with the concerned gazes of the older brothers, Rohan could only say he was taking a stroll after dinner and would return to rest shortly. After a brief walk, Rohan headed back. That night, after devouring the rainbow fish, Rohan lay in bed, commencing his mental guidance for physical evolution. Indeed, he was simply lying down. It seemed that the common perception of cultivation involved sitting cross-legged. Was there some special advantage to that? Rohan was unsure. After consuming the rainbow fish, he lay down to cultivate and fell asleep immediately afterward. However, upon completing his practice that night, Rohan found himself unable to sleep. The images of the patrol lingered vividly in his mind. The moment those gigantic sea kings surfaced, he was drenched in sweat, frozen in place as if paralyzed. Sighing deeply, Rohan felt helpless. What was he to do? How could he save Ring Tree Island and its people? Should he enhance his telekinesis to rescue everyone? Develop otherworldly abilities to control all the Sea Kings? Or perhaps elevate his consciousness to the level where he could hear the voices of all living things and befriend the Sea Kings? Pleading with them to spare the divine tree, it seemed that with only half a year left, accomplishing any of this was impossible. For now, he should focus on enhancing his physical attributes and growing stronger. Tomorrow, he would discuss with Uncle White the necessity of consuming 3 rainbow fish each night for training, at the very least. He aimed to maximize his strength within 6 months, avoiding a repeat of today's immobilized state. The following day dawned clear, with the clouds from yesterday dispersed, yet the gloom in everyone's hearts remained. Early on, Rohan approached Uncle White to discuss increasing his rainbow fish intake for training. Uncle White paused in silence before acquiescing to Rohan's request. Thus began the routine of their daily tasks, patrolling by day and training by night. Rohan's physique grew stronger day by day, his height gradually reaching 2 meters and 5 centimeters. However, no one paid him any heed. As the maturity of the fish scale fruit approached within a month, the surrounding waters of Ring Tree Island finally revealed the presence of colossal sea kings exceeding 10,000 meters in size. In midair, perched atop the giant Kuin transformed by coal, both Uncle Kate and Rohan, utilizing their observation haki and consciousness to perceive the situation, were engulfed by profound despair. Below, in the deep sea, a sea king resembling an eel, measuring 20,000 meters in length, coiled and twisted on the ocean floor, resembling an underwater mountain range, with not a single other sea king in sight within a kilometer radius. The remaining sea kings lay in wait a kilometer away, as if serving the sovereign. Indeed, sea kings above 10,000 meters were of an entirely different caliber than their lesser counterparts, not only in terms of combat prowess, but also in their intellectual distinction. The sea kings above 10,000 meters imparted to Rohan a sense of wisdom indistinguishable from that of humans. Don't lose heart, Kate. At least we still have Rohan and Cole. Uncle White said gravely to Uncle Kate, who appeared somewhat despondent. Uncle Kate jolted, turning to Uncle White, his eyes gradually regaining their resolve. Since the torrential rain half a year ago, the congregation of sea kings had only increased. Consequently, Uncle White began patrolling alongside Rohan, also to safeguard his life. Yes, we still have Rohan and Cole. At least we can save some of the people. Uncle Kate echoed, coming to the realization. As the 2 strongest individuals on the island, if they lost their fighting spirit, the remaining inhabitants would be plunged into utter despair. Now was not the time for despair. There remained a month to devise a plan to rescue Ring Tree Island. Ensuring that the island's inhabitants could be saved, Uncle White, steadfast in his gaze directed at the depths of the sea, declared resolutely. Rohan remained silent, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and frustration. Over the past few months, he had exhausted every conceivable strategy, yet none offered a solution for saving Ring Tree Island and its denizens. That evening, returning home after dinner with Grandma Mo, Rohan lay on his bed, commencing his training, even in the absence of hope for rescuing Ring Tree Island. Perhaps it was the pressure of the external environment. Rohan's mental guidance abilities intensified, and he anticipated reaching the physical talent level of Cole that night. With the energy derived from the rainbow fish combined with the resonance of his consciousness, Rohan's body was evolving at a terrifying pace. Under normal circumstances, Rohan would have been quite satisfied. But now, time was of the essence. Alas, the time frame was still too short. Given a few years, rescuing Ring Tree Island might be feasible. However, ensuring the safe evacuation of everyone remained attainable. Moreover, considering the current predicament of Ring Tree Island, even an admiral might not suffice. As long as he could secure everyone's escape, Rohan would be content. As he felt the gradual evolution of his mental guidance towards the resonance of his consciousness. Rohan contemplated his situation. With Cole's physical presence concluded, he needed to record a stronger physical talent aura to accelerate his own evolution. He also pondered the Sea Kings. They could be said to be the most physically gifted beings in the world of One Piece. He wondered whether his consciousness could record the physical auras of those colossal sea kings. Surely, those exceeding 10,000 meters in length must possess exceptional physical talent. It felt as though it were indeed possible. Luo Han suddenly felt a surge of excitement. As long as it was a breath that could be recorded by divine perception, it should be achievable that tomorrow's attempt would reveal the truth. The following morning, Luo Han enveloped Uncle White with telekinesis and flew to the boundary zone. Before commencing their patrol, Luo Han briefed Uncle White on the situation. Luo Han, Uncle White, my physical aptitude has evolved to the level of Kier. I wish to test today whether I can record the physical aptitude energies of the Sea Kings that dwell at depths exceeding 10,000 meters. If I can record them, my physical aptitude will advance at an even swifter pace. Uncle White gazed at Luo Han, surprise and astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Luo Han could reach Kier's level of physical aptitude so rapidly, let alone record the energies of the Sea Kings. It was well known that the physical aptitude of Sea Kings was formidable, particularly those residing at such depths. Observing the vague, colossal silhouettes in the ocean below, Uncle White's expression grew solemn. What a pity. Time remains insufficient. Is there anything you require from me, Luo Han? Uncle White inquired. Luo Han fixated on the enormous eel-like Sea King in the deep sea and contemplated before responding. I believe it should not be necessary. I will merely use my divine perception to record the physical aptitude energy of that colossal Sea King that I wonder if it will notice. If it does, I will need you to alert me. Very well, proceed with your attempt. I will remain vigilant, Uncle White replied in a grave tone. Subsequently, Luo Han closed his eyes, employing his divine perception to sense the energy of the 2,000-meter-long Sea King. Under the blanket of his divine perception, the physical aptitude energy of that gargantuan Sea King radiated like the sun. However, its brilliance made the recording somewhat laborious, akin to absorbing an overwhelming and intricate stream of information. It would require a considerable duration to fully assimilate. As time gradually elapsed, Luo Han remained motionless in the sky, his telekinesis still sustaining its hold. Uncle White observed the Sea King below with a serious demeanor. Prepare to notify Luo Han at the slightest hint of danger. Moments later, Luo Han's body began to undergo a transformation. He started to shrink and grow slender. Witnessing this change, Uncle White understood that Luo Han's energy recording had reached a critical juncture. It had been the same during the last development of his telekinesis. Alas, Luo Han was too hasty. He should have prepared the rainbow fish for energy replenishment the previous night. All he could do now was hope that Luo Han could endure. Within Luo Han's divine perception, his consciousness tirelessly recorded the energy transmitted through it. With the last trace of energy recorded, Luo Han finally completed the documentation of the physical aptitude energy of the colossal Sea King. He had not anticipated it to be more challenging than recording Kier's. Of course, if a human possessed the physical aptitude of a colossal Sea King, the potential could be terrifying at the very least. They would not be weaker than the matriarch. Upon opening his eyes, Uncle White urgently inquired, Luo Han, did you succeed? Luo Han replied, I have recorded it. The next step is enhancement. Then let us return directly. We must first procure a rainbow fish for you. You currently resemble nothing more than a skeleton. Uncle White continued. Sigh. Luo Han felt somewhat helpless every time he utilized the abilities of the fruit of the mind. His physical stamina always fell short. However, this merely indicated that the capacity to record physical aptitude energy stemmed from the fruit of the mind, with divine perception serving merely as an intermediary. Then let us depart, Uncle White, Luo Han responded. With that, he and Uncle White swiftly flew back beneath the first layer. Upon arrival, Uncle White immediately leaped into the lake to catch fish. Forget it. Let Uncle White handle it. Although Luo Han could have used telekinesis to retrieve the rainbow fish, seeing Uncle White's eager figure, he felt moved and chose to refrain from intervening. Before long, Uncle White emerged. Here, eat. After preparing the fish, Uncle White handed the meat to Luo Han. Without further ado, Luo Han took it and ate tea as the flesh of the rainbow fish filled his stomach. His body swelled once more. That's still not enough. Uncle White, Luo Han observed his arms, noticing they remained somewhat thin. Here, I have more. Uncle White presented another prepared rainbow fish. Luo Han accepted it and continued to eat. With a sigh, this time he finally restored his physique. That will suffice, Uncle White. Let us continue our patrol. Luo Han assessed his recovery and looked up at Uncle White. Indeed, Uncle White affirmed. Whoosh, whoosh, Luo Han and Uncle White swiftly ascended from the island's depths to its pinnacle. Returning to the boundary zone to resume their patrol, the sound of the wind howled around Luo Han as he and Uncle White hovered above a location in the boundary zone, surveying the ocean below, engulfed in a sense of helplessness. Another colossal sea king had arrived, this one resembling a crab and of indescribable size, measuring approximately 10,000 meters across, not accounting for its enormous pincers. It was entirely covered in a thick shell. Despair seeped into Luo Han and Uncle White. Trembling all over, Luo Han instinctively knelt in midair, tears welling in his eyes. Uncle White, what shall we do? Luo Han turned to Uncle White, striving to hold back his tears. Uncle White, upon hearing Luo Han's words, shuddered. He then fell into silence. At this moment, even the normally resolute Uncle White found himself at a loss for words to comfort Luo Han. Luo Han turned his gaze back to the colossal Sea King, and through his divine perception, he sensed that its physical aptitude energy was even stronger than that of the eel-like Sea King encountered earlier. Let us return, Luo Han. There is no need to patrol anymore. Uncle White directed his gaze toward Luo Han. Why not? Luo Han muttered softly. Had Uncle White resigned himself to fate? Uncle White glanced at the vast ocean below and then back at Luo Han. No further patrols are necessary. It is now evident that these Sea Kings will not attack the Ring Tree Island until the fish scale fruit matures. More colossal Sea Kings will arrive, and the rulers among them will restrain the others. Let us return and devise a plan to rescue everyone from the Ring Tree Island. Upon hearing Uncle White's words, Luo Han silently rose to his feet. His eyes gleamed with determination. All that mattered was ensuring everyone's escape. Subsequently, Luo Han and Uncle White rejoined Uncle Kate and the others, explained the situation, and then flew back to the Ring Tree Island. That night, the bright moonlight illuminated the entirety of the Ring Tree Island, its pristine glow seemingly capable of dispelling all sorrow. Yet it could not alleviate the heavy hearts of those present. A somber atmosphere loomed over the island's summit, pressing down on all. The situation was dire. Currently, the only viable option was to fly away from the Ring Tree Island. Traversing the ocean surface would result in attacks from the Sea Kings. Previously, when Luo Han controlled several boats with telekinesis to cross the boundary zone, they were instantly devoured by the Sea Kings. Uncle White surveyed the silent crowd and spoke. Is there truly no way? Brother White, can't everyone leave? I wish to stay. A similarly injured uncle spoke, his voice trembling as he struggled to suppress his tears. Everyone turned their gaze toward Uncle White. He looked upon all the able-bodied individuals on the island, his expression gradually solidifying with resolve. Luo Han and Kier's abilities were insufficient to evacuate everyone at once. Beginning tomorrow, I will team up with Luo Han, while Kier will pair with Uncle Kate. We will fly in 2 different directions to search for islands surrounding the Ring Tree Island. If we discover any, we shall take advantage of the time before the fish scale fruit matures to evacuate everyone in batches. At this point, Uncle White paused momentarily before continuing. However, once we venture too far, we may lose our way back to the Ring Tree Island. Thus, we will strive to fly at a higher altitude, searching the surrounding ocean for any potential islands while ensuring we do not lose our bearings. Everyone's gaze turned to Luo Han and Kier. Luo Han. Kier. We entrust everything to you. Exercise utmost caution. Do not feel pressured. This is beyond anyone's control. Alas, I did not expect to burden you 2 young lads in the end. Not a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Yet they were reluctant to impose this responsibility upon Luo Han and Kier, and could only offer their well wishes. Atop the Ring Tree Island, gazing at the expectant and hopeful gazes of the crowd, Luo Han felt a weight settle in his heart, resolutely determined to find an island by morning and rescue everyone. All right, if we locate an island, everyone can depart. If not, we will proceed as previously discussed. Now, disperse and clarify matters with your families. Do you understand? Uncle White stated after noticing the crowd's emotions had slightly eased. Luo Han and Kier meet atop the Azure Cliff tomorrow morning. Uncle White instructed the two standing before the assembly. Understood. Luo Han and Ku Erchi exchanged words before the others gradually made their way home. Once everyone had returned, Uncle Wei and Kate stepped aside, gazing out at the vast ocean before them. Tomorrow, keep a close watch on Luo Han. Do not let him venture too far. I sense something is amiss with his state today, that if we can only take a portion of the people. He should be aware that Grandma Mo will not leave, Uncle Kate solemnly stated. Uncle Wei's demeanor stiffened slightly as he replied, Alas, we all know the bond between Luo Han and Grandma Mo. I will be vigilant tomorrow if necessary. We shall forcibly take Grandma Mo with us, and I hope everyone will understand. They both cast their eyes toward the sea, contemplating their thoughts. Upon returning home, Grandma Mo awaited them at the dining table. Grandma, I'm back. You should get some rest, Luo Han exclaimed as he embraced her. Huh? Good. By the way, how did your discussion go tonight? Have you come up with any solutions if it doesn't work out? Xiao Han, please do not overexert yourself. Think of the future of the island. Understand? As Grandma Mo's incessant nagging filled the air, Luo Han's resolve to find a way to lead everyone away from the island grew stronger. Rest assured, Grandma, we have devised a plan. Tomorrow, I will join Uncle Wei and the others to search for another island. Once we find it, we can all leave Ring Tree Island together for a new life. Luo Han assured her, That's wonderful. Please be careful tomorrow. Grandma Mo smiled as she gently patted Luo Han's head. Yes, I will take care. You should go to bed now, Grandma, he replied as he stood up. All right, I shall sleep now, but don't practice too late, Grandma Mo said with a tender gaze before retiring to her room. Luo Han nodded, watching her enter before returning to his own quarters. After consuming the radiant fish from that evening, he lay in bed, engaging in spiritual guidance for physical evolution. With the consumption of energy, Luo Han's physical aptitude rapidly evolved, gradually aligning with that of an enormous eel-like sea creature. Feeling his cells tighten and brimming with energy, he sensed an enhancement in his resilience, strength, and agility, indicating that this evolution leaned towards a development of power and swiftness as the dazzling aura within him surged. Luo Han felt an eagerness for the evolution to progress swiftly. With the enhancement of his body and the influence of spiritual guidance, he discovered that his telekinetic powers, which had long remained stagnant, were also improving. The force he could wield had grown stronger. He hoped everything would proceed smoothly and that they could depart Ring Tree Island before the fish scale fruit ripened. Morning arrived. The sun had yet to rise, and the sky appeared gray. Luo Han joined Uncle Wei and his son at Chinya. Upon arrival, he spotted Uncle Kate had also come. Now that we are here, let us set off. Cole, you and Uncle Kate will search from this direction. Luo Han and I will explore the other side, Uncle Wei instructed. Good. May we all receive favorable news. Uncle Kate discreetly glanced at Uncle Wei. Subsequently, Cole transformed into a colossal creature, soaring into the sky with Uncle Kate atop his back. That we should depart as well, Luo Han. Uncle Wei said to him that, Luo Han nodded. With a shared thought, they enveloped themselves in telekinetic energy. Whoosh! They took flight, moving in the opposite direction of Chinya. The sound of rushing wind filled their ears. At that moment, Luo Han and Uncle Wei soared to an altitude of 6,000 meters, 20 kilometers above Ring Tree Island. Surrounded by a few wispy clouds from that height, the island appeared merely as a larger beneath them. We cannot ascend any higher. If we do, we may lose sight of Ring Tree Island, Uncle Wei remarked, his thoughts complex as he surveyed the area. The once majestic sacred tree truly chose its location well. Luo Han took notice as well that it seems we must rise a bit higher to see more clearly. He said, Uncle Wei, wait here for me. I will ascend higher. Rest assured, I will maintain a telekinetic connection with you to avoid getting lost, and my consciousness can sense a great distance. I can still perceive Ring Tree Island from this altitude. All right then, rise higher and take a look. I will keep an eye on Ring Tree Island from here. Uncle Wei conceded, realizing this arrangement was sensible, that he would monitor the island from below while Luo Han increased his altitude. thereby enhancing the chances of discovering an unfamiliar island. Luo Han continued to ascend and soon reached an altitude of 12,000 meters. This is it. I can't go any higher. The lack of oxygen is overwhelming. If I rise further, I will lose consciousness, he thought. Standing at this height, he could see some curvature of the ocean surface. However, his mood soured further. The unpredictable weather of the One Piece world was notorious, often remaining constant. Some areas were perpetually cloaked in thick clouds to Luo Han's eyes. The vast expanse of the ocean stretched infinitely, while the obscured regions were shrouded by dense cloud cover, concealing the waters beneath. He had no choice but to continue forward to investigate. Upon returning to Uncle Wei, Luo Han reported, "Uncle Wei, I did not discover any islands from above. We need to venture further out." Uncle Wei first checked the position of Ring Tree Island before responding. "Let us try to fly in this direction. Do not change course. I fear that if we shift directions, we might inadvertently lose sight of Ring Tree Island." "Understood. Uncle Wei, I will fly slowly, ensuring Ring Tree Island remains in view." Luo Han acknowledged, realizing that changing direction mid-flight could indeed lead to losing track of the island. They decided to thoroughly explore the surrounding area before making further decisions. "Let us go," Uncle Wei instructed. The two then flew approximately 20,000 meters forward before pausing. At that point, Ring Tree Island was barely discernible. Afterward, Luo Han ascended once more, conducting the same observations and arriving at a similar conclusion. "Darn it! What on earth is going on? This One Piece world is utterly unreasonable. From such a height, not a single island is visible. Only those immobile clouds." Luo Han's mood soured, feeling an urge to vent his frustration. Yet he remained helpless. However, gazing at the distant, unmoving clouds, he pondered deeply. In the context of the One Piece world, persistent clouds often indicated the presence of an island beneath them. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Luo Han thought with a surge of excitement. He quickly returned to Uncle Wei's side. "Uncle Wei, I may have discovered an island. Do you see those stationary clouds? There might be an island beneath them. Let us investigate," Luo Han exclaimed enthusiastically. Yet, Uncle Wei appeared less than thrilled, his expression tinged with concern as he regarded Luo Han. "Look behind you, Luo Han. Can you still see Ring Tree Island?" Uncle Wei asked with an air of resignation. Luo Han turned around and, after a moment, spotted a small black amidst the mirror-like blue sea. "You noticed it too? We have reached our limit. If we go any further, we may lose our way back." Luo Han fell silent, and Uncle Wei, observing him, felt a pang of discomfort. However, there was no other choice. This was their limit. If they lost their way, it would spell despair for those on Ring Tree Island. "But there must be an island there," Luo Han insisted, his eyes alight with hope as he gazed at Uncle Wei. Sighing, Uncle Wei wished fervently to explore further, yet he knew it was impossible. "Luo Han, setting aside whether those clouds are indeed stationary, even if we discover an island, how will we return to Ring Tree Island? You understand the situation. If we proceed any further, we will lose all sense of Ring Tree Island's position. If we lose our way, Grandma and Mo will be heartbroken," Uncle Wei cautioned. Luo Han opened his mouth, unable to articulate a response, his heart heavy as if obstructed by a stone. After a moment, he collected himself. "Yes, I cannot afford to get lost. I cannot abandon Grandma and Mo," he reminded himself. "Wait, Uncle Wei, did you not sail out and then return to Ring Tree Island once before? I recall you mentioning that you were aware of the location of the Ring Tree." At that moment, Luo Han suddenly remembered that several years ago, Uncle White had shared stories about his parents, stating that the three of them had ultimately headed straight for Ring Tree Island. However, they were swept away to the island due to the onslaught of the world government snipers and a tempest. Luo Han, in truth, we merely speculated about the storm that separated the three of us. Previously, we were indeed quite disoriented. Moreover, Ring Tree Island lacks magnetic properties, hence there are no permanent indicators, Uncle White remarked with a sheepish smile, his eyes cast upwards. Luo Han gazed at Uncle White in disbelief. It seemed that, in an attempt to portray themselves as wise, they had feigned their earlier confusion. "Very well. The last glimmer of hope has vanished." As he surveyed the boundless ocean, an unexpected sense of calm washed over Luo Han. Reflecting on his past life, he mused that, from the perspective of an ordinary person in the world of One Piece, modern society on Earth must appear safe and serene, devoid of the plunder and oppression by pirates and aristocrats. Yet, in contrast to the harsh realities of his former life, rife with monetary strife and ailments, Luo Han now found himself more willing to confront the brutality of the One Piece world. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, with a hint of self-deprecation. He realized that, at some point, he had relinquished his past and fully immersed himself in this new world. He even began to contemplate the notion of saving it. I, Luo Han, have always been merely an ordinary person, whether in my past life or this one. The crisis of Ring Tree Island is beyond my capacity to resolve, but at the very least, I can rescue a portion of the people. Can I? With this realization, Luo Han seemed to let go of his obsessions. Let us return to re-establish our bearings and search for unfamiliar islands in another direction. Uncle White. Luo Han spoke calmly. Observing Luo Han's serene demeanor, Uncle White felt a twinge of concern. However, he was at a loss for words, as he too felt a heavy burden on his heart. Then we shall return to locate Ring Tree Island and continue our search, Uncle White replied. Subsequently, the two began their journey back to a point closer to Ring Tree Island before changing their course. This search persisted throughout the day. That evening, upon returning to Qingya, the four of them fell into a solemn silence, a weighty atmosphere enveloping them. Have you received any news? Uncle White broke the silence. Turning to Uncle Kate, shaking his head, Uncle Kate wore a look of resignation. Cole, sensing the atmosphere, remained silent as well. I'll head back first. Uncle White, we shall resume our search tomorrow, Luo Han stated before flying home alone. Then I'll return as well. Father. Upon seeing Luo Han depart, Cole also felt the urge to go home, perhaps yearning for a meal. Very well. Let us return, Uncle White responded. White. What's wrong with Luo Han? I noticed something peculiar about him earlier. He appeared so calm, as if he was indifferent to everything. Just yesterday, he was so anxious and concerned. Uncle Kate remarked as he watched Luo Han's retreating figure. Sigh. Uncle White sighed deeply. Today's search has left him in despair and on the brink of collapse. Upon returning, he has taken on this demeanor. Perhaps everyone had placed their hopes on him, subjecting him to immense pressure. And now that he sees no hope, he has given up. Let us not speak of Luo Han alone. Are we not in the same boat? We simply no longer express it on our faces. Sometimes the absence of expression is itself a form of despair. Uncle Kate gazed at the sea, his voice heavy with melancholy. We shall continue as well. Tomorrow we press on, for we must not give up easily until the final moment. Uncle White rose and made his way toward the island. Wait for me. White. Uncle Kate also stood and followed closely behind Uncle White. Day after day, the search continued, yet no information about any islands emerged. Meanwhile, the number of colossal sea kings was on the rise, with 5 confirmed sightings, each exceeding 10,000 meters in length. Panic began to spread across the island. Everyone understood that only a portion of people could be evacuated, and the fate of those left behind was all too clear. Initially, during the first few days, hope still lingered. However, after 10 days had passed, the tension became unbearable, and people began to crowd at Luo Han's doorstep each morning, hoping he could rescue their loved ones. Witnessing the desperate faces of those yearning for their families, Luo Han could only respond calmly. I will do my utmost to save everyone. As the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, he took to the skies once more, searching the vicinity around Ring Tree Island for any signs of other islands. Even those he had previously explored, he would reconnoiter again. It felt as though only through relentless searching could he find solace. Time trickled by, and now only 3 days remained until the ripening of the fish scale fruit. No one could ascertain its exact maturation time. It could very well be ready by tomorrow. That evening, after a quiet dinner with Grandma Mo, Luo Han returned to his room and lay on his bed, lost in thought. They would be departing Ring Tree Island by noon tomorrow, suddenly feeling a pang of reluctance. He hoped that the divine tree would survive this ordeal. With that thought, his expression darkened again. Tomorrow, he would exert his utmost effort, rescuing as many as he could. Such decisions should rest with Uncle White and the others. He would simply follow their guidance. It was best to continue his training, striving to grow stronger in order to save more people. After consuming the rainbow fish, Luohan reclined on his bed once more, attuning his spirit to the enhancement of his physical form. Simultaneously, he extended his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Ring Tree Island. The atmosphere seemed to have calmed among the people. Perhaps they had resigned themselves to their fate. Families gathered together, exchanging words. Uncle White's family was no exception, with Cole resting his head against Aunt Lillian, basking in her tender affection. Like a lazy kitten, Uncle White sat opposite Aunt Lillian, silently observing. Meanwhile, Uncle Kate and his nephew, Brother Rain, sat together, smiles adorning their faces as they conversed. In the tranquil confines of Ring Tree Island, laughter would occasionally echo through the air. This was the brilliance of humanity. Feeling the warmth of their laughter, Luohan finally let go of his obsessions. With the release of his attachments, Luohan experienced a profound sense of emptiness within his soul, as if shedding a heavy burden that had long weighed upon him. His spiritual perception transformed, allowing his consciousness to extend beyond its previous confines. Although it required alignment with his spirit, it nonetheless represented a breakthrough. There seems to be an influx of new fluctuations within my perception. These fluctuations appeared to sense Luohan's spirit, intensifying in their rhythm as if imbued with life. What could this be? Luohan pondered. As he focused on these new fluctuations, he sensed nothing amiss for a moment. Suddenly, the fluctuations began to adjust their frequencies. Sorry. No. Abruptly, a series of fragmented words resonated in Luohan's mind. Who are you? Luohan exclaimed, rising to scan his surroundings. No one was there. The voice had vanished. It made no sense. Surely no one could conceal themselves from my spirit. Luohan felt a flicker of suspicion. Could it be those fluctuations? Yes. The voice he heard earlier had resonated directly within his mind. Not through his ears. Luohan continued to probe the fluctuations with his spirit, and this time he finally discerned the clarity of their communication, as if they had harmonized their frequencies. Sorry. A somewhat indistinct voice echoed. Yet it was now audible. Was it directed at me? Who are you? Luohan inquired, uncertain whether this entity could hear him. I am the divine tree. I can hear you if you simply think your words. This time the voice was clear, akin to that of a young girl, and Luohan understood her. Why, you are the divine tree. You can speak? After a lengthy pause, Luohan stammered, It took me hundreds of years to learn your language. The melodious voice replied. Luohan now realized that the fluctuations originated from the divine tree. He was astonished to discover that the divine tree possessed human-like intelligence. It was truly remarkable. Not only could it speak, but it had also taken centuries to master human language. For a tree, that was indeed extraordinary. He could not demand more. Sighing, Luohan reflected on the current circumstances, feeling a twinge of sadness. I'm so sorry. It is I who have brought harm upon you, the divine tree stated. Luohan's expression dimmed, and he felt a surge of compassion for the divine tree. He had not anticipated the depth of its bond with the island's inhabitants. Even now, it was concerned about apologizing. The divine tree continued. My fish scale fruit will ripen by noon tomorrow. I have longed to alert everyone, but they could not hear my voice. Fortunately, you have. Please, inform everyone to leave me swiftly. What? It will ripen by noon tomorrow. No. I must hurry to warn Uncle White and the others. We need to depart promptly in the morning. Upon hearing the divine tree's words, Luohan was jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. As the group had decided to depart only at noon the following day, if they were to cross paths, it would spell disaster. He hastily resolved to notify Uncle Vid. Rising quickly, Luohan made his way to Uncle Vid's residence, but as he stepped outside, he abruptly halted, gazing at the divine tree with eyes filled with warmth and tenderness. She must feel quite lonely as well. An impulse surged within him to create a homely atmosphere for her. Thank you for your reminder, Xiao Huan. From this moment on, I shall call you Xiao Huan. Why not take my surname as well? Luo Huan. If you agree, you shall become my little sister. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Luo Huan's mind. Her voice was so youthful and melodious. Surely, there could be no objection to having her as a sister. Oh, the name? Luo Huan. I quite like it, brother. The voice of the divine tree. No, Xiao Huan, resounded sweetly within Luo Han's heart. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, he approached Uncle Vit's home. Knock, knock. Luo Han rapped on the door of Cole's house. With a clang, the door swung open, revealing Aunt Lillian. Little Luo Han, what brings you here? Come in quickly. Upon entering, he found Uncle Vit and Cole seated on stone benches. Brother Han, you've come to my home. Cole exclaimed, surprised, for Luo Han seldom visited others at night. Is something amiss? Uncle Vit inquired. Luo Han hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. How could he explain that the divine tree, Xiao Huan, had spoken to him? Claiming her status as his sister, she had also informed him that the fish scale fruit would ripen by noon the next day. Would Uncle Vit be able to accept this? Uncle Vit. Tonight, just a moment ago, my spiritual fruit underwent a breakthrough. Subsequently, I sensed some fluctuations, or rather, voices. These fluctuations revealed that the fish scale fruit would be ripe by noon tomorrow and urged us to leave Ring Tree Island promptly. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Han resolved to speak candidly with Uncle Vit. Upon hearing Luo Han's words, Cole and Aunt Lillian exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions conveying a mix of confusion and incredulity, leaving Luo Han feeling somewhat exasperated. You cannot be serious, Luo Han. Only Uncle Vit maintained a grave countenance, evidently aware that, as a former Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he had encountered phenomena that could validate such claims. Coupled with Luo Han's unique spiritual perception, Uncle Vit recognized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was the divine tree that spoke, expressing a desire to convey the urgency of our departure. However, it was only after my spiritual fruit's breakthrough that I could hear her words. Seeing Uncle Vit's trust in his account, Luo Han quickly replied, The divine tree. It seems the elders were right. The divine tree possesses wisdom. Very well. You and I shall promptly inform Uncle Kate of this matter, and then we will explain the situation to everyone. Let us prepare to gather at the island summit by morning, Uncle Vit declared, rising to accompany Luo Han in seeking out Uncle Kate. Once Luo Han and Uncle Vit departed, silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Cole shivered. The divine tree spoke, and it spoke to Brother Han. Oh, I wish I could communicate with the divine tree as well, Cole admitted, somewhat envious of Luo Han. Aunt Lillian, regaining her composure, marveled at the extraordinary nature of the divine tree's ability to speak. After finding Uncle Kate and explaining the situation, the two began notifying each household. Luo Han returned home, recognizing that only Uncle Vit and Uncle Kate's words would carry the necessary credibility going forward. Upon arriving home, Luo Han refrained from calling for Grandma Mo, as there was little to pack. He lay back on his bed, reaching out in thought to Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan, how did you manage to communicate with me? Luo Han inquired, curious about her method. I sense the same spiritual vibrations as you. Brother, so I attempted to communicate and heard your voice, Xiao Huan replied with a clear and melodious tone. I see. It must be the breakthrough of my spiritual fruit that allows my consciousness to extend through spiritual perception. Some of my thoughts likely generated fluctuations that enabled you to sense me. Luo Han pondered, a flicker of insight teasing the edges of his consciousness, though he struggled to grasp it fully. I ought to continue my training. Come morning, I'll take as many people as possible with me. Xiao Huan, I shall begin my training now. When you sprout again, I shall return to see you, Luo Han conveyed to Xiao Huan in his heart. Xiao Huan emitted a gentle wave of energy, signaling her understanding. As he retracted his spiritual perception, Luo Han found himself lost in thought. Given Xiao Huan's age, it might be many years before she surfaced again. By then, he mused, perhaps no one would remember him, having only just gained a sister only to part ways forever. The following morning dawned gray and somber, mirroring the hearts of the gathered crowd atop the island. Before Qingyu stood a multitude, with over 20,000 souls from the island present. Luo Han, Cole, Uncle Vit, and Uncle Kate stood upon the precipice. Luo Han shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. His fingers clenched tightly. However, the voices he heard sent tremors through his body. Mama, where is Grandma? I want Grandma. A mother comforted her child with a choked voice. Father, is Grandpa staying behind? Yes, be strong. Do not harbor resentment towards anyone. If blame is to be placed, let it be upon our own lack of strength. A father and son shared their sentiments. Grandma Mo, are you also staying behind? I am old. I no longer wish to endure the turmoil. Let others leave, she implored. You should go, little Luo Han, for the sake of everyone who has done so much. If you remain, how shall we face little Luo Han? The crowd urged her to depart. Grandma Mo repeatedly insisted that others should leave. Tears streamed down Luo Han's face, his heart swelling with emotion, as though filled with water, fragile yet heavy. Yet what was meant to come would indeed arrive. Luo Han, Cole, prepare yourselves. Uncle Vid's voice snapped Luo Han back to reality. With tears now stilled, Luo Han focused his thoughts, commanding a thick circular layer of rock, 10 centimeters thick and 100 meters in diameter, to detach from the island and slowly float toward Chinya. Cole transformed into a colossal fish, 3,000 meters long, yet his form limited the number of passengers he could accommodate. All right, everyone prepare. The young and agile should board with Cole. Those who are physically challenged, along with women and children, should board the rock layer I control. Quickly, get on. We are about to depart. Uncle Kate urged the crowd to hurry as the sky brightened slightly. The crowd began to move toward the rock layer controlled by Luo Han and Cole. The air was thick with silence, broken only by the heavy sounds of breathing. The tranquil atmosphere persisted until only a few elders remained. When the cries of children began to rise, Luo Han, do not overexert yourself. If an accident were to occur outside, it would be intolerable. Uncle Vic cautioned, observing the tension in Luo Han's taut form. But not everyone is boarded yet. Luo Han's eyes shone with determination. Luo Han, do not act recklessly. Do not gamble with the lives of others. Should you face misfortune amidst the treacherous seas, few will escape unscathed. Uncle Vit's brow furrowed deeply, his voice grave. But Grandma Mo has yet to arrive. Luo Han protested. Uncle Vit's furrowed brow relaxed as he struggled to find a response. Little Han, have you forgotten what Grandma told you about protecting Ring Tree Island? The island exists only where everyone is present. Grandma Mo, leaning heavily on her cane, spoke with gentle insistence that I am old. I no longer wish to endure the chaos. Just leave, dear, for the sake of everyone. Little Luo Han has done so much. The sincerity in her voice rendered Luo Han momentarily speechless. Grandma. He attempted to speak, but only the word grandma escaped his lips. Let us go, Luo Han. Uncle Vid urged, holding back tears. With a deep breath, Luo Han's expression became complex. He then directed the rock layer to ascend into the sky, as they rose 5,000 meters above Ring Tree Island. The sun's rays bathed the crowd in a radiant light, draping everyone in a shimmering aura. Below, Grandma Mo gradually faded from Luo Han's view. As time approached noon, a thunderous roar erupted, casting a vast shadow over Ring Tree Island. A unique aura began to emanate from the divine tree's fish-scale fruit, prompting the sea creatures of the surrounding waters to swiftly converge upon the island. As the aquatic monstrosities approached within a mere 10 kilometers of the Ring Tree Island, colossal roots, measuring several meters in diameter, surged forth from the ocean floor with astonishing speed. Like gigantic serpents, they swiftly coiled around the advancing sea creatures, while a multitude of saline sharks spread across the water like a splash of green ink. Entangling the aquatic beasts, the sea monsters, in turn, opened their enormous jaws to gnash at the roots, voraciously devouring the schools of saline sharks. In an instant, the onslaught of the sea creatures was compelled to halt. Dragged 10 kilometers away from the Ring Tree Island by the roots of the divine tree and the sharks. Soon, the sea was stained crimson with blood, transforming everything into a scarlet tableau. Saline sharks, tree roots, and sea monsters alike. The battle reached an impasse. Luo Han felt a surge of surprise. Could it be that Grandma Mo was saved? Suddenly, a shadow engulfed the sky. It seemed as though something had obscured the sunlight. Turning to look, they gasped. It was the colossal eel-like sea creature, stretching an astonishing 20,000 meters, leaping from the depths. Following this, it uncoiled like a serpent, opening its immense maw to descend upon a great multitude of saline sharks, which vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the crab-like gargantuan sea creature wielded its claw, akin to a small mountain, snipping off sections of the roots and consuming them, wholly oblivious to the saline sharks clinging to its shell, which rendered the sharks powerless to bite. Instead, they were swallowed whole. Soon after, the 8 titanic sea creatures that had arrived began to retaliate, leading numerous large sea creatures to gradually eliminate the saline sharks, causing the divine tree's roots to sag with exhaustion. Luo Han felt an icy chill coursing through him as he gazed intently below. Yet, these sea creatures seemed not to directly assault the divine tree. Rather, they were feasting upon its roots. Observing this, Luo Han felt as though he had grasped an insight. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to expand, meticulously sensing the roots of the divine tree. A faint aura emanated from the fish scale fruit, converging upon the roots. This must be the scent released upon the fruit's maturation. Yet, was the aroma emanating from the roots enticing these sea creatures to attack rather than pursue the fish scale fruit? Upon reflection, were the sea creatures not drawn here by this very scent? Whether it originated from the fruit or the roots mattered little to them. Luo Han mused that this could explain why. During the previous assault, the divine tree's roots were nearly uprooted. However, as long as the scent persisted, once the roots were devoured, these sea creatures would inevitably turn their attention to the divine tree, including Grandma Mo and the others. What other solutions remained? Watching the sea creatures ravenously gnawing at the roots, a flash of inspiration struck Luo Han. Information, as a university student in his past life. He possessed a fundamental understanding of biology. All biological perception stems from the brain or specific body parts, which process information and yield responses that it is only upon receiving this information that organisms experience sensations such as touch, smell, sight, and taste. Just as the sea creatures now perceive the aroma of the fish scale fruit's ripeness emanating from the roots, this scent was what drew them here. Thus, they were directly consuming the roots rather than seeking the true source of the aroma. The fish scale fruit, that, if he could obscure this scent, preventing the sea creatures from perceiving it, would they not refrain from attacking the divine tree? However, upon further contemplation, even if the scent vanished, these intelligent sea creatures would still possess sight and memory, compelling them to attack the divine tree, unless he could entirely shield their 5 senses. With this thought, a faint smile played upon Luo Han's lips, a sense of elation blossoming within him. He realized he could employ the power of the mind fruit to manifest the ability to super-control the 5 senses. Now all conditions aligned perfectly. Luo Han's consciousness was attuned to the realms of taste, smell, sight, touch, and even faint emotional perception. Was this not the essence of the 5 senses? Moreover, the mind could record scents, which were, after all, a form of information. The ability to record implied the potential to alter his mental faculties extended outward. The foundation and concept of super-controlling the 5 senses had been established. All that remained was to manifest this capability through the power of the mind fruit. Haha! For the first time, Luo Han felt the aura of a protagonist enveloping him. Uncle Wei-Tei, I can save Grandma Mo and the others, and perhaps I need not even leave Ring Tree Island. A solution to rescue the island has dawned upon me. Luo Han turned to Uncle Wei-Tei, speaking with fervent excitement. Truly, you mustn't act recklessly, Luo Han. Uncle Wei-Tei replied, his tone serious and tinged with concern. Indeed, I can develop an ability to super-control the 5 senses, cloaking Ring Tree Island, and even driving these sea creatures away. Luo Han replied with equal seriousness. Are you certain? I am. However, I must return to the island. I cannot fully utilize the devil fruit's power in midair. Luo Han continued. Uncle Wei-Tei furrowed his brow, glancing at the elderly below, then at the hopeful gazes of the others who had overheard Luo Han's words. Ha ha! Uncle Wei-Tei burst into laughter. He exclaimed, very well. Since you, Luo Han, refuse to yield, how could we adults dare to give up? Let us descend. With that, Luo Han controlled the rocky layer to gently lower towards Ring Tree Island. Cole and the others followed suit, evidently having noticed the exchange. Good, good. Luo Han, we believe in you. You can do it. Everyone chimed in, looking at the joyous faces surrounding him. Luo Han felt it was all worthwhile. Though I, Luo Han, may be an ordinary person, I aspire to be a hero who saves everyone. Upon landing on Ring Tree Island, Luo Han disregarded the elder's words and began to summon all his strength to manifest the super control of the five senses. For time was of the essence that, at this moment, the sea creatures had nearly devoured the roots, and some had already begun to fix their gaze upon Ring Tree Island, with his consciousness sinking into the depths of his mind. He fully activated the power of the mind fruit. Within his awareness, all sensory perceptions began to follow a rhythm, as if the five senses were encoded with information. Now, by employing the mind, he could assign a different encoding to this information, transforming it into another form of data. Thus, the preliminary stage of five senses super control was complete. All that remained was to alter the information surrounding the sea creatures, allowing them to perceive Luo Han's modified signals. As time passed, Luo Han naturally kept his eyes closed. "Come on, Luo Han," everyone fervently prayed. A thunderous sound of splashing water erupted. The sea creatures surged towards Ring Tree Island, their massive heads bearing down like mountains. The crowd closed their tear-filled eyes, while children were tightly embraced by their parents. Uncle Wei-tae and Uncle Kate exchanged glances, pressing down with their legs and clenching their fists that a collision was imminent. Just then, the larger sea creatures abruptly halted, their eyes turning crimson as they lunged toward the titanic sea creatures, as if believing the latter were the divine tree itself. Subsequently, the colossal sea creatures, too, with bloodshot eyes, began to tear into their smaller counterparts. Uncle Wei-tae and Uncle Kate exchanged glances, collapsing onto the ground, relief evident in their smiles. The crowd, with eyes closed, remained motionless until they finally opened them to behold Luo Han, suspended in midair. Surrounded by sea creatures engaged in a frenzied battle, the entire ocean appeared drenched in blood. "That we are saved. We need not leave Ring Tree Island. Grandma, we need not depart." Sob. The crowd joyously embraced one another. Luo Han wielded his mind power to super control all information within his sensory range. This manifestation felt distinctly different from the previous telekinesis. Telekinesis influenced reality through a mysterious space, while five senses super control was directly governed by the mind fruit's power, thus consuming considerable physical stamina. Given Luo Han's current stamina, he could only sustain this for about an hour. He still needed to swiftly resolve the threat posed by these sea creatures, perhaps due to the further development of the mind fruit. The range of his consciousness expanded to approximately 50 kilometers in diameter, completely enveloping the entirety of Ring Tree Island and its surroundings. Luo Han directed the five senses super control, gradually guiding the sea creatures surrounding Ring Tree Island into a chaotic melee. This should expedite matters. In the midst of the fierce battle, the colossal sea creatures seemed to sense something amiss. However, as a group of large sea creatures launched their assault, they once again became ensnared in the fray. After all, under Luo Han's extraordinary sensory control, the large sea creatures appeared to the gigantic ones much like the tree roots that had previously ensnared them, exuding an intoxicating scent that captivated their very flesh. With even the tactile sensation reminiscent of being entwined by roots, the other large sea creatures also perceived the gigantic ones as the roots of the divine tree, frantically tearing at them. The slaughter persisted for an hour, until finally all the colossal sea creatures lay dead, leaving only a few that measured 4,000 to 5,000 meters in length. At this moment, Luo Han could no longer endure and plummeted from the sky. Uncle Kate, with a swift motion, caught Luo Han. "Well done, Luo Han!" Uncle Kate exclaimed loudly. Unfortunately, Luo Han could not hear him, having succumbed to unconsciousness, a smile gracing his lips as his consciousness lingered on the azure sky. What a delightful aroma! The scent of fish cakes and fish meat. As he opened his eyes, the brilliant light rendered his vision slightly hazy, revealing a familiar room. A knowing smile crept upon his face as he thought, "Honshu Island is safe now, and everyone is safe too. How wonderful!" Following the enticing scent outside, he found Grandma and Mo preparing a meal. "Grandma!" Luo Han dashed over and embraced her tightly. "That you're awake. Xiao on. Quickly, let me finish up." Grandma will soon serve the fish cakes and fish meat. Grandma Emo chuckled, patting Luo-han's hand. All right, Grandma. Luo-han released her, and with a spring in his step, took a seat at the dining table. As the fish cakes and fish meat were placed on the table, Luo-han and Grandma Emo shared a meal, just as they always did, everything feeling as it once had. How delightful. After the meal, Luo-han ascended to the island's peak, where he beheld chunks of sea creature meat laid out on the ground. The women of the island were sprinkling salt over the meat, preparing to cure it into jerky. The hunting team and several strong young men assisted in transporting the cured meat to the storage at the entrances of the 7th and 8th levels. Little Luo-han, you're awake. How wonderful. Upon seeing Luo-han, everyone greeted him warmly. Aunties, let me help. I can use telekinesis to speed things up. Luo-han noticed the aunties struggling a bit and prepared to assist. No need. No need. We're fine to be busy. Just rest easy. They all urged him. All right then. I'll go find Uncle Wei-tae, Luo-han replied, observing the aunties enjoying their work and refrained from saying more. When he found Uncle Wei-tae, he was busy collecting salt from the seabed. Luo-han flew over to him. Ha ha! Luo-han, you're awake. Come see your masterpiece. Uncle Wei-tae gestured to the crimson sea with a grin. Indeed, Luo-han, yesterday was simply indescribable. Utterly shocking. Before Luo-han could respond, Uncle Kate chimed in. Fortunately, we succeeded yesterday. Thank you all for your trust. Luo-han addressed everyone to I should be as thanking you, Luo-han. Yes, yes, without you we wouldn't be filled with joy today. The crowd chimed in. Luo-han laughed heartily in response. Where's Cole? He inquired, looking around but not spotting Cole. Cole went to the boundary area to keep watch. He was concerned that some sea creatures might be attracted by the scent of blood. So he sent him to serve as a warning, Uncle Wei-tae explained. Then I'll go find Cole. You go ahead. We'll manage here. After conversing with Uncle Wei-tae, Luo-han soared into the sky, choosing a direction towards the boundary area. Flying high above, he gazed down at the crimson sea that a day had passed, yet the blood of the sea creatures still stained the waters under the sunlight. The reflective crimson shimmer cast a somewhat grim visage upon Luo-han's face. Upon reaching the boundary area, he found no sign of Cole. He must be on the other side, thought Luo-han, as he hovered above the sea where red met blue, reflecting on the scenes from yesterday. Ah! Luo-han roared. Luo-han, I am no longer a weakling. From this day forth, I shall be immensely strong in the solitude of the vast sea. Luo-han finally unleashed a roar, releasing the pent-up negative emotions accumulated over the past half-year. With his emotions vented, he felt a lightness wash over him that was exhilarating, reminiscent of his university days when he bore no burdens or worries, only desiring romance. The thought of love brought a smile to Luo-han's face. He recalled how, upon arriving in this world, his first ambition was to break free from the shackles of his past life as a perpetual singleton. Alas, traversing into this new realm had severed all ties to his former existence, allowing him to evade even the pandemic. Yet the specter of being single lingered persistently. It was amusing to contemplate. Brother Han, you're awake. At that moment, Cole flew over to Luo-han. Cole, I recall there were still a few sea creatures left alive yesterday, Luo-han remarked. Did anything happen afterward? No, those few sea creatures simply left on their own. Cole paused before continuing. Brother Han, how did you manage to incite those sea creatures to turn on each other? My ability with the mind fruit has advanced, allowing me to develop the capacity for supersensory control. Luo-han explained that I then manipulated those sea creatures into a frenzy of mutual slaughter. Incredible, Brother Han. From now on, we can feast on sea creatures. Cole exclaimed with excitement. Absolutely, Luo-han affirmed. Subsequently, he and Cole began patrolling the boundary area together. On the seabed, Uncle Wei-tae and Uncle Kate sat upon an ark. Wei-tae, Luo-han seems different somehow. Uncle Kate remarked, it's as if he has shed his constraints. He must have resolved this crisis, which has instilled within him a mindset capable of confronting any challenge. Uncle Wei-tae mused. Ha! That's splendid, Uncle Kate replied. Once they consume the fish scale fruit, I plan to begin teaching them the secret techniques of dominance. Uncle Wei-tae gazed at the expanse of the crimson sea, reflecting. Indeed, It's time to impart some new knowledge. Uncle Waite continued. I also intend to teach them the art of hockey. Hockey, you say? With their physical fortitude, they should be able to grasp it. Uncle Kate concurred. Haha, how wonderful. This crisis has been comprehensively resolved by Luo Han. This reassured Uncle Waite and Uncle Kate, allowing them to entrust everything to Luo Han and Cole. As time passed, Luo Han and Cole's patrol continued until dusk, with no sea creatures in sight. The nearby sea creatures had likely all participated in the battle yesterday, Luo Han mused. That evening, instead of returning home, everyone congregated atop the island. A grand barbecue feast was underway, with massive chunks of sea creature meat suspended over blazing fires. The sizzling sounds mingled with the tantalizing aroma, enveloping the gathered crowd around the flames. The sound of children, aged 5 or 6, eagerly gulping down saliva filled the air. First, let us celebrate our safe passage through this crisis, Uncle Waite declared. And then, there's nothing more to say. Everyone, feast to your heart's content. Laughter erupted as Uncle Waite joined in a rare moment of unrestrained joy. Wow! Ha! Various expressions of merriment illuminated the faces of the crowd. Grandma here, this piece is particularly tender. Luo Han offered a slice of meat to Grandma Mo. Good. Hee, Shaoan, you should eat as well, Grandma Mo replied. Amichum. Luo Han responded to tea that moment. The crowd gathered around the fire, the orange glow illuminating their faces. Each person displaying a smile of happiness. Brother Han, here, you can have my piece of meat. A chubby little girl stood before Luo Han, holding out a slice. Thank you. I'll give you this piece of meat in return. All right, Luo Han laughed. Observing the girl's round, drooling mouth, he couldn't help but smile that, really, Brother Han is so kind. She giggled. Luo Han received the meat and casually handed it to the little girl, watching as she relished the morsel and returned to her mother's side. Suddenly, he recalled the divine tree, Xiao Huan. He pondered whether he might one day find a human fruit to offer her. Would it truly result in a little sister? That would certainly be quite amusing. The banquet continued, yet there lingered a sense of something missing. What could it be? A performance in such joyous moments. How could there be no entertainment to enhance the festivities? With this thought, Luo Han focused his mind. He envisioned the radiant fish of the divine lake, enveloped by his telekinetic power, forming a stream of water that shimmered with the colors of the rainbow, ascending from the lakebed to gather above Ring Tree Island. Was that the radiant fish? How beautiful! The onlookers pointed at the sparkling water curtain above, exclaiming in awe. Uncle White glanced at Luo Han, chuckling as he remarked, "That is Luo Han doing. Everyone, just enjoy the show." Ha ha! Indeed. Allow me to present a display of radiant light. Luo Han declared with enthusiasm. He then manipulated the water curtain to form faces, Uncle White's, Cole's, and even that of the little girl from before. The spectators marveled at this enchanting scene, joyfully breaking into dance. The children gathered around Luo Han, eager for him to create their own faces in the skies, having witnessed the previous little girl's visage appear above. They too wished to see their own. Luo Han gladly obliged these adorable youngsters. The delightful barbecue feast continued late into the night, with guests gradually returning home to rest in the stillness of the night. Luo Han lay in bed, extending his consciousness towards the divine tree. "Thank you, brother," Xiao Huan, the divine tree expressed. "Hee, I should be the one thanking you," Luo Han replied. "Your presence inspired my thoughts on the 5-sense super control, allowing those sea kings to turn against one another. Also, I think it's best you stop calling me brother. It feels rather odd," he added. "Why?" Xiao Huan inquired. "Just because," Luo Han responded nonchalantly. "Xiao Huan, would you like to move about like a human?" "Yes," she exclaimed. "That's great. Once I find the devil fruit, the human fruit, I'll give it to you," Luo Han assured her. "Then you'll have a human body." "Thank you, brother." Xiao Huan replied, sensing her joy. Luo Han smiled. After a brief conversation with Xiao Huan, he prepared for slumber. "Good night, Xiao Huan," he silently wished. The following morning, as everyone remained in slumber, a resounding crash jolted them awake. The islanders rushed to the summit. Peering outward, the colossal ship, approximately 300 meters long, lay half submerged on the ocean floor. Its sails were nowhere to be seen, likely swept away by a storm. The ship bore numerous cracks, evidently caused by various pressures. Luohan arrived at the island, contemplating the vessel below that if he wasn't mistaken, the figurehead should resemble a skull that a pirate ship. He mused. Luohan. Any idea where it came from? Uncle Kate joined him. No. I just arrived as well, Uncle Kate, Luohan replied. However, I suspect it fell from the sky, just like you all did. It must have been swept here by the storm. That seems likely, Uncle Kate concurred. Luohan, let us descend and see if anyone survived. Be cautious. This is probably a pirate ship. Don't worry. I'm aware, Luohan assured him. With that, Luohan used his telekinetic powers to guide both of them down onto the ship. There's no one here, Uncle Kate, Luohan declared after scanning the area with his consciousness. Only some everyday items and a pristine newspaper. With a thought, the newspaper floated into Luohan's hands. What is that? Uncle Kate inquired. An intriguing newspaper, Luohan replied, a smile gracing his lips. Uncle Kate, shall I move this ship to the island? Sure, go ahead, Uncle Kate replied. With a crash, Luohan placed a pirate vessel atop the island, prompting the onlookers to gather in curiosity. Let us sort out what could be salvaged. Be careful not to damage the hull, Uncle Kate instructed. Meanwhile, Luohan held the pristine newspaper, gazing out over the boundless sea. The waters surrounding Ringtree Island were no longer as crimson as the day before. Yet the outside world was beginning to turn red, Luohan remarked. Lifting the newspaper, he beheld a robust figure leaping off the page, exuding a sense of arrogance and dominance. Even through the paper, Luohan could feel an overwhelming presence. Rocks. The man in the newspaper was identified as a pirate. The headline read New World. This man had declared to the entire world of pirates yesterday his intention to rename the latter half of the Grand Line as the New World. And he, Rocks, intended to herald this new world and conquer it, aiming to become its sovereign. His proclamation struck the world like a comet colliding with the earth, with the news agency's deliberate dissemination. His declaration rapidly spread throughout the globe. Luohan raised his head to the sky, a surge of ambition igniting within him. An aura of dominance radiated from him, instantly enveloping the entire island. Thud! Thud! Several islanders collapsed, their eyes glazing over, unable to support themselves. Chaos erupted on the island. They're fine. They merely fainted. They'll recover shortly, and no need to panic. Uncle Kate reassured the crowd at that moment. Uncle White and Uncle Kate exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter as they turned toward Luohan on the cliff. Luohan felt the vibrant aura of the Conqueror's will coursing through him. Could it be that he was a person of great ambition? He did not believe so. However, anyone witnessing that man's declaration, with even a hint of ambition in their hearts, would surely feel compelled to join in. The outside world, he mused, must be in an uproar. Yet, the world was not merely in an uproar. It had begun to truly upheave. Just as Roger had initiated the Great Pirate Era, a new world ruled by pirates was dawning, invigorating countless rogues across the seas, as if they had discovered the meaning of being a pirate, akin to salted fish aspiring for a dream of turning their fortunes around, fueled by this so-called dream. Pirate ships set sail towards the new world. Thus, the world began to riot. The world government as headquarters in Mariewa. The 5 elders convened to D. The bald elder with a long sword mused, settling into a sofa. Holding a dossier inscribed with the name Rox D. Jibek, his expression somber. What a troublesome lineage, remarked the elder with a bushy mustache. However, the idea of ruling the latter half of the Grand Line is somewhat laughable. Even the world government cannot fully govern it, let alone a pirate, chuckled the golden-haired elder. But we cannot afford to be careless. After all, he belongs to the D clan. The elder with a long beard stood, asserting, let CP0 increase surveillance. Meanwhile, aboard the Roger pirate ship in the first half of the Grand Line, Rayleigh held a fresh newspaper. Addressing Roger, it seems there's more than one man seeking to overturn this world. This is rather amusing. Roger laughed heartily. Set sail, brothers. Our destination, the New World. Came a unified response from the crew. Back on Ringtree Island, Luohan yearned to set sail immediately and meet the heroes of the sea. However, upon reflection, he realized he was still not strong enough. The next 4 years would solely focus on mastering his haki. His physique had already attained the attributes of a colossal sea king, so there was no need for concern. Once he perfected his haki, Luo Han would be able to traverse the world with ease. Luo Han, that conqueror's haki you displayed earlier, it was you, wasn't it? Uncle Kate remarked upon the arrival of Uncle Wit and himself at Qingya, observing Luo Han's tone, which was imbued with unwavering certainty. Indeed, Luo Han declared, take a look at this newspaper. Gentlemen, with a swift gesture, he sent the newspaper soaring into Uncle Kate's hands. This is truly exhilarating, Uncle Wit exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, as if he yearned to embark on a maritime adventure at that very moment. Alas, we have outgrown that phase. It is now your turn, Uncle Kate responded. Let us wait for 4 years. I'm still not strong enough. I wish to learn haki, Uncle Kate, Luo Han stated, and oh problem. We had already planned to teach you in the future. Uncle Kate replied. Subsequently, Luo Han returned home to prepare dinner. Regardless of lofty aspirations, life must continue. After the meal, he made his way to the plaza on the 9th floor, where the scaled fruits were about to be distributed. Due to the recent attacks by sea kings, the scaled fruits were only harvested today. The procedure remained unchanged. They queued to receive the scaled fruits, though there were more young children this time and fewer elders. Upon consuming the scaled fruit, Luo Han felt his physique undergo a rapid transformation under the guidance of his spirit. He privately marveled at the extraordinary properties of the scaled fruit, as he had already begun to exhibit the traits of a supersized sea king. It was no wonder that those sea kings attacked the divine tree with such fervor. The enhancement effects of the scaled fruit were indeed astonishing. After savoring the experience, Luo Han proceeded to the first floor to consume rainbow fish and engage in training. The following morning, atop Tree Island, the sun had just risen halfway. Uncle Wit, Uncle Kate, Luo Han, and Cole stood in a square formation. Luo Han, Cole, today I will impart some knowledge about haki, Uncle Wit announced. Haki is primarily divided into 3 types: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. Uncle Wit deliberately glanced at Luo Han. Aside from armament haki, Luo Han had already mastered the other 2 forms. What? Brother Han has already mastered 2 types. How impressive! Cole exclaimed, and oh, interruptions. Cole, pay attention, Uncle Wit instructed. Let us begin with armament haki. When our physical strength reaches a certain level, we can awaken armament haki, which resides within our physical form. As he spoke, Uncle Wit raised his arm, and an invisible force surged from his body, enveloping his arm. This is how it works. Haki manifests as an imperceptible armor around the body, enhancing both offense and defense. That it can also strike the bodies of those with natural-type devil fruit abilities and defend against certain special devil fruit powers. As for observation haki, it generally manifests as the ability to sense presences within a certain radius and make predictions that, of course, some special observation haki can achieve unique effects, such as glimpsing the future or reading minds. Luo Han's observation haki is also a unique variant, Uncle Kate added, casting a gaze of envy and pride towards Luo Han. Conqueror's haki, however, is an innate power we're not entirely clear on its effects. But we know it can intimidate enemies within a certain range. Those with weak wills may faint from the pressure, Uncle Wit continued. Luo Han, from now on, you will study the 6 powers and armament haki under my guidance. Cole, who had been listening intently, suddenly felt a sense of disbelief. Dad, what about me? I want to learn haki too, Cole protested. Haha, Cole, you'll learn from me, while Luo Han studies with your father, Uncle Kate replied. Oh, all right, as long as I can learn, I'm happy, Cole conceded. Of course, in the early stages, the focus will be on enhancing physical strength. Once that is improved, it will be easier to awaken armament haki, Uncle Wit explained. This afternoon, we will use armament haki to attack you, allowing you to experience this power and thereby better awaken your armament haki. However, Cole, you'll have to endure the blows with your eyes covered. This will simultaneously train and awaken your observation haki. Cole pondered why covering his eyes would help trigger observation haki, but ultimately found no answer. Haha, young Cole, observation haki is akin to a conscious perception. Closing your eyes allows for better activation of that sense. Yes, that's so. Well, As long as it works, I'm all for it. Cole laughed. All right now, I'll take Luo-han to the first floor to train his physique. Uncle Wit announced. Together, they made their way to the plaza on the first floor. Let us go. There's a feast of Sea King barbecue prepared from yesterday, Uncle Kate exclaimed as he and the excited Cole jumped up. Thus, the days passed in a rhythm of morning physical training and afternoon hockey practice. In the evenings, Luo-han would delve into the development of his mind fruit abilities. He had already unlocked 2 powers, telekinesis and mirage, named after the Shinigami Zanpakuto in his previous life. Truthfully, Luo-han found mirage to be more appealing than telekinesis, as it resonated more with his experiences from a time of peace in his former life. Mirage possessed a flair that telekinesis lacked, especially when it came to the end of his single life. The ability to control the 5 senses was far more practical than telekinesis, but fleeting. Sinister thought crossed his mind, prompting Luo-han to shake his head. It was evident that his singlehood was a hurdle he still had yet to overcome. Time flew by, and 2 years later, Luo-han had elevated his physical talents to the level of a colossal eel-like Sea King. The next step was to gradually enhance his physical strength that he now stood at an impressive height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters. Though he could have grown taller, however, he restrained himself, realizing that excessive height could lead to inconveniences. Cole, on the other hand, had grown to an astonishing 7 meters. Uncle Wit looked on in exasperation, contemplating that Cole's future happiness might only be attainable through a form akin to Big Mom's. Ugh, I mustn't think that way. The very thought of Big Mom's physique sent shivers down Luo-han's spine. Fortunately, aside from the mermaid princess, the women in the world of One Piece maintained relatively normal body types. Furthermore, Luo-han harbored no interest in mermaids and could not comprehend why previous travelers were so enamored with collecting mermaid princesses. Whether their lives were happy afterwards remained a mystery. Over the past 2 years, as the Rocks pirates grew in strength, the world seemed to enter a rapid trajectory, particularly in the realm of journalism. Now, newsbirds flew by Tree Island almost every week. Luo-han gleaned various pieces of intelligence from the newspapers carried by these newsbirds. Ever since the New World Declaration 2 years prior, the Rocks pirates began conquering one island after another, either incorporating them or obliterating them. Witnessing the overwhelming strength and ambition of Rocks, numerous figures joined their ranks, including Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, and others. For various reasons. 2 years later, the New World began to take root in people's consciousness through the successive victories of the Rocks pirates. Consequently, the latter half of the Grand Line came to be referred to as the New World. The world government also initiated plans to return to the New World, aiming to bring it fully under their dominion. Meanwhile, the Roger pirates had arrived in the New World and had already gained some notoriety. However, unlike most other pirates, they did not join the Rocks pirates. The new generation of the Navy, led by Garp, Sengoku, and Zifa, also began their campaigns in the New World. Now, the stage for world domination was being set in the New World. As Luo-han absorbed this information, his heart surged with excitement. He clenched his fists, feeling the intensity of his haki. Just 2 more years, he would be able to fully develop armament haki to envelop his entire body. He could not neglect telekinesis and mirage either. In the afternoon atop the island, Uncle Wit called out, "Luo-han, it's time for you and Cole to spar?" Uncle Kate chimed in with a smile. 2 years later, Luo-han and Cole no longer require each other as sparring partners. "Come on, Cole. I am eager to witness how your observation haki has developed," Luo-han remarked. Following this, Luo-han and Cole commenced their training for the anticipated battle 2 years ahead on the summit of the island. "Shave!" Luo-han exclaimed, instantly dashing toward Cole. Cole swiftly turned, delivering a punch aimed at the suddenly appearing Luo-han on his right, clearly indicating that Cole's observation haki had sensed his approach. With a resounding bang, a visible shockwave erupted from the collision of their fists. Surrounding debris was forcefully displaced, forming a distinct circle. A sizzling sound resonated between their fists, akin to 2 pieces of steel grinding against each other. Observing his own arm trembling slightly in tandem with Luo-han's, Cole was taken aback. It was noteworthy that Luo-han was currently fighting without infusing his body with psychic energy, relying solely on his physical prowess. Over the course of 2 years, Luo-han's physical strength had completely caught up to Cole's, which brought him a sense of delight. With a loud crash, both Luo Han and Cole were propelled backward. "Hanji, I'm going to enter my semi-beast state," Cole announced. "Go ahead, Cole." Luo Han's expression turned grave. "Shave." Cole appeared beside Luo Han in an instant, delivering a side kick. Luo Han's eyes narrowed, internally acknowledging the incredible speed. There was no time to react. With a thud, Luo Han combined his hands to meet Cole's kick. Following a brief contact, an immense force surged toward Luo Han. He was sent flying, landing some distance away and stirring up a cloud of dust. "What?" Cole exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding event. Not only Cole, but even Uncle White and Uncle Kate were astonished. Was it possible that Luo Han had not infused his body with psychic energy? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent flying by a single blow from Cole. Previously, when Luo Han's physical strength was not as developed, he could still hold his own against Cole in his semi-beast form by using psychic energy. Why, now that his physical strength had increased, did he seem weaker? The three of them gazed at the fallen Luo Han, their eyes filled with confusion. Luo Han rose and shook his hands, and scathed as he had defended with armament hockey. However, he was taken aback by Cole's newfound strength. He could sense the puzzled looks from the three, which made him feel somewhat awkward. He couldn't quite grasp the situation. When he infused his body with psychic energy, he found himself unable to utilize armament hockey simultaneously. It was as if the psychic energy was isolated within his body. Consequently, when he attempted to use armament hockey, he could not incorporate psychic energy into his body. If he tried to force it, the hockey enveloping his body would lose control and gradually dissipate. It was a bit embarrassing. When Luo Han explained this to Uncle White and the others, they all gaped in astonishment, feeling awkward on his behalf. Luo Han could only smile helplessly. Fortunately, although he could not simultaneously use armament hockey while infusing his body with psychic energy, he could still envelop himself in psychic energy, thereby enhancing his physical defenses in conjunction with armament hockey. After understanding Luo Han's predicament, Cole returned to his normal state to continue their sparring. In the days that followed, Luo Han and Cole maintained their training routines while also keeping an eye on the world's developments. 2 years later, Luo Han and Cole had both turned 18 and had just celebrated the Fish Scale Fruit Festival the previous day, but on a morning overlooking the boundless sea from the cliffs. Luo Han inquired, "Cole, would you like to accompany me out to sea?" Standing beside Luo Han was a towering figure, nearly 10 meters tall. He glanced down at Luo Han and responded, "Absolutely, Hanji." Cole declared, "Dad mentioned that the waters surrounding Ring Tree Island no longer have any sea kings. We will have to venture out to find food." "Well, that is indeed a fact," Luo Han acknowledged. Over the past 2 years, as Cole and Luo Han matured, their bodies grew rapidly, necessitating a substantial amount of energy. The rainbow fish could no longer suffice. After all, rainbow fish could not be hunted indiscriminately. Moreover, Cole's devil fruit enhancement was straightforward. He simply needed to consume quality meat, leading to an increased demand for food. In the span of 2 years, the surrounding waters had been nearly depleted of sea kings. It was not as if they were excessively formidable. Rather, Luo Han's extraordinary long-range spiritual perception, coupled with his mirage technique, left the sea kings with nowhere to hide, resulting in them being consumed, predominantly by Cole. Observing Cole's physique, he had begun to resemble a later-stage Kaido, even towering over him slightly. "Cole, while there's indeed an abundance of meat outside, it is fraught with danger," Luo Han cautioned. "Although we do not intend to become pirates, danger does not discriminate by identity." Cole, however, appeared excited at Luo Han's serious tone. "Hanji, are there individuals out there who are stronger than Uncle Kate and my dad?" Cole questioned eagerly. "Aside from meat, it seems that only combat captivates your interest." Luo Han chuckled. "The outside world is filled not only with those stronger than Uncle Kate, but with many who are vastly more powerful." "Really? That sounds incredible. There's meat to eat and battles to be fought," Cole exclaimed. Luo Han couldn't help but smile inwardly at Cole's simplicity. "If you desire a fight, then let us go," Luo Han declared. "Let us battle in the sky, Cole." With that, Luo Han soared to an altitude of 2,000 meters above Ring Tree Island. Cole followed suit, leaping into the air. Indeed, Cole no longer needed to fully transform into his beast form. He could fly in his human state. Reflecting on this, Luo Han marveled at the utility of the Kuin fruit. Unlike Luo Han's method of flying by enveloping himself in psychic energy, Cole's flight resembled swimming through an ocean of air, propelled forward as if the sky itself was pushing him along. Returning to the moment, Luo Han and Cole maintained a distance of 100 meters in the air. With a low growl, Cole shifted into his semi-beast form that a wave of invisible energy rippled beneath him as he employed moonwalk and shave, launching a punch imbued with armament haki toward Luo Han. Luo Han focused his mind, conjuring an invisible wall of psychic energy before him. The impact reverberated with a thunderous crash, accompanied by a crackling sound that echoed through the skies that Cole's fist halted before Luo Han, producing a sound akin to steel clashing. After a brief encounter, Cole leaped back, creating distance between them. He began launching a series of attacks around Luo Han, yet each time he attempted to strike, an invisible barrier thwarted him to be present. Luo Han's spiritual sense had developed to a remarkable degree, enabling him to perceive time as if it were slowed down, effortlessly coordinating his psychic energy with his mind fruit abilities. After all, while physical speed has its limits, the foundation of his bullet-time perception allowed Luo Han to set up his psychic barriers the moment Cole initiated his assault. "This is frustrating. Hanji, I feel like I'm just striking air," Cole lamented, somewhat disheartened. "This isn't enjoyable at all." In contrast, Luo Han felt elated, realizing he could now match Cole with just his psychic energy. "All right, Cole, it's time for a pure clash of physical haki." With that, Luo Han retracted his psychic energy, enveloping himself entirely in deep black armament haki, his gaze sharpening. Observing Luo Han's demeanor, Cole also covered himself in armament haki. With a powerful stride, the two surged toward each other in midair. Their fists collided, one large and one small, unleashing a flash of red and black lightning between them. Luo Han's invisible conqueror's haki radiated outward, ensuring that the chaos remained contained at this altitude. Otherwise, the island below would descend into chaos. Subsequently, their battle transformed into a series of brute force confrontations. Both possessed similar physical strength and armament haki, though Luo Han had a slight edge in observation haki. However, it was not enough to dominate, leading them to fully engage in a contest of raw strength and speed. After 2 years of training, Luo Han had completely converted the physical prowess of the gigantic Sea Kings into his own strength. Even with Cole wielding the powers of the mythical Zoan Kuin fruit in his half-beast form, he only surpassed Luo Han in defense. In terms of strength and speed, they were nearly equal. The battle with Cole continued until nightfall, only pausing when necessary. With the extraordinary physical prowess of the two, enduring 5 consecutive days of battle poses no challenge. "All right, we shall pause here for today," Luo Han declared, turning to Cole. "Sure thing. Hanga, let's head back." Cole responded eagerly. "You go ahead. I have matters to attend to with the divine tree," Luo Han replied, shaking his head and gazing toward the divine tree. "Fine. I too wish to converse with the divine tree," Cole said shyly. Casting a glance at Luo Han, a shiver ran through Cole, causing Luo Han to feel a sense of unease. "I can't help it. Your observation haki isn't up to par. What can I do?" Luo Han shrugged in exasperation. Ever since Cole awakened his observation haki, he has been incessantly pestering Luo Han to teach him how to communicate with the divine tree. How was Luo Han to know? It was the divine tree's little ring that initiated contact with him in the first place, allowing him to perceive it. Otherwise, he would be at a loss. "Sigh," Cole lamented, shaking his massive head. "Then I shall take my leave. Han Gu," Cole said, soaring toward the colossal wooden house on the 9th-tier plaza. Now Cole has separated from Uncle Wei and Aunt Lillian. Luo Han mused with a chuckle that it was indeed a predicament. Due to Cole's towering stature, there was no room for him at home. Uncle Wei and the others had to construct a large house in the plaza for Cole to reside in. During the day, they would share meals with him in the plaza and return home to sleep at night. However, it was for the best. Cole was finally liberated from the worry of his parents quarreling in the middle of the night. "Ha ha!" Luo Han chuckled. Whoosh! Luo Han flew to the branch of the divine tree where the little ring resided. "Brother, you've arrived." Upon opening his senses, he heard the little ring exclaim. "You mentioned a surprise for me today. What is it?" Luo Han inquired, his eyes alight with anticipation. Brother, if you walk a bit further, you will see, the little ring replied. I essed a fish scale fruit. It doesn't seem so. It's a bit too large. Luo Han mused as he approached the fruit. Indeed, it was a golden fruit adorned with green patterns, resembling the fish scale fruit, but larger by circumference. Actually, that fruit is what the Sea Kings desire. The little ring informed him. Does this fish scale fruit possess any extraordinary effects? Why else would so many Sea Kings wait for it for half a year? Luo Han pondered inwardly. This is my child. The little ring suddenly announced. Cough, cough. Luo Han, who was closely examining the golden fruit, hesitated, staring in astonishment at the divine tree's little ring. Whose child is this? Luo Han asked. Forgive him, the single man, for feeling a twinge of jealousy. Even a tree is imparting life lessons to him. How disheartening. There is no one else. I bore it myself. The little ring replied. Luo Han suddenly recalled that some trees are hermaphroditic. Could it be? Images of a certain famous species from Thailand flitted through his mind, and a bad feeling flooded his heart. Luo Han regretted his hasty decision to claim this sibling. Brother, when you venture out to sea, you can take my child with you. It can also become like me, the little ring said. Goosebumps erupted all over Luo Han's body. The term brother that once sounded so sweet now left much to be desired. You want to take your child out and then plant it? Luo Han's words became jumbled. Yes, brother, the little ring affirmed. All right then, when I go out to sea, I shall bring it along, Luo Han conceded. No need to take it right now. No, the little ring insisted. Then I shall take my leave, Luo Han stated. Okay, brother, the little ring replied. Subsequently, Luo Han descended from the branch and soared homeward as he passed a few doorsteps. He could already catch the aroma of various dishes wafting through the air. Luo Han couldn't help but quicken his pace, thinking that dinner tonight should be delightful. Upon returning home, he shared a tranquil dinner with Grandma Mo. After the meal, Luo Han informed Grandma Mo of his plans to set sail in a few days. He expected her to oppose the idea, but to his surprise, she said nothing, instead offering to help him prepare provisions for the journey. How wonderful! Observing Grandma Mo's kindly figure, Luo Han felt fortunate as a time traveler. A night of peaceful slumber ensued. Bang! Bang! The sounds of battle between Luo Han and Cole echoed through the skies of the Ring Tree Island the following afternoon. The island's inhabitants had grown accustomed to it, continuing with their daily tasks without a hint of disturbance. What is that? At that moment, a member of the hunting team standing atop the island pointed toward a distant black. With two light thuds, Luo Han and Cole noticed it as well. Luo Han squinted, realizing the situation was dire. The black detected by his senses was not what it seemed. It was a pirate ship. That is indeed a pirate ship, and it is safely navigating the seas. Uncle Kate remarked, his expression grave as he observed the pirate vessel approaching Ring Tree Island. As the ship drew nearer, the figures aboard became clearer. Luo Han beheld a brazen figure with wild hair and an enormous grin, accompanied by a burly man with a crescent-shaped white mustache standing behind him, as well as a golden-haired man whose mane resembled a lion. Indeed, the Rocks pirates have finally arrived. A surge of ambition welled within Luo Han as the Rocks pirates anchored at the seabed of Ring Tree Island. An overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted from Luo Han, swiftly emanating toward the Rocks pirates. It seems a formidable individual has appeared. He must be a powerful ally, Rocks remarked, turning to address his crew. He then cast his gaze toward Luo Han atop the island, his eyes narrowing slightly to eye in response. An even more potent wave of conqueror's haki burst forth from Rocks, instantly suppressing Luo Han's own. Ha! You wish to compete with the captain in conqueror's haki? Truly a bizarre-looking pirate, one crewmate declared. Ha! If he knew he had over a dozen users of conqueror's haki aboard, he wouldn't be so confident. Another joined in. Whitebeard gazed at the mysterious island ahead, a hint of sympathy crossing his features, while the others remained expressionless. Such powerful conqueror's haki! Luo Han exclaimed as he withdrew his own haki. He looked at Rocks, a sudden battle fervor igniting within him. Luo Han wished to test his own limits. A year prior, Uncle Wei and Uncle Kate were no longer a match for him and Cole. Sensing Luo Han's fighting spirit, Rox soared toward them. A devil fruit that grants flight? Luo Han speculated. Suddenly, Luo Han's expression changed dramatically, his brows furrowing as he scanned the area with his senses. His astonishment. Luo Han gasped in disbelief. It was truly monstrous. Surrounding Rox was a layer of flowing invisible armament haki, a meter thick. This layer of haki was what enabled Rox to fly, akin to Luo Han utilizing telekinesis to envelop himself in flight. Rox had managed to utilize armament haki as a form of telekinesis. Moreover, the weight of it felt like a compressed torrent of water, capable of unleashing tremendous offensive power at any moment. Clearly, both his offense and defense were formidable. Luo Han had never fathomed that someone could wield armament haki to such an extent. It was no wonder that he could forcibly subdue figures like Whitebeard and Golden Lion. As Rox approached, the inhabitants of the island instinctively began to retreat, understanding that the earlier suppression of Luo Han's conqueror's haki indicated that he was an exceptionally dangerous individual. Most importantly, everyone recognized this pirate named Rox as the one mentioned in newspapers who sought to conquer the New World. Hey, by the looks in your eyes, you should know who I am. Right? Ah, ha. Rox proclaimed, hovering above the crowd. So, who is the strongest on this island? Everyone turned to look at Luo Han and Cole. Uncle Wei and Uncle Kate stepped forward, wanting to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. Just now, the formidable little creature made an appearance. And here is this other little fellow. Rox observed the surprised gazes directed towards Luo Han and Cole. It was somewhat unexpected. Then, you should be aware of my rules. Rox intoned gravely. Choose, join, or perish. As his words fell, the sky seemed to darken instantaneously, as if it had been affected. Luo Han restrained Cole, who was eager to approach, shaking his head. He then soared into the sky to meet Rox's gaze. An invisible aura emanated from Luo Han, causing the islanders to watch him with concern. Rox quietly regarded Luo Han, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of Luo Han taking action. Perhaps he was confident in his ability to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Now, come forth. Did you not wish to experience the might of the world's strongest? Rox declared, then flew towards the edge of the island. Luo Han was astonished. How did Rox know his thoughts? Could it be a special observation haki that allowed him to see into one's heart? Alas, Luo Han found himself at a loss for words. Such a mastery of observation haki, combined with that monstrous armament haki, was indeed formidable. And oh wonder he dared to publicly declare his intention to dominate the New World. Truly, this is a world of the strong. Come now, unleash your most powerful attack, Rox said with an easy demeanor. In superfluous words, Luo Han concentrated, channeling his psychic energy towards Rox in a fierce assault. Yet, an unspoken pressure suddenly enveloped Luo Han. His expression dimmed. Nothing happened. No thunderous clash, no shock waves. The full force of Luo Han's psychic attack dissipated silently upon contact with the armament haki surrounding Rox. As if the matter had been deconstructed into its most elementary particles. Observing Luo Han's helplessness, Rox laughed heartily. What happened to that fierce aura from earlier? You may attempt to test your physical strength again. Rox remarked, I can sense that your physical prowess is not inferior to your devil fruit abilities. At these words, Luo Han gazed at the boisterous Rox, forcing a bitter smile. No need to try. Captain Rox's mastery of armament haki could be lethal to anyone who dares to test it. Luo Han stated. Having witnessed such power, what other choice remained but to join? A fight to the death would lead to ruin, not just for Luo Han, but for the entire Ring Tree Island. Only a fool would engage in a futile struggle. Thus, Luo Han chose to follow his heart and instinctively decided to join the Rock Pirates, to be honest. He was also quite intrigued by the application of such armament haki. Luo Han mused that this was likely the reason why figures like the Golden Lion and Kaido chose to ally with Rox. If not, given the Golden Lion's abilities, Luo Han suddenly recalled Rox's relaxed demeanor as he approached point. One could estimate that the Golden Lion might not fly as swiftly as Rox. Truly, Rox is a man without weaknesses. Luo Han marveled, I have joined. I hope the captain will spare my homeland. Luo Han declared, "Ha, my rules are simple. You understand them well. Joining means you are one of us, and your homeland will now be my territory." Rox replied, "And that little brat must join too." With a gesture towards Cole, Luo Han felt somewhat helpless. "Very well, both of us will join," Luo Han asserted. "Since we are setting sail anyway, although piracy is not my true intention. There is no alternative now. Then let us hasten our preparations. We shall depart at once." Rox commanded. It seemed that Luo Han had inadvertently arrived at Ring Tree Island, he thought, not wanting to linger. He flew towards the island to explain the situation to Cole and Uncle Wit. Luo Han then rushed home, where Granny and Mo happened to be present. "Granny, I am about to set sail," Luo Han exclaimed. "What? Xiao Han, did you not say you would set sail in a few days? I haven't prepared any food for you," Granny and Mo replied, appearing somewhat surprised that a ship just arrived at Ring Tree Island today. "Cole and I plan to take that vessel out to sea," Luo Han explained. "I at that urgent." "Xiao Han, wait a moment. I will prepare some fish cakes and dried fish for you," Granny and Mo said. After a flurry of activity, Luo Han took the large bag of fish cake flour and dried fish that Granny and Mo had given him. He hurried to the island summit, knowing he could not afford to test Rox's patience. Upon reaching the top, he witnessed Aunt Lillian weeping profusely while embracing Uncle Wit. Cole stretched out his arms, yearning to hug his mother, yet apprehensive of causing her harm. Brother Ryan observed everything with a somber expression, feeling utterly powerless, and he quietly worried for both Luo Han and Cole. "Luo Han, from now on, I entrust Cole to your care," Uncle Wit stated. "That I will, rest assured," Luo Han replied. "Cole, you must listen to your brother Luo Han. He is the only one you could trust, understand?" Uncle Wit cautioned Cole, evidently aware of the notorious nature of the Rox pirates. "Understood. Daddy, Mommy," Cole responded. "I will return someday." "Luo Han, you have both become true men now. It will be up to you from here on," Uncle Kate remarked. "Do not worry, Uncle Kate. We will take good care of ourselves," Luo Han assured. "Let us go, Cole." Then, amidst the reluctant gazes of those left behind, Luo Han and Cole soared towards the Rox pirates. "Ha! Here comes a big one," the Golden Lion exclaimed upon seeing Cole descend. "What a splendid physique," Big Mom exclaimed. Luo Han fell silent, contemplating Big Mom's current beauty. Recalling her appearance 30 years hence, it was evident that childbirth often led to weight gain. Even someone with Big Mom's constitution could not withstand giving birth to dozens of children without facing the consequences. "Ha! There will be opportunities for intimacy later," Rox remarked. "For now, let's leave this place and see where that scoundrel Roger has fled." "Aye, Captain," the helmsman responded. He then produced a log pose, glanced at it, and turned the helm towards the right, heading towards the azure horizon of Ring Tree Island. The Rox pirates set sail, departing Ring Tree Island for their next destination. Luo Han and Cole sat at the stern of a ship. Exchanging few words, there was little to say, as most aboard were individuals who had come to this ship for various reasons. The pirate ship sailed slowly, and after a night, it finally exited the waters surrounding Ring Tree Island. After 3 more hours at sea, they finally arrived at their destination, Boat Island. As the ship drew near, the scenery of Boat Island appeared before them. It resembled a medieval town, complete with a small harbor. "That is Lord Rox's ship." "Huh, Lord Rox, weren't you pursuing the Roger pirates? Could it be that Roger has already been defeated? That is certainly possible. After all, it is Lord Rox." The speculations of the islanders left Rox feeling somewhat embarrassed as they approached the dock. However, Rox said nothing. As a man intent on dominating the new world, he still held some degree of ambition. Ha! In celebration of our new companion's arrival, let us prepare a feast, Rox proclaimed. "Aye, Captain, the feast is on," a chorus of voices echoed in agreement. Subsequently, a throng disembarked, making their way along the dock towards the central square of the town. As they walked, Luo Han observed the islanders going about their business with calm composure. It seemed that over the past 4 years, the Rox pirates had begun to stabilize their rule over the New World. If this continued, it was entirely possible that Rox's ambitions could indeed come to fruition. However, the battle for God's Island should be commencing soon as well. "Hangul, the houses here are so beautiful. They're just a bit too small." Cole remarked that, "You think everyone is at your height?" Luo Han replied, "The people here are generally of my stature." Hence, they reside in such homes. But in the future, we can build a larger one on Ring Tree Island. Haha. Yes, yes. Let us build a larger one. Cole agreed. Hey, is it called Cole? Such a massive physique. Would you like to join my ranks? Aunt Lingling suddenly exclaimed, observing the towering figure before her, whose breath was comparable to her own. Charlotte Lingling felt quite pleased. No, I only follow Brother Han. Although Cole was unaware of the correlation between his enormous stature and the prospect of joining her crew, he instinctively declined. However, Han couldn't help but think having you follow me could lead to misunderstandings. Did he not notice the astonished expressions on Kaido and the others? Han could no longer contain himself. Lingling, Cole, is still young. His body is yet to fully develop and requires time to grow. Han stated. Subconsciously, he implied that with his physique still maturing, he was not yet suited for certain reproductive matters. Clearly, as a single man, Han was somewhat sensitive. Perhaps the terrifying reproductive capabilities of the ant had left a profound impression on him. Can he grow any larger? Then let's wait for Cole to mature, Charlotte Lingling replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. She pondered for a moment and added, but there's no rush. After all, we're all in the same boat. Ha ha! Lingling, how about I accompany you? I'm far superior to this big oaf. Wang Ji interjected at that moment. Your physique is too weak. I have no interest, Charlotte Lingling retorted. You bastard. Ultimately, Wang Ji dared not act further. For Charlotte Lingling was already quite formidable. Huh. The group erupted into laughter. Han and Cole continued their stroll towards the town square, avoiding any conflict with Wang Ji. It was not yet the time for recklessness. However, Han took note that Wang Ji was the first to label Cole as a big oaf. Soon enough, a banquet was about to commence in the town square. Thud! Thud! Roasted wild boars were placed upon the long table, followed by barrels of rum. Han and Cole casually found a spot to sit. Gulp! Gulp! Rox was downing liquor. Huh! My plan is nearing completion, Rox proclaimed. The new world will soon belong to the Rox pirates. Ha ha! Really, Captain Rox? John inquired from the side that the opportunity for great wealth is approaching. The crowd's attention was evidently piqued, as treasure was a topic of great interest to all. Even Whitebeard was listening intently. Indeed, I am on the verge of locating that treasure, but not just yet. Patience is required, Rox replied. Then we shall await the captain's good news. John continued. All is well, Rox affirmed. However, over these past 2 years, that scoundrel Roger has caused us considerable trouble that he must be dealt with. Otherwise, the world will not recognize our dominion over the new world. At this juncture, Rox appeared somewhat troubled. The Roger pirates were notoriously elusive, often aided by various calamities. This time was no different. Just as they were about to close in on the Roger pirates, a sudden storm separated the 2 pirate ships, causing the Rox pirates to unexpectedly arrive at Ring Tree Island, where they encountered Han and his crew. Meanwhile, Roger managed to escape once more. Nonetheless, Rox was determined to accelerate their control over the new world. Captain Rox, allow me to take a few men to pursue Roger, Whitebeard suggested. Compared to conquering other islands in the new world, Whitebeard was more inclined to pursue Roger. Newgate, very well. I was considering splitting our forces anyway, Rox agreed. Then let Newgate and Shiki lead a few men to chase after Roger, while the rest will spread out to conquer the uncharted and unclaimed islands of the New World. They discussed the division of forces. Han glanced at Charlotte Lingling and Wang Ji. Captain Rox, Cole, and I will accompany Newgate in the pursuit of the Roger pirates. Ultimately, Han felt that following Whitebeard was the more reliable option. All right, you are free to form your teams, Rox declared. The banquet resumed, with hearty laughter and indulgent feasting on meat and drink. Such a lifestyle seemed quite appealing. At least Cole was thoroughly satisfied, as evidenced by the plate he pushed in front of him, now at eye level with his own. Brother Han, the meat here is truly delicious, Cole exclaimed, mouth full, eyes gleaming with joy. He was truly a child unacquainted with the delights of gourmet food, Han mused. Indeed, it is exquisite, Han replied, deftly placing another piece of pork into his mouth, savoring the delectable flavor. The taste of the fatty pork was astonishing. Tears welled up in Han's eyes as he relished it. After 18 long years of eating fish cakes and fish, even the most fragrant dishes had grown tiresome. Soon, both Han and Cole succumbed to the irresistible allure of the roasted pork. after a considerable time. Ah, they sighed in unison. What a satisfying feast. Truly delightful. Hey, you two rascals. I'm calling you, Whitebeard bellowed. What is it? Han responded, with Cole also casting a puzzled glance at Whitebeard. Soon, we shall pursue Roger, so you two better not lag behind. Otherwise, I'll toss you both into the sea to feed the fish, Whitebeard warned. Han narrowed his eyes and replied, Haha, our strength is quite commendable, Newgate. Humph, you think you could just toss us into the sea? Han mentally noted that Wang Ji had now made it onto his list. Ha! As long as you have confidence, just do not end up crying for being bullied. Whitebeard chuckled. Hey kid, do you want to join my ship in the future? At that moment, Golden Lion Shiki asked. Han looked at the Golden Lion in bewilderment, thinking, is it really wise to poach right in front of Rox? However, noticing Rock's nonchalant demeanor and the crew's casual acceptance, Han seemed to grasp the situation. But, hey, you bunch of rascals, who do you think you're looking down on, calling us kids? Han stood up, his voice low and serious. Cole also rose, a heavy atmosphere enveloping the space. The banquet hall fell silent in an instant. After about a quarter of an hour, laughter erupted throughout the town square. Han and Cole remained silent. Rox watched with keen interest, not intervening. Hey, two inexperienced little brats. Wang Ji mocked. Exactly. You two are merely a footnote to the captain's rule over your islands, Silver Axe chimed in. Surely you don't believe that joining this ship equates you to our level. Han lifted his head, meeting Wang Ji and Silver Axe's disdainful gazes. His expression darkened, and anger surged within him. Gazing up at the sky, he thought, this should not be the case, that I know full well this world is one where the strong reign supreme. I understand that strength must precede venturing out to sea, that I grew stronger precisely to avoid situations like this. Now that he had gained strength, he found himself shrinking back, thinking it better to avoid conflict. How Na'vi, this was not Earth, where one could avoid confrontation. This was a world where the strong could kill without hesitation. What? Little brat, feeling the pressure, Wang Ji taunted. Let us get to it. Han spoke firmly, dismissing any further trivial talk. With his mind extending, he concentrated his telekinetic energy into a single point. Bang! The impact struck true, sending Wang Ji flying as if he had been punched. He crashed into two buildings before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, upon hearing Han's command, Cole instantly transformed partially into his beast form and used Shave to appear beside Silver Axe, delivering a powerful punch imbued with haki. Silver Axe, not one to be underestimated, remained unflustered at Cole's sudden appearance and quickly blocked Cole's punch with his axe. However, he was unprepared for the sheer strength of Cole. After a brief contact with Cole's fist, he was unable to withstand the immense force and was sent flying to join Wang Ji. Witnessing this scene, the square fell into a stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief at Han and Cole. After all, Wang Ji and Silver Axe were no weaklings. The fact that they were able to send them flying at least indicated that Han and Cole possessed considerable strength. With this realization, the disdain in the onlookers' eyes began to fade. After all, with the current prowess of Luo Han and Kuer, they are unlikely to fall short in the future. Wherever they go, they will be formidable forces, and no one would dare to underestimate the powerful, lest they appear foolish. A faint smile crept on Locke's lips as he observed the subtle shifts in the expressions of those around him. Secretly contemplating, these two youngsters are certainly not weaklings. Bang! Wang Ji rose, discarding the stone slab that had pinned him down. Clang! Leaning on his longsword, he cast a cold gaze at Luo Han, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, what had just transpired with that sudden attack? It had appeared out of nowhere. Bang! The silver axe, which had fallen beside Wang Ji, swung its blade to clear the stones off its body. Rising, it remarked, "It seems we have indeed underestimated you two." "Then let's finish this," Wang Ji declared. They exchanged a glance, their faces shadowed with determination as they advanced toward Luo Han and Kuer. "Let us give it our all, Kuer," Luo Han urged. At this point, there was no need to consider the risk of exposing the devil fruit's power. Subsequently, the two charged at Wang Ji and the silver axe. Zheng! A slash erupted from Wang Ji's sword, aimed directly at Luo Han. Luo Han momentarily halted in midair and deftly sidestepped the strike. His eyes narrowed as Wang Ji suddenly appeared beside him, swinging his sword towards Luo Han's neck, evidently intent on delivering a fatal blow. Unfortunately, nothing could escape Luo Han's keen perception. With a mere thought, his psychic energy surged forth, impacting Wang Ji's body like a collision with a speeding truck, sending him hurtling away. Bang, bang. Meanwhile, Ku-Er and the Silver Axe were locked in a fierce exchange. Although the Silver Axe lacked Ku-Er's raw power, its combat skills far surpassed those of Ku-Er. Thus, neither could gain the upper hand in their fierce duel, resulting in a stalemate. The battle between Luo Han and Wang Ji, however, left the onlookers utterly astonished. At that moment, the invisible force of Luo Han's attacks rendered even observation haki incapable of perceiving the trajectory of his strikes. This created a sense of unease among the spectators, who felt a tinge of trepidation. Had they been in Luo Han's position, they could not fathom how to evade such untraceable assault. It seemed their only option was to endure the blows. This was utterly monstrous. No, it was Luo Han's devil fruit ability that was truly aberrant, they mused. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, now lying on the ground, furrowed his brow in frustration. Another instance of that troublesome devil fruit power. It was indeed a bothersome ability. It seemed unable to overshadow haki attacks. In terms of raw power, it was, to be frank, rather ordinary. Wang Ji rubbed his abdomen. Thanks to the haki, he had sustained no injuries. Rising to his feet, a hint of mirth danced on his lips as he raised his long sword. Clang, clang. 2 slashes surged toward Luo Han. Ha! As long as I keep my distance, that invisible attack shouldn't be a problem. Wang Ji laughed. Luo Han offered no explanation. Action spoke louder than words. However, this time, he chose not to evade the 2 slashes. With a thought, his psychic energy swiftly coalesced into a barrier. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as Wang Ji's slashes were halted before Luo Han. The resulting shockwave from the thwarted blows surged forth, sending debris flying in all directions. What? That devil fruit ability can even block haki-infused slashes. Wang Ji exclaimed, his expression darkening. How to proceed? With the attack thwarted, and unable to evade the invisible strikes up close, he was at a loss. Whitebeard and the others looked at Luo Han in astonishment, having not anticipated that his devil fruit power had developed to the extent of withstanding haki attacks. It's still too early to be surprised. Luo Han's gaze shifted toward Wang Ji, thinking, today you shall serve as a testament to my prowess. Wang Ji, feeling the same force manifest upon him with a mere thought, found his observation haki had no time to react. Bang! Bang! Wang Ji was tossed about like a rag doll by Luo Han's psychic force. The onlookers struggled to stifle their laughter at the comical scene. Bang! Luo Han retracted his psychic energy, sending Wang Ji crashing down to the ground on another front. Witnessing Luo Han's strange abilities and Ku-Er's strength, the Silver Axe sensed the futility of continuing the fight and halted. Brother Han, are you all right? Ku-Er approached Luo Han and inquired. I'm fine. You still don't know my abilities, Luo Han replied. Haha, what a troublesome ability, you little brat, Wang Ji grumbled darkly as he stood up. But is that all you've got? Such feeble attacks. Wang Ji seemed eager to salvage some pride, as the earlier amusement from the onlookers had been the greatest mockery of all. Luo Han chuckled lightly. Disregarding Wang Ji's taunts, oh what? The one who was humiliated by being kicked around in midair is not me. Oh, you wish to experience it once more? Wang Ji glared at Luo Han, torn between the desire to retaliate and the fear of further humiliation, ultimately refraining from striking back. At that moment, Locke's laughter echoed. Since we are all aware of each other's strengths, let us commence our actions. The new era is beckoning us, Locke suddenly proclaimed. Now, we shall split into 3 groups. Newgate and Shiki will pursue the Roger pirates. Lin and John will conquer the remaining islands of the New World, and the rest will return with me to Hive Island. Upon hearing this, no one voiced any objections. Understood, Captain, they replied in unison. Subsequently, everyone began to disperse for their respective tasks. That was quite a battle. Luo Han, right? And Ku-Er, I'll remember you both. Whitebeard remarked to Luo Han and Ku-Er. Follow me. Luo Han and Ku-Er exchanged a knowing smile and proceeded to walk alongside Whitebeard toward the port. Indeed, in this world, only strength could earn recognition and a name. Luo Han paused, glancing at Charlotte Linlin. What an unusual pairing this is, observing Kaido standing quietly beside Charlotte Linlin, in stark contrast to his usual explosive tendencies. Luo Han felt somewhat unaccustomed. It seemed Kaido was set to join Charlotte Linlin in her quest to conquer islands. Luo Han mused. However, Kaido was unusually subdued. Luo Han could sense that his strength was formidable. Yet he seemed to be biding his time, holding back. Never mind. I'll just focus on my own path. Upon reaching the port, they found 4 or 5 pirate ships moored at the small dock. Alongside Whitebeard and the others, Luo Han and Ku boarded a medium-sized vessel approximately 150 meters in length. As everyone stepped aboard, the ship immediately sank a notch, especially when Whitebeard and Ku boarded. "Hey, you lot over there! Raise the sails and set sail to pursue Roger," the Golden Lion called out to several unknown pirates who had boarded. How direct, Luo Han thought, had it not been for the earlier skirmish. They might have been the ones being ordered around. Luo Han and Ku found a spot along the edge of the gangplank and sat down, gazing out at the vast ocean beyond the port. Thus began Luo Han's pirate career. Thud! Thud! Whitebeard, wielding his massive blade, approached Luo Han and Ku, plopping down beside them with a thud. Ah la la. "Is this your first time at sea?" Whitebeard inquired. "Yes, I've longed to set sail," Luo Han replied. "Ha! I can see that, though I didn't expect to embark as a pirate." Luo Han chuckled as the ship glided smoothly through the waters, chatting amiably with Whitebeard. "I never imagined someone like you would join the Rocks Pirates." Luo Han remarked, "Halala. Didn't you guess?" Whitebeard responded. "The great pirates who join the Rocks Pirates either have something to protect, like you and me, or they're drawn by treasures and power." Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. Kaido was likely motivated by power. Luo Han suddenly thought of him. "Hey Luo Han, little brat, what brings you to the sea?" Whitebeard asked. "I want to feast on copious amounts of meat." "And to fight," Ku exclaimed. Watching Ku drool once more, Luo Han felt a sense of helplessness, having initially intended to articulate something more profound. Oh well. Following one's heart is also commendable. As for us, we don't have any grand aspirations. I am merely curious about the world outside, and I wish to see it for myself, Luo Han stated. That is quite a unique yet ordinary perspective. Whitebeard laughed. It seemed Whitebeard had developed a fondness for Luo Han and Ku. All members who have joined the Rock Pirates have done so to protect their families, unlike those who are driven by power and treasure. It seemed to have been engaging quite well with these two youngsters. Newgate, the Golden Line, approached, surprised to see Whitebeard seated with Lawan and Cole. Whitebeard is not one to easily engage in casual conversation, especially within the ranks of the Rock Pirates. Ha. What's this, Shiki? Are you feeling envious? Whitebeard chuckled. Envious of what? Let's see how these two fare in the upcoming battles first, the Golden Line retorted before making his way into the ship's cabin. Clearly, the skirmish today merely elevated Lawan and Cole from the ranks of the weak. They had yet to earn the Golden Line's respect. On the gangplank, Lawan wore a stern expression. Honestly, these guys are not only arrogant, but also have foul mouths. Just a couple of brats. If it weren't for the current situation, I'd give them a good thrashing. There will be another chance, Lawan silently vowed. Shiki has a point, though. The next battle is against the Roger Pirates. And one careless mistake could lead to death, Whitebeard stated gravely. Thank you, Newgate. Cole and I are not going to die so easily, Lawan replied with a laugh. However, soon enough, Lawan found himself unable to maintain his mirth. After a calm half-day of sailing, the unchanging sky abruptly shifted. Thick, gray clouds seemed to materialize out of nowhere, looming ominously over them. Then, hail began to pelt down. The ship lurched violently. Lawan stared in disbelief. Had he ever seen hail the size of a house? Stop dawdling. You two, clear the hail ahead, the Golden Line commanded, while Lawan and Cole quickly snapped back to reality. This was not the time for complaints. One slip could result in disaster. Lawan promptly utilized his telekinetic powers to clear the hail from the ship's path. Cole took charge of the left side, while a striking beauty managed the right. Whitebeard dealt with the hail above, sending tremors that shattered the falling ice. The Golden Lion focused on steering the ship to prevent it from capsizing or veering off course. After several hours of navigation, they finally escaped the hail-laden area. Lawan and Cole, drenched, sat on the gangplank and exchanged excited glances. "Is this your first encounter with the climate of the New World, gentlemen?" asked the alluring beauty who had approached them. "Who are you?" Lawan inquired. The woman had an oval face, short black hair, long legs, and while not classically beautiful, she exuded a mature and sensual charm. Was this the end of Lawan's solitary existence? For a moment he pondered. Too much? "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Shao," the beauty said. After a brief silence, Lawan asked, "Is that all? What about your height and measurements? I feel like we're getting off topic." "Haha, just call me Sister Shao, young man." She laughed at, all right then. "As you wish," Lawan replied, eyeing the woman who had introduced herself as Sister Shao. He felt as though he had overlooked something significant, yet could not recall what it was. "Forget it. Is this the kind of perilous climate typical of the New World?" Lawan queried. "Not quite. Most of the time, it's even more dangerous," Sister Shao responded. "That I see." "Well, that is somewhat reassuring," Lawan said, maintaining a composed demeanor. After all, adventure should be tempered with caution. He disliked being perpetually engulfed in peril. "Thank goodness most of the time is less dangerous," Lawan mused, suddenly realizing, wait, there's even more perilous stuff? And it's the majority, haha. "Otherwise, how could it be called a world for the strong?" Sister Shao chuckled. This implied that only the strong had the right to navigate this world. This moment, Sister Shao cast a deep glance at Lawan and Cole. "So you two strong gentlemen will have to look after me from now on," she continued. "Ha. Since we're on the same ship, assistance is only natural," Lawan replied with a grin. "Moreover, Sister Shao, your strength is quite impressive too. I'll be sure to help as well." Cole eagerly added, "Ha. I'll be counting on you too then." Sister Shao smiled. By the way, I'm Lawan, and this is Cole." Lawan suddenly remembered that he hadn't introduced himself and Cole yet. "Oh, I'll remember that," she began, but was interrupted as a loud crash resounded. Sister Shao suddenly rolled back, and Lawan instinctively used his telekinesis to catch her. "What is happening?" Lawan exclaimed, witnessing the sea currents suddenly surge to a height of 1,000 meters, causing the ship to tilt backward at a 90-degree angle. In an instant, various items tumbled into the sea, and many pirates, caught off guard, fell as well. Fortunately, Lawan was there to use his telekinesis to keep everyone from plunging into the depths. "Wow, we're saved. It must be Lawan-sama. So reliable," the rescued pirates exclaimed. "What is going on, Sister Shao?" Lawan asked, pulling her close as the ship ascended with the current. This is a type of ascending current. If we can't escape now, we'll crash down when we reach the peak," Sister Shao explained casually, gripping the ship's railing. "What should we do? Should I control the ship to fly away?" Lawan proposed. "No need. Have you forgotten the two strongest monsters on this ship?" Sister Shao replied. "Right, we still have Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. With their abilities, this current is nothing." As it turned out, the ship indeed ascended to the highest point and was held aloft by the Golden Lion's power. The ability of the float fruit proved exceedingly useful. Once the ascending current passed, Lawan and the others returned to the ocean as surface. "Lawan, your ability to save people is quite remarkable," Whitebeard remarked. "Indeed. Thank you, Lawan-sama, for your timely rescue. We will repay your kindness." The group of pirates expressed their gratitude profusely. Lawan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ignoring them, he turned to Whitebeard. "This is my fruit ability, which I call the thought fruit, allowing me to wield a form of invisible telekinesis that I can use it for attacks and control." Lawan explained, "Ha. It's somewhat similar to my float fruit ability." The Golden Lion interjected. Regarding the strengths of Lawan and Cole, the Golden Lion felt they would make decent subordinates. "Lawan, how about joining my ship from now on?" Hearing the Golden Lion's repeated invitation left Lawan speechless. "Brother, we're still on someone else's ship, you know. Besides, weren't you just dismissive of us?" Lawan replied. He found it peculiar that the Golden Lion was now so eager to recruit them without a hint of hesitation. Could it be that he, too, was a time traveler, aware that the Rocks pirates would eventually disband, and was now trying to gather allies? Lawan felt a twinge of suspicion, yet the Golden Lion's demeanor and words did not align with that theory. "We can see an island ahead. New gate. A lookout pirate announced. I tee this. Luan stood up to look ahead. In the distance. A black dot gradually expanded, suggesting it was not far off. Soon, the ship approached the island. And everyone disembarked. Take me with you, Luan-kun. Sister Shao chimed in. Luan regarded Sister Shao's composed demeanor. Are we this familiar now? Aren't you being a bit too forward? Subsequently, Luan Cole and Sister Shao, who was levitated by telekinesis, flew toward the small island. As for the others, they would have to swim on their own. You lot, get the food ready. We're having a feast soon, Whitebeard commanded, standing on the beach of the island, directing the raucous pirates in their preparations. Having been out for half a day, the sky had begun to dim. Before long, the ship's cooks had prepared the food, and a fire was lit. Bang, bang. The sound of clinking glasses rose and fell in harmonious cadence. Luo Han, along with Cole, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Spoon Sister, gathered around the crackling fire. With their heads tilted back to embrace the moonlight and feet nestled in the warm sand, they indulged in delectable feasts. This, indeed, epitomized the essence of life. Luo Han was utterly entranced. Hey, Luo Han, is that kid Cole from the giant race? Whitebeard inquired, casting a curious glance at Cole, whose imposing stature seemed beyond that of an ordinary human. Gold Lion also regarded Cole with keen interest. Cole? No, he merely transformed after consuming a devil fruit. Luo Han replied, his mouth full of meat. Yes, that's so. That must be a remarkably powerful fruit. Whitebeard remarked. What kind of devil fruit is it? Gold Lion asked. I am the wielder of the Kuin fruit, Cole declared proudly. Indeed, it belongs to the Zoan-type mythical beast category, the Kuin fruit. Luo Han supplemented. Allah. A Zoan-type mythical beast? How rare indeed, Spoon Sister exclaimed. This is my first encounter with such a being. Hey, Luo Han and Cole, would you care to join my ship in the future? Whitebeard extended an invitation to them. To be honest, Whitebeard was intrigued. With Luo Han and Cole's abilities, they would undoubtedly become reliable companions. Moreover, despite their lives as pirates, their previous actions of rescuing those about to fall into the sea indicated that they still possessed a kind heart, something Whitebeard valued immensely. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, Luo Han interjected. You all are still part of the Rocks Pirates, yet you're already contemplating forming your own crew. Are you so confident that you can leave the Rocks Pirates? This had long been a source of curiosity for Luo Han. Haha. Luo Han, just take a moment to consider the array of individuals gathered on this ship, and then reflect on yourself, and you'll understand. Whitebeard laughed heartily. You truly intend to remain with the Rocks Pirates indefinitely? Luo Han's expression shifted. If Rock's plan ultimately succeeded and the battle at God's Island resulted in Rock's victory, would he remain with the Rocks Pirates? Clearly, no. Luo Han would never accept a fate of perpetual subservience. Haha. Luo Han has come to a realization, Gold Lion proclaimed. It seems you are also a restless spirit. Perhaps none of us are inclined to remain beneath another. Whitebeard added. Luo Han and Cole exchanged glances, unexpectedly feeling a twinge of sympathy for Rocks. Each of his subordinates seemed to be plotting their escape once they grew strong enough, and oh wonder the battle at God's Island ended in failure. It could be imagined that a cacophony of raucous cheers would have surrounded Rocks at that moment. It was a thought that tugged at Luo Han's heart for Rocks. Well, I suppose I'm not on the same path as you. I have no desire to be a pirate, Luo Han stated resolutely. That much I can ascertain. For now, I shall focus solely on growing stronger. Only by becoming powerful can one attain the liberty to navigate this brutal world. Then let us strengthen ourselves together. We shall address future matters when the time comes. Come, cheers. Whitebeard lifted his glass, surveying the gathered company. Cheers, everyone echoed, raising their glasses in unison. For now, joy was all that mattered. Gulp, gulp. As they feasted and conversed, only Cole remained absorbed in his meal, oblivious to the revelry. Allah. Cole truly possesses an astonishing appetite, Spoon's sister remarked. Cole simply loves to eat. That's why he set sail, Luo Han replied. Speaking of which, Luo Han turned his gaze toward Spoon's sister, curious about how she came to join the Rocks Pirates, given the scarcity of women aboard. Please don't look at me like that. I already have someone special in my heart, Spoon's sister responded. While there's indeed a flicker of interest, I haven't acted upon it yet. Are you denying me the opportunity? Moreover, who was it that was so familiar with me earlier? Sigh. Luo Han felt wearied us so. Who is Spoon's sister's special someone? I'm quite curious, Luo Han inquired. Huh. Luo Han, you will meet him soon enough, Whitebeard chuckled. Very soon at the next island, it will be the Roger Pirates. Wow, how thrilling is that? On the enemy's ship, Luo Han mused internally, feeling a rush of excitement. The feast gradually drew to a close within Luo Han's reverie. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective ships, preparing to rest for the night. One might wonder why they chose not to rest on the island. It is a common wisdom in the New World to never spend the night on an unfamiliar island, for one never knows if the island will still be there come morning. It could suddenly sink or the sea level could rise. Safety is never guaranteed. This was a reminder Spoon's sister had just provided. Otherwise, Luo Han and Cole might have unwittingly sought a place to sleep on the island, nearly making a fool of themselves. Thankfully, Spoon's sister intervened that a night passed without incident. Morning dawned. Luo Han awoke on the gangway, rubbing his eyes, looking rather disheveled. Sleeping outdoors without any shelter meant that with the break of dawn, slumber was no longer an option. However, he turned over, attempting to catch a few more winks. Luo Han was simply too tired. It was his first time at sea, spending the night aboard, and he found it quite uncomfortable. Nothing like the coziness of sleeping at home on Ringtree Island. Enemy attack. Navy. Enemy attack. Just as Luo Han was about to drift back into dreamland, he was jolted awake by a cacophony of shouts. He flipped over. With senses heightened, he realized the Navy had arrived. And their presence was formidable. Get up, you rascals. The Navy is boarding. Whitebeard's booming voice proved effective, rousing all the pirates aboard instantly. Armed with swords and guns, they made their way onto the gangway. No one entertained thoughts of fleeing. At this juncture in the New World, pirates viewed the Navy with excitement, eager to engage in battle. Soon, 3 Navy warships approached, and the crew could finally discern the figures aboard. It's that rascal Carp, a lowly pirate exclaimed. Fear flickered in their eyes as they gazed upon the central warship, recalling past encounters with Carp that left them shaken. But it was not just Carp, Luo Han remarked. Observing the approaching warships, Luo Han surmised that a fierce battle loomed ahead. What are we panicking about? We have 4 powerful figures here. A slightly stronger pirate chimed in. Indeed, we have Lord Newgate and Lord Shiki, along with Lords Luo Han and Cole. There's no need for concern. The band of pirates reveled in their self-assurance, so much so that even Luo Han nearly believed in their reliability. Ah! At last. I've found you rascals, Newgate and Shiki, Carp exclaimed from the central warship, his expression brimming with excitement as he regarded Whitebeard and Gold Lion. This time, be cautious. Without rocks around, let us 3 admirals of the Navy send you off to impel down for retirement. Carp declared. Retirement? The Navy aboard the warship seemed unable to grasp Carp's jest. Observing the youthful visages of Whitebeard and Gold Lion, they appeared to acquire a fresh understanding of the term retirement. It's you 3 rascals. Carp, Whitebeard retorted from his vessel. What this? After being driven off by us previously, you now think you could defeat us since we were split up? However, the world government's intelligence is truly remarkable to have learned this so swiftly. Carp laughed heartily. Here, this is this morning's newspaper. Everything regarding the Rocks pirates has been documented. Carp waved the newspaper in his hand. Whitebeard's lips twitched in exasperation. It was indeed a style characteristic of Captain Rocks. Carp chuckled, eager to continue, but was interrupted by Sengoku. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, we cannot allow you to continue your rampage. Zephyr from another ship declared. Let us put an end to your lives here and now. Clang, clang. 3 crescent-shaped slashes soared toward the Navy warships. That it was Gold Lion who had made the first move, evidently unwilling to endure further banter from the 3 admirals. Ding, ding. The 3 slashes were intercepted and shattered by 3 fists. Yet the remnants of the attack still marred the surface of the sea with deep gashes. Observing Gold Lion's refined strike, Luo Han recognized the formidable power even in its fragmented state. Realizing the caliber of an admiral of the Navy, bang, bang, as Carp, Sengoku, and Zephyr simultaneously descended upon the warship, the command rang out, fire, Sink the pirate vessel, Sengoku bellowed. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. The soldiers responded in unison. Clang, clang, the cannons on a naval ship pivoted towards Luo Han's vessel. Return fire, you scoundrels, Whitebeard shouted loudly. In an instant, cannonballs flew in every direction. Yet alas, none struck their intended target. Any projectile that neared the ship was deftly deflected by the crew aboard. The Navy faced a similar plight. Luo Han felt a tinge of disappointment. This was not the naval battle he had envisioned. Only Cole appeared exhilarated, watching the cannonballs burst in midair. Sister Shao stood calmly, a slight smile gracing her lips. It seems the effect is negligible, Sengoku, Carp remarked. Silence, Carp, Sengoku retorted. Zifa, Carp and I will hold off the Golden Lion and Whitebeard. You deal with the other pirates and then join us to defeat them. Very well, I shall swiftly take care of these riffraff, Zifa replied. Hey, Sengoku, I can handle this alone, no assistance needed, Carp protested begrudgingly. Be quiet. Carp, Sengoku glared at him. Onward, Sengoku commanded, and the three of them leaped into the air, advancing towards Luo Han and his crew. Come on, Carp and Sengoku. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion charged towards them. Clang, crack, the clash of fists and blades reverberated in the air, a tumultuous dance of combat. The atmosphere shattered under the force of Whitebeard's blow, sending invisible shockwaves rippling through the surroundings, causing the crew aboard to stagger. This won't do. If this continues, our ship will be affected. You rascals, move the ship away. Luo Han shouted. It seems Whitebeard's influence is palpable. Everyone has started a curse, he remarked. Where do you think you're going, you bunch of scoundrels? Zifa had already boarded the ship, glaring at Luo Han and his motley crew. Suddenly, Zifa felt an immense force pressing upon him, and he barely managed to defend with his haki. With a resounding crash, Zifa was hurled overboard, landing in the sea. Splash! With a series of steps, Zifa utilized his moonwalk to return to the air, gazing at Luo Han and his crew with surprise and confusion. He was astonished to find that he had assumed there were no strong fighters aboard the ship, but who had unleashed that prior attack. My dear Navy comrade, I shall leave you in the capable hands of Luo Han and Cole, Sister Shao said. Let us steer the ship away and grant them some space. How reliable! It's truly a blessing to have Lord Luo Han in critical moments. A group of chatterers mused, lost in their own imaginations. Luo Han was momentarily taken aback. Very well. You all can maneuver the ship away while Cole and I stay behind to deal with Zifa. Luo Han ultimately conceded, as he and Cole were the only ones capable of confronting Zifa. Perhaps Sister Shao could assist, but it appeared she was not inclined to fight. Never mind, he thought. Subsequently, ignoring the incessant chatter of those behind him, Luo Han and Cole ascended into the air to confront Zifa. Clang, clang, crack, another round of clashes erupted. Carp and Sengoku also took note of the situation unfolding with Zifa. It appears we have encountered an unexpected turn of events. Sengoku remarked that, no worries. Zifa should be able to handle it. However, there was no information on these two individuals, suggesting they must have joined recently. Sengoku scrutinized Luo Han and Cole, realizing he had no prior documentation on them. Sengoku, we have indeed divided our forces. They must possess considerable strength, the Golden Lion commented. Let us not forget, it is our Rocks pirates who currently dominate the New World. Hearing the Golden Lion's derisive tone, Sengoku felt a twinge of irritation. Though it was true, it was still infuriating. So what? Today, I shall send you all to impel down, Sengoku declared. The four engaged in aerial combat once more, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, they could battle for days on end. The true unpredictability lay with Zifa and the confrontation between Luo Han and Cole. Meanwhile, Zifa regarded Luo Han and Cole hovering in the air. His expression grave. It seems they possess devil fruit abilities, perhaps the power of flight, or is it merely a constant state of levitation? Zifa contemplated, feeling somewhat bewildered, just as Zifa was lost in thought. Cole could no longer contain himself. Brother Han, allow me to take the lead, Cole exclaimed, activating his half-beast transformation. With a swift leap, he increased his speed using the moonwalk. Cole charged towards Zifa. Divine Fist Path. He shouted, delivering a powerful punch towards Zifa. Zifa's haki enveloped his hands, retaliating with an equally forceful punch. Clang! An invisible shock wave emanated from the clash of their fists, sending waves across the sea beneath them. After a brief contest, both combatants retreated 10 meters. Kid, who are you? With such strength, why have you chosen the path of piracy? Zifa inquired, gazing at Cole's youthful visage with regret. I am Cole, wherever Brother Han goes. I follow, Cole replied, his eyes darting. What a pity, Zifa lamented, glancing at Luo Han and then back at Cole's half-beast form. He deduced that the prior invisible attack must have originated from this young man named Luo Han. Such boundless potential. At such a tender age, he wielded such combat prowess. Both were evidently devil fruit users. From Cole's ability to soar through the air, they were likely both ancient Zoan-type devil fruit users, while Luo Han appeared to be a special Paramecia-type user. Alas, it is precisely because of this that I cannot let you two escape. Otherwise, you may become another headache like Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. Zifa thought, his expression turning serious. Regrettably, today I must send you to Impel Down for reformation, Zifa stated, his brow furrowing as he regarded Cole and Luo Han. Luo Han was startled. His perception sensed that Zifa's haki had become even more solidified. Be cautious, Cole, Luo Han warned. Boom! As Luo Han spoke, Zifa suddenly appeared before Cole, his dark fist landing squarely in Cole's abdomen. Cole's body reverberated with waves from the impact, and with a resounding crash, he was sent hurtling towards the small island. Zifa! That scoundrel! Luo Han's expression darkened. Clang! Zifa then appeared before Luo Han, launching a punch in his direction. However, Luo Han managed to shield himself with his telekinetic force. Yet it was not enough. Luo Han's telekinetic barrier held for merely an instant before it shattered. Boom! Zifa's fist struck Luo Han in the abdomen, sending him crashing onto the small island. Thud! Luo Han landed beside Cole. Brother Han, are you all right? Cole hastily inquired upon hearing the commotion. Gasping for breath, Luo Han could only gesture to Cole, indicating he was fine. That truly hurt. The sensation of Zifa's solid haki striking his abdomen felt akin to a drill burrowing within. Fortunately, Luo Han's body had grown quite strong, but in terms of defense, he still could not match Cole. Zifa's assault was ferociously sharp. For the moment, Luo Han could endure, but over time, his body would succumb. Most importantly, it really hurt. Thud! Zifa followed suit, landing on the small island. What impressive observation haki! Zifa remarked, recalling Luo Han's earlier reaction. Yet even so, you could not withstand my blow. Luo Han retorted, but next time, I shall not allow you to strike me again. Let's go, Cole. You take the lead, and I shall assist. Understood, Brother Han. Cole nodded in agreement. Then, Cole charged at Zifa, delivering a punch enveloped in haki. Alas, Zifa's extensive combat experience, complemented by his superior observation haki, allowed him to effortlessly evade Cole's strike with a nimble sidestep. In a swift counter, Zifa aimed a kick at Cole's abdomen. Luo Han sensed the impending attack and thought, this time, I won't let you off so easily. With a flick of his mind, Luo Han concentrated his telekinetic force and directed it towards Zifa's abdomen. Stripped of leverage in that moment, Zifa was easily propelled toward Cole, who retaliated with a punch of his own. Clang! Cole struck like a hammer against an iron lump, producing a resounding metallic clang. Fortunately, Cole's strength was formidable enough that Zephyr, suspended in midair, could not counterbalance and was consequently sent hurtling away. Bang! Zephyr plummeted deep into the island. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Carp and his companions, witnessing Zephyr being flung by Cole, momentarily paused, their brows furrowing in concern. This is troublesome. Sengoku thought to himself, ha. Sengoku, what do you think? Whitebeard inquired. The abilities of Rohan's devil fruit are indeed quite troublesome. Sengoku remained silent, contemplating the spectacle of Zephyr being launched away. It is indeed a challenge. The invisible attacks that suddenly manifested against Zephyr bore no trajectory and were executed with remarkable speed. Unless one possessed the foresight of observation haki, evasion would prove exceedingly difficult. Carp's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing Carp's words, Sengoku's expression darkened further, he thought. At this rate, although Zephyr's armament haki can withstand such assaults, he cannot hope to defeat Rohan and Cole together. The plan has essentially failed. Do not dwell on it too much, Sengoku. As if sensing Sengoku's frustration, Carp exclaimed loudly, "Once I deal with Newgate, I will take care of those two brats, da-ha-ha." Buzz. Whitebeard concentrated his tremor fruit abilities into a single strike aimed directly at Carp. "It is I who will eliminate you." "Carp," Whitebeard roared. "It is I, Newgate," Carp retorted, charging forward with a punch. The four engaged in a flurry of attacks, and in an instant, the sea roiled, and sword energy crisscrossed the air. The sea and the island resembled a cake being carelessly sliced. The warships and Rohan's pirate ship were pushed far away, observing the group on the island, who treated their ultimate techniques as mere basic strikes. The pirates aboard the ship, despite having witnessed such power several times, could not help but exclaim in awe, "Truly, the world of the strong is terrifying." Sister Spoon, however, was more concerned about Rohan and Cole. Seeing Zephyr being sent flying by Cole, she felt a measure of relief. Deep within the island, Zephyr rose. He examined his body, finding no significant harm. Although Cole possessed considerable strength, or rather, immense power, there was a distinction between strength and brute force. The former could injure, while the latter merely pushed one away. "It seems my mastery of armament haki still leaves much to be desired," Zephyr pondered. Step, step, step. Zephyr approached Rohan and Cole once more. Gazing at Rohan, he felt a twinge of headache, despite only 2 attacks. He had already discerned that Rohan's strikes, combined with his observation haki, made evasion exceedingly difficult. This meant Zephyr would have to endure the blows. Nevertheless, ISNT that the essence of combat, countering each move. Zephyr refused to be discouraged. Shave. Zephyr charged again at Rohan, evidently intent on attacking him as he had before. However, the focused Rohan would not grant Zephyr another chance, having melded his psychic power with his movements. Rohan's speed had ascended to new heights. He ducked and sidestepped, evading Zephyr's aerial punch, delivering a psychic-enhanced fist to Zephyr, who had no leverage in the air. Thud. Zephyr was sent hurtling toward Cole. Cole had already begun to vibrate subtly, channeling his strength into his fist, preparing to unleash his giant spear, dominance, to incapacitate Zephyr. Aware of the threat posed by Cole's punch, Zephyr deftly utilized Moonwalk to evade, his form remaining unaffected. Alas, Rohan's psychic attack lacked haki, rendering its damage to Zephyr negligible. Having evaded the assault, Zephyr now targeted Rohan. Rohan also executed a shave, retreating in an instant. Subsequently, a concentrated cylindrical shockwave surged past Rohan, plunging into the depths of the sea. Initially, Rohan had intended to send Zephyr back into Cole's line of attack. However, time was of the essence. Otherwise, both Rohan and Zephyr would have to endure Cole's devastating strike. A prospect Rohan dared not entertain. Bang! Bang! Rohan and Zephyr landed simultaneously, casting their gazes forward. There, a circular trench extended deep into the ocean, the surface of the sea forming a semicircular passage, which took a while to settle back down. The pirates aboard the ship watched in relief as the shockwave had just swept past the bow, leaving a gaping channel on the sea. That was close. A pirate gulped nervously, his face pale with fear. Who would have thought Lord Cole was so powerful, truly reliable and fortunate? The crew fell into their own daydreams of admiration. What dependable companions indeed. Sister Spoon murmured to herself. On the other side, bang, bang. The four who had also landed on the island turned their gazes towards Cole, their expressions grave. Could it be that Cole is truly of the giant race? Whitebeard questioned. Hey, Newgate, that must be Elbaf's spear, dominance, right? Carp shouted, have you conquered the land of giants? Upon hearing this, Zephyr and Sengoku were equally astonished. Indeed, according to the rules of the Rocks Pirates, if the giants joined Rocks, it would signify the nation of giants aligning with the Rocks Pirates. Additionally, considering Cole's recent induction into the Rocks Pirates, Carp and his companions' expressions grew even more somber. If this is true, then it would truly be earth-shattering. The nation of giants is renowned as the strongest of nations. It is indeed Elbaf's spear, dominance. However, Cole should not be from a nation of giants, Whitebeard remarked, but it cannot be ruled out that he hails from there. Haha. As long as the nation of giants hasn't been conquered, it is not so dire. A single giant cannot shake the world government's dominion. Carp sighed in relief, speaking casually. However, it seems that such attacks cannot be executed at will. Observing Cole's fatigued state, Sengoku's expression relaxed slightly. He murmured, "Ha-ha. Sengoku, as long as Rohan is present, Zephyr will have no chance," the Golden Lion proclaimed triumphantly, and now is not the time for idle chatter. Sengoku, with a swift motion, the Golden Lion unleashed a powerful slash towards Sengoku. Sengoku transformed into a colossal Buddha, spinning around to deliver a punch, generating a concentrated shockwave that clashed with the Golden Lion strike. The battle reignited with fervor. In an instant, the four were once again locked in combat. Our Ohan observed Cole, who was catching his breath, and lightly shook his head. "What's the rush? Our primary focus now is to grow stronger. Haki can only be rapidly enhanced through battle," that our Ohan stated, "with Zephyr, who possesses the strength of an admiral. As your sparring partner, you can train with peace of mind. I will handle everything else." "Understood, Hanji," Cole replied after regaining his breath. "You two little brats." Zephyr roared from the side, his expression a stormy shade of anger. "These two little rascals dare to treat this as mere training. It seems I must have these two scoundrels sent to impel down for some labor reform." Zephyr thought darkly, "Ha-ha. Come on, Zephyr. You are destined to be Cole's sparring partner." Our Ohan laughed heartily, then spoke more solemnly. "Because what I say goes, you scoundrel." Zephyr's anger erupted. Even his haki seemed to solidify further. Thud! Zephyr launched a punch. Cole retaliated with a punch of his own. Clang! This time their fists collided head-on, with the larger and smaller fists locked in a stalemate. Thud! Both retreated 10 meters. Ouch! Cole blew on his reddened fist furiously. Despite his strength compensating for some of the disparity, the intensity of haki still fell short. Thankfully, the Zoan-type mythical devil fruit granted Cole remarkable recovery abilities. In no time, his reddened fist returned to normal. The ensuing battle saw Cole take the lead, with Rohan providing support. Whenever Zephyr targeted Cole's vulnerable areas, such as the temples, groin, or eyes, Rohan would retaliate with a psychic strike. Each instance sent Zephyr into a furious leap, charging at Rohan. Unfortunately, Rohan had honed his edge OB to perfection, effortlessly evading all of Zephyr's attacks. This intense combat endured for 3 days and nights, concluding only when Cole expressed his desire for a meal. Perhaps realizing that continuing would lead to a life-and-death struggle, especially with someone as insufferable as Rohan around, Sengoku and the others ceased their skirmishes. "Haha, Whitebeard will let you off this time. Next, I will dispatch you to impel down," Carp remarked nonchalantly, unconcerned about letting pirates escape. "Then I shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish next time." Whitebeard glared, unwilling to back down against Carp. "Haha!" Cap laughed heartily and, alongside Zephyr and Sengoku, made his way back to the warship. Luohan and his companions also returned to their respective vessels. Upon returning, they were greeted by a throng of chatterboxes, each wearing expressions of blissful imagination, which caused a throbbing headache for Luohan. Ignoring them, he hurriedly instructed the ship's cook to prepare a meal. Subsequently, he sat on the deck with Cole. Observing the plethora of bruises adorning Cole's body, Luohan felt a twinge of guilt. In his fervor to train Cole's haki, he had perhaps gone too far in his enthusiastic onslaught. Fortunately, with Cole's robust physique, he should recover after a meal. Luohan reassured himself, feeling significantly better. Thud! Thud! Whitebeard and Gold Lion approached Luohan and Cole. "What a formidable physique to withstand 3 days and nights against Zephyr, Cole. You have my endorsement," Gold Lion declared, secretly contemplating that Cole might become a formidable rival in the future. As for Luohan, the one who merely shouted 666 during the skirmish, despite his peculiar attacks, posed no significant threat. Alas, poor Luohan remained oblivious to Gold Lion's dismissive view of the battle. However, even if he were made aware, he likely wouldn't care much. Would he? Cole simply smiled, remaining silent. There was little to say. After all, he was the one who had been beaten, and what was more vexing was that Zephyr had suffered not a scratch. The might of an admiral was indeed extraordinary. To rely solely on physical resilience to render Zephyr helpless is nothing short of astonishing. Whitebeard remarked, "So, Cole, are you a giant? After all, not everyone can wield the might of the hockey. Actually, a giant who once found himself stranded on an island taught me." Luo Han interjected, not wishing to expose Uncle Kate's secret. "I see." Much like Ling Ling, Whitebeard replied. Although he remained somewhat perplexed, it was not a matter worth delving into. His curiosity was merely fleeting. He then joined Gold Lion in resting on the deck. As time slowly passed, the ship sailed a considerable distance. Before long, Spoon's sister approached, trailed by a group of chatterboxes bearing food. La. "You must be hungry. Enjoy, my dear sir," Spoon's sister said, looking at Luo Han and Cole. Soon, platters of delectable dishes were brought forth. Luo Han and Cole, too preoccupied to respond, eagerly dug into the meat. Whitebeard and Gold Lion soon joined in, ravenously devouring the culinary delights. All four were voracious eaters. And soon, the plates were emptied one after another. More food was brought forth. The ship's cooks busily prepared an abundance of dishes. The feast reached a frenzied climax, with Luo Han and Gold Lion being the first to finish. Only Whitebeard and Cole continued, both being large individuals with insatiable appetites. Ultimately, however, Whitebeard succumbed, leaving Cole as the sole warrior still battling against the remnants of the meal. Yet, he too was nearing his limit. Soon, there would be no more food aboard the ship. After all, Cole's Kun fruit endowed him with an almost limitless capacity for consumption, as if the food entered an infinite space, allowing him to devour more than anyone could fathom. Huff! Huff! Cole exhaled deeply. All the injuries on his body had vanished. "That's enough? No more food, please," Cole instructed the head chef. "Oh. Very well, Lord Cole," the chef responded, momentarily taken aback. "How are you feeling, Cole? Are you all right?" Luo Han inquired. "Yes, I'm completely fine, Hanji," Cole replied. "That's good to hear." Luo Han felt a hint of guilt. Perhaps he had indeed pushed it a bit too far. "Have you noticed any solidification in your hockey?" Luo Han asked. Cole raised his right hand, shrouded in armament hockey, and carefully assessed it. "Indeed, it feels more solid than before," Cole affirmed. Luo Han, "Cole, it is true that only through battle can hockey advance," Whitebeard proclaimed, eagerly anticipating a duel with the young Cole. As Whitebeard gazed at Cole with excitement, Luo Han felt a pang of frustration. After all, he was the most dashing figure present, having only been knocked away once during the entire ordeal, while he single-handedly sent Zephyr flying thereafter. Why was everyone praising Cole's prowess? Was it jealousy over his fruit abilities? Luo Han sank into a deep spiral of doubt, observing Luo Han's distracted state. Whitebeard and Gold Lion exchanged awkward glances. The crux of the matter was that Luo Han's abilities were troublesome. Although his attack power was not overwhelming, he had a knack for launching people away, as if treating them like balls to kick. Neither Whitebeard nor Gold Lion wished to endure that indignity, having witnessed Zephyr's frustration firsthand. The group soon retreated to their comfortable quarters to rest. As the ship gradually made its way toward the next island, White Island Point 2 days prior, on the island of Hive, a multitude of pirates reveled in unrestrained jubilation. It was a ceaseless party island, a haven exclusively for pirates. Within the island's skeletal structures, in the highest chamber of one such edifice, Rox lounged on a sofa, sipping from a bottle of liquor. "So, the news has been dispatched worldwide, has it not?" Rox inquired. This morning, newsbirds delivered the papers across the globe. Lord Rox, a shrill voice emanated from the telephone bug on the table before him. "Then, the world government must be aware. I wonder how they will respond. I eagerly anticipated." Rox stood, moving to the window to gaze at the throngs of pirates celebrating on Hive Island. His expression was one of contemplation. "The plan is flawless. We shall see how the world government reacts. However, as long as I, Lord Rox, command Hive Island, even if the world government is aware, they will be powerless to act." As the shrill voice returned from behind him, Rox settled back into his seat. "Now we merely await the passage of time to take care not to be caught by CP0. Rox instructed. I will, Lord Rox, the high-pitched voice replied. Very well, then, Rox concluded. Farewell, Lord Rox. The voice this time was less shrill. With a click, the telephone bug fell silent, enveloping the room in a deep stillness. Rox reclined on the sofa, eyes shut, reflecting on the transformations the new world had undergone over the past 4 years. A smirk playing on his lips. The world government had indeed shown their ruthlessness in their quest for advantage. 4 years prior, Rox had declared his intent to dominate the new world. It was no mere whim, but a meticulously crafted plan he had allied with a news agency owner eager for prominence, sharing his ambition to rule the new world. The news agency owner had instantly recognized the opportunity to expand his enterprise, and together they had launched the declaration for the new world. Yet, it seemed the world government remained indifferent. As Rox's pirate crew grew in strength, they merely sent new generation Marines like Carp to the new world for training, seemingly biding their time. Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mariawa, within the office of the 5 elders, an elder with a curved blade-shaped beard furrowed his brow while holding a newspaper. Have they noticed? Or are they merely accelerating their control over the new world? He pondered regarding Rox D. Jibek. Setting the newspaper aside, he moved to a corner. And no matter the situation, we shall observe closely and continue to monitor the intelligence regarding Rox's pirate crew. Be prepared to report at any moment, the golden-haired elder commanded, rising to address the kneeling informant. Understood, Your Excellency. Dismissed. The informant promptly retreated. The golden-haired elder returned his gaze to the newspaper, which detailed Rox's pirate crew's division and conquest of the new world. Have we yet to locate that rat from the news agency? The elder, leaning on his cane, spoke ominously. Not yet, the golden-haired elder replied. What a failure. Dispatch CP0 immediately. We cannot allow them to continue manipulating the common folk with their news. The elder wielding a long sword expressed his dissatisfaction with CP9's inability to find the news agency owner. Agreed. No one objects. They subsequently instructed the guards to relay the orders. Bang, bang. Gunfire echoed through the air above a small town on an island in the West Sea, where the local populace was being slaughtered by pirates. Captain, did you see this morning's newspaper? The Rox pirate crew has divided. The kings of a new world can no longer wait. I have heard that it is a world ruled by pirates. With bloody blades in hand, the pirates standing around nonchalantly discuss the state of the new world. Zing, the captain, standing in the center, draws forth his blood-soaked sword and exclaims with a hearty laugh. Ha ha! After plundering this small town, we are nearly ready to set sail for the Grand Line. Is that true, Captain? How splendid! Are we finally departing for the new world? Paradise for pirates. Here we come. On that day, the pirates from all corners of the seas grew even more frenzied. In an instant, the number of pirates in the Grand Line surged dramatically to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. A loud slap echoed as the current Marine Admiral angrily slammed the report regarding the death of the station colonel at Lowtown onto the table. Ever since Rox ignited the pirate era known as the New World, Lowtown, as a strategic stronghold on the path to the Grand Line, has been continuously battered by pirate assaults. This marks yet another colonel loss to the pirates. Damn it, what are the 5 elders doing? Why haven't they sent anyone above the rank of Rear Admiral to guard Lowtown? What kind of nonsense is this order? The Marine Admiral fumed. He then picked up a newspaper from that morning. Splitting forces? This doesn't align with Rox style. Is there some unknown reason behind this? On that day, the world seemed to enter overdrive due to this newspaper. Now, let us return to the present. On the island of White, Luo Han and his companions finally laid eyes on the newspaper that would alter the course of the world. A group of individuals sat together, enjoying their meal, with one hand clutching meat and the other holding the newspaper. Luo Han sat beside the long table, his face etched with confusion. It was at this moment that Luo Han realized it was Rox himself who had orchestrated the reporting of the troop division. What is Rox thinking? Is he not afraid of the Marines and the world government concentrating their forces to eliminate him? It is perplexing. Chomp. Luo Han bit into a piece of meat. Forget it. As long as we stay alert, we can always run if things go awry. In terms of escaping, Luo Han believed he was second to none. He could soar through the skies or plunge into the depths of the sea. For now, he would focus on satisfying his hunger. Brother Newgate, how do we pursue the Roger pirates? Luo Han questioned, puzzled by how one would chase enemies across the vast ocean in the past few days. It felt less like chasing Roger and more like a leisurely excursion. We should stick to islands with inhabitants. Haha. Young Luo Han, do you not understand? Without knowing the exact location of the Roger pirates, how can we pursue them? However, as long as we continue to land on inhabited islands, we are bound to encounter the Roger pirates eventually, Whitebeard responded with a smile. Luo Han remained somewhat skeptical. But this seems far too casual. How will we know when we will meet them? And what about rocks? Shouldn't we report back? Do you not grasp it yet, Luo Han? At that moment, the Golden Line approached, holding a bottle of wine. Rox did not instruct us to capture Roger. He merely commanded us to pursue the Roger pirates. Moreover, given Roger's personality, he would not linger on deserted islands. After seeing the newspaper from 3 days prior, he will not flee. He might even be heading our way, the Golden Lion elaborated. Upon hearing the Golden Lion's analysis, Luo Han considered the possibility. In his previous life, he had watched an anime that described Roger as a man who did everything with great flair. Without rock suppression, Roger would not have to worry about the safety of his comrades and would naturally cease to flee to Haha. Then soon, I will finally meet that most captivating man in the world of pirates. Luo Han thought with excitement. As night fell, the bright moon hung high like a luminous disk. From White Island, one could still see 2 dark spots, one large and one small, on the surface of the moon. At this moment, those 2 spots were also gazing towards White Island. Cole. From this vantage point, White Island appeared as if it had been sliced in half. Luo Han marveled at the wonders of nature as he gazed at the circular shape of White Island, a deep black gorge bisecting it. Indeed, how stunning, Cole remarked. Some sights are only visible from a higher perspective. Indeed, the 2 dark spots belonged to Luo Han and Cole. That evening, Luo Han brought Cole to the skies above White Island for a brief post-battle reflection. The battle with Zifa had illuminated Luo Han's shortcomings. To be honest, Luo Han felt somewhat disheartened today. His earlier battle with Zifa had ended in a resounding defeat for both himself and Cole. Continuing the fight would have likely led to their demise. What is it with the people in the world of One Piece? It seems they grow effortlessly through battle. The fight with Zifa had started with Luo Han using his telekinesis to disrupt Zifa, managing to suppress him momentarily with Cole's help. However, as time passed, Zifa gradually adapted to Luo Han's telekinetic attacks, beginning to use Luo Han's power as an acceleration to engage Cole in combat. This left Cole in a precarious position, suffering substantial blows that, in the end, Zifa even managed to evade Luo Han's telekinetic strikes several times, leaving Luo Han utterly astonished. To this day, he remained puzzled as to how Zifa had evaded his telekinetic attacks. Thus, Luo Han had invited Cole to analyze their battle with Zifa. Cole, let us ascend higher to avoid disturbing the people below on White Island, Luo Han suggested. All right, Cole readily agreed. The 2 ascended further, roughly 8,000 meters above the island. Cole, refine your armament haki a bit more, Luo Han instructed, recalling the punishment he had received from Zifa. Indeed, I can feel my haki has strengthened significantly. Cole observed the black haki gathered in his hand, which now appeared smoother than before. Let us engage in a direct battle. This way, the experience will be more profound, Luo Han proposed. All right, let us go, Brother Han, Cole replied. With a thought, Luo Han infused his telekinesis into his body, keenly sensing the enhancement of his power. As if every cell had been fitted with a tiny electric motor, he felt an invigorating energy coursing through him, prompting him to unleash a punch. Here it comes, Cole. Luo Han's eyes locked on Cole as he launched a fist toward him, and Cole mirrored the action. Clang, Cole's hockey-infused fist collided with Luo Han's equally potent telekinetic strike that a thunderous explosion resonated through the air, accompanied by an invisible shockwave that rippled outward. After a brief struggle, Luo Han felt a stinging sensation in his fist. Thud! The 2 retreated 100 meters as Luo Han assessed Cole's current attacks. He once again recognized the deficiencies in his telekinesis. Compared to Cole's refined haki, Luo Han's telekinesis lacked the same level of refinement and defensive capability. Moreover, he could not directly form attacks within the human body, leading to a significant decrease in his offensive power. Luo Han believed that the true strength of armament haki lay not merely in defense, but its ability to grasp and attack the fluid forms of Logia users, inflicting genuine damage. In contrast, Luo Han's telekinesis primarily acted upon the surface of a person's body, or converged to form a fist for striking. Therein lay a critical issue. Telekinesis acting only upon the surface of a body was akin to gravity pressing down from above, lacking the capacity for explosive strikes. Yet, it could not penetrate the body to inflict internal harm. This was a shortcoming of Luo Han's telekinesis, which could not directly target the interior of living beings. Perhaps it was related to the method he had initially developed his telekinesis. Luo Han's telekinesis stemmed from a mental connection to the telekinetic realm, allowing him to influence reality, but it was not a direct attack from his mind fruit ability. Although this method enabled him to deploy telekinesis without exhausting vast amounts of stamina, allowing for prolonged use, it seemed that a magnetic-like field within living bodies obstructed the formation of telekinesis, confining it to the exterior. The current challenge was to enhance the refinement of his telekinesis, which could only be achieved through repeated battles. Let us go again. Luo Han charged at Cole. The battle reignited. Clang, clang. The collision between Luo Han and Cole created ripples of air in the sky. As time passed, Luo Han sensed a thickening of his psychic energy. It appeared that the domineering aura had a remarkable refining effect on his psychic abilities. With a resounding clang, after yet another clash, Luo Han called out to Cole to halt. "Cole, let us descend and continue our battle." Luo Han declared, "It's impossible to utilize the domineering aura up here." "All right, Han go," Cole replied. They then landed on the opposite side of the island, the side devoid of any settlements. Thud, thud. Luo Han and Cole simultaneously touched down. Luo Han dispelled his psychic energy, enveloping himself entirely in the armor of the domineering aura. Well, here lies another predicament for Luo Han. Due to the incompatibility between the armor of the domineering aura and psychic energy, when he flew while wrapped in psychic energy, he could only cover himself with the domineering aura from within that protective shell. Consequently, in combat, it was the psychic energy that bore the brunt of the attacks, failing to cultivate the effectiveness of the domineering aura. Thus, Luo Han had no choice but to engage on solid ground. "Let us go head-to-head." "Cole," Luo Han proclaimed, "if one wishes to hone the domineering aura, direct confrontation is the optimal method." With another thunderous crash, the surroundings were engulfed in flying debris. Between the large and small black fists, an invisible red lightning flickered. Clang, clang. Just as in the air, Luo Han and Cole continued to exchange blows. There were no techniques involved. It was sheer brute force. However, after a short while, Luo Han found himself unable to endure any longer. "That hurts so much." After yet another exchange of punches, Luo Han blew on his reddened fist, panting heavily. His domineering aura was somewhat lacking, indicating that one must clash against stronger auras to elevate quickly. "Zifa truly is a kind soul," Luo Han mused. "Are you all right, Hangu?" Cole approached, gazing down at Luo Han's inflamed knuckles. "Next time, hold back a bit, Hangu," Cole said. "No need. Besides, it's because your domineering aura is stronger than mine." "Not due to the force of your blows," Luo Han insisted. Yet it was undeniable that Cole's domineering aura had significantly strengthened. "Should I also engage in a direct confrontation with Zifa?" No. My current physique has merely been enhanced in strength and speed. My defense is nowhere near Cole's. Had it been a direct bout between myself and Zifa before, I would have been utterly incapable of withstanding his domineering aura attacks. I should contemplate other methods to grow stronger. Perhaps this way. "Cole, unleash your armor of the domineering aura once more, and allow me to perceive it closely," Luo Han instructed Cole. "Are we doing this again?" "Hangu, your hand is still red," Cole said sheepishly. Luo Han discreetly tucked his hands behind his back. "No fighting. Just manifest your armor of the domineering aura, so I can sense it meticulously," Luo Han clarified. Understanding Luo Han's intent, Cole felt reassured and ceased the sparring. Then, "Hangu, please perceive it." Cole enveloped himself completely in the armor of the domineering aura, and instantly, a massive 10-meter figure cloaked in black materialized before Luo Han. An invisible pressure enveloped Luo Han. He was taken aback by the overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from Cole, who was fully clad in the armor of the domineering aura on the tranquil white island. On the opposite side from the town, the occasional sound of insect could be heard. Luo Han stood before Cole, diligently attuning himself to Cole's aura. This time, through careful perception, he genuinely felt a difference. Perhaps it was Cole's trust in Luo Han that allowed him to delve deeper into the inner workings of Cole's domineering aura. Within the realm of his perception, while the aura had a gaseous quality, it was in fact more akin to a force field existing within the physical body. This force field resembled the resistance felt when bringing two like-polarity magnets closer together. This conferred the ability of the domineering aura to repel all external forces. Luo Han pondered. This must be the reason why the domineering aura can defend against the abilities of other special devil fruits. Otherwise, those unique devil fruit abilities would be utterly insurmountable, akin to the Toy fruit, which instantly annihilates upon contact. The domineering aura could repel the attacks or influences of such special devil fruit abilities, thus providing defense. This ensured that the strong maintained their dignity. Otherwise, a mere foxy could inadvertently immobilize one of the four emperors and eliminate them with ease. It was likely that Kaido would never attain the title of the strongest creature in the world under such circumstances. With these realizations, Luo Han began to grasp the reasons behind the incompatibility and disruption between his psychic energy and the domineering aura. Essentially, Luo Han's psychic energy was not his own strength, but rather an influence exerted on reality through the psychic energy realm. Perhaps this was why Luo Han's domineering aura could not merge with his psychic energy. Alas, what a disheartening discovery. Yet, this diverged from Luo Han's initial intentions. He had originally sought to analyze Cole's domineering aura in order to control his own and attain a strength akin to Cole's. It was akin to a form of replication. Thus, Luo Han would not have to endure the pain of close combat to refine his domineering aura. However, now understanding that each individual's domineering aura is a unique force field emitted from their body, replication was impossible. This was not akin to guiding the evolution of the physical body through the mind. The domineering aura could not be evolved in such a manner. Pondering this, Luo Han suddenly felt that perhaps guiding the domineering aura through the mind was indeed feasible. The armor of the domineering aura was fundamentally a physical capability. Since the physical body could evolve and grow stronger through mental guidance, then the armor of the domineering aura, based on the physical body, should also be capable of such. But how to record the aura? In his previous perception, he had only sensed the essence of the physical body within Cole's aura. With nothing else present, it was unsolvable. Luo Han felt a tinge of frustration, having hoped to quietly strengthen himself. "Hango, are you done?" Noticing Luo Han's fluctuating emotions, Cole could not help but inquire. It seemed that Cole was somewhat uncomfortable maintaining his full body armor of the domineering aura without movement. Feeling rather odd? Yes, Cole. My apologies, I was momentarily distracted, Luo Han responded, glancing at Cole with a hint of regret, realizing he had been subjecting Cole to experiments without considering his feelings. This habit needed to change. Cole was his brother, not a servant to command at Wildada. No need for apologies, Han-go. Cole scratched his head, somewhat puzzled as to why Luo Han felt the need to apologize. Haha. All right, no need for apologies. Luo Han chuckled, lifting his head in a smile, no longer being overly courteous with Cole. Glancing at the moonlit sky, he noted that the moon had traversed half the expanse of the sky. Time truly flies. Let us head back, Cole, Luo Han called, preparing to return for some rest. Cole replied. The two then soared back to the vessel docked at the pier. Just as they landed on the gangway, they spotted Whitebeard reclining on the planks, a bottle of liquor in hand, taking hearty swigs. That you've returned. Truly diligent. There's still training to be done tonight, Whitebeard remarked, setting down his bottle with a sigh as he noticed Luo Han and Cole's arrival. Haha, Brother Newgate, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be resting in town? Luo Han asked, curiosity piqued by Whitebeard's evident presence on the ship for some time. Haven't you both returned to the ship as well? Whitebeard countered, equally curious. As for us, Cole's size is too large, and there's south no suitable place to rest in town, so we returned to the ship, Luo Han explained, shrugging as he gestured towards Cole's imposing figure. As for me, I simply find it uncomfortable on land. I've grown accustomed to life aboard the ship, Whitebeard said, shaking his liquor bottle with a self-deprecating smile. It appeared there was a story behind that. Observing Whitebeard's demeanor, Luo Han couldn't help but think. Cole, let us rest on the gangway tonight. Noticing Cole still standing, Luo Han suggested. Thud. The ship swayed slightly. It was caused by Cole lying down. Luo Han mused that they truly needed a larger ship in the future. Subsequently, he too reclined to recuperate. The pirate ship lay quietly anchored upon the serene sea, a gentle breeze wafting in, carrying the faint scent of the ocean, mingling with the soft moonlight that illuminated the three on the gangway. In that moment, silence enveloped the deck. With his hands behind his head, Luo Han reclined on the gangway, gazing at the moon, which had traversed nearly 2/3 of its journey across the sky. Suddenly, Luo Han felt a pang of homesickness for his past life. Luo Han is not an orphan. He has parents and a younger brother, leading a rather ordinary life in a typical family. Sigh. It has been a long time since he contemplated his past life. With this sentiment, Luo Han gradually succumbed to slumber. Morning. The crimson rays of the sun roused Luo Han from his slumber. He opened his eyes to find Cole still asleep, while Whitebeard had already risen, leaning against the side of the ship with a bottle of liquor in hand. Awake, young Luo Han. Care for a sip to invigorate your senses? Whitebeard inquired, brandishing the bottle. No, thank you. Enjoy it yourself, Luo Han replied. Rubbing his eyes in an effort to awaken fully, he rose and made his way to the ship's kitchen, where he procured some bread and water before returning to the deck. Gulping down some water after rinsing his mouth, he began to eat the bread. Once finished, he took a deep breath, feeling significantly more refreshed at this early hour. Only Whitebeard continued to indulge in his drink. Noticing that Cole was still asleep, Luo Han took to the skies, wishing to behold the world from above. This marked his first tranquil morning at sea. Feeling the gentle morning breeze caress his face, Luo Han felt a profound sense of comfort, gazing down at the quaint town. He observed several wisps of smoke rising from the rooftops, surely a sign that breakfast was being prepared. Looking towards the distant horizon, the sun had just begun to emerge, casting its brilliant light across the waters. Shielding his eyes from the brilliance, Luo Han took in the scenery for a moment before returning to the ship, where he found Cole had finally awakened, albeit still a bit dazed. Not concerned with him, Luo Han settled at the bow, contemplating the path ahead. From his analysis the previous evening, he had resolved to focus his efforts on enhancing his psychic capabilities. The battle from last night had revealed to him that his psychic energy could adapt and increase in intensity in response to the force of Haki. This offer means to quickly elevate his strength in a short span of time. After all, Luo Han was uncertain when the battle at God Island would commence, but he knew a grand confrontation awaited. Insufficient power could lead to death. Moreover, he contemplated the direction of his development. His aim was to refine his psychic abilities to match the level of Rock's Haki, achieving fluidity and formidable explosive power and defense. If he could accomplish this, his defensive capabilities and speed would be formidable enough for survival. As for his physical strength and Haki, he had no worries, thanks to the guidance of his spirit. Luo Han's physique would continue to strengthen, that he merely needed to hone his psychic energy. As the day brightened, the sun grew increasingly intense, and the rest of the pirates in the town began returning to their ships. Preparing for departure, Luo Han gazed at the town, where the rising smoke enveloped it in a hazy veil. Suddenly, he spotted a golden figure soaring above the obscured town. With a rush, the golden lion flew towards the pirate ship. Upon landing on the deck, he stormed over to Whitebeard, his face etched with fury. Those informants from Hive Island actually informed you first, the golden lion exclaimed. Whitebeard, upon hearing this, set his bottle down, stood up, and chuckled lightly. Is it really worth fretting over, Golden Lion? You're placing me beneath you with such concerns. The Golden Lion's expression remained grim. Whitebeard merely shook his head, choosing not to engage further. There is no need to dispute this now. We are both still beneath someone else, after all. Humph. When that little brat arrives, I shall make him taste despair, the Golden Lion declared angrily. Luo Han and the now-away Cole observed this exchange, their expressions filled with confusion and curiosity about the unfolding events. So, what happened, you two? Luo Han inquired, his face alight with curiosity. Huh. A group of pirates wishes to challenge the Rocks Pirates and intends to raid White Island. The informants got wind of it and summoned us to deal with those newcomers to the New World, Whitebeard explained nonchalantly, gesturing with his hand. Humph, the Golden Lion interjected, seemingly still recovering from his irritation. After all, the informants had informed Whitebeard before notifying him, relegating him to second place. Did they truly believe Whitebeard was stronger than he? After Whitebeard elucidated the situation, Luo Han found himself at a loss for words. Was this trivial matter of precedence truly necessary? How childish. By the way, Cole, have we received any notifications? Luo Han suddenly recalled, turning to Cole. Cole, with wide eyes, stared back at Luo Han, his thoughts racing. What notification? He was oblivious. Upon seeing Cole's bewildered expression, Luo Han understood so they had only notified Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. Did this imply they viewed him and Cole with disdain? Anger flushed Luo Han's cheeks if that informant were to appear before Luo Han now. He would demonstrate his prowess through a psychic volley, making them acutely aware of his capabilities. Look at this double standard. The Golden Lion chuckled, a hint of awkwardness tugging at his lips. Had he truly acted in such a manner moments ago? As Luo Han simmered with frustration, he approached the ship's edge. Leaning weakly against the railing, he turned to Whitebeard and asked, "How long must we wait here?" Whitebeard raised his gaze thoughtfully before responding. According to the information, they should arrive at White Island this afternoon. Luo Han observed as the Golden Lion moved to the opposite side of the ship, casting a glance back at Whitebeard. "I am off to drink. Let me know when that brat arrives," without awaiting Whitebeard's reply. The Golden Lion soared back to the town. Whitebeard said nothing, turning back to sit down, seemingly producing another bottle of liquor from nowhere. Luo Han turned to Cole, inquiring if he wished to accompany him on a hunt for sea kings to prepare lunch. Cole, eager for the taste of sea king meat, readily agreed. Alas, it was unavoidable. Cole's appetite was voracious, and the ship's provisions had dwindled. They had no choice but to seek out sea kings. Thus, the two soared toward the nearby waters, reaching an area 100 kilometers from the island. From here, the outline of White Island was barely discernible. Luo Han spread his arms, extending his senses, believing this would enhance his perception. Beside him, Cole, with his large head bobbing, scanned the surroundings, striving to perceive more. Though his observation hockey was limited, all he sensed was the vast ocean. Not a single sea king was in sight. However, Luo Han soon made a discovery. After a while, he sensed a sizable sea king, approximately 5,000 meters long, resembling a robust cow, clearly a creature of delectable meat. With a thought, Luo Han enveloped the plump sea king in his psychic energy, employing the technique of mirror flower. Water Moon to draw it to the surface amidst its instinctive struggles. Cole's mouth watered uncontrollably, and he had to swallow hard to contain his desire. Sensing Cole's profound hunger, the plump sea king thrashed about, desperate to escape and return to the depths of the sea, away from this terrifying expanse. Alas, it was all predestined. In truth, Luo Han's mirror flower, Water Moon, made the creature believe it was still frolicking in the sea. Its instinct for survival compelled it to struggle against Luo Han's psychic grasp, but its strength was insufficient to escape. "Cole, end its suffering," Luo Han commanded. "All right," Cole replied, moving to the Sea King's head. The creature sensed Cole's presence and, foreseeing what was to come, thrashed even more violently. Without granting the Sea King time to ponder, Cole unleashed a powerful punch, piercing through its skull. Before long, the creature's convulsions ceased. "All done, Hanji," Cole said, wiping his mouth. "Good, let us head back," Luo Han responded. Subsequently, Luo Han utilized his psychic energy to guide the plump Sea King alongside Cole as they departed for White Island. This was the reason why Luo Han and Cole had previously depleted the Sea Kings around Ring Tree Island. Luo Han attracted them to the surface while Cole delivered the fatal blow, a harmonious partnership. Soon enough, the two individuals retraced their steps, followed by a massive sea creature reminiscent of a leviathan. As Luo Han appeared above the quaint town, its inhabitants gazed in awe and trepidation, fearing the beast might suddenly plummet from the sky. The 5,000-meter-long behemoth obscured the sunlight from reaching the town. casting a vast shadow. Lord Luo Han and Lord Cole are truly formidable, capable of hunting such a colossal creature and bringing it back intact. One pirate exclaimed in astonishment. The other pirates in the vicinity nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the pirate's remarks, the townsfolk gradually calmed down, understanding that this was a significant figure from the Rock's pirates. With a resounding thud, Luo Han deposited the Leviathan at the nearby shore. He then instructed the ship's head chef to arrange for workers to manage the creature, declaring that the entire island's populace would feast on the succulent sea monster that very afternoon, with any leftovers to be shared with the island's residents. In an instant, the island buzzed with activity as everyone rushed to assist. Subsequently, Luo Han and Cole ascended to the skies above White Island, commencing their daily training regimen. Strength is forged through battle. Both Cole's hockey and Luo Han's psychic abilities necessitated mutual refinement. Clang, clang. The sound of their clashes echoed through the air. Whitebeard leaned against the ship, taking another swig of his drink. Such dedication and hard work. It would be splendid if we could all become companions in the future. But Whitebeard's desire to recruit Luo Han and Cole onto his ship only intensified. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion sat atop a tavern, drinking alone, his eyes glimmering with an insatiable ambition, akin to a lion patiently awaiting the chance to lead a pride. Sister Spoon wandered around the town, occasionally glancing at the sky with a smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, the battle in the heavens grew fiercer. Clang. Once more, Luo Han blocked Cole's hockey-infused attack. As Cole's strikes intensified, Luo Han's psychic energy began to adapt to the onslaught, its density seemingly increasing gradually. Clang, clang, Cole flitted around Luo Han, launching rapid attacks, while Luo Han's psychic barrier coalesced instantaneously to defend against each assault. This served as a training method to enhance the speed of his psychic energy activation. Since his encounter with Zifa, Luo Han had realized that, despite the ability to unleash psychic attacks at close range, time was still a factor, and those with strong observation hockey could evade such strikes swiftly. Thus, Luo Han resolved to bolster the speed of his psychic assaults. After all, if the speed were sufficient, observation hockey would be rendered ineffective. This insight had been imparted to him by Luffy during their encounter with Katakuri. Soon after, they switched roles, with Luo Han taking the offensive and Cole defending. The suddenness of Luo Han's psychic attacks effectively aided Cole in honing his observation hockey. The midday sun shone brightly and fiercely. At this moment, their training was nearing its conclusion. Clang. Cole staggered back as his armored hockey collided with Luo Han's psychic force once more. With his observation hockey finally attuned, Cole sensed an impending attack to his abdomen and instinctively leaped backward. Thud! Cole rubbed his stomach, feeling uninjured yet somewhat frustrated. Despite having anticipated Luo Han's psychic strike, he was unable to evade it entirely. Haha. Cole, your speed still needs improvement. Luo Han chuckled, adding, I'm also working on increasing the speed of my psychic attacks. Cole scratched his head, feeling a tad helpless. He had exerted great effort and mastered the use of moonwalk, yet his speed remained stagnant. Brother Han, how can I enhance my speed? Cole inquired. There is no need to force it. We're in the sky, so your speed will be somewhat diminished, Luo Han replied. As long as we continue training diligently, all our abilities will improve in due course. There is no need to rush. Luo Han reassured Cole, calming his anxious heart. Gurgle. Cole's stomach growled, prompting Luo Han to glance at Cole and then at the blazing sun. Well, it's time to return for some meat. Cole patted his belly, realizing he hadn't eaten much that morning and was now quite hungry. Let us head back, Luo Han said to Cole. The two swiftly soared back to the ship. Gurgle, gurgle. On board, Whitebeard set down his bottle, wiping his lips, and turned to the sky as two dark figures rapidly approached the ship. It was Luo Han and Cole. A team must feel wonderful to have family around. Whitebeard mused, reflecting on the inseparable bond between Luo Han and Cole, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Those two lads are truly dedicated to their training, remarked the Golden Lion, perched at the ship's bow. Thud, thud, with a loud sound, Cole and Luo Han landed on the deck. Sister Spoon, you've returned to the ship as well, Luo Han said upon seeing her leaning against the railing with a drink in hand. His gaze, however, drifted from her to the view beyond. So grand, Luo Han thought to himself in awe. Sister Spoon shot Luo Han a playful glare, standing up but refraining from scolding him, instead leaning against the ship's edge. Cough, cough. Luo Han felt a bit embarrassed. Realizing he had been caught staring, his cheeks flushed slightly, attributing it to never having obtained a license in his past life. Bang, bang. At that moment, the head chef arrived with a large platter of meat. Approaching the deck, noticing the esteemed guests standing or sitting in silence, he felt a wave of tension wash over him, uncertain whether to intrude. Fortunately, Cole broke the silence with the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Dinner time, Brother Han. Cole's eager voice snapped Luo Han back to reality. It's time to eat. Luo Han took a seat on the deck, with Whitebeard and the Golden Lion instinctively forming a circle around him and Cole. It seems that the circle of the strong is indeed exclusive. Sister Spoon, come join us, Luo Han called out, noticing her still holding her drink. Since young master has invited me, I shall cautiously accompany you fine gentlemen for dinner. She replied with a light chuckle, taking a sip and licking the remnants of her drink from her lips. Thump. Luo Han felt a jolt run through him and quickly turned away, devouring the meat voraciously. Lately, Sister Spoon seemed to have taken a particular interest in him. Observing Luo Han's adorable demeanor, Sister Spoon chuckled softly and deliberately sat beside him. Feeling her presence, Luo Han stiffened, his face betraying discomfort. You already have someone special, yet you come to tease me, a mere single dog, he lamented internally. Ha! You're just a little kid, Sister Spoon laughed heartily. One day, I'll take you to see the world. Golden Lion teased Luo Han with a playful glint in his eye. Ha ha! Whitebeard joined in the laughter. Luo Han forced a smile, but upon seeing Cole engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the banter around him, he felt reassured. Least it proved that his body had matured and he had developed certain thoughts. Poor Cole. At such a size, his future will be challenging. Perhaps he should consider Charlotte Linlin. Luo Han mused. Sigh. But no, that wouldn't do. Following Linlin would lead to unfortunate consequences that us all for the best. Being able to eat is a blessing, he reflected, joining the feast with gusto, transforming desire into sustenance. A grand banquet unfolded, driven by the appetites of the gathered. Hurry, hurry, the esteemed guests have finished. More meat and wine, please, the head chef urged his subordinates in the bustling kitchen. Plates piled high with various meats, roasted, boiled, and steamed, were brought forth, each drizzled with tantalizing sauces, their aromas enveloping the air as the chefs served them to the 5 diners. In that moment, the earlier teasing of Luo Han was forgotten, as they all immersed themselves in the culinary celebration. Even Sister Spoon devoured her food with abandon, leaving Luo Han astonished at her appetite, simultaneously reassuring himself that a woman who eats like that wasn't worth getting worked up over. Yes, that's right, Luo Han continued to feast with fervor. The gastronomic revelry persisted for 3 hours, culminating with Cole and Sister Spoon as the last to indulge. Can you believe it? Sister Spoon actually battled alongside Cole for the best. Luo Han thawed, utterly unfazed by the spectacle. Simultaneously, he silently mourned for Sister Spoon's future partner, who would likely have to sell himself to keep up with her appetite. Terrifying. No wonder Whitebeard and the Golden Lion don't mind dining with her. With that appetite, her strength must be formidable. After all, only the strong earn the respect of their peers in the Rocks Pirates. Suddenly, the ship rocked as Cole concluded his culinary battle, collapsing onto the deck. Rubbing his belly, he felt content, finally satiated. Hiss! A cloud of steam erupted from Cole's form. What is happening? The crew aboard the ship gazed at Cole, who was enveloped in steam, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Has he really cooked himself? They chuckled, caught off guard. Luo Han, standing nearby, burst into laughter before explaining, this is the ability of Cole's Kuan fruit, which allows him to transform the meat he consumes into energy that enhances his own physical evolution. Upon hearing this, both the Golden Lion and Whitebeard regarded Cole with eyes gleaming with desire, as if they were beholding an unparalleled beauty, yearning to claim him as their own. Even Sister Spoon's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After all, this represented an opportunity for limitless growth for those still within the Rocks Pirates. Rocks loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Without surpassing his might, they were condemned to remain aboard the ship. This was hardly what they had anticipated. And Cole's fruit ability signified a chance to catch up to rocks in a short span of time. Noticing the wolf-like gazes of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, Luo Han suddenly felt he might have misspoken. Reveling in his pride and inadvertently revealing Cole's capability, would this information reach Rock's ears, potentially leading to Cole's premature demise? Luo Han's heart sank at the thought. This was no laughing matter. It could cost lives. With a resounding thud, he struck the ship, creating a gaping hole, his gaze sharpening as an aura of conqueror's haki surged forth from him. The pirates aboard squatted in fear, trembling as they realized they had overheard something life-threatening. Terrified of being silenced. "Cole, we're at fault," Luo Han lamented, glancing at Cole, who had closed his eyes to feel the transformation within his body, unsure of what to articulate, momentarily at a loss for words. As Whitebeard and the Golden Lion reacted to Luo Han's display of haki, they also comprehended the implications of Rock's learning about such a power. Exchanging knowing glances, they suddenly erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Sister Spoon remained calm throughout, her eyes only lighting up briefly upon hearing Luo Han's explanation. Luo Han's expression darkened as he glared at the two laughing men, exuding the intent to take action should their mirth continue. Sensing Luo Han's determination, the two ceased their laughter. Observing Luo Han's mixture of concern and self-reproach for Cole, Whitebeard felt that this was the essence of familial bonds. This realization further solidified his desire to recruit both Luo Han and Cole into his pirate crew. Clearing his throat, Whitebeard urged, "Calm down, Luo Han. You are overestimating the power of the devil fruit abilities." With this, he adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "In this world, there are countless formidable devil fruit users at D. Oh, you truly believe they can accomplish anything in the face of Rock's overwhelming presence?" Luo Han suddenly fell silent, recalling the overwhelming haki he had witnessed surrounding rocks on Ringtree Island, a force that disintegrated anything that came into contact with IT. IT seemed no one could reach Rock's body with their abilities. This was a transformative power. No matter how strong Cole's physique might be, it would be difficult to withstand Rock's haki. With this thought, Luo Han's expression relaxed slightly. Nonetheless, he resolved to be more cautious with his words in the future. One could never predict how one might meet their end. Indeed, the notion that villains perish due to their excessive chatter held some truth. Revealing one's vulnerabilities could lead to fatal consequences. The Golden Lion shifted his gaze from Cole to Luo Han. Once he sensed Luo Han's calmness returning, he remarked, "Cole's devil fruit ability must have its limitations, right?" "Indeed, it only works with the flesh of powerful sea kings," Luo Han replied, acknowledging the point. After all, without restrictions, Cole would have been invincible long ago. Sigh. Upon further reflection, there is little cause for concern. The more extraordinary the fruit's abilities, the greater their limitations, much like a surgical fruit that grants eternal youth. It demands not only exceptional medical skills from a user, but also requires a sacrifice of their own life. Although Cole's power was indeed extraordinary, it still bore limitations concerning physical talent. Given Rock's arrogance, he would hardly regard Cole's abilities with any seriousness. Perhaps he would even prefer Cole to grow stronger. The Golden Lion also exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for the limitations. Otherwise, it would have truly been a game-changer. "Well then, let us not dwell on this any longer," Whitebeard said, noting that it was now nearing afternoon. The Golden Lion's eyes widened as he recalled the pirate crew mentioned in the intel that was en route to White Island, eager to show them the dire consequences of crossing him. Just then, with a loud crash, another hole was smashed into the ship. Luo Han gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "It's that bastard pirate crew that's got me on edge today. I need to teach them a lesson." Luo Han looked up at Whitebeard, feeling somewhat awkward. "What was that pirate crew's name again, Whitebeard?" Whitebeard did not respond, his expression distant. Did he dare to admit he was unaware? He had only heard about a crew coming to challenge the Rocks pirates at White Island before abruptly ending the call with the transponder snail. Just then, Cole opened his eyes, curious about the stillness of the head chef and the others. Noticing that Cole had completed his evolution in physical talent, Luo Han hastily inquired, "How did it go, Cole?" "It went well. Perhaps I had accumulated enough beforehand, as I've made significant progress this time," Cole replied. "Brother Han, what were you discussing just now? I thought I heard you calling my name to—" "Just a brief discussion about your fruit abilities. Nothing more," Luo Han reassured him. Cole had no cause for suspicion. Instead, he stood up, clenched his fists, and looked at Luo Han, saying, "Brother Han, I want to go up in the sky to adapt to my newfound strength." "All right, go ahead. Do you need me to accompany you?" Luo Han responded, "In no need." Cole waved his hand and swiftly ascended into the sky. Once airborne, Cole reveled in the newfound fluidity of his movements. He had not anticipated that the enhancement of his physical talent would also bolster his flight abilities granted by the Devil Fruit. Perhaps he would be able to evade Brother Han's telekinetic attacks in the future. Remembering how he had always been a step behind Luo Han's psychic assaults, that morning, Cole felt a surge of competitive spirit. Clang, clang, Cole unleashed his armament hockey, striking his fists together repeatedly. The control of hockey has also become easier on the ship. The crew watched Cole adapting to his enhanced physique in the air. Sister Spoon suddenly remarked, "Luo Han, after watching your spar with Cole last night, your physique seems quite impressive as well." With that, her eyes glinted mischievously. Sister Spoon, please spare me the teasing. Ever since witnessing your voracious appetite, I can no longer be excited by you." Luo Han replied, feeling a headache coming on in contrast to Cole's limitations regarding his Devil Fruit's physical talent. Luo Han's mental guidance truly felt like an invincible force, while the absence of hockey guidance might slow him down a bit. It bore no restrictions, which was why Luo Han felt confident he could surpass rocks. However, he couldn't voice this aloud. Luo Han had begun to suspect that the world government had already taken notice of him and Cole. Following his battle with Zephyr, the Navy could hardly pretend to overlook the threat posed by Luo Han and Cole. Yet, neither of them had been issued bounties, nor had there been any reports in the newspapers regarding their enlistment in the Rocks Pirates. Luo Han believed the world government had likely calculated their movements based on the timeline of Rock's pursuit of Roger, deducing something significant. Alas, it was all too peculiar. Even the bounties of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion had increased, indicating that news of the prior battle with Zephyr had spread. It seemed that Luo Han and Cole were merely being overlooked. Perhaps the world government was still in the stage of observation and investigation. Once Luo Han made a misstep, a storm could very well ensue. Therefore, he needed to ensure others did not perceive his physical talents as formidable. Observing the curious expressions of Sister Spoon and Whitebeard, Luo Han contemplated whether it might be best to clarify everything today, allowing others to relay this information to the world government. He then explained, "As for my fruit ability, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I feel as though I can control an invisible force, by enveloping my body with this power. I can achieve flight through this enhanced control, integrating this force into myself, thereby augmenting my strength and speed. This is also why I can trade blows with Cole. However, this fusion places a considerable burden on my body, which is why I seldom utilize it in regular combat." What a rare ability indeed. "Yet it is quite comprehensive," Whitebeard remarked, recalling Luo Han's battle with Zephyr. "It seems your physical prowess is not as strong as Cole's. However, the synergy between the two of you is quite remarkable." I can only reply, "It's all right," Luo Han said, sigh. The Golden Lion exhaled, a hint of regret in his tone. Such a remarkable devil fruit. If one's physical prowess were somewhat greater, combined with the abilities bestowed by a devil fruit, it would indeed be formidable. Upon hearing the sigh of the Golden Lion, Luo Han felt rather unfazed. However, a particular gaze continually made him uneasy. Shovel Sister, please do not look at me like that. I am feeling quite vulnerable." Shovel Sister replied, retracting her playful gaze. Recalling the latter part of last night, when Luo Han and Cole engaged in hand-to-hand combat on the ground, it was evident that he did not lack physical strength. Little Luo Han likely did not realize that my observation hockey could sense over great distances. With this thought, Shovel Sister chuckled again. The sound of her laughter made Luo Han feel as if he had been caught lying by a teacher in his childhood. An utterly uncomfortable sensation. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed as the head chef directed a multitude of pirates in loading supplies onto the ship. Blocks of marinated meat, gathered from the small town, filled the air with an enticing aroma. Luo Han leaned against the ship's railing, observing the scene with amusement, finding it far more realistic than the anime he had watched in his past life. Just then, Luo Han sensed an unfamiliar pirate ship appearing 40 kilometers away. heading towards White Island. The team must be the troublesome pirate crew. Luo Han turned to face Whitebeard and declared, "Brother Newgate, that pirate crew is approaching. Allow me to handle them." With a wave of his hand, the seated Whitebeard replied, "As you wish." Luo Han then glanced at the Golden Lion, who sat at the bow, his eyes gleaming with a desire to teach a lesson. "Aha! Since you, Luo Han, are interested, I shall leave it to you." The Golden Lion recognized the intent in Luo Han's eyes. Moreover, he was no longer enraged. After all, he was merely an ignorant newcomer to the New World, unworthy of his personal involvement. "Very well. I shall ensure they experience the warmth of the New World." Luo Han raised his arm, clenched his fist, and declared with a somewhat sinister glint in his eyes. "Ha! Little Luo Han, their numbers are considerable. Do exercise caution," Shovel's sister said, resting her hands on the ship's railing and smiling toward the direction of the sea. Indeed, their numbers were quite substantial, yet for little Luo Han, numbers held little significance, she mused. "Many. To me, their numbers are inconsequential." It was at this moment that Luo Han suddenly recalled that Whitebeard and the others had also seemingly sensed the approach of that pirate ship earlier. Did this not imply that their observation haki could also perceive distant threats? Then what about the hand-to-hand combat he had engaged in with Cole last night? Yet, observing Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, they did not appear to realize the extent of his physical capabilities. Suddenly, Luo Han recalled the inquisitive smile Shovel's sister had cast upon him earlier. Team must have been Shovel's sister. He looked at her, feeling somewhat awkward. "Ha! Did not expect that, did you, Luo Han?" Whitebeard chuckled. "Shovel's observation haki is indeed the strongest among us." Sigh. What could he say? Luo Han forced a smile, realizing he had underestimated others. That no, it should be said he underestimated women, especially those who delight in manipulating M.E.N.D. "Oh, not worry. I still require the care of you two young gentlemen." Shovel's sister whispered softly in Luo Han's ear, feeling the fragrant breath of Shovel's sister brushing against him. Luo Han's face flushed. With a silent sigh, he thought, "What a lecherous old man. He only bullies my pure heart." He said no more and flew up to the mast, gazing out over the distant sea. Before long, a pirate ship began to appear before the crowd. Like tea that moment, Captain George Tuck, staring at the ship adorned with the flag of the Rocks Pirates, felt an overwhelming excitement, thinking to himself, "I am about to make a name for myself in the New World." Truly, Granny was right. The New World is my land of glory. Oh no, Captain, that Rocks pirate ship has Whitebeard and the Golden Lion on board. A pirate responsible for observation, having lowered his telescope, exclaimed with a face full of cold sweat, hastily relaying what he had seen to George Tuck. Tuck hurried to the bow, snatching the telescope to peer at Luo Han and the others. To his astonishment, he saw Whitebeard sitting on the gangplank, drinking, while the Golden Lion, his back turned, sat casually on the railing, showing no concern whatsoever. Only a sensual woman and a young man stood atop the mast, gazing at Tuck. The young man appeared somewhat unattractive, while the alluring woman leaned against the railing, smiling and gesturing toward Tuck. Tuck laughed heartily, pulling a nearby pirate's head close, locking it in a 3-section arm hold. He shouted toward Luo Han and his crew. "Hey, why all the fuss? Do you not see they have already succumbed to my charm, lacking any will to resist?" "Is that really the case?" the observing pirate asked, his head popping up, eyes wide with confusion. Yet the pirates behind him showed no doubts, beginning to celebrate yet another impending victory. After all, they had come through unchallenged, and all who encountered Captain Tuck had been defeated. None could withstand the power of Tuck's devil fruit ability. The thought of that fearsome figure made the pirates shiver. Even though they had grown accustomed to Captain Tuck's might, the mere recollection of that murderous presence still instilled fear within them. Thus, their trust in Captain Tuck was unwavering, and some had already settled in, ready to celebrate their victory. It seemed this group of pirates intended for their captain to engage in battle while they cheered wildly from the sidelines. Such a bizarre pirate crew truly exists. Luo Han observed this scene with his divine sense, shaking his head in bemusement. However, a user of a devil fruit ability, it appears yet another fool, believing himself endowed with an extraordinary power, aspires to dominate the New World. Bang! At that moment, Cole returned from the sky to the ship, gazing at the approaching pirate vessel, its black sails adorned with a white skull and two crossed green daggers. "So this is the crew seeking trouble," Hangu said. Cole. "Tsk." Luo Han descended from the mast, leaned against the railing, and shrugged at Cole, saying, "These fools with their green daggers stuck in their heads are truly something else." Hearing the commotion, the head chef and other pirates approached the railings, observing the nearing pirate crew. "Oh, this is the rookie pirate crew that intends to trouble our rocks pirates," the head chef thought to himself. At that moment, a pirate suddenly gaped, his pupils dilating, grasping the railing tightly, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What is it, Jack?" The other pirates were startled by his animated expression and turned to him in unison. "A very formidable one." Jack began to grow anxious. "What is it?" The pirates pressed, their voices a chorus of inquiry. "What was it?" Jack racked his brain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "What was it?" The crowd was beginning to grow impatient. "It is none other than me, Captain George Tuck. Bounty of 108 million berries." Tuck's voice suddenly boomed from a distance, sounding somewhat exaggerated and gritted, yet it successfully captured the attention of everyone on board. Jack, pushed aside by the crowd, breathed a sigh of relief, wiping his cold sweat, casting a thankful glance at Tuck in the distance. Just then, Luo Han flew to the front of that pirate ship. Jack suddenly felt he could still redeem himself, his expression serious as he pushed through the crowd to the ship's edge, gripping the railing once more. Jack opened his mouth wide, summoning all his strength to call out. Then, smack, the head chef slapped Jack on the head, scolding, "Get lost! Stop being a nuisance!" Ignoring the fallen Jack, the head chef turned, momentarily stunned. Then he barked, "What are you staring at? Look at Lord Luo Han!" "Ah!" The crowd instinctively shrank their heads. "Yes, yes," they responded, hastily averting their gazes from the gangplank to focus on Luo Han. As Luo Han approached the Green Dagger Pirates, he reflected on the name he had coined himself, observing the self-proclaimed Lord Green Dagger Captain. With his green dagger hat, flamboyant shoes and trousers, standing at 4 meters tall with equally long arms, Luo Han found it somewhat absurd. It reminded him of an old man wielding a water gun on the beach. While Luo Han scrutinized Tuck, the pirates aboard Tuck's ship were restless. "Captain Tuck, that person can fly. Indeed, he must also be a user of a devil fruit, just like the captain. How terrifying," as the crew murmured. Beginning to doubt their own strength, Captain Tang Lang erupted in fury. "Silence! You fools! Have you forgotten Granny's teachings?" "Ah, indeed." The pirates aboard the ship were once again haunted by the words of their beloved grandmother, spoken while standing on the ruins of the town as they set sail. "Tak, you are far too powerful. Your destiny does not lie here, but in the new world, where all legends say everything in existence awaits you. This is all prepared for you, dear. I have made you some savory pancakes. Eat them if you grow hungry along the way." Reflecting on these memories, the pirates regained their audacity, proclaiming themselves the best in the world. Directing a wave of mockery at Luo Han. Luo Han fell into silence. "Ha ha!" Captain Tak burst into hearty laughter, his pride evident as he mused to himself. "Indeed, grandmother was right. I'm the man destined to possess the world, and all shall be enchanted by my charisma. However, this individual, who shares my devil fruit ability, could very well become one of my subordinates. As a man destined for greatness, I must aspire to be grander." Suddenly, Luo Han instinctively dodged to the side as a slicing strike whizzed past him and the Green Fork pirate ship. Instantly, the ocean appeared to split like cheese, pushing the Green Fork ship aside. "That scoundrel, Golden Lion!" Luo Han turned to see Golden Lion impatiently exclaiming, "Hey, Luo Han, we still need to pursue the Roger pirates. Hurry it up." Luo Han shrugged, remaining silent, glancing at the astonished Captain Tak and his crew. Luo Han decided to take action. With a mere thought, he enveloped all members of the Green Fork pirate crew in telekinesis. They were lifted from the ship like dumplings, gathering before Luo Han into an even larger dumpling. "Ah, Captain, I can't move." "Me neither. Shut up, you fools. Have you forgotten grandmother's teachings?" Captain Tak berated the wavering crew, though he himself was trembling inside. Yet miraculously, the moment they recalled grandmother's wisdom, their confidence surged anew. Luo Han was astounded. The fear he felt from Golden Lion's formidable strike was still fresh in his mind, but upon recalling the mysterious grandmother's teachings, he suddenly felt bolstered with renewed confidence. How utterly incredible! Luo Han shook his head, turning to the still struggling Captain Tak, asking, "How is it that you imbeciles thought you could challenge the Rock's pirates?" "Grandmother," Tak replied. This phrase seemed to touch a nerve in Captain Tak, causing him to frown and cease his struggles. Instead, he fixed a fierce gaze on Luo Han, speaking in a low voice. "How dare you question grandmother's teachings?" With a roar, Tak began to transform, using his devil fruit ability. Luo Han's eyes sparkled with interest. This was indeed the manifestation of Tak's devil fruit power, quite intriguing. Luo Han released his control over Tak, allowing him to fully transform. Indeed, like Cole, Tak was also a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and it appeared he had a unique ability. But which variety was it? Crack, crack. Sounds echoed as, moments later, a colossal figure 10 meters tall emerged before Luo Han, resembling a standing mantis hovering in the air, with green wings sprouting from its back. Several sharp white spines protruded from its shoulders, and its arms wielded two enormous purple-bladed weapons, gleaming with a faint violet light. Its legs extended into fearsome claws. Gazing upon this mantis, draped in a purple exoskeleton with an alien-like head, Luo Han trembled with excitement. Yes, it must be the Void Reaver, Kha'Zix. What a magnificent devil fruit ability! Luo Han's youthful memories surged before him. At that moment, he wished he could have devoured that fruit himself. Alas, it was this fool who had eaten it. No. Luo Han immediately resolved to subdue this individual, ensuring that this fool would obediently serve as a subordinate henceforth. Lost in his reverie, Luo Han remained unaware of the indescribable expression on his face. "Ha ha! You see my magnificent form, do you not? Are you not already bowing to my charisma?" Tak, believing Luo Han to be entranced, felt triumphant. However, Luo Han, having returned from his daydream, lifted his gaze to Tak, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. With a flick of his mind, he pressed Tak down with telekinesis. Tak, sensing the pressure, attempted to break free from Luo Han's grip, but he was firmly restrained. At this moment, Tak's strength was at most that of a rear admiral, comparable to Luffy's power upon arriving at Sabeti Archipelago. Conversely, Luo Han had reached the pinnacle of rear admiral strength. As long as he did not encounter a top-tier Conqueror's Haki user, he could hold his ground. Now viewing Tak as an equal, Luo Han felt a sense of ease. "Now, show me your abilities." Luo Han released Tak from his telekinetic hold. Feeling light once more, Tak immediately swung his massive purple blades, striking down towards Luo Han. Clang, clash. The immense recoil from the impact made Tak feel as if his blades had struck solid steel, causing his arms to ache. Before he could react, Tak was sent flying like a massive door being slammed shut, inadvertently knocking aside his comrades who had been freed from Luo Han's control. The sound of splashes echoed like dumplings hitting water, with Tak suspended 500 meters away in midair. Luo Han, intrigued by the earlier strike, regarded Tak with newfound admiration. It seemed that the exoskeleton provided commendable defense. Shaking off the daze, Tak shook his head to regain his composure and looked at Luo Han with deep suspicion, pondering the invisible attack that had felt akin to a high-speed collision with a solid wall. "How dare this scoundrel send me flying?" Tak thought, fuming as he swung his blades, unleashing two flying slashes towards Luo Han. With a flap of his wings, sharp feather-like projectiles erupted from his back, darting towards Luo Han like a flurry of daggers. As the two flying slashes and the barrage of feather attacks expanded in Luo Han's vision, they could not obscure the growing light in his eyes. Now we're getting somewhere, Luo Han thought, crossing his arms in appreciation. His gaze sharpened as he conjured a wall of telekinesis. Clang, ding, ding, ding. The flying slashes and feather attacks struck Luo Han's telekinetic barrier in quick succession. "Good effort, but still lacking," Luo Han remarked. While Tak slashes bore the finesse of swordsmen, they were fundamentally mere air blades bestowed by the devil fruit, lacking the will to become true cutting strikes. The feather attacks, intended for weaker foes, merely produced pleasant ringing sounds in the face of Luo Han. "Continue. What else do you have?" Luo Han called out attack. Ugh! Having failed to harm Luo Han twice, and hearing his enthusiastic encouragement, Tak felt a pang of anxiety. He quickly closed his eyes and recited grandmother's teachings once more. Grandmother was right. I, Tak, am the master of this world, destined to hold dominion over it. With renewed determination, he opened his eyes that I, Tak, am once again the lord of the world. Now, witness the new ability I've developed to conquer this realm. Perish. In Luo Han's eyes. Tak let out a soft shout, his body flickering as he vanished. Wait, he really disappeared. Luo Han gasped. In his spiritual perception, Tak's sudden disappearance felt akin to entering another realm, where nothing could be sensed. Could it be that extreme? Luo Han wondered, carefully scanning his surroundings. In an instant, Tak reappeared 100 meters away in midair, as if teleporting without a trace, then swiftly leapt towards Luo Han. His speed noticeably increased. Harnessing the added momentum from the jump, Tak swung his dual blades at Luo Han. Clang! The blades met Luo Han's telekinetic barrier once again, yielding the same result, blocked, despite the added speed from the jump. Tak's fundamental strength remained insufficient. Nevertheless, Luo Han was thoroughly enamored with this devil fruit ability. Although he had often been swiftly defeated by Kha'Zix while playing League of Legends in his previous life, experiencing this power firsthand was exhilarating. Luo Han reveled in the thrill of high-burst damage and the satisfaction of swiftly eliminating foes. The sensation of an opponent's health bar vanishing in an instant was simply unparalleled. Only those who have played would understand. Once again obstructed, Tucker gazed at the daydreaming Rohan and began to quietly retreat. However, sensing Tucker's movement, Rohan swiftly regained his composure. This was not the time for idle fantasies. Yet, contemplating a retreat was wishful thinking. With a direct application of telekinetic suppression, Rohan forcefully pulled Tucker back. Speak. What devil fruit ability do you possess? Rohan inquired, intrigued by how a world reminiscent of League of Legends could harbor such a devil fruit, resembling the Void Predator. Kha'Zix. Truth be told, Tucker's sudden leap from 100 meters away had genuinely startled Rohan, though his acute perception had saved him from panic. This makes no sense. Nana proclaimed that I am a man destined to possess the world. How could I possibly be trapped? Tucker muttered to himself, futilely struggling against Rohan's firm telekinetic grip. Nana was indeed a remarkable figure, her influence unwavering in Tucker's heart, even in this predicament. However, Rohan was determined to put an end to this. Hey, your performance has concluded, hasn't it? Now, enlighten me about your devil fruit ability. Rohan teased Tucker. Unwilling to concede, Tucker intensified his struggles, his strength seemingly surging as if he had mentally recited Nana's teachings once more. Nana is truly extraordinary, Rohan marveled, but now was not the time for him to grow stronger at will. Rohan extended his right hand towards Tucker, gradually clenching his fist as if grasping a fragile egg. Instantly, Tucker felt the telekinetic pressure mounting upon him, accompanied by the sound of cracking as the shell encasing him began to splinter. Panic set in for Tucker, looking at the diminutive figure before him. Especially those eyes gleaming with greed, he felt as though he faced a voracious demon. I surrender. I represent the Green Fork pirate crew in surrender. As the pressure intensified, Tucker's body responded instinctively, hastily declaring his capitulation. Upon hearing Tucker's words, Rohan released the telekinetic restraint, astonished. You truly are part of the Green Fort pirate crew. Weren't you meant to be a man destined to possess the world? How could you bear such a lackluster pirate crew name and surrender so easily? So, you have also heeded Nana's teachings. She was right. A man like me, destined to possess the world, cannot perish. Tucker retorted. Rowan's statement had resonated with Tucker, who had only latched onto the notion of being a destined man. Overlooking everything else, instantly his spirit rekindled, and he regarded Rohan with unwavering trust, as if he too were a kindred spirit who had heard Nana's wisdom. Rohan was left speechless. This was not the channel I had intended to engage with. Yet he was able to keep up the conversation. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of fear towards Nana. Her influence was terrifying, akin to a deity capable of altering one's very will. How frightfully powerful she was. Setting aside these thoughts, Rohan scrutinized Tucker anew and declared, Henceforth, you shall be my subordinate. Dio, you understand? Absolutely, Captain, Tucker replied joyfully to him. Anyone who acknowledged Nana's teachings was family, making it natural to recognize Rohan as his leader. After all, it did not diminish his identity as a man destined to possess the world. The slight tremor danced at the corner of Rohan's mouth. Tucker had readily accepted this. Oh well. Rohan decided not to dwell on the extent of Nana's extraordinary qualities any longer. It was time to clarify the nature of Tucker's abilities that IT had taken far too long already. So, can you disclose your abilities now? Rohan asked. Of course, Captain. Tucker grinned widely. I am the user of the animal-type mythical beast fruit, the flying mantis fruit. I can currently fly and leap. Additionally, I've recently developed a skill called void walking, which allows me to traverse a phantasmal space. This space resembles reality, but is solitary and somewhat ethereal. Currently, I can only remain within it for a mere second before being expelled. Rohan rested his chin on his hand, contemplating that it seemed Tucker had yet to master it. Otherwise, a second would bring him closer to Rohan. This ability of void walking bore similarities to the space created by the door fruit when it opens a portal. Moreover, wasn't this akin to Kha'Zix's stealth and acceleration ability? It was astonishing to discover such a resemblance in devil fruit powers. With a smile, Rohan said, "All right, I understand your abilities. Henceforth, accompany me and Cole." Rohan gestured towards Cole on board the ship. "That tall individual over there is Cole." Following Rohan's indication, Tucker was taken aback to see a man as imposing as he appeared post-transformation. Truly a worthy companion for their captain. It seemed Cole was indeed one of them. Rohan noticed Tucker's lack of resistance and pointed towards Tucker's pirate ship, speaking firmly, "Now, go and reassure your crew. Join us shortly." "Understood, Captain," Tucker replied, promptly heading to calm his comrades. Meanwhile, those previously thrown into the sea by Rohan had clambered back aboard their ship. Upon returning, Tucker reverted to his normal form, although it was unclear what he told his companions. Rohan observed as the crew oscillated between indignation and raucous celebration, soon taking the helm to follow Rohan's ship. Bang! Rohan returned to his ship, addressing Whitebeard and Gold Lion. "That band of pirates will henceforth join the Rock's pirate crew under my banner." Whitebeard chuckled, having anticipated Rohan's intentions when he spared Tucker. However, he never expected that he and Gold Lion, both eager to invite Rohan and Cole into their crew, would find Rohan forming his own crew first. "Haha, I must say, you are quicker than us. You've already found future companions for your voyages." Rohan felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed indeed true. However, this was not about forming a pirate crew. It was merely a matter of collecting those of interest. "You wouldn't understand what it means to have sentiments," Rohan replied casually. "I simply found them agreeable." Turning to Gold Lion, he noted that the latter had no objections. After all, Tucker was merely a fool newly arrived in the new world, likely to meet an untimely demise soon. Rohan thought it best to let him follow along. "Suit yourself," Gold Lion said. "And you, Spoon Lady?" Rohan turned to the woman holding a wine glass. It appears you have taken in a new member. In that case, I'm part of the crew as well. Besides, you don't need my opinion, Rohan." Spoon Lady swayed her glass, biting her lip as she spoke softly to Rohan. Rohan replied in a calm tone, "That is merely polite. Well then, since we've resolved matters concerning White Island, let us set sail for the next island. Perhaps Roger is already awaiting our arrival." Whitebeard's grave voice resonated. The crew snapped back to reality. Indeed, they had the Roger pirates awaiting them. Each began preparing the sails for departure. As the crew busied themselves, the two pirate ships gradually distanced themselves from White Island, embarking upon the open seas. "How do you like my ship, Captain? Isn't it grand?" Tucker exclaimed, walking alongside Rohan on the ship's bow, arms outstretched, his eyes gleaming with pride. "It's quite impressive." Rohan smiled, not denying the ship's size. It was at least 500 meters long. If only it didn't sport that green pirate flag, it would be perfect. Observing Cole moving within the ship's spacious quarters, Rohan felt satisfied, knowing that Cole would have a good place to rest. However, he couldn't let Tucker become too complacent. After all, he was a subordinate. "Really? You think it's large, Captain?" "Huh," Tucker exclaimed excitedly. Yet to his dismay, Rohan realized he had underestimated Tucker's self-adoration. After all, a man destined to possess the world wouldn't change simply by becoming a subordinate. Rohan lightly jumped and sat at the ship's bow, gesturing for Tucker to join him. "Can you use hockey?" "No, But I have heard of it, Tucker replied, somewhat puzzled but honest nonetheless. In Ohaki, though your physical aptitude seems commendable, being a long-armed tribe and possessing a devil fruit ability should make you a reliable subordinate in the future, Rohan thought. He then glanced at Cole, who was surrounded by a throng of raucous crew members, and smiled mysteriously. Henceforth, let Cole impart the essence of domineering prowess to you. Certainly, boss, but what does domineering entail? Tucker tilted his head, curiosity evident in his tone, pondering the significance of the term as articulated by his superior. Luo Han chuckled softly, reminding him, did you not declare yourself a man destined to possess the world? Domineering is a trait reserved for the strong, and only the strong are fated to seize the world. In saying this, Luo Han was also invigorating his own spirit. Just focus on learning this prowess from Cole. With a resounding clap, Tucker clasped his hands together, startling Luo Han, as an earnest aura of determination emanated from Tucker's heart, making Luo Han feel rather juvenile. This ability is meant solely for me, a man destined to inherit the world. Splendid. This domineering prowess shall be mine. The tone of Luo Han's superior conveyed a sense of eagerness and impatience, as if he yearned to master this ability post-haste. Indeed, the teachings of the enigmatic Anai are truly those of a formidable figure, Luo Han mused with a self-deprecating smile. However, he now possessed a method to bamboozle Tucker. With a firm stance, Luo Han leaped from the ship's bow and approached Cole, patting Tucker's arm as he passed, saying, henceforth, heed my directives and find time to learn this prowess from Cole. Understood, boss, Tucker replied eagerly. Luo Han reached Cole's side and clapped his hands. We shall return to the ship. Upon hearing Luo Han's words, Cole paused momentarily, clearing a path through the throng around him, stating, are we not already aboard the ship? Luo Han laughed awkwardly, responding, we are returning to the vessel of Whitebeard and the others. Cole scratched his head, replying, very well. Subsequently, the two soared back to the ship of Whitebeard and his crew. This is splendid. Captain Cole is remarkably strong as well. Indeed, he can even fly, truly befitting of the captain's stature. Observing the flight of Luo Han and Cole, the crew of the Green Fort pirates silently pondered. Upon returning to Whitebeard's ship, Luo Han and Cole each sought a place to rest. Luo Han settled at the stern, reclining on the deck, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze, with his hands behind his head. He gazed at the slowly drifting clouds, his thoughts gradually wandering. Time slipped away unheeded. Boom! Boom! A sudden cannon fire jolted Luo Han awake. The Navy returns. The pirate named Jack exclaimed loudly, inciting a chorus of gasps. Luo Han hurried to the ship's bow to regroup with Whitebeard and the others. What brings the Navy back again? Luo Han queried, somewhat astonished, as it seemed they awaited their arrival, encountering them shortly after departing White Island. Hearing Luo Han's words, Whitebeard withdrew his gaze from the horizon, turning to Luo Han with a smile, saying, it's Carp and his crew. Close in and engage directly. The Golden Line approached, his disdainful demeanor unrestrained. Haha, just in time to test the strength of my abilities against Zifa. Sensing the confidence of the two, Luo Han subconsciously relaxed, and as the ships drew near, dark clouds suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour. And with the rain came increasingly tumultuous waves, causing the ship to sway violently. Haha, Whitebeard, I have returned, and this time my iron fist shall shatter mountains once more, before the vessels could close the distance. Carp's boisterous voice rang out. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Whitebeard leapt into the air, launching a punch at Carp and his three warships, sending a shockwave rippling towards them. Faced with the incoming shockwave, Carp's eyes gleamed as he too leapt, striking the wave with his own fist. Boom! Whitebeard's shockwave was halted, spreading out towards both ships, creating a massive swell. The newly enlisted Navy soldiers aboard the warship stood agape, marveling. So this is the realm of the powerful. On the other hand, witnessing Carp block his attack, Whitebeard chuckled, saying, Carp, your punch is rather unimpressive. Haha. Then let the battle commence, Whitebeard. Carp raised an eyebrow, then charged towards Luo Han with Sengoku and Zifa, Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. One utilizing the powers of the Airquake and the other the Float fruit, soared towards Carp as well at this juncture. The ship's elite forces included Luo Han, Cole, and Shovel Sister. However, as the two sides drew closer, Luo Han sensed something amiss. Cole remained steadfast beside me, while the Navy was infiltrated by members of the World Government's spy agency. CP0 Luo Han's expression turned grave as he cautioned Cole. Shovel Sister, the ship is in your hands. Luo Han gazed at the swaying warship across the distance, a weighty sense of urgency compelling Shovel Sister to take heed. Rest assured, Shovel Sister replied. They are here. Let us go, Cole. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Subsequently, they soared towards Zifa, who also sought out Luo Han and Cole. The battle poised to erupt. Just as Luo Han and Cole approached Zifa, three figures clad in black with white masks from the far-right warship simultaneously charged towards them using the moonwalk technique. Luo Han and Cole halted, observing as they encircled Zifa, rapidly closing in on Luo Han and his brother. Vincent Luo Han and Phil Cole, correct? The black-clad figure, seemingly a high-ranking officer, recited their names in a tone devoid of warmth. Luo Han's pupils constricted. Such a terrifying capacity for intelligence. It was known that from the moment they set sail until now, neither Luo Han nor Cole had uttered their full names, not even Iraq's. Fearing the world government might trace their identities. Yet, here they were, ensnared, gazing at the black-clad figures surrounding him and Cole. Luo Han felt the chilling grip of the world government's overwhelming might for the first time. His heart sank. This predicament was perilous. A misstep could cost them their lives. It seems there is no doubt. The world government's orders are to capture Rear Admiral Zifa alive. Please cooperate. The black-clad figure commanded Zifa in a tone of authority. Although somewhat displeased with the black-clad figure's attitude, Zifa refrained from opposing. The rain poured ever harder as Whitebeard and Carp, along with the Golden Lion and Sengoku, engaged fiercely, slashing and unleashing shockwaves in every direction. The two sides' warships and pirate vessels exchanged cannon fire. Tucker and the others witnessed Luo Han and Cole being surrounded and wished to assist. Yet each time they approached the battlefield, they were repelled by a slash or shockwave, forced to watch from afar. Captain, what should we do? Indeed, we cannot reach Luo Han and the others. Hearing the concerned voices of his comrades, Tucker furrowed his brow, then resolutely turned to them, stating, You all steer the ship further away. Only this grand lord, destined to possess the world and invulnerable, can save Luo Han and the others. With that, Tucker transformed into a 10-meter-tall flying mantis before the astonished eyes of his crew. Captain Tucker, so cool. With Captain Tucker here, Luo Han and the others shall surely triumph over the Navy. The crew gazed at Tucker's formidable form, their spirits lifted once more. Just wait for my triumphant return. Tucker brimmed with confidence. Do not come any closer. Tucker, without the domineering prowess, your presence will only hinder me and Cole. Just as Tucker prepared to advance, Luo Han's voice resonated in his ears, as Luo Han utilized his devil fruit ability to transmit his thoughts as spoken words. Tucker halted, glancing around in confusion. He realized he was the only one who heard it. Could it be an illusion? Not an illusion. This is one of my devil fruit abilities that do not come over. Just ensure the safety of your crew. Cole and I can manage. This time, Tucker finally confirmed that it was indeed Luo Han speaking to him. Very well, boss. I shall undoubtedly master the domineering prowess in the future. Tucker felt somewhat helpless, but understood the significance of this ability. Captain Tucker, why have you stopped? Is the captain, observing Tucker's initial readiness to take flight, only to suddenly pause and mumble to himself. The crew exchanged bewildered glances. You fools, do you not understand the might of Boss Luo Han? Just now, Boss Luo Han instructed me not to advance, but to protect you all, Tucker bellowed, causing the crew to flinch. Tucker in Manda's form was indeed intimidating. Boss Luo Han and the others are incredibly reliable. Indeed, even in such dire circumstances, he wishes to protect us. The crew continued to extol Luo Han's greatness and selflessness. But is it truly unnecessary to aid Boss Luo Han and the others? A nameless pirate mustered the courage to voice his trembling, concerned The crew collectively turned their gaze towards the speaker. Their eyes filled with intensity. It seems that everyone is the same, yet you stand out as unique. Are you perhaps a spy? The unnamed pirate trembled, on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Tucker's words provided him with relief. "Do not worry. Captain Luo Han has assured me that they can handle it themselves. That is splendid news." Indeed, Captain Luo Han is exceptionally formidable. The unnamed pirate appeared to grasp the significance of unity, hastily voicing the correct sentiment. Yes, yes. The crowd bore expressions that suggested the young man demonstrated a measure of understanding. Meanwhile, after explaining the situation to Tucker, Luo Han found himself at the brink of battle. Observing the encircling figures of the men in black and Zephyr, the four formed a tight perimeter, Zephyr facing Cole, while the other three fixated on Luo Han. Luo Han pondered whether their previous encounter with Zephyr had been thoroughly analyzed. It seemed they aimed to sever the connection between himself and Cole, intending to achieve their respective objectives. "Let us begin," Admiral Zephyr declared the man in the tear-streaked mask. "Humph." Zephyr's expression was one of disdain. Yet he lunged toward Cole with a powerful punch, while the other three men in black charged at Luo Han in an instant. Luo Han positioned himself before Cole. His towering figure, standing 10 meters tall, made him resemble an ornament against Cole, merging them into a singular entity, a true test of their synergy. "Go for it, Cole," Luo Han silently urged. He then infused his psychic energy into himself before enveloping Cole with it. With the half-beast transformation completed, Cole, now enhanced by Luo Han's psychic energy, experienced a dramatic surge in speed, reaching Zephyr before the men in black. With a clash, Zephyr reacted swiftly, meeting Cole's punch with his own. Although he successfully blocked Cole, he failed to intercept Luo Han, whose psychic-infused fist struck Zephyr in the abdomen, sending him flying into the distance. Consequently, Cole executed a sidestep, narrowly evading an onslaught of slashing kicks and flying projectiles, while simultaneously retaliating against the tear-streaked masked man with a punch. The collision unleashed an invisible torrent of black lightning between their fists. After a brief contact, Luo Han and Cole retreated. "What a peculiar ability this devil fruit possesses," mused the tear-streaked masked man, realizing that the other two attacks had been thwarted by an unseen force, or else Cole would have been unable to dodge their blows. "See? I told you this kid's ability is infuriating." Just then, Zephyr returned from afar using the moonwalk, joining the three masked men in confronting Cole and Luo Han. The tear-streaked masked man narrowed his eyes at Luo Han, a frown forming. "It certainly does not resemble the legendary power. But I must engage in close combat to ascertain its true nature. Zephyr, you restrain the large one. We will find a way to isolate this kid," commanded the tear-streaked masked man, "as long as you can deal with that bothersome brat." "I'll handle the giant," Zephyr replied impatiently. "Onward," the four shouted in unison as they charged towards Cole and Luo Han, intent on close combat. Luo Han's eyes narrowed with determination. Let the battle commence. He too surged forward alongside Cole. As they neared, Luo Han's psychic attack struck first. Bang! The four men simultaneously infused their punches with haki, dispersing Luo Han's psychic energy to in shock. Luo Han thought, "This is troublesome. I've never encountered anyone capable of perceiving and countering my psychic attacks in advance." In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Cole collided with Zephyr while simultaneously kicking at the masked man with the smiling face. Meanwhile, the tear-streaked masked man and the square-faced masked man had approached Luo Han. Launching their own punches, the two haki-infused fists struck Luo Han's psychic barrier with a resounding crash. The barrier, overwhelmed, cracked under the pressure, emitting a series of sharp sounds that, in an instant, Luo Han's psychic barrier shattered. And just as the masked men aimed to strike him, Luo Han concentrated his energy, redirecting all his psychic force towards the tear-streaked and square-faced masked men, halting their advance momentarily. Seizing this brief opportunity, Luo Han and Cole leaped back to create distance. All of this transpired within a single breath. Panting heavily, Luo Han realized how perilous the situation had been. A misstep could have resulted in a severe blow. While he was not in danger of death, the secrets of his physical strength had become exposed. "Brother Han, are you all right?" Cole looked down at the breathless Luo Han, concern etched across his face. He then glanced at Zephyr and the others, thinking, "I can't let them harm Brother Han any further. I'm fine, Cole. I can manage," Luo Han assured him, Formulating a plan, it was evident from their previous actions that they were intent on close combat, even aiming to strike his body. It appeared they wished to ascertain his physical resilience. Yet Luo Han remained puzzled as to why merely landing a blow on his body would confirm whether his devil fruit ability was indeed the mind fruit. Could it be that the mind fruit, which guided physical evolution and enhancement, would yield different results? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Luo Han's mind. Perhaps he could employ a trick with Mirage Flower and Water Moon to entice them, potentially yielding unexpected results. While Luo Han contemplated this, Zephyr and the others once again encircled Cole and Luo Han. Attack! The masked men commanded, charging alongside Zephyr as the other two commenced their assault. Sticking to their close combat strategy. This one do, we cannot face their attacks simultaneously. We must disrupt their rhythm. Otherwise, both Cole and I may falter, Luo Han thought in an instant, instructing Cole, we need to accelerate. Understood, Cole replied, acknowledging the command that in that fleeting moment, Luo Han enhanced Cole's speed with his psychic energy, propelling him forward even faster. Cole arrived before Zephyr first, unleashing a powerful punch that, accelerated by Luo Han's energy, delivered an immense blow. Clang! Zephyr felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, and with a resounding splash, he was sent crashing into the sea. Cole then pivoted to face the three masked men, employing the same strategy of attacking one at a time to prevent synchronized assaults. A cacophony of clashes ensued as Cole and Luo Han managed to withstand the trio's relentless onslaught for a brief period. However, as Zephyr re-entered the fray, the tide began to turn against them. A furious punch from Zephyr struck Cole's left ribcage, a force so great that even Cole's immense stature could not absorb it, sending him hurtling towards the ocean, just as he was about to plunge into the depths. Luo Han swiftly employed his psychic energy to cushion the fall, ensuring Cole did not meet the sea out on the surface. Panting heavily, Luo Han realized how skilled these four adversaries were at utilizing the moonwalk. Their speed and mastery of observation and armament hockey proving formidable. They effectively countered Luo Han and Cole, whose defenses were less robust and whose speed was merely average. Had it not been for Cole's recent breakthrough and the enhancement from Luo Han's psychic energy, their situation would have been far worse. That a drop of blood fell onto Luo Han's face, prompting him to look up and see Cole with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Half of his face swollen. Blood holes and gashes marred his arms and shoulders, while numerous bruises dotted his body from the barrage of punches. Damn it! These four scoundrels! Cole sustained these injuries while trying to protect me. We cannot delay any longer. Luo Han resolved that regardless of the risk of exposure, he and Cole were similarly matched in resilience, and it could not end, although I feel somewhat remorseful towards those two little rascals. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Whitebeard, accept your fate, Garp said with a faint smile, his voice solemn. Accept my fate. Garp, how can you believe such nonsense? Whitebeard retorted, his face aflame with anger. Bam! Without further ado, he launched a punch towards Garp. Clang! Garp met the strike with his own fist, and in that moment, the fierce melee involving the four of them sent the surrounding waves crashing higher. Meanwhile, the battles between the distant warships and the two pirate ships of Luo Han raged with equal ferocity. For the navy accompanying Garp into the New World was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, there was Sister Spoon aboard, along with the recently joined Taker and his crew. Otherwise, the remaining pirates on the ship would hardly withstand the navy's onslaught. Bam! Sister Spoon evaded an attack from a CP-0 agent, swiftly turning to kick another Navy major who sought to ambush her. Thud! Sister Spoon landed on the Navy warship, her worry for Luo Han intensifying. Originally, she had intended to assist Luo Han and Cole when the three CP-0 agents surrounded her, but was intercepted by a black-clad CP-0 agent on the warship, though this CP-0 agent was not as formidable as those facing Luo Han. The collaboration with three Navy majors left Sister Spoon unable to attend to Luo Han's plight on the vast ocean. Three battlefields remained locked in a stalemate, with only Luo Han and Cole at a disadvantage. Facing life-threatening peril, unbeknownst to them, night had fallen, enveloping the sky in darkness so profound that one could not see their own hand. The combatants had been clashing for 6 hours, and the torrential rain had poured for just as long. Kill! Kill! The Navy soldiers aboard the warship and the pirates had long since clashed, with monstrous waves causing the vessels to sway violently. Yet the fighters on both sides had become so numb to the battle that they struck at anyone they encountered. Periodically, individuals fell, plunging into the sea, only to be rolled back onto the ships by the tumultuous waters. The vessels were drenched in a mixture of blood, be it from pirates or navy, swaying like ghost ships upon the churning ocean. The conflict grew ever more intense, with Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, and Sister Spoon firmly entrenched in their positions. Drip, drip. Blood continuously dripped onto Luo Han, flowing down into the sea. Luo Han and Cole hovered in the air. A mere 15 meters above the surface, the crashing waves occasionally splashing upon them, washing away the blood. These four rascals truly offer no respite. Watching Zifa and the three CP0 agents firmly locking onto himself and Cole from 20 meters above, Luo Han felt a surge of anxiety. He had originally planned to ascend to the higher altitudes and escape under the cover of clouds, but instead found himself and Cole continually battered by the relentless attacks aimed at sending them plummeting into the sea. As users of devil fruits, should they fall into the ocean without immediately enveloping themselves in psychic energy, their demise would be inevitable. Phew. Cole's breathing grew labored. Han, what's the status? Cole gasped for air. Almost there, prepare for our escape. Stay close to me, Cole. Luo Han turned his head slightly, addressing Cole earnestly while eyeing the three black-clad CP0 agents. You all must believe it now. We just need one final strike. Luo Han's eyes began to glee. The Golden Lion stepped forward to confront Whitebeard, then turned his gaze towards Carp and Sengoku. You naval soldiers have also suffered significant losses. We are in similar straits. Let us end this here, shall we, Sengoku? Carp, no objections. Let it be so. Carp interjected, stopping Sengoku from voicing his thoughts, and acquiesced to the Golden Lion's proposal. He then grasped Sengoku's arm and soared through the air towards Zifa, who was hastening towards them. Golden Lion. Whitebeard bellowed with fury directed at the Golden Lion, eager to voice further grievances, but suddenly fell silent. His eyes brightened with realization, and he composed himself, ignoring the Golden Lion as he made his way back to the ship. The Golden Lion, taken aback by Whitebeard's abrupt calmness, shrugged it off and followed him aboard. Once on the ship, the crew navigated away from the tumultuous waters, with the Green Fort pirates trailing behind them, also departing. The Navy made no effort to impede their exit, as a tacit understanding allowed both sides to vacate the area. Amidst the rolling and surging waves, Whitebeard and his crew gradually distanced themselves. The atmosphere on the ship was one of somber silence. Not only had Law and Cole failed to return, but many others were also unaccounted for, including the pirate named Jack, who had been struck down by the head chef and remained in that treacherous sea. On the tranquil surface of the ocean, two pirate ships, one large and one small, sailed slowly, the pale moonlight finally illuminating their decks. They had successfully left the stormy waters behind and entered calmer seas. 3 hours having elapsed since the great battle's conclusion, the Green Fort pirates continued to follow suit, undeterred by Law's disappearance. While others might assume that Law and Cole had perished, the members of the Green Fort pirates remained steadfast in their belief, as Law had previously asserted that he could manage. Thus, this motley crew, including Tuck, firmly believed that Law and Cole were merely missing and would return. They steadfastly trailed behind Whitebeard, awaiting Law's reappearance on the pirate ship ahead. Whitebeard stood at the stern, gazing out at the horizon. His thoughts drifted back to the battlefield. In the moment he sensed Law falling into the water and confronted Carp in anger. A mysterious voice echoed in his ears. Recalling those words, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Law's mastery of his devil fruit powers was indeed profound. Whitebeard mused. Footsteps approached from behind, prompting Whitebeard to retract his gaze from the sea and turn to face the incoming Shovel Sister. Newgate, those two young lads are truly gone, she said, tucking her hair behind her ear and looking up at Whitebeard with a mix of skepticism and sorrow. They should be alive, right? That kid told me to leave first. Whitebeard replied, uncertainty coloring his words, as the absence of the two boys weighed heavily on him. He had yet to hear of any devil fruit user capable of evading the curse of the sea. Oh, you were informed. Shovel Sister's eyes lit up with surprise, clearly relieved. Gazing at the placid ocean, she pondered, Surely there must be some means of movement beneath the waves. Yet her thoughts turned to the three CP0 agents who had ambushed Law and Cole, casting a shadow of doubt. Newgate, those CP0 agents were undoubtedly after that young lad Law today. Indeed, after those three CP0 agents threw Law into the sea, they abruptly ceased their assault. Whitebeard responded, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. What secrets did Law possess that warranted the personal involvement of the world government's most formidable intelligence agency, CP0? Nevertheless, he hoped that the young man was unharmed. Thoughts of Law's potential future antics brought a smile to his face. Finding amusement in the prospect of Law facing difficulties, Shovel Sister cast a curious glance at Whitebeard, puzzled by sudden laughter, then turned her attention back to the ocean. Tea has been quite some time. They should have caught up by now, she remarked pensively, a hint of concern in her voice. Indeed, just then, through her observation hockey, Shovel Sister sensed a large sea king swiftly approaching from behind. Newgate, be cautious. A massive sea king is rapidly nearing, she warned. I ess it from the rear. Whitebeard's expression grew grave. Although he could handle it, the potential loss of their ship would spell trouble. Yes, it's almost here, Shovel Sister replied. Upon hearing her words, Whitebeard raised his great sword, gathering tremendous force within it, ready to cleave through both the approaching Sea King and the ocean itself. It's coming. Whitebeard's observation hockey revealed a colossal Sea King, measuring 3,000 meters in length, surfacing just ahead. The muscles in his arm tensed, poised to deliver a decisive blow. The familiar voice echoed once more in his ears. Stop, Newgate, old brother. At the sound of those words, Whitebeard lowered his sword, eyes narrowing in perplexity as he beheld the massive Sea King now surfacing. What is it, Newgate? Shovel Sister inquired, sensing his hesitation. What is happening? Why is a Sea King following us? Thud! Thud! The Golden Lion arrived at the ship's stern, frowning as he observed the Sea King, but he turned to Whitebeard, ready to voice his concerns, when suddenly his expression shifted to one of shock as he fixated on the creature. Before them, the Sea King, resembling a grotesque visage, opened its mouth wide, and with a swift motion, two figures, one large and one small, shot forth from its maw and landed on the deck with a thud. Ha ha! Newgate, old brother, did you miss me? Law said, raising an eyebrow and grinning at Whitebeard, and I almost got cleaved in two by you just now, old brother. Ha ha! Ha ha! I knew you were all right. What an entrance! Whitebeard exclaimed, astonished yet delighted to see Law and Cole emerge from the Sea King's mouth. Not bad at all. Surviving 6 hours against 3 CP0 members and Zephyr subordinates is quite the feat. Law beamed, turning to Shovel Sister as joy radiated from her. Ha ha! It was sheer luck. I happened to be swallowed by that Sea King when I fell into the water, escaping disaster. Law chuckled, eliciting a bemused expression from Shovel Sister, leaving him feeling slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, Shovel Sister did not press further. Seeing Law and Cole safely return, she waved and retreated to her quarters to rest, as the early morning hours had already arrived. Newgate, old brother, I'm taking Cole to Tuck's ship to rest, Law announced, glancing at Cole's numerous wounds, some still bleeding. Whitebeard said, You should go. Yes, Law replied, and with Cole in tow, they soared over to the Green Fort pirate's vessel, not uttering a word to the Golden Lion. The thought of the latter blocking Whitebeard's path and confronting Carp filled Law with sadness. He had previously believed that he shared some camaraderie with the Golden Lion, only to realize that the man had never regarded him and Cole as friends, unwilling even to vent his fury over their supposed demise. Though the two had survived, a lingering discomfort remained within Law. However, he chose to cast aside these thoughts. After all, the world did not revolve around any single individual, save for the Pirate King. Luffy, as the Golden Lion watched Law and Cole depart, a silence enveloped him. He mused to himself, that little brat dared to show me disrespect. Humph, besides my comrades, I have no sympathy for the weak. Oblivious to their status as perceived weaklings, Law and Cole had already reached Tuck's ship. Law then took command of the Sea King, guiding it back into the depths of the ocean. Lord Law, Lord Cole, I knew you would be all right. Upon landing on the ship, Tuck and the crew gathered around, each exclaiming their relief. Ha ha! Naturally, as your captain, how could I so easily meet my end? Law laughed heartily, finding these crew members quite endearing for not having fled in his absence. "Captain Law, Cole's wounds are still bleeding," Tuck suddenly shouted, pointing at Cole's injuries. Law turned to see Cole's quiet demeanor, tears welling in his eyes. Had it not been for Cole's protection, Law would have faced dire consequences. "Prepare food immediately, as long as there is food. Cole will recover swiftly," Law instructed the crew. "Get moving. Cook all the meat you can find. Hurry," Tuck commanded, and the crew promptly dispersed. Soon, Tuck joined them in preparing the meal, leaving the gangplank eerily silent, with only Law and Cole remaining. Then, a sudden sound echoed. Luo Han and Cole lay side by side on the stretcher, gazing up at the moon in the sky, and exchanged a knowing smile. They marveled at having once again weathered a crisis. Reflecting on the events of the recent battle, Luo Han was increasingly convinced that the world government was largely oblivious to the specifics of the mind fruit's powers, with their only knowledge likely being its ability to guide the physical body towards infinite evolution. Otherwise, the three CP0 members would not have gone to such lengths to assault their own bodies. They must have sought to ascertain their physical strength. However, to what extent they understood was still a mystery to Luo Han. He opted to wait and see how events would unfold. Nevertheless, they should have deduced the geographical vicinity of Honshu Island from the time they spent with Luo Han and Cole in the Rocks Pirates. This posed a potential threat, and Luo Han harbored silent concerns, recognizing that it all ultimately stemmed from their insufficient strength. This thought frustrated him. Gaining strength surely required time. At 18, both Luo Han and Cole were already approaching the prowess of vice admirals. An extraordinary feat, yet merely days after departing from Honshu Island, they faced formidable foes like Wang Ji and Silver Axe, both of whom were at the level of vice admirals. Were it not for the uniquely bizarre nature of Luo Han and Cole's devil fruit abilities, they would have struggled against either of these two, having never truly bested them. They merely relied on their powers to evade direct confrontation. In terms of hockey, Luo Han and Cole were still rather inexperienced, unable to breach their opponent's defenses, which was quite an embarrassing predicament. Their subsequent encounter with the Admiral-level Zephyr saw them cooperating against him, yet they were still thoroughly outmatched. Thankfully, due to the peculiarities of their devil fruit abilities, they managed to endure the onslaught to their astonishment. The third encounter involved a coordinated assault by three CP0 members alongside Zephyr, a veritable gang-up against them, combining the might of two admirals and two vice admirals. Had it not been for Cole's extraordinary devil fruit ability, which provided formidable defense, abundant stamina, and considerable strength, they would have been in grave danger. Fortunately, Luo Han had developed the ability of Mirror Flower, Water Moon early on, allowing him to subtly control a Sea King, which upon their fall into the ocean, promptly swallowed the two of them, prompting the three CP0 members to abandon their pursuit of Luo Han. After all, the depths of the ocean were teeming with other large Sea Kings. This serendipity allowed Luo Han and Cole to escape unscathed. Had they not found refuge in the water, those three CP0 members would have undoubtedly retrieved them. Their initial plan had been to force Luo Han and Cole into the sea and then restrain them with sea prism stone cuffs. Had that come to pass, it would have been the end for Luo Han and Cole. Sigh, Luo Han lamented. If only he could be given a little more time, perhaps he might not be able to single-handedly challenge the world, but at the very least, he could ensure his survival. Time passed in Luo Han's reverie, during which he and Cole enjoyed a lavish feast and reveled in the company of Taker and the others. Remarkably, none of that group had perished in the battle, though many bore missing limbs. The absence of fatalities kept spirits high, and the festivities continued late into the night before everyone finally succumbed to sleep. The next morning, as the sun hung high in the sky, a series of knocks interrupted the tranquility. Luo Han, wake up! We VE spotted land, Taker called out, rapping on the door of what had once been his spacious cabin aboard the ship. Kata! Luo Han pushed open the door. Rubbing his eyes, the glaring sunlight was somewhat disorienting as he glanced at Taker, who seemed ready to shout again, and wave his hand to silence him. That's enough. No need to shout. Ignoring Taker's hesitation to speak, Luo Han approached the ship's edge, closed his eyes, and felt the refreshing sea breeze brush against his face. How wonderful! It feels as though I have been revived. He then opened his eyes, extending his consciousness outward. He assessed the terrain, noting that the limits of his awareness still revealed an unspoiled forest. It appeared to be a medium-sized island, approximately 500 kilometers in diameter, as the ship glided across the surface of the sea. Creating rippling waves, Luo Han and his companions followed in the wake of Whitebeard, gradually approaching the unfamiliar island. As they neared this unknown territory, situated close to the Sabati archipelago, the towering red earth of the continent was devoid of clouds. As all the clouds lingered below, allowing for year-round sunshine, that it seemed to be the only place in the world bathed in such brightness. The site of the world government's supreme authority, the Holy Land of Marioa, was nestled within this perpetually sunlit locale. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a faint glow into the office of the five elders, where the five men stood or sat in various postures, while a figure clad in black knelt before them, reporting on the situation. In summary, it has been largely confirmed that Phil Cole possesses an animal-type devil fruit ability, while Vincent Luo Han is an unknown force field fruit user. The kneeling figure stated before lowering his head again, the tear-streaked mask he wore making him conspicuous. This was the same black-clad figure who had led the attack on Luo Han and Cole the previous day. In that case, let us proceed to distribute the bounty. After all, this is the opportune moment for the rapid development of rocks. The elderly man with a cane, seated on the sofa, tapped the ground lightly, directing his voice towards the kneeling figure. Understood, five elders, the CP0 captain replied, raising his head briefly before quickly bowing again. The elder with a curved blade mustache approached the CP0 captain. Very well. Instruct the Navy to increase the bounty on those two brats. And you may leave. Yes, five elders, the CP0 captain responded, rising slowly to retreat. After watching the captain depart, the sword-wielding elder stood prepared to speak, when suddenly he paused. It not so. A fleeting phrase echoed in the ears of the five elders. The atmosphere grew tense, as they immediately turned to stand upright and bowed their heads in unison towards a particular direction. If this scene were witnessed by others, it would likely shatter their worldview entirely. The highest authorities of the world government kneeling together. Report to Lord M. According to the CP0 report, we have largely ruled out the suspicion that those two children possess the infinite fruit. The sword-wielding elder spoke first. The elder with the long beard then continued. However, since that devil fruit has never been documented by the world government, we remain uncertain of its exact abilities. Thus, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the child's powers are derived from that legendary fruit. Remarked the golden-haired elder, it is also possible that the storm from years past caused that devil fruit to sink to the ocean floor, or that those three individuals took it back to their homeland and concealed it without consuming it. In any case, we shall uncover the truth behind it all. Lord M., the elder with the cane, added. Lord M's ethereal voice resonated once more before fading away. The five elders remained respectfully kneeling in place until a quarter of an hour had passed before rising. They exchanged glances, each wearing a pained expression. After conversing with Lord M., the five elders approached a colossal building hidden behind the Holy Land, resembling a medieval cathedral. This was the repository of the world government's archives, constantly guarded in secrecy by CP0. Upon pushing open the grand door, the five elders re-entered the archives, preparing to examine the intelligence concerning the fruit they referred to as the infinite fruit. Within the vast repository, towering bookshelves reaching 20 meters in height were neatly arranged throughout the spacious hall, holding an array of information and cultural records from across the world, encompassing nearly all the secrets discovered thus far. The only sound that filled the silent repository was that of the five elders' footsteps. Following the path between two rows of bookshelves, the five elders arrived at the end of the shelves. Standing before a 10-meter-high small door, its ancient design suggesting a rich history, adorned with pictorial representations chronicling the development of a certain nation. Upon opening this small door, the five elders entered a circular chamber with a diameter of 50 meters. Resembling a tower that soared 100 meters high, with only a circular glass dome at the top, while the rest remained sealed. Surrounding the room were circular bookshelves aligned against the curved walls, and in the center stood a round table accompanied by five circular stools, with the midday sun streaming through the glass ceiling, illuminating the table's surface. The elder with the cane approached one of the bookshelves. Carefully retrieving an old volume, thin in nature, comprising perhaps only a dozen pages, he gently placed the book on the round table and took a seat, casting a glance at the other four elders. "Behold, this contains all the intelligence regarding that devil fruit," the sword-wielding elder declared as he picked up the book, flipping through its pages one by one. That although he scrutinized each page, the brevity of the text meant that it was not long before he had finished reading. The others soon followed suit, each completing their perusal in turn. As the last person finished reading, a profound silence enveloped the room, so still that one could almost hear the sun's rays slowly shifting. Among the dozen or so individuals present, none had encountered the impish figure known as Luo Han. The elderly man with a long beard was the first to shatter the tranquility. "It appears that it was not that little rascal," murmured the golden-haired elder. Suddenly, the sound of a chair being pushed back broke the stillness as the elder with the curved blade mustered himself to stand, casting a glance toward the other five elders. "That means he might still be on the elusive island we have yet to locate." The other four, their expressions contemplative for a brief moment, rose in unison. Indeed, those two little rascals were the first to appear on Boat Island. "Let the CP organization commence their search around it," declared the elder wielding a knife. The long-bearded elder's gaze turned grave as he addressed the knife-wielding elder with a serious tone. "Once found, I shall accompany you there. It is imperative that we go in person. We cannot afford a repeat of the previous incident." The knife-wielding elder's voice was devoid of any warmth. "Then we shall leave it in your capable hands. We hope to avoid keeping Lord M waiting for too long," the other three chimed in unison. Subsequently, the elder with the cane carefully returned the book to the shelf, and the five elders exited the mysterious library together. The door clicking shut behind them, as they emerged, the glint in their eyes foretold an impending catastrophe for Ringtree Island. Meanwhile, Luo Han, the catalyst of these events, reveled in his clever ruse against CP0, deceiving them into believing his physical form was feeble, thus diverting attention from the truth of his abilities as a user of the mind fruit. Though a flicker of concern about the potential dangers of Ringtree Island flickered in Luo Han's mind, he remained largely untroubled. After all, for many years, only the Rocks pirates had successfully navigated to Ringtree Island, while all others had been swept away by storms. It was as if an invisible tempest encircled the island. Any vessel that approached its waters would be inexplicably engulfed by a storm, whisking them away along with their ships. This long-standing reality led Luo Han and others to mistakenly believe that the arrival of the Rocks pirates was merely a rare occurrence, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime event. Such circumstances fostered a false sense of security, convincing them that Ringtree Island was safe at this moment. Luo Han, naively believing in the island's safety, had already disembarked alongside Whitebeard onto the very island that Tak had initially mentioned. Sala! As Luo Han strolled along the island's pristine white beach, he noted that the sandy shore was composed of smooth white pebbles the size of yellow beans. Thud! Luo Han could not resist lying back on the beach, closing his eyes in bliss. "This feels divine," he exclaimed, as if reclining on a massage table, his entire body at ease. Thud! An even louder sound erupted, sending a shower of pebbles into the air, nearly burying Luo Han beneath them. Speechless, he glanced at Cole, who had also succumbed to the allure of the beach. "Brother Han, lying here is quite delightful." Cole chuckled awkwardly, blushing as he playfully tossed a handful of pebbles onto himself. "Indeed, it is quite comfortable," Luo Han replied, spreading his arms wide. Perhaps lulled by the comfort, just as he was on the verge of drifting into slumber, the voice of Whitebeard jolted him awake. "Luo Han, come over here." Whitebeard's voice resonated once more, and only upon the second call did Luo Han comprehend the request. "I'll be right there," Luo Han responded, rising to find Cole fast asleep. "Oh well, let him rest a little longer. There's no immediate danger here." With a soft rustle, Luo Han made his way to the edge where the beach met the forest. Before him stood a colossal tree, approximately 50 meters tall. Its branches twisted in an unsettling manner, creating an uncomfortable sight. The bark appeared unnaturally smooth, as though polished, while the lower trunk and exposed roots bore a deeper hue than the upper sections. As Luo Han observed, a frown creased his brow, and he caught a whiff of a foul, decaying odor emanating from the tree, likely due to prolonged exposure to waterlogged conditions that we must move forward. The tide will rise here at night. Let us find a suitable place to settle and recuperate on this island. Whitebeard pointed toward the lower trunk of the tree, then glanced back at the forest. You should also explore deeper into the island. Gold Lion has already gone ahead, while Spoon and I remain here. Nodding, Luo Han turned to look at Cole, contemplating briefly before addressing Tak. Tak, once Cole wakes up, please inform him that I have ventured further into the island. Understood, Boss Luo Han, Tak replied as he set down the wooden crate he had been carrying, after relaying his instructions to Tak. Luo Han nodded at Whitebeard. He then bent his knees slightly, and with a swift motion, soared into the sky at a kilometer ahead. A thick fog enveloped the area, seemingly diluting the sunlight, revealing only the vague outlines of towering trees. The surreal scene felt ominous, reminiscent of a gateway to the underworld on this otherwise clear day. Luo Han glanced to either side, observing that the white beach stretched infinitely in both directions, suggesting that the island was either exceedingly long or exceptionally large, perhaps both. Turning back to face the fog, Luo Han enveloped himself in a protective aura of telekinesis before plunging into the mist. Due to the limited visibility, he maintained a heightened awareness throughout his journey. Beneath the thick fog, the forest appeared dense and tranquil, devoid of any sounds or signs of wildlife. Not even a single insect could be sensed. This eerie silence triggered memories of scenes from the film Alien, Covenant, where the alien planet was similarly devoid of animal sounds, only filled with plants. Surely, there can't be any aliens lurking here. Luo Han's thoughts raced, worried that the world of League of Legends had intruded and another alien encounter would plunge everything into chaos. Could this be a post-apocalyptic scenario within the One Piece universe? Startled, Luo Han hastily reinforced his telekinetic barrier, fearing any dark particles might drift into his mouth or ears. Fortunately, after a period of flight, Luo Han emerged from the fog and found himself at the foot of a majestic mountain. Surveying his surroundings, he deduced that he was likely at the base of a mountain range, the extent of which was hidden from view, making it difficult to assess its height. The midsection of the mountain was also shrouded in fog, though this mist was less dense than before, allowing for improved visibility. For what he could see, the mountain appeared to rise at least 2,000 to 3,000 meters to the midsection, though the actual height remained uncertain. Ah! Luo Han suddenly smiled, for here he finally detected the sounds of various animals, a relief that alleviated the dread of facing aliens. Taking a deep breath, the invigorating scent of nature filled him with energy. Using his awareness, he scanned the vicinity but did not spot Gold Lion, who likely had ventured beyond a mountain range. Luo Han then ascended to the midsection, glancing in the direction of the mountain's flow, which remained obscured, indicating that this was indeed a large island. His earlier assumptions had proven somewhat mistaken. Without lingering, Luo Han swiftly traversed the clouds, reaching the mountain's summit. Upon surveying the peak, he was met with an unexpected sight. Rather than the anticipated jagged summits, the mountain's top appeared as though it had been sheared flat. Although the summit was adorned with various large trees, the uniformity of its flattened expanse was striking when viewed along the direction of the mountain's flow. Luo Han's imagination conjured a scene. A perfectionist swordsman, accidentally arriving here, gazing upon the uneven peaks, briefly feeling displeased, before drawing his sword and leveling the entire range in one decisive stroke. Contemplating this, Luo Han felt a surge of pride. Closing his eyes and raising his right hand to his chest, palms aligned as if wielding a blade, envisioning the fervor of severing all that stood in his way. And then thrusting forward. Clang! A sharp slashing sound resonated beside him. Luo Han instinctively stepped to the right on the breezy mountaintop. Droplets of blood dripped from his left arm. Gasp! Luo Han was drenched in cold sweat. Trembling as he clutched the mangled flesh of his left arm, eyes wide as he beheld Gold Lion approaching from across the mountain. That was close. So close, I nearly lost my left arm. An overwhelming rage, sir, indeed. Just as one wave subsides, another rises. A.S. for the world government. Let that be. After all, they are numerous. But you, the Golden Lion, stand alone. What confidence do you possess that could instill fear in Luo Han? Even the world government has not subdued you. What can you, the golden lion, achieve? Luo Han regarded the golden lion with a scornful gaze, for it is often the silent derision that cuts the deepest. Clearly, the golden lion felt this sting, his expression darkening further. What an arrogant little brat. Do you truly believe you can evade my strikes? Do not jest. Feeling insulted, the golden lion unleashed two slashing attacks toward Luo Han. Clang! Clang! Luo Han deftly sidestepped and crouched, evading the golden lion's assaults, then regarded him with a mocking expression. Had you not been restrained by your inability to perceive divine intent, you truly think you could have severed flesh from your own left arm? Impossible, the golden lion exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face at such close quarters. With his blade wielded at such speed, evasion should have been inconceivable. There is nothing impossible, golden lion. Against opponents of your ilk, you are the most easily dealt with. The taunting voice of Luo Han continued to echo, that's so, the easiest to handle. Then let us see you evade once more. The golden lion's eyes bulged with fury as he roared. He then ascended to a height 20 meters above Luo Han, raising his hands to look down upon him. Thousand Cuts Valley. With a mighty shout, the golden lion unleashed hundreds of slashing waves towards Luo Han in an instant. Clang! Clang! As the waves whizzed past Luo Han, explosions erupted below, carving valleys into the mountaintop. Luo Han raised his gaze, his expression one of indifference as he looked at the golden lion. What is this? Such a repugnant ability, the golden lion thought, inwardly seething at Luo Han's unmoving figure.